Amazing. Are you gonna put it on Spotify or YouTube or something?
It could be put on Spotify. I believe I do have a distro kit. I think each boss. Sorry, that was my brother. Tanner, join the Harry Potter of Sonic. You're in the. Sorry, my brother just said something. Join the thing real quick.
You're good.
This dude is literally like streaming each boss every game.
Oh, I've been doing so for more than 3 years. I have the most amount of data of any person on the internet.
He's literally been popping off and recording himself. Like he sleeps, eats shit.
Everything's on camera, baby.
This guy is one of the most incredible.
Oh, you're amazing. Thank you for saying that. Well, you should understand that data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data online than any person ever. I'm not saying that. The Economist magazine stated that data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, diamonds, anything. And I have more data online than any person ever. And not only that, but I've been live streaming, as you know, in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu for more than a year, about a year and a half now at this point. And so what makes our coin better than every other coin out there is it's backed by data. You can literally watch from a bunch of different camera angles this coin and its development for the past year and a half. And that's really excited.
I'm mad about how I responded initially to Harry Potter because each boss. I saw it when it was at like. I think the first time I saw it was at 1.5 or maybe 2 mil market cap.
Okay.
I was like, this is way too late for me to invest. There's no way I love this. I love that the ticker is Bitcoin. This is hilarious. But there's no way I invest. And then I proceeded to immediately eat my words within like 2 weeks.
Yeah, it must have popped off right around then. Okay, well, I mean, were you able to purchase some? Okay. Okay, well, at least it's something. Pardon?
If I had enough money, I would hold more things, but I'm broke ass motherfucker. So if if I get paid 500 for a song, I just immediately cash that out and use it for necessities.
Of course. I understand. Okay, so
even locked in, like literally, when I first moved to the house I'm at right now, which feels like a year, but it's probably like 7-8 months ago. I made a song for Harry Potter, and I would look at the group chat constantly, and I would see you in there.
Yeah, dog.
Tell me the logistics of constantly live streaming.
Sure. Well,
It is constant, right?
yeah, definitely. I mean, it's basically a time capsule going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. What makes this special more than perhaps any other coin is the fact that it is um, on 8 different YouTube streams at any given time, which is really exciting. Meaning, at any given time, you can watch me from here or 8 different YouTubes or 12 different Discords. I'm live on like 33 different devices right now, 24/7, 365. And essentially, we talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, de-extinction. We talk about life extension technology and mind uploading technology. Rich, has anybody ever told you they don't think you're going to die?
They don't think I'm
Yeah.
Specifically, or people in general?
You.
No.
Excellent. Well, then I'm a first. So I don't think you're going to die, and here's why. Eventually, you're going to make enough money with Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10. You knew that money won't be an issue. And if anything, I have more data than any person ever, and data is Earth's number one resource. So I'll perhaps be able to make you rich if you're unable to make yourself rich. Okay, so that means money won't be an issue to you. And when you were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80, maybe age 100, 120. Well, eventually your body's going to break down, and that's when the next kind of we'll get you past 120 perhaps using life extension technology, things like stem cells and human growth hormone, nootropics, cold shock therapies, things like ambrosia therapy, where the platelets of younger people are used for the benefit of older people. And eventually, though, your body's going to break down at age 120, 150, 200, something like that. That's when the next type of technology takes over. It's known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan and an MRI. We know where every molecule is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. And we store that in a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a cyborg, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, I think you'll have the opportunity.
Mr. Rabbi Rothschild, can I ask you a question?
Sure, go for it.
Do you think it's genuinely you?
Yeah.
If your memories are recreated and imported?
No, they will be. They will be. Your memories will be captured and transferred.
Are your memories captured or replicated?
Both. I mean, essentially.
If they're replicated, is it still you? Is the soul that you have right now still there?
Well, we have to go into a.
We,
we would have to go into a definition of what is the soul, and that's going to vary from person to person. But what I'm saying is basically everything aside, like I want to copy your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, which has your personality in it. It has all your memories in it. It has how you feel. It has everything that makes you you. It makes up your entire personality. And we'll be able to put that into something else. Now, if you're like, well, is that really you? You won't know the difference because the previous you will be dead. Oh, it's amazing.
What memories you bring with yourself. Say you make it to heaven. Which kind of implies the fact that nothing you do fucking matters. You're not even the same person afterwards, without your memories, without, you being you. There's nothing left for you. So, Rabbi,
Go ahead.
do you consider yourself an accelerationist?
Please define accelerationist for me.
Accelerating.
I think I move at the exact same speed as what humans, that all humans accelerate, which is generally 1 second equals 1 second. But I would say that I am a futurist, so someone who definitely has a certain affinity and knowledge about the future, so future technology. And so if that's what you define as an accelerist, then yeah, call me, I'm guilty of it, I guess. I think it's a very positive trait. Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely a deep feller.
You're a deep fella. I'm not expecting it into an actual discussion that sounded
That's okay. I mean,
any sort of interesting to me.
excellent. I mean, like I said, we talk about really interesting things. Do you know about de-extinction?
The extinction? No, 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 no. Tell me.
Okay, so de-extinction already successfully occurred in 2003. Like when I talk de-extinction, I mean like Jurassic Park, but a little different. So in 2003, towards the end of the 20th century, the Pyrenean ibex, which is like a goat in northern Spain, southern France, started to go extinct due to hunting, and eventually did go extinct. But scientists were able to use its DNA and impregnate other kinds of ibexes and bring one to term of one of the hybrids, and it lasted for 7 minutes, which was considered a major scientific achievement. Fast forward to the year 2021, and a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific, is founded. They have it on their goals on their website to be able to, by the year 2028, so within the next 3.5 years or so, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using a impregnating the African elephant, female African elephants. So you might be able to see the woolly mammoth in your lifetime and not too long from now. And then after the woolly mammoth, they have plans on their website to bring back the Tasmanian tiger and then eventually the dodo bird. So you might be able to see the dodo bird.
So you're saying there's actual, like, feasible progression in cloning technology?
It's yeah, it's not cloning though. I yeah, okay, I guess if you want to call it cloning, you can, but it's not. Um, it's really de-extinction.
More like a sustaining, like previous, like embryos that existed in, like, fossils and stuff.
Yeah, so yeah, so it's not through fossils, but like frozen in glaciers. Since woolly mammoths were around up to 10,000 years ago, they're frozen in they're frozen in glaciers, and they're also been preserved in tar pits and things. So we're able to get their viable DNA and have an accurate blueprint of what they were, and then we use that and impregnate a African elephants, and then eventually they give birth. And then I saw this was recently, saber-toothed tigers were also discovered, and like a saber-toothed tiger cub. So we'll be able to use the DNA from that and perhaps de-extinct the saber-toothed tiger. Now, there's a big difference between that, which is all within the last like 20,000 years of going extinct, and dinosaurs. But using AI and modern reptiles, we may be able to create a modified hybrid DNA of what dinosaurs may have been, and then eventually have our own Jurassic Park on some kind of tropical island somewhere.
That's absolutely sick nasty. Can I ask you something real quick?
Go for it.
Because I'm in Discord with my older brother. He helps me make most of the songs I make. But I tried to invite him in, and it doesn't seem like he's able to join. Would you be able to join? Help my older brother join Discord?
Discord or Telegram?
Am I just not giving him the right invite?
Discord or Telegram?
Oh, sorry, Telegram. I'm in Discord with him. I'm trying to get him to join this too.
Okay. So what you can do is um, you just send him, it's t.me/HPOS10I.
As you were saying that, he said, "Oh, it's tapped to verify." So I think he just didn't verify himself.
Yeah. Oh, and that's absolutely right. Yeah, that's a pain in the ass, but they have to do it so they don't get bots.
Which is fair.
So just tell him to do the verification, and then he'll be able to get in here. Okay.
The data that's here, get your fucking verification, pussy. So, has there been a moment when was the last time your stream was down?
Occasionally it'll go down for just like a second. But yeah, I mean, I have backups of the streams too. So, even when like I don't know, I have to go do something else, I keep the stream going. So, yeah, it's basically the most continuous amount of data that any person's ever compiled.
It must be. Like the amount of times I've like looked and like this dude's like I usually come on late, so I see you. You're fucking sleeping. I assume you live on the Eastern Coast because you're sleeping around the same time I would be sleeping if I was acting normally.
No, I sleep at all kinds of random times. I'm based out of Irvine, California.
Okay.
Did your brother, was he able to do the verification?
Join yet? Oh, he's in here. Say something there. What's up? Talk.
What's up, pimp? How you living, baby?
There we go.
All right, you were able to figure it out. That's great. Do you guys have Discord? Okay, I'll send. I have a huge Discord, so I'll send you an invitation to that as well, and you can check it out if you want.
You don't play Rocket League at all, do you?
I watch people play it. Are you a good Rocket League player?
Not really.
That's the one with the cars in the soccer field, right?
Yeah, the car soccer.
Excellent. Okay, so I have to be your. I was able to send it to your brother, but I have to add you to my contacts, I guess. Okay, and now let me resend it. Okay, so you have to accept my contact. Just get it from your brother. I just sent it to him. He's got it. Raspy Dando. Will you please forward it to your brother?
Yeah, I got you.
Excellent. Thank you.
I'm watching the DMC center right now.
Beautiful. Yeah, so I've got like.
What is this? That's possibly the funniest shit I've ever seen in my life. What the fuck? I'm gonna share it on full screen.
Let's go, baby. Yeah, I'm right here. Exactly. I want people to feel welcome. And it's a world peace movement. Yeah, if you didn't know why do I stream my life all the time, I don't want war anymore. And so this gives me a platform to be able to discuss world peace. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I want you guys to know that I wish you the best with your song. I will repost it when I um once it's published. So are you guys going to publish it on YouTube?
It's up to them, whatever they want to do.
Okay.
It will have some Mariah Carey in there.
Sure. Absolutely.
Make a video for it, and then we go over this. But we can definitely release the song. That's what I do first. I do think putting it on like a fresh new YouTube, just that would be a good idea.
I think it is.
Like throw it out there.
Exactly.
I don't know if I'll put the name on it. I don't think I did anything wrong, but also like I do worry about like if I actually do make a song that people like rap stuff, people will get mad at me when they find out that I made that song Do Not Redeem. I don't want that to come back on me. So I don't know. I'm a little wary. Scared.
All right. Well, I mean, you're an artist and you're allowed some artistic freedom. So just see it as perhaps your opportunity to go viral with something else.
Yeah. It was funny when I made it, but at this point I feel like the Indians have this might be a hot take. Mr. Rothschild. Mr. Rothschild, please don't just hear me out. This might be a hot take. I think the Indians might have received enough heat at this point. I think they might have received enough heat at this point. I think they realized that they're in hot fucking water. I don't think they're gonna change, but they know. And it's kind of beating a dead horse at this point. So I would hate for me to be the asset of that.
Oh.
God forbid I ever do something someone likes.
Okay. Well, I don't know exactly what you're referencing because I didn't hear that song, but just know that, I mean, you're allowed to change as a person. And so just consider it a pivot that you made. I mean, like, people are allowed to make mistakes and people are allowed to change. And I think that you are entitled just like anybody else. So if anybody gives you flack over it, you just make sure that they're aware that you've pivoted from that and that you wish to move on.
It's all about making fun of the Jews now. Okay.
I'm still here. Obviously, I'm just resetting some of my devices. So if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just preoccupied with that for right now.
How much shit do you have running at one point? This is like a laptop. He's ran the numbers. He's ran the numbers. literally have to like catch up their games. Fish like that, bro. Have you seen that video thing of this white lady? She's like, oh no, you can't fish. You don't even put the fucking shoes on. Yeah, you don't have to put the shoes on. You don't know that fish. No, you can't fish. Let's see. Let's go. Small one. Caught a small one. Small one. Yeah, that was the craziest shit to get that as a shoulder. Tournament 4 minutes. 3v3 soccer. Just missed it. Welcome in. Shalom, Bloom. Let's go. So fucking funny. Oh, shit. Listen, do I call you Rabbi, Mr. Rabbi?
Yes, you do. Yeah, no reason, no need to say Mr. beforehand. Just Rabbi is fine.
Rabbi.
Go ahead. It's Hebrew for teacher.
I should not say anything anti-kike, right?
That's not a nice word to use.
Sorry. Alright, so every other question I had afterwards was already answered. Sorry.
You're good. I've got to walk over. I've got to adjust some devices about 15 feet away. So I won't be able to discuss anything with you just for a little bit. Just 1 moment. I'm still here, but I'm going to be just a lot more difficult to hear.
It was like pretty fucking bad at fishing. Fuck is this game, by the way? Like, what's the action? Fishing, it's a good question. It's like Sega Deep Bass Fishing Challenge. I feel bad for saying that word to him. I shouldn't have said that. That was mean. That was not nice. I don't mean that like a, oh shucks, kind of way. Like, more than that. I feel bad for saying that kind of thing.
I'm gonna have to ride it tonight. Shaking that thing like I never see going on. Look at that body, shaking that thing. I got that body.
Fuck, was my teammate good? Shaking that thing like I never did. Come on, you got damn finishes.
Shaking that thing like I would say. And not think it's right.
Bro, you can't stop. Bro, stop walking. This is fucking quiet. Can you now one? Go to the mic right there. Say I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being anti-Semitic. I'm sorry for being racist. I'm so sorry for being racist. Now I shouldn't have said this shit out. Close enough. Rabbi Rothschild. Just a big nose Rothschild. He's coming up. I'm so sorry. As I hear this, so sorry. I told you I dropped this shit up my pocket. We're very sorry. I'm sorry. Absolutely. How you living, Pam? Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods? Oh shit, I'm sorry. No offense, whoever that is. I just saw 10 man. Here we go. Shabbat shalom, motherfuckers. Wherever you are in the world, no one knows when it really is Shabbat. Why? Well, we don't know exactly the schedule. And if you weren't aware at different times within the Jewish calendar, we have some lost years. Look at the Chabad calendar. And so, the Chabad timeline. I don't know, I used to read this bad boy, the Chabad timeline. Like every day I had it on the wall. It's a big deal. Anyway. So it could be any year, and it could be any day. And so until we all align perfectly, I don't get too hung up on some things. But the things on which I do get hung up are way more important. Shabbat's important, but there are other things that are important as well. There's some things I think I'm better in the world than maybe anyone. When things are normal, we didn't have a pandemic and everything, I was better going to shul than anyone.
everybody at Got Into Filming. I think I'm better than everybody at Learning Kidba. I'm sure on that one. I think I'm better than everybody. Almost certainly better than everybody on Kissing the Mezuzah. I'm definitely better than everybody at my observance of the Mezuzah. And probably a bunch of other stuff too. And that just doesn't mean I'm better than you at those things. But it means, like, I'm better than your mom, your dad, your grandparents, everybody. Now, what are you doing? I'm trying to do this USB. No, who made it so that USBs don't plug in the same way every single time? Like, they're not, you can't do it like this or like this. I don't understand it. Frustrating. Now, if you didn't know what I said, I don't get too hung up on Shabbat because really Shabbat could be anytime. Really, when Mashiach's here, we're going to have a new age, and it essentially could be every day. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, but you should be aware that in addition to all of that, you should be aware of some mathematics. Alright, so there is a 1 in 7, 1 divided by 7. This Shabbat's 1 day, right? And that means that there's a 14% chance that today's Shabbat, tomorrow's Shabbat, the next day, we don't really know. And any rabbi who tells you that they do know is full of shit. And you can tell them that they're full of shit. And the rabbi is the one who tells them that they're full of shit. I'm their boss, okay? And they should know that what I say goes. And thus, we're going to have a full alignment on everything, and we're still going to have Shabbat and all the wonderful things, but Shabbat's going to be every day, perhaps, but we're still going to have the gatherings and all the other cool stuff. But that means that there's an 85% chance more that it's not Shabbat. And then, you know, if you're celebrating Shabbat on the wrong day, that's a major transgression. So I think everybody deserves a second chance in anything. And it really, in anything. You don't know what someone, their life is like before they may have committed an atrocity. Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Would you give Hitler a second chance? Yeah, I think everybody deserves a second chance. Hitler included? Yeah, dog, if you can find him. But isn't he, yeah, Rabbit's in the back. But isn't he like the absolute worst person ever? I'm not saying he's a good person. I'm just saying that if he had access to all the world's information and AI and the internet and all the stuff that we have, he might have made different decisions. I don't know. I'm a generally, I think, as good-hearted as the individual as most people will find out I'm not the best. Probably I'm like, I'm humble, baby. But I think that people deserve a second chance, especially with all the new knowledge that we have gleaned in the modern age. All right, with that, we're going to cover a lot of things, perhaps. All right, first of them, we've got a lot of memes, and this is basically going to be the meme musical. Have you guys ever seen, like, when people make, like, cappuccino or espresso or coffee, and it, like, it's leaking out right at the beginning. If you don't know what I'm referencing, dog, why is this so difficult? Like, I see this garbage on here all the time, and that's not what I'm saying. Hey, Rabbi, you here? Well, this is just the worst. I can't believe it. Espresso, dripping. Anti-Semitism. GIF. If you want to use a GIF or GIF, a feeling that I have right now. Dog, this is the worst. There's like this isn't it. It should be a gift and all this other stuff in video. But do you see this? See how that's allegedly what my butthole feels like right now. It's raw, girls. It's raw. Anyway, latte art's big. Alright. They're been in your story? No. Never said that. Yeah. Last time you sang a bunch of Michael Jackson songs, which were amazing. The guy, no, I know, calm down. I have this story. Let's see if I can tell this story correctly. Because I'm going to have to weave it through songs and such. Yeah, okay, so we're going to talk about a lot of different things. I think that's the end of the cappuccino discussion. Okay, so my dad bought our family tickets to see an artist. I'll just say an artist for right now. And I'll just set the setting of that. And I had my cousin was in town, and he brought his friends, and my dad got them tickets, and we went. And the concert was going to be at a baseball stadium, and we had pretty good tickets. Okay, so just think about that for a second. What else? Well, while we're talking about cappuccino makers and espresso machines and coffee makers and all that, you should know that I have a thing that I say on this a lot, which is, there's a whole bunch to this. Okay, so, do you all know about milkshake and fleshig sinks and all of that? So we've got like dairy and meat, and we don't mix them of anything that's obsessive compulsive. It says you are not to mix, to cook a kid, which is like a goat, in its mother's milk. And we take that to mean that you can't even put things together. And we're not even really consistent about it, frankly, because Ashkenazi, we have like lox, and lox is like a combination of fish and dairy. When Sephardim don't do that. I mean, it's really become obsessive. And you got Moshe over here in the front row, who is just working on his rose art and with this Lisa Frank coloring book, and he's just gonna freak out when I start talking about these things. But Moshe it's obsessive in some ways. But that's okay. I'm better than everybody at it. So that means I'm kissing mezuzahs and putting up machitas and washing for emotzi better than everybody else. All that. But in my heart, I know that I'm just doing this because it's traditional. And I read on Reddit, not somewhat recently, a fellow rabbi who just basically said, I have a huge Orthodox family. I'm an Orthodox rabbi, and I didn't do it. And it's like, join the club, especially in the modern age. I feel that we can modernize these things. And especially with the smart home, we can have everything automated with electric cars that can program everything. I should all of that. Okay. And it really comes down to with some of these things that fire and electricity aren't the same thing. And that was perhaps a decision that was made that isn't accurate. It just isn't. Ask an electrical engineer about fire. They don't really know too much about it. They know about electricity. Ask a fire person about electricity. They know about fire. These are two separate realms, and to think that they're the same thing, why don't we just include all kinds of other stuff? Yeah. All right. So with that, the last thing that we covered was Michael Jackson songs, I believe. I know I'm talking a lot here, but I'm going to tell a story. This is going to be one. There's been a lot that I'm going to work through this, and I'm going to try to land them all. Basically, like tell all these stories and make them work. All right. So there's the milkshake and the flashes. So there's this bit that I do. Basically, I just come up with fun stuff, and it's like, okay, if you've ever listened to sports talk, people are like absolutely obsessed. And I thought to myself, how funny would it be if I had like a rabbinical show, but like it'd be like a comedy show. But it would be as if I would just take calls from Jewish women, generally like relatives and such. And so there's a character who I had. I think it's Miriam in New Brunswick. And she calls in, and she's super strict on things. And she wants to know if it's basically, I guess you'll have to watch on the backtracks, but just I'm introducing you to Miriam in New Brunswick. I believe that was her name. And let's just say, without going into everything, there are Fleischig and Milchig sinks within this conversation. And also, she's calling in saying that she's soda streaming down her right leg and Coca-Cola freestyling down her left leg. Or was it soda streaming down her left leg and Coca-Cola freestyling down her right leg? I don't know. It's just, I'm introducing you to this person. There's really nothing more I'm going to say about her. But I've talked about SOP. I've talked about SOP towels and SOP tarps. Basically, this one is looking. Anyway, I've talked about sloshing galoshes, all that. If this doesn't make any sense to you, you'll have to watch the backtracks. Like, and it really could be like years of footage back then. Anyway, with that being said, I wanted to cover that. And, all right, we do this. All right. I mean, are you? Yeah, you gonna sing? Yeah, but maybe is it all right if I teach you how to dance? Oh, even better. All right. because I can dance. I'm a good dancer at rhythm, and I've learned how to dance modern dance, and I can waltz, and I can salsa, and I can samba, and I can swing dance. I'm a very good swing dancer, and I took lessons, and it's one of the best investments I think that my parents ever made was just so that I knew how to dance. Alright, with that said, I am going to teach you a new kind of dance. Let's not do. Alright, let's see how I can pull this off. History. But no, dog, it goes way back, way earlier than that. Okay. Theaters throughout the country. Alright. So as I'm aware, the first time this was performed, I do the singing and stuff, and then I rewatch them, and I actually like when I talk more than when I sing. Alright, so let me. Okay. Well, I could just maybe I could play from Buffalo's Wrong allegedly. Now I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this, but did I mention that Buffalo's Wrong allegedly? Anyway, I apologize. I did say that Michael Jackson might be. Why is it so loud? Some of his other that allowed him to smooth surface on to make the rap It's really hard to see, and I don't even know if you can see it. Be careful. Be all you gotta do is it's on carpet, and I don't actually know. We have this other one that he does as well. This easy to shoot. Here you go. Nature probably could be. So the end of your story. So you know that at least one key is those when coyotes are in the wild, and at least there's not much dust, and ever any of the coyotes do not answer or coyotes. So it's like basically if you get rid of one coyote, you're gonna get more. You have to take them all out, and that's how it should be. And I feel as if in their own way, my Robinson's economy was we've done a roll call that we don't have her, and that should cause all of you to ovulate and have more children. I want to see a bird spike. It'll be like, oh yeah, we're doing really great as Orthodox Jews, and then Rabbi Free. We're taking over. Alright. I don't even know how to get to that. Same last name. They were somewhat related. And they're like somehow, some way, perhaps we're all related as humans. So I figured that wasn't that strange. Alright. So we talked about the Jackson. We got Tino. We got Marvin. got Jermaine fusing, and of course not that blue-eyed Jew, but Rabbi Jackson. Then we have Jackie, Tito, Jermaine, the big family. But I thought it was bigger. I used to think Bo Jackson and Reggie Jackson and Shoeless Joe Jackson were all in that family as well. They'd refer to Joe Jackson and I'd be like, oh, yeah, like Shoeless Joe Jackson? Joe Jackson, huh? Yeah, Shoeless Joe Jackson. Could never get this straight. I mean, it's a big family anyway. And then on top of that, then the show came out, this American singing show, and they had Randy Jackson on it, which was like, oh, what happened? No offense, dog, but it'd be like, you were a lot younger than me. Anyway, I love Randy Jackson. I talk a lot like Randy Jackson and exhibit. Yo, dog, why? Because it's just like, I don't have time for your bullshit. Anyway, with that said, just know that Shoeless Joe Jackson, Bo Jackson, and Reggie Jackson are not part of that. And then there was Stonewall Jackson and Andrew Jackson, but that was a little different. Maybe they're all related somehow. This is Janet Jackson. We have Janet Jackson's stories too, but let's just get started. Yes. How satisfied were you with your recent search results? Not at all satisfied. Legitimately like this Janet Jackson song. Some songs I sing are even about package, all right, because I like to, you know where I'm getting to, wait, I know, just calm down. There's the tonight, something like that. It's like, okay. See, got a nice package, all right, because I like to ride it tonight, something like that. I'm a Jewish woman, I've never reproduced, or that's fine. In the future, we may be able to have free your eggs, and if that's not possible, maybe, well, there is a way scientifically that you can just take your DNA and create like eggs out of that and then inseminate them. And if you're going to have life extension technology, mind-blowing technology, where you're an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, well, then you can perhaps have many, many children. Now, I've been asked this previously, and I'm sort of an expert on abortion within Judaism, and just so people are aware, my stance on it is Rabbi Moshe Feinstein's stance. And many people don't know what that is. Technically, since he didn't necessarily, like he had other people write Ibros Moshe for him, he didn't technically make any of those, I mean, technically, I guess, I mean, yes, there are teaching and stuff, but, and so just like this, I mean, I can just tell you, I've been members of multiple shuls that are within a mile of each other, and if you went to one rabbi, they would tell you that you cannot have an abortion. If you go to another rabbi, they would tell you that you can. It's as simple as that. Confusing as fuck. So what is it for? What's the real answer?
Well, it's an extended discussion. I'm going to tell you, I've had discussions with both rabbis on it in shul, and I've been able to debate both sides of it. I mean, I don't want any abortions to happen, but essentially what my determination, what the determination is for Judaism is if it's essentially within 40 days of the last time that you were killed with blood, it's just life water. It's not a child. More than 40 days, then okay, what if you don't go home? Well, with life extension technology and mind uploading technology, I'm of the belief that, hey, I brought you into this world, I can take you out of it. But I don't think that's going to fly. But I think 40 days, we can agree on 40 days. Both sides, no one's ever going to be super happy if we don't align on this. So I was able to find in Igros Moshe, it's 40 days. Now, I know there are other rabbinical views, and at points in my life, I've been somewhat of an expert. To the point where I've openly debated rabbis in shul, in their own shuls, and mine in shul. And won. I mean, really been able to prove the cases of other rabbis as to why it should be 40 days. And it gets into trauma and all kinds of really esoteric parts of Halacha, but that's where we're at. If you don't like it, that's fine. You make whatever decision you want. I am more than anything about bodily autonomy. My body, my choice. So that means, girls, your body, your choice. You can put this package in you whatever you want, girl. Look at that body, shaking that thing like you never did see her. Nice package, alright. Look at that body, shaking that thing like you never did see her. Nice package, alright. 8, 4, 3, 2, 1. Child actor. I mean, she's a lot of things. And I feel as if Hollywood makes so much money on all of this. But there's not like a fund for child actors. You hear about these kids who are just things that perhaps may have never happened to people on there. You know, something you have to take. You guys know. With their jaws on the ground. And I'm like, hey guys. And they're like, you're never going to believe what you just missed. And I'm like, what? I've been gone like a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I was draining the snake. What do you mean? I wasn't gone that long. They're like, you're never, ever, ever going to believe it. And I was like, what did I do? To this day, I have not seen what that is. So maybe somebody can tell me in the future. All right, with that being said, any other things that you want to tell us, Rabbi? Oh yeah, I fucking love the Jackson. I was listening to myself singing the Jackson 5 the other day, and there's that one part where they're like,
Come on, let me tell you what it's all about. Come on, let me tell you what it's all about. And in my previous video, I didn't get a chance to hit that note the way that I wanted to get more song about. I was laughing about something. Anyway, so here we go. Now if sit yourself down and take a seat. All you gotta do is repeat after me. ABC. All the yeah. Okay. We're gonna transition. I had planned to teach you all about football and such. I don't know if that's gonna happen tonight. How could I do this? I mean, it's a lot. We covered all the whole coffee thing. Coffee. This is coffee talk. And I love coffee talk. It's one of my favorite things of all time. You can go into that at any point. It's not kosher. But, just, you know. Oh, I know. One thing that I saw in one of my videos, what's my thing? Like, what turned on rabbi? And I think I mentioned something like, not the bread, because that's not kosher, but, perhaps in the future we'll kosher it. And, actually, it's hot connie is like my thing. Which is basically like, as you know, like we're supposed to have smoothness and like honesty, and I think that it's hilarious that the hot connies of the world are like, hey, I'm modest, I'm just gonna wear skin tight bodysuit basically, and I think that's amazing. So we need to learn to bimbo hot connies. Wow, that's anyway. But that'll cause me to die ropes. I can hit you from here. Anyway, talked about glazed donuts last night, but I don't just glaze bases like donuts, perhaps. I'll cream pie it, treat you like a Bismarck, whatever you want. Alright. Upskirts come really big. I think it's upskirts. Well played, upskirt. Can take a very focused individual out of their element very quickly. You can use it in some way. I was just, huh? Anyway, what else? Oh, I know. In the future, we just fuck and stretch. So people are like, oh, honestly, that other bullshit. Shut the fuck up. We're just gonna do what's called active isolated stretch, which is what this is. And we're gonna fuck. It's like being really flexible, treating your body like a way to make that is important. And fired ropes is important as well. So be careful, girls. Gotcha, girl. Gotcha. I'm gonna keep you on a collar, bitch. Anyway. I'm gonna keep you on a collar. I'm gonna make you wear a collar and keep you on my leash, baby. Firing ropes. Check this out, girl. Look at this. This is as three-dimensional as it gets. Alright. Worst stream ever. Hello. I think we should have like a Hebrew Yiddish read that. Just make this go viral. What's this go viral? We'll have Mishpucha match. All right. You are my Mishpucha. It's Mishpucha. Family. All right. Ribbon said that. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck all that was. When are you going to talk to us about the baseball? Well, it actually wasn't about baseball. I guess I'll just get into it. So my dad bought our family tickets to a concert at a baseball stadium when there was no baseball game. And we get there, and we're excited. I mean, I should tell you who was in, who for whom we had purchased tickets, or it was Chuck Berry. Chuck Berry's big. So we're transitioning from the Jacksons, Janet Jackson, and Chuck Berry. And Chuck Berry is amazing. Chuck, the film, influence on limited. Like an entire concert. I was driving to Steven Spielberg's mother's restaurant, the Milky Way, which is my favorite milkshake restaurant in the entire world. And I recall singing Chuck Berry. And let's see if I can do it up here. This is so basically he had this move known as the dunk walk, where he with one, like I can't even really do it at all. So basically, you'll see I invented it. Just a person. I was a boy. I was maybe 10. Okay, my cousin was like in his early 20s with his friends. So I thought these guys were so cool because they were older boys. When I was a kid, all I ever wanted to do was wrestle. I just would run and wrestle with anybody. And when you had like older boys who, they'll wrestle with you and, put you in headlocks. And I used to get tied up with my own socks. I used to wrestle anybody. When people I wrestled a lot of people who were older than I was and bigger than I was because I was bored, Anyway, so these guys, they would wrestle with me and play catch with me. I would wrestle and play catch. Those are like my favorite things. And I still play catch. I love playing catch and throwing the ball. And these guys would do that. So I would just absolutely I would explode with excitement when they would come to town. And they came and visited. And I remember that we had seats without impediment to see the field. So let me explain. We were in the stands, and they had an entire stage set up at center field. And I gotta give you a breakdown on the time. I'm not exactly sure what time of the year it was. Well, yeah, it was the fall, but it was really nice. It was warm. And let's say the concert was supposed to start at 7 o'clock. Let's just say. We got there, maybe we were ready to go by 6:30 or so, ready for the concert. Now, there was no opening act, so it's a little different than some concerts that you may see. And 6:30, we're ready to go. Everybody's ready. I think people were selling beers at the stadium, and I was excited because I'm there with my cousin and his friends, and I was really excited. I knew who Chuck Berry was, and I don't know if this is my first concert, but I kind of think it was. It's the first one I recall. I've seen Temptations, I've seen the Rolling Stones multiple times, but like this was an early concert for me. I don't know if it was my first, but it was, so I'm like 9, 10 years old, something like that. All right, so we got the setting set, and everybody's who's of age is having beers, and the whole stadium. Everybody's really excited to see Chuck Berry. I mean, I cannot tell you, everybody was just extremely excited to see Chuck Berry. Did I mention that we're excited to see Chuck Berry? I mean, everybody. So 6:45 comes around, and we are stoked. We are stoked that we're going to see Chuck Berry. It's really great. And we're like 15 minutes away from seeing him. We're so excited. We see the stage. It's in the middle of center field. The stadium is packed. It's got tons of people there. And I'm there with my cousin and his friends, and my parents are there, and just really, really excited. 7 o'clock comes around, and we are ready for Chuck Berry. We are so ready for Chuck Berry. Everybody in the stadium is ready for Chuck Berry. And this woman comes out. Now, I don't remember her name exactly, but we're going to call her Stella Horowitz. We see Stella hobbling over up the stairs of the stage, walking to the microphone, and she is this thing on? Hello, everyone. My name is Stella Horowitz, and not to alarm anyone, but I did want to make you aware that we have heard from Chuck Berry's team that he's running a few minutes late, but just to be patient, and we will update you in due time. Now, the stadium is kind of shocked. This is new. This isn't something that was planned. And all of a sudden, I'm wondering, like, okay, well, where's Chuck Berry? Hello, everyone. My name is Stella Horowitz. I spoke to you all earlier, like she spoke to us 15 minutes. You know who you are. I want to make you aware that we are doing everything possible to be able to. Is this thing on? Yeah, we can hear you. What's up? What's Chuck? If you didn't know, I'm Stella Horowitz. I want everyone to know that Chuck Berry is scheduled to perform at the stadium tonight, and we are doing what we can to get in touch with his team, and we will keep you posted. Please be patient. And she starts walking back down the stairs. Now, the stadium is kind of like, all right, something's up here. Become millionaire. Begin the Lord. Your dream. There's generally one later parts of her life, but she has the most amount of experience that much, and experience being very sexy. Smart women, knowledge and wisdom is really sexy to me. So you can have young chicks. I don't even talk to anybody under 21, frankly. But 45. But now with cryogenic 5, I mean, super nice. Stella, no, you just told us that like 2 times last whatever. My name is Stella Horowitz. I want everyone who is gathered here to know that we are still attempting to contact Chuck Berry's personnel. I will keep you updated. Please remain patient. Now, this was before the days of generally use cell phones. I mean, we have smartphones and all these things, but back then, this was rare, much rarer to have a cell phone. And so, it's not like they could just say, oh, we know that he's 5 minutes away or whatever. They were trying to get in touch with these people. This next song was featured in Pulp Fiction. Sundarshai song. That we are doing our best to make contact with the personnel of one Mr. Charles Berry, better known as Chuck Berry. We will update you at our earliest opportunity. Please remain patient. Now people in the stands are starting to get antsy. Come on. 45 minutes or something. And Rowdy, you use it. It's gotta be rock and roll music. If you wanna dance with me, I don't know if you can smile and jazz. Unless you try to play it too darn fast. You think you can feel the melody. Till it sounds like a symphony. That's why I go for that rock and roll music. Rock and roll. And I wanna dance. So I can get up if you wanna dance. I can spin, foxtrot, lockstep, jazz dance, swing. I can dance just about any dance. I can look like I know how to do it, almost anything, which is the kind of comfort that you want in your rabbi. I don't know another rabbi who can dance as well as I can. All right. Really, when I swing dance, then my partner and I have to dance me outside because I need space. But I'm serious, I dominate that. I'll dance floor like the 50-yard line. If you don't know what that means, then I'll explain football to you at another time. I really wanted to do it tonight. But I mean, we've got from Coffee to Janet Jackson, Chuck Berry. All right. So guess what, kids? Guess who got started waddling up to the stage? Hello, everyone. My name is Stella Horowitz, and I am making you aware that we are doing everything that we can to make contact with one Mr. Chuck Berry. Please stay tuned and remain patient. And she started waddling back down. Now the stands are just like starting to get antsy. I mean, it's really taking some time. Lies. We all also have lies. You can remove that. Really. boys underground, the climate, and not. The turn of a my curiosity runs wild, cruising and playing the radio. Both decided to take a stroll. Like, I'm a little fucking good. And I've been with quite a few chicks in my life. Not even at 42, I forget. But like way before that, I mean, just tons of chicks. Multiple chicks, sometimes a night, but not like in a bad way. It'd be like, it's not like I was in a relationship or anything, you know. I might hook up with a girl. I may hook up with her later on that same night again. But my card game was really, really good. Anyway, I got this move. It's not the Frank Costanza stuff in short. It's so good. I don't know if you can really do it now as well, but there are a lot of girls out there who are like, he used it on me. And it is the thing that works. Yeah, I've got some moves that work 100%. It's that maybe not heard. Look at that. Okay, well, he's guaranteed right now, as you speak, if somebody's watching this over, and I've got this move. Alright, so I like to play music or whatever. Like, I'm a person that's like, alright, I have like all these CDs of like 90s alternative tracks and like 80s ballads, and then I've got like my like Watson King. And I throw that bitch in. And now I've also got amazing futon game. I got an amazing couch game, chair game, and I got game everywhere. Outdoors, in public places, adventure thing. You know, just want to go to the mall and get fucked, okay? But I just, I'll tell this story perhaps another time, but here's some. So we'll be listening to music. Like, girls, I am amazing with the girls. Amazing. I'm so in love with you. I mean, I make it look like a vacuum attachment. Really? No, I don't try to hurry up. I remember so I was my parents sitting in the living room. And it's quiet. I remember we were just eating. And my mom says, smell my love. You're next to me. Oh, yeah, that's all right. My mom is crazy. Really? No. Just like guys. Great kisser. Ask anybody. You tag girls. I didn't know that girls or tell other girls that what it is. Like that is the coolest fucking thing. Like other girls. Girls are talking about what it's like for other girls to kiss you. And then you find out that you
Perhaps I never touched, so I suggest a bit loosely. Let's just say lawful destination. But nevertheless, he's making a second attempt. So, I'll start. I just came to see you. I'm gonna drive the position she's in. And I'll slide my hand. She's thinking I'm going to I'm amazing. I'm telling you, like next are like totally underrated. And it's not like, oh, I've got a great neck, but it's like, if you can let me go to town, this neck is just insane. Anyway, I need now we're in the car, we're outside of wherever you are. I may not go. It depends on what we can go in the back seat, which is where I'm amazing as well. So we didn't spend the night in the back seat, but again, could be hallucination, could be legend. Anyway, but then my hands are and it depends. I'm playing touches like consciousness. Like they stick out in my mind. I can tell you what girls play defense better than others. There are some, I won't name their names now, but these girls have like we're not in a relationship now. Shirts are staying on, you can't get that, or perhaps, but next, I know it's good, okay, but next is still available, right? Next is still, I don't think it is. So, I mean, other girls are like, just like, let's go party, and girls. And I tell you about the turns out you get like, I can get it like to my elbow, girl. Anyway, it's the best fucking move. And you can't really do it. It's hard to get a little bit, but so I'm up there. Everything whatever. And together, it's so fucking funny. So I whispered there. Oh, yeah, ears are big, but whispering into a girl's ear. She's just going straight down the right way. And Coca-Cola freaks down back the left way. Coca-Cola freaks down the left way. And so shoots down the right way. Or something like that. I mean, these bitches, that shit turns out. But here's what I do. There's a slap. Take my left hand around. And I whisper it in their ear. And I say, oh, my goodness. Yeah, I just want you to see. Yeah. So I'll be the girl. And so I'm over here. I can't everything is like she goes like this, and we laugh so hard. I mean, so hard. And then it's go time, kids. All right, next song. That was a little Alpine interlude. Just really, really sweet.
I've laughed so many times at so many girls that way, and just laugh and laugh, like really innocent laughing, just really really sweet. All right, so I'm going to show you what dog walking is. I'm not going to move the camera. This is the dog walk. I want to at least show you. Like this. He's playing the card. That's dog walk. You can see it from up there, so watch it on some other angle. Anyway. See in the stands. I recall this exactly what happened. My cousin started seeing Stella start waddling up the stairs, and he's like, what's going on? So she gets on phone. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, my name is Stella Horowitz. I want to make you all aware that we are making our best attempt to be able to connect with Chuck Berry's management team. Please remain patient as we are doing our best to locate Mr. Berry. And she starts waddling down. And my cousin, I'll never forget, starts a chant. He started it. And I remember that he actually starts two chants. So he starts with Chuck Berry, Chuck Berry, Chuck Berry, Chuck Berry, Chuck Berry, and it starts to grow. I want to make you all aware that we have potentially made contact with a member of Mr. Berry's management team. We anticipate that Mr. Berry may perform tonight. When we have more information, we will let you know. Now, there's just a huge groan that happens from the crowd. And my cousin then starts another chant. There's just sort of three chants that he starts, we want Chuck, we want Chuck, we want Chuck, we want Chuck. And it starts spreading. The entire stadium starts saying, we want Chuck, we want Chuck. Morning. It's time to get up. It's time to get up for the day.
The lawsuit alleges that in 2016, Combs held Bonklin over the edge of a 17-story balcony.
Where did you think I got to the bone?
press conference, and even a player and assistant coach on San Jose filed a lawsuit that this player should not be allowed to participate because they say she is transgender.
Let's take a look at the freeways next.
Maybe like 5 more minutes. He'd be like, number time, and he'd go like a bulldozer and push me out of the bed, and then I'd fall on the floor.
Sunday, Metro LA, Orange County Valley's Brandon County reporting that the sunny highs in the 70s, winds higher 75 to 79. Valley highs in the 70s, it's 60 degrees in Santa Ana and 54 in Irvine. Local 5:30 24-hour news for whatever she texts you.
I'm pretty grateful. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate with a walk with my dog. Reading and writing and arithmetic taught to. I can't use my phone while driving. Distracted drivers want to go meeting classes in the United States. So I help me because tell us about this driving. National Highway Safety Administration project. Here's what it's recorded. All right. Which is yelling this woman's name, and she gets up, walks up these stairs, and she. My cousin then starts his third and final chant, which is Stella, 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 Stella. The whole stadium starts yelling this woman's name, and she gets up, walks up these stairs, and she starts laughing. Is this thing on? Yes, and the whole stadium is chanting her name. Stella, 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 Stella. I mean, it's echoing, and I'm looking around, and I see everyone is yelling Stella because we're just so bored and can't wait until we find out something where they're going to cancel the concert or what's going on. Stella gets up there, and she gets up to the microphone. Boom, boom, boom. Hello. Hello, thank you. I wanted to make you aware that we have done everything we can to get in touch with Mr. Barry's team. He apparently is en route from an airport, perhaps coming from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and we are unable to make contact with him at this time. And everyone goes, Stella, Stella, Stella. And who, right as she's about to cancel the concert, a limousine pulls out of center field onto the baseball field and right up to the stage. And who gets out? The one, the only Chuck Berry. Your kids are gonna love this one. New Orleans, way back up in the woods among the evergreens. The student log haven't made a word in one. But if the country boy named Johnny B. Good, who never ever heard to read or write, so Johnny, no, 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 Johnny, no, 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 Johnny, no, no, Johnny, be good. He's a carry his guitar in the money's sack. We're skipping in the tree by the railroad track. Oh, and the enemy in the shade. Strumming with the rhythm that a bar was made. Really passing by the neighbors, stop and say, oh, my, little country boy can play. Oh, go. Go, Johnny, go. Go. Go, Johnny, go. Go. Go, Johnny, go. Go. Go, Johnny, go. Go. Johnny, be good. His mother told him someday you will be a man, and you will be the leader of a big old band. Many people coming from miles around, but hear you play your music when the sun go down. Maybe someday your name will be in lights, saying Johnny be good tonight. Go, 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 Johnny, go. 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 Go, Johnny, be good. Now, if you weren't aware, that song was also featured in a major motion picture, and I referenced it. Let's do it so you can see it. Close up story time.
BJ Fox, we have Mike Tyson, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson. I mean, the name is just absolutely stacked. The United States was the number one for approximately 50 years. He's telling a bunch of people about witness. And overhearing he starts telling everybody, "You're never going to believe this. My parents took my brother and I and some friends to a concert, and it was a Chuck Berry concert, and you're never going to believe it, but the funniest thing happened, and I'm sitting there listening to him, and he's like, yeah, we saw Chuck Berry, and that was all cool and everything, but he was really, really late, and the entire stadium was chanting for the lady who kept coming up to the microphone to delay the concert, and it turned out to be the funniest thing that we had ever experienced. We laughed the whole time, and as I hear this, I just knew to myself that my cousin, my closer cousin, is the one who started that with his friends, and it's just a really good memory I have. So shout out to all my cousins, wherever you are, whether we know that we're cousins yet or we discover in the future. Peace out. Love you. Absolutely. How do you live in Pam? Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
that. But let's say next week the price of gold, some categories will demand the price of gold doubles or five years triples. Now that $5, I don't even know if I should use the word dollar. $5, no, back to $5, think like euro or Bitcoin. It's its own unit. So if you had a $5 transaction, you do one pullback. And the single pullback was about $5 all the time. So 5 pullback, it's worth closer to $25. And that's only half. You negotiate, hey, I'm just going to pay you this, give me $20 back, change, right? That one pullback is better, but I think your question is, what if full prices go up? In other words, you want to hold on to it, you don't want to circulate it. Well, okay, so if I give somebody, let's give an example. Let's say I'm using a 100 pullback, all right? Which is worth $500 a day. And, I got to pay this guy for flooring. I still want $500. And I give you this 100 pullback. Yeah, give me 100 pullback. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take $500 that I would have paid in cash. I'm going to buy another 100 pullback.
Talking to some friends, and now I am just going to get comfortable.
That's where they get you. If you have savings in cash, let's say you got 10 grand in cash or 20 grand, 30 grand in cash, I mean, you've been getting hit with, 10, 15, 20% inflation every year, and you've been making 1 or 2% interest in bank, right? Or like 5 years ago, if you bought pullback, you buy, say those pullbacks were 5. You've done very well. I mean, you certainly beat inflation. Doing that. We actually have pullback accounts that are available at outrightgold.com. People are pulling pullbacks for free. They're super liquid, 0% spread. And, a lot of people that are worried about, being spanked. People that are worried about, don't have a lot of trust in banking. They're thinking of falsely pullback at outrightgold.com. And liquidating them as they get cash. So they don't want their savings. I mean, you don't really want your savings in cash because that's where it's going to get inflation. Same thing as spend your pullback. You don't even need to go back into cash. There are people today that rarely use cash for things other than paying property taxes or paying their phone tax because they're monitoring their transactions pullback so much. They're getting out of the matrix. And I'm only worried about being a cashless society. And as a student push towards a cashless society, it's ironic that a lot of the people that are worried about that are also very aware of the problems with central banking, cash, and other central bank products, but we're available. And we don't want to do those. We don't want to hold those. That comes from, having that actual community value. Now you can get pullback carry around in your wallet, and the acceptance rate is very high. At one point, we have $200 million in circulation. At what point do you think gold bags become a threat to the central banks, to fiat currency, those who benefit from it? Gold bags come out years ago. You would have heard about it. Everyone would have heard about it because it is the only thing. The only thing other than cash you could really realistically use. And the gold bag on its own merit is the most advanced, interchangeable, physical gold money system in human history. Right? There's never been anything like it for gold. But largely the present system, we have what, $1 trillion market cap on cryptocurrency right now. And the fact that cryptocurrency is out there doing so well, it really shows that there's a huge demand for liquidity and what pockets from. I mean, Donald Trump won in part great change.
I am sure I have lots of blankets that are warm, lots of pillows, My phone is fully charged, comma. I have music on in the background, comma. I have something interesting to watch on my projector, comma. I make sure that I have multiple, comma, large, comma, warm blankets, comma. I am in comfortable pajamas, comma. I have light music in the background, comma. I have many pillows of all different shapes and sizes, comma. I have something interesting on my projector, comma. I have my phone fully charged, comma.
Top of the hour here. Goldback.com for information. Goldback.com. Jeremy, great conversation, fascinating concept. Thank you so much for this. No, thank you for having me. My pleasure. Jeremy Gordon, CEO, co-founder, Goldback Inc. Goldback.com. Betty writes, Sharad taking us in a break on the other side. Dystopia and surveillance. Right here at Coast to Coast AM. TV, the most streamed titles in the U.S. Chance runs it down on the weekly Nielsen streaming recap. Netflix is the week reports the second week on top, during the week of October 21st with over 2 million minutes viewed, while Lost with Netflix jumped up 4 slots to second with just over 1 million minutes viewed. Toronto's Deadpool stepped up in position to third, while Netflix's Love is Blind dropped 4 slots. When Netflix's Raising Amy jumped up 3 places to fifth, again, losing 3 slots number 6, while Disney Plus's Living It back in place to take over at 7. Netflix drama Beauty and Black is debuted at number 8, the platform's quiet quarter putting the hour premiere at 9. Paramount Plus's SpongeBob SquarePants holding on a place to take over at the 10th spot. Alright, here's what's poppin' in the camps on radio.
Your official holiday music station, Coast 103.5.
culture.
We're still rotating day for the upcoming Star Trek Starfleet Academy, but in the show's confidence, Paramount Plus is renewing the show for a second season. The 12th show in the Star Trek franchise follows a set of new cadets on their way to become the next generation of Starfleet officers. Holly Hunter, Paul Giamatti, Maurice Brooks, Bella Shepard, George Hawkins, and Tig Notaro are among the cast, with Robert Picardo reprising his role from Star Trek Voyager. The first season of Star Trek Starfleet Academy is currently filming and expected to hit Paramount Plus in the year 2025. And what's poppin' in the camps on iHeartRadio.
Good stuff. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
More music from 10 studio album tour plays out now, and it'll likely be one of the band's last. From David's Mark reiterating his previous promise that the British Quintet is setting a date for making new music, with the new cutoff being at 12 albums. This year they're making up with the number because the Beatles and Bob Marley both have about a dozen albums, and his musical inspirations plays follow suit. Mark also explained that they only want to put out the best songs they can. One way to guarantee that is to limit their output. Mark did, however, note that he and his bandmates would like to continue to record together on side projects. The whole plan itself will only put out 2 more proper albums. More music is available in stores and online at play.com. And that's what's poppin' in the camps on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. Less than 1% of water on Earth is drinkable, and humans are using it faster than nature can replenish it. Reduce the amount of water that you use in the bathroom by taking shorter showers and turning the water off while you brush your teeth. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by Get Your Stream On. Apple TV Plus's sci-fi drama Silo repeats at number 10. Sci-fi horror entry From on MGM Plus slips 5 places tonight. Hulu's historical drama Say Nothing cools down 2 spots to number 8. And the crime drama Cross debuts at number 7 on Prime Video. Netflix's Ted Danson comedy A Man on the Inside premieres in at number 6. Political thriller The Diplomat on Netflix dips 2 places to 5th, while sci-fi drama Dune Prophecy on Max starts its run at 4th. Last week's top entry, Paramount Plus's spy thriller Special Ops Lioness steps down to 3rd. Action drama The Day of the Jackal takes over in the runner-up spot for Peacock, and Paramount Plus's drama Landman jumps up 6 positions to become your number 1 stream show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio. The free iHeartRadio app is number 1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. This is Scott again. You love working with people. I want to do something that really lights me up. I love creating community, connecting people. She was excited about her new job. Day 1, literally 8 a.m., I have an email that says, "Good morning. Let's create the largest networking community on the planet." Lisa's new boss was a 6'5" entrepreneur from Israel named Adam Newman, and he had a brand new startup called. I remember thinking, all right, I'm about to be on a ride. Why is this a better idea? He said that they were elevating the consciousness of people on the planet. It was a $1 billion idea. Giant reruns. Stop it. Here in Nation, people. Startup is a lot of talk about culture, spiritual awakening, empowerment, and quite frankly, it just all sounded distant enough. It was just too good to be true. One of my colleagues turned to me and said, "Oh, my sister." David Brownwood's business wars when he crashed. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number 1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. KFI AM 640.
feature guest host, Richard Serra. Say hello on X at Richard Serra. Yes, why? Because I love you, RBWT. Coming to you live from Annapolis, Greece, Zombies. And from the most recent release, this is called God is All right, coming up, Gabriel Estonian, the author of Privacy and Utopia, a history, dives into the paradox of privacy. The more we seek it, the more it slips away. And in his book, Gabriel traces the rise of centralization from the welfare state to psychological manipulation and how these systems, born from utopian ideals, have eroded our personal freedoms. The lens of dystopian thinkers like H.G. Wells and Joseph Conrad, Gabriel reveals how the dream of a perfect society may be our greatest threat to society and our greatest threat to privacy. A 3-hour deep dive into power and control and the price of security. That's next on Coast to Coast AM. Hello, people. George here. Carnivore is Catalina. Just listen to that. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735 or visit carnivore.com. CARNIVORA. That's carnivore.com. Call them, please. One fact remains, our nation is broke. That debt is a house of cards that can't quickly be dismantled. The strategy remains the same. Diversify your savings with virtual. It will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in physical form. Now through Black Friday, get a free 1-ounce Super Eagle for every $5,000 purchase. Protect your savings with virtual. Text the word Coast to 989898 and claim your eligibility for free installments. Gabriel Estonian is the host of the Watchman Privacy Podcast, which offers practical tactics to evade surveillance while also exploring the technological, political, and cultural problems that make privacy so pressing and all-encompassing an issue. His mixture of tactics, philosophy, and retelling has made his eclectic show a typical classic in the podcast world. He recently published Privacy and Utopia. Intellectual history that attempts to explain the depth of privacy by looking at its most recent origin, the rise of utopianism in the late 19th century. He also has a private tutorial series called Escape the Technocracy. Gabriel Estonian, welcome to Coast to Coast AM. How are you? I'm doing great, Richard. I love the introduction. I don't my introduction throughout the last hour. I was thinking about awesome, and then I realized, oh wait, I guess I have to do all that now. So glad to I have no doubt you can deliver. Let's begin with the definition. What is utopianism exactly? Right. Utopianism is in many ways, especially the way I use it, as a modern construction. Now, the idea of utopia was a much longer ago. People might think of, for example, Plato, the ancient Greek philosopher, he was a called the Republic. And in the Republic, he imagines this perfect world, right? So utopianism has always been about looking at the world and saying, what if the world was perfect? What would that look like? The ideal world, the ideal society. And throughout the years, and especially, I would say most Karl Marx, who himself was a utopian, we have a lot of theorists, a lot of people from H.G. Wells, Karl Marx, a lot of people these days, the creators of the welfare state, who think that we need to modify society. We need to change economics, maybe radically, right? And we need to do whatever we can in order to create this perfect world. Of course, that kind of reconstruction involves, however, a lot of damage, a lot of destruction. So there is no creation of utopia without this destruction, without this coercion. And so utopianism is simply this idea that we need to create this perfect world.
I advise that you ask a moderator, period. I'm not a moderator in that Discord, period. Hope this helps. Please let me know if you need any further assistance.
Fix everything, and therefore, God is out of the equation, or a creator is out of the equation. So, in other words, utopianism really is sort of within the realm of secularism, materialism. Yeah, I would completely agree with that, and it illustrates that the rise of utopianism in, let's say, the 20th century happened around the same time as the rise of atheism as a kind of replacement for God, right? So yeah, that is absolutely a good connection that you noted there, and it's really a inherited view of the world, which says that the way that we've done things, the way that humans have gone throughout history, that is not sufficient. We need to modify that. We need to change that. And the underlying problem is that human nature is flawed. I think
I like to talk about anti-gravity, antimatter,
for example,
de-extinction.
which make up about 1% of the population, who are what we might call evil, right, incarnate. And if we look around, we see that human nature, where we look is flawed. So that same human nature is not going to be able to solve our problems, especially if that human nature is elevated to a position where they are the central controller
Life
of
extension
the universe.
technology.
Because in every utopian scenario, there is a ruler, there is a center, there is a guiding force, there is an elite, right? And who is guiding this perfect Disneyland type world. So yeah, I completely agree. Okay, can I think about H.G. Wells a little bit later, sort of the dark side of H.G. Wells, because he was a utopian, or I suppose you could say a dystopian, but just generally, the utopians, did they have in their mind, we mentioned Karl Marx, we can talk about Joseph Conrad,
Scanning your brain into a computer for later downloads as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want.
they have their welfare in mind, our welfare in mind, or was this really about power and control for the elites? It's a really good question, and I suppose it depends on how conspiratorial you are. And for me, I'm not sure. So I tend to side on the fact that regardless of their intention,
And of course, my favorite subject, world peace.
I use Joseph Conrad in my book. I love him. He's a great writer. So he is anti-utopian. But Karl Marx and certainly many others are still more utopian. And look, if you read the Communist Manifesto, you read How It's Solved, what you find is, again, a certain arrogance, right, in these ideas, very influential ideas. And that arrogance is very troubling. Like, are we, is there a malicious
is exceptionally organized.
Themselves as dystopians. What do you mean by dystopia exactly?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, so it depends on your perspective, right? So in 1905, H.G. Wells, the figure who will probably get to more in a little bit, he writes a book called The Modern Utopia. And as you know, this story, it is a story of a world that is basically a clone of Earth. And it's a positive version of Earth. H.G. Wells has imagined this perfectly sized site. All the welfare of people is taken care of. There's basically it's only a small amount of private property. People are sharing things. You have all of these communist ideals. But at the end of all of this, you have a utopia. And so what some very sage and perceptive writers around the time of H.G. Wells noticed is that there is something disturbing going on behind the scenes, right? Because we have this perfect world, but what if we don't want to participate in this perfect world? Well, of course, H.G. Wells is designed for that. You have the solution, and the solution is you're going to go to an island where you're going to reflect on whether or not you want to pursue these evil ideas in you. So, of course, if you don't want to accept the narrative, then you will get sick. And so, what a lot of these writers noticed at the time, I'm talking about E.M. Forster, when he writes The Machine Stop a few years after A Modern Utopia, and then after that we have Brave New World in 1967, and then 1984 after that. All of these writers are essentially commenting on H.G. Wells and it's a self-utopia, except what these writers notice is that, hey, if we pursue these ideals, we're actually going to get a pretty nefarious world full of surveillance, top-down control, and slavery in many senses of the word. And so that's where this word dystopian becomes popular as the 20th century moves along to describe what I think is a more realistic view of these quote-unquote utopian societies. But of course, dystopians always believe that this perfect world is possible, and they keep trying to keep talking about these ideas. Even to this day, of course, we see a lot of evidence of H.G. Wells in these global organizations and things of this sort. So these people think it's utopia, but the rest of us recognize what it really is, which is dystopia.
So is utopianism interchangeable with communism, international socialism?
Maybe not interchangeable, but I think it's fair to say that socialism and communism and what other terms we want to use are a form of utopianism where we imagine this perfect world, right, where everybody is at peace, where there is no private property. So all these ideas that actually go against human nature, go against all of human history, right? So we don't have any evidence, in my understanding, of these kind of societies, of what they do. They just, we can force people to believe these things, force people Prophet and Muhammad wasn't a Muslim. They were all just teachers who were teaching love. And it's like the fountain sort of says nature is that driving force, and it's our job to understand that the game is love, and that's what the main character in the fountain needs to learn, is that it's nature that's going to carry your soul through this thing, and that there's so much you don't understand, and the epiphany at the end. Gotta love that movie. Gotta love it.
Among many things, you're also an artist is trying to convert the thing that is nature into a thing that we humans can understand. The complexity, the beauty of it. That's what Darren Aronofsky tried to do with those couple of films. That's something that I hope you do. Actually, in the medium of film, too, that would be very interesting. And you do that in the medium of books, probably. How much do you think we understand about the history of life on Earth?
I think we got it all wrong. I don't know. It seems like they change it all the time. You know, they say that Easter Island, you know, when I was in college, they were big on telling you that Easter Island, they ruined their environment, and they had environmental collapse. And that's why there's nobody on Easter Island. It was a cautionary tale. We could ruin our environment. And now it seems like they've changed their mind on that. And when humans entered North America seems to be hugely up to speculation. And, you know, the Africa spreading, that we all spread out of Africa, and then the Pleistocene overkill extinction theory. And it's like, it seems like every
I
few
talk
years
about
they
world
update
peace
and
every
change
single
it.
day
So the guy,
with just about every single person who comes into my Discord, period. I preach world peace, period. I don't think it is right for me to put my hands on you, nor your hands on me without consent, period. I think that having so much data online will make me a very influential person, period. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's top resource, and I have more data online than any person ever, period. Perhaps one day I may go viral for as much data as I have, and if and when that happens, I will call on leaders to be able to sit at a table, eye to eye, person to person, and have diplomatic talks to perhaps end all wars. Period.
Forms of surveillance in the 19th century, mass surveillance. Yeah, this is a good topic. So, in about a minute, what I'll say is H.G. Wells, as he was president in so many things, is thinking about how this welfare state, this controlled government is going to work. And of course, we have the carrot, we have the stick. But of course, there's a third option, Richard. What if we're coercing people into doing something? We
how they show. And I think ours went on something back across the street weren't really a thing. 19th century is not really a thing still. Either something early in the 18th century or alright, we'll think about the point on the other side paper of Estonia is with its friends and enjoying a history. Esther Perez taking us a break. Yep, try on Coast to Coast AM.
I still in this thing. Yeah. Stella. Is this thing on? Yes, and the whole stadium is chanting her name. Stella. Stella. We find out something when they're going to cancel it. Hello. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to make, or perhaps coming from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and we are unable to make contact with him at this time. And everyone's going, Stella, Stella, Stella. And who would, right as she's about to cancel the concert, the limousine pulls out of center field onto the baseball field and right up to the stage. And who gets out? The one, the only Chuck Berry. Your kids are gonna love this one.
You're going to find Riley before the sheriff and he watched us.
It's not even a problem you can fix.
I don't want this. Of course we have to. Why does it have to be? Because as we've established, we don't know who we can trust. Riley! And close attention to the clues, because when it's time to solve the case, it's up to you.
I think I know what happened.
To maximize on the iHeartRadio app, or you get your favorite shows. The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Alexa for your favorite radio stations, and iHeartRadio will be there for you. On your Alexa smart speakers, Alexa-enabled Fire TV, or anywhere you use Alexa as your smart assistant. Your favorite AM/FM stations, artist radio stations, and podcasts, all from iHeartRadio. And all you have to do is ask Alexa, play the Stunning Show podcast on iHeartRadio. Make sure you open up your Alexa app and sync up your iHeartRadio account. Pick a podcast
And who gets out? The one, the only Chuck Berry. Your kids are gonna love this one. Deep down in Louisiana, close to New Orleans, way back up in the woods among
drive me fucking nuts. This one of them. To play music or whatever, like, I guarantee some lady is soda streaming down the left lane right now. Coca-Cola freestyling down the right lane. Coca-Cola freestyling down the left lane. Soda streaming down the right lane. Anyway, some lady with 5 million movies, guaranteed. Right now, as we speak, if somebody's watching this, and I got this book. Alright, so I like to play music or whatever. Like, I tell my person's like, alright, I like all these CDs of like 90s alternative tracks and like 80s ballads, and then I've got like my and I throw that bitch in. And now I've also got amazing futon game. I got an amazing couch game, chair game, and I game everywhere. Outdoors, in public places, adventure things. You know, you just want to go to the mall, get fucked, okay? But I just, I'll tell this story perhaps another time, but here's the so when you listen to music, like, this is different, but we'll just point this out. It's just an example. Could have gone again, could have been very late. But girls, I am amazing with the girls thing. Amazing. So, I mean, I make it look like a vacuum attachment. No, I don't try to rush. It's quiet.
So I'll be the group. So I'll be here. Again, everything is like, and seem to go back and she goes like this. And we laugh so hard. I mean, so hard. And then it's go time, kids. All right, next song. It was a little outreach here.
Brilliant. Loving you, well done. Well done.
anybody in the application skepticism of him. And one of the underlying themes of these momentum, which appears time and time again, is that if you take this route, then you're going to become bad, right? You're not going to have a moral compass. You're not going to have people to guide you in the right direction. And you are,
What's up, baby? This is everybody's favorite pimp here.
as a result of that.
Hope you're living a slutty life.
Guys, no. The guys from 10 years ago, actually, my new theory is the best theory. Let's write some books and get me on them. And it seems like there's a new prevailing theory. It's really always exciting and edgy about how we got here and where we came from and how we dispersed, and maybe even has some political implications, like how we could use the Amazon moving forward. Like, the Amazon was engineered by people, so fuck it. Let's just cut it down.
Yeah, I tend to believe that we mostly don't understand anything, but there's an optimism in continuously figuring out the puzzle.
Sure.
And we offline talked about the Graham Hancock Flint Dibble debate on Rogan. I like debates personally. So Flint Dibble represents mainstream archaeology, and I actually like the whole science, the whole field of archaeology. You're trying to figure out history with so little information. You're trying to put together this puzzle when you have so little, and you're desperately clinging on to little clues. And from those clues, using a simple possible explanation to understand. And now with modern technology, as Flint was trying to express, that you can use large amounts of data that are imperfect, but just to scale, and using that to reconstruct civilizations. There's different practices from little details of what kind of things they eat, how they interact with each other, what kind of art they create, to when they existed, what are the time frames, all that kind of stuff. And that starts to fill in the gaps of our understanding, but still, the error bars are large in terms of what really happened. And that leaves room for things like Graham Hancock talks about, like lost civilizations, which I like also because you have a kind of humility about maybe there's giant things you don't know about, or we got completely wrong. And that's always good to like remember.
It's confusing to me to imagine, like, what I don't even know what ended these. Where's the Egyptians go? Like, what happened to them? It seemed like they were doing so good. There's so much cool shit. But I mean, I was reading anthropological stuff in the Amazon about tribes that, just through their societal structures and through their hunting practices that didn't really develop practices that worked, and kind of bands of people that went extinct before they could turn into larger societies. And there's a lot of people that got it wrong. For every explorer that leaves Borneo and arrives in South America, there's hundreds more that just die at sea, get eaten by sharks, avalanche. And it's so fascinating to me that all of us really, past our grandparents, don't really even know where we came from. Like, do you know who your great-great-great-grandparents are? No.
I mean, there's methods to try to figure that out, but really, again, the error bars are so large that it's almost like we're trying to create a narrative that makes sense for us. That I'm 10% Neanderthal, therefore I can bench press this much, and therefore my aggressive tendencies have an explanation. When in reality, there's so much diversity of personalities that they far overshadow any possible histories you might have.
Your aggressive tendencies don't have any explanation.
No, you need to you listen to me right now.
I'm sorry. Don't shut me out again.
Yeah, man. One of the things you and I talk a lot about is different explorers. Who do you think is? I'm just throwing a ridiculous question one after the other. Who do you think is the greatest explorer of all time?
Oh God, I love Shackleton, but I hate the cold, so I can't even read about it. I hate the cold so much. I can't even go there for fun. I think Percy Fawcett in the Amazon was the GOAT in terms of just sheer, the last of the Victorian era, march forward, go deeper, just stop at nothing, and then eventually take such big risks that you never come back. It's hard for me to relate to that kind of exploration, because to me, I'm such a softie. I wouldn't want to leave my family behind. I wouldn't want to. Even if you told me that I could leave Earth and go exploring and I could go touch the moon, I'd be like, nope. Absolutely not. If the highway is dangerous enough, like I would never risk dying in space. This guy left his home, went out into the jungle out there with horrendous gear compared to the camping gear we have today. No headlamp. And just explored for years on end.
Well, let me actually push back. Like, you have that explorer. There's definitely a thing in you, just me having observed you behave in the jungle and in the world. You're pulled towards exploration, towards adventure, towards the possibility of discovering something beautiful, including like a small little creature or like a whole new part of the rainforest, a part of the world that like is like, holy shit, this is beautiful. I think that's the same kind of imperative. So maybe not going out to the stars, but
Yeah.
like I can see you doing exactly the same thing. So he disappeared in 1925 during an expedition to find an ancient lost city, which he and other people believed existed in the Amazon rainforest. So there's that quote, like, I'm going to go into there with shitty equipment with the possibility of finding something. And they said he ran into uncontacted tribes and started goofing off. I think he started dancing and singing. Like the tribes were ready to kill him. But he started goofing and like doing a song and a dance and just being ridiculous. And the tribes were like, "What now?" And they're like, wait. Don't shoot him yet. That's a funny one.
Yeah. They actually kind of like on a human level used humor to save his own life on multiple occasions. To the point where he de-escalated the situation. He was like, "Look, we're not here to fight. We have a pile of maps. You know, all my guys have beriberi, dengue, and malaria. Like, we're dying out here. If you guys just go on your merry way, we'll go on our merry way." And like, incredible. He was so tough. And then that guy from Shackleton's expedition ended up on one of Fawcett's expeditions. And he's a proven explorer. He's been through the Antarctic, and the guy was like, "Fuck the jungle." Absolutely fuck the jungle. He's like, and then there's a great quote where he says, "Without a machete," and something, you know, I don't remember exactly the words he used, but he said, "Without a machete in this environment, you don't last." And you know that now. Like you in that tangle, to just take 3 steps that way I would immediately be taking on, I'm not wearing shoes right now. Yeah. Bullet ants, venomous snakes, spikes through my feet, tripping over myself. I don't have a headlamp. Unbelievable risk right there. You're sitting on the edge of tragedy.
Can you explain what the approach to the machete in this situation is? Like, what is a machete? How does it work? How does it allow you to navigate this exceptionally dense environment?
So this is the tool that I spend most of my life carrying. This is in my hand for 90% of my time. And in the jungle, you really need a machete. There's so much plant life here that you have to cut your way through. And like a jaguar, an ocelot, a lot of these other animals that are more horizontally based and low to the ground, they can make it. Like when we got stuck in those bamboo patches and we were just hacking through them, and it's dangerous. And there's, as you hit the bamboo, it ricochets and there's spikes, and then one piece falls and it pulls a vine that has spikes on it, and that hits you in the neck, and it just, the jungle is savage to humans. But if you are an agouti, a little rodent, or a jackal, or a deer, you can kind of slip through this stuff. And the deer have developed really small antlers. They can just kind of weave through, low to the ground. And so for us being these vertical beings walking through the jungle, it really helps to be able to move the sticks that are diagonally opposing your movement at all times. So machete is just a very, very useful tool. It can help you pull thorns out of your body. As you saw last night, you can use it to find food.
You went machete fishing. You cut a fish head off with a machete by like it was swimming, and then you basically machete the water. And the other fascinating thing about that fish without its head, it kept moving. So it was just using, I guess, its nervous system to just swim beautifully. I mean, I guess there's so many questions there about how nature works.
Because, well, let's explain. Because the way the machete hit this fish, it kind of took his eyes off, and his lower jaw was still there. So it really just like the brain and the little top jaw that came off. And this fish, as the dust cleared in the stream, this fish was I found it very haunting in a very like interstellar way. Like it was just the programming was still there, but the brain was gone, and the fish was just still moving, and it was gonna die, but it was still swimming. And it looked like a live fish. It was,
And you're still trying to catch it. Which is
and I
interesting
still
to
had to
watch.
look to catch it. Every time I caught it, it would freak out, and then it would jump back in the water. And I'm programmed here from years and years of living in the Amazon that everything can hurt you, so you actually become quite, if a moth lands on you, you flick it because it could be a bullet in it. And so even the fish here, a lot of the fish here have spikes coming out of them. And so even though I know that fish, I know its name, I've eaten them many times. As I was holding it, when it would twitch with that explosive power, just like the caiman, I would get that fear response and release it. And so that happened 3 or 4 times before I finally said, "This is stupid." Even though he's slippery, he hasn't got ahead. I can hold on to him. I put him in my pocket. Yeah, we put him in the pocket. And then we fried him up.
And it was delicious. So, and I'm grateful for his existence and for his role and for my existence on this planet, his brief existence, that I was able to enjoy that delicious, delicious fish. So the machete is used to cut through this extremely dense jungle. There's vines, by the way. There's rope-like things that are extremely strong, and they go all kinds of directions. Go horizontal and all of this. I don't even... We have a tree right above us. That makes no sense. There's like a tree that kind of failed, and then a new tree was created on top of it. It just makes no sense. It feels like sometimes trees come from the sky, sometimes they come from the ground. I don't really quite understand how that works. Because there's new trees that grow on old trees, and the old trees rot away, and the new trees come up.
Yeah,
That's
so
what mechanism.
strangler figs. And so strangler figs, as you go across the world's ecosystems, that whole belt of, whether you're in rainforests in the Amazon, the Congo, Indonesia, all across the tropics, you have strangler figs. And the amazing thing that this species does is become a keystone species across the planet, with a hyper influence on its ecosystem wherever it is, because they produce fruit in the dry season when the rest of the forest is making it hard for animals to find fruit. And so the bats, the birds, the monkeys, they all go to the strangler fig to eat the fruit. And the fruit, of course, is just tricking the animals. The plants are tricking the animals into carrying their seeds to another tree. And so they're getting free transportation. Monkey takes a poop on another tree after eating strangler figs, and then that strangler fig sends out its vines, gets to the ground, and then as soon as it begins sucking up nutrients, out-competes that tree for light, throws hyper drive around the trunk of that tree, and then eventually that tree will die, and the strangler fig will win because it got a boost up to the top. Whereas these little trees down here, they're gonna have to wait their turn. They have to wait until a tree falls, until there's a light gap, and then they have enough food to grow quick. And so this whole thing is an energy economy. Everything is just trying to get sunlight. And so strangler figs, top-down trees growing, or parasitic top-down octopus trees growing over other giant trees. And you've seen the size of some of the trees here.
So, back to Percy Fawcett and exploration. What do you think it was like for him back then, 100 years ago, going to the jungle?
See, the thing is, those guys didn't go with the locals. They came down here with like mules, and they tried to do it their way. And so he's one of the people that wrote about the green hell, the jungle as the oppressive war zone, where there's nothing to eat and everything is killing you. And it's, I think that image is so wrong, because as you saw last night, we could go, if we went out with JJ right now, we would machete fish some fish, we could start a little fire, we'd do it all in shorts. Like to JJ, it's green paradise. And it's intense, but if you know what you're doing, which the local people surely do, well then just beneath the sand there's turtle eggs that you can eat. And inside the nuts on the ground there's grubs that you can eat. And if you really needed to, you could just jump on a caiman and eat that, because the tails are pretty full of meat. And it's like, there's actually unending amounts of food here. And so they were pretty, they were pretty fun.
If you're able to tune into that frequency, I feel like you and JJ are able to tune to the frequency of the jungle that is a provider, not a destroyer, if you will. I think to be collaborated with, not fought against.
Yes, but we're coming at that with our modern lens, because we're coming down here with I've survived how many infections in the jungle where those probably would have killed me before. So my dead ass opinion of the jungle would have been overwhelming and collective murder, as Herzog says. And so Percy Fawcett was coming down here with this view of it's trying to kill us at all times. We are flying down here and coming out here with our superior medicines and our ability to survive infections. And so it is different for us. It is different. We're coming at this very, very different. But Fawcett, to me, was like the last of like the real swashbucklers, like the really batshit crazy explorers that went out into the dark spaces on the map. And it's very hard for me to identify with things. But for instance, Richard Evans Schultes from Harvard, that's someone where you go, okay, now we're getting to the point where I can start to understand. Just like the conquistadors. It's like the conquistadors showed up, they killed, the Spanish killed 2,000 Inca on the first day, and then they marched to this city. And they're like, when I hear about can you imagine yourself just like slaughtering a bunch of women and children and soldiers, and then just like drinking some wine and doing it again tomorrow? I can't actually wrap my head around that.
Yeah, it just seems like an entire different world.
No, like different world,
different value system, like
different value system,
a different relationship with violence and life and death. I think we value life more. We resist violence more.
Yeah, like I can't. Like if we saw a car accident, I feel like if I saw a car accident, like if you see a little bit of war, some violence, like it affects you. These people were so comfortable with those things. It was such a normal part of the Spartans, the Comanches. Like they became so comfortable with war to the point that it became what they did.
And they celebrated it. And direct violence too, like taking that machete and murdering me. Or if I got to the machete first, me murdering you.
Not a chance, bitch.
And then I would put it on Instagram and show off. And the number of DMs I would get from murdering you with a machete.
Meanwhile, half the world right now is messaging me saying, my DMs are filled with, take care of Lex, don't lose Lex, make sure Lex comes back safe. Lex is a national treasure. We love Lex. Make sure he holds his snake. The amount of love that is out there.
Meanwhile, I emerged from the jungle with blood around me with a machete, and I take over the Instagram account.
He's very humble. He doesn't want to hear about the love.
All right. So, what do you think makes a great explorer? Whether it's Percy Fawcett, Richard Evans Schultes, whether say who Richard Evans Schultes is, he's a biologist. So that's another lens through which to be an explorer.
Yeah.
Just to study the biology, the immense diversity of biological life all around us.
Richard Evans Schultes, I know about him from reading Wade Davis's book One River, which is this big, hefty, 500 or 600 page tome about the Amazon, and it covers two stories. It's Richard Evans Schultes, and I think it's in the 40s. I think it's like pre-World War II era, where he's in the Amazon looking for the blue orchid and the cure for this and that, and he's pressing plants, and he's going to these indigenous communities where they still live completely with the forest, and they drink ayahuasca, and they talk to the gods, and he learns about how they believe that the anaconda came down from the Milky Way and swam across the land and created the rivers, and sort of he came down and even though he was a Western scientist from Harvard, he embraced the indigenous perspective on the world, on creation, on spirituality, and he sort of resigned himself and gave himself fully to that, and spent years traveling around parts of the Amazon that had hardly been explored, and certainly never been explored in the way he was doing it, in the ethnobotanical, spiritual way of what medicinal compounds are contained in these plants, and how do the local indigenous people use and understand them. For example, of 80,000 species of plants in the Amazon rainforest and 400 billion trees in the Amazon rainforest, the statistics of likelihood that through trial and error that humans could discover ayahuasca, it's astronomical. That one of these trees and a root, when put together, allow you to go and access the spirit realm and see hallucinogenic shapes and talk to the gods. That's almost almost enough to inspire spiritual thought itself. The fact that trial and error, it would take like millions of years or something. It's I forget what the figure is. It's incredible. But Richard Evans Schultes was one of the first people that came down and saw that. And then One River is where Wade Davis comes back, I believe, in the 70s. And the heartbreak of the book is that all of these incredibly wild places with naked native tribes and these intact belief systems, Wade Davis comes back, and a lot of the same places that Schultes went. Now there's missionary schools, and they're wearing discarded Nikes and, you know, whatever. I don't know if there's Nikes in the 70s, but like Western stuff has made it in. They've been contacted, domesticated, forced into Western society, and, you know, a lot of them then forget the thousands and thousands of years that have gone into creating the medicinal, botanical knowledge that the indigenous possess about how to cure ear infections and how to treat illnesses from the medicinal compounds flowing through these trees is lost in a single generation with the modernization.
Yeah, he wrote the plants of the gods, their sacred healing and the hallucinogenic powers. That's interesting. You mentioned like how to discover that. How do you find those incredible plants, those incredible things that can warp your mind in all kinds of ways? Of course, physically heal, but also like take you on a mental journey. That's interesting. So you don't think trial and error is possible?
I was reading about ayahuasca, and they're saying statistically, if you put 1,000 humans in the Amazon and gave them villages to live in, because humans are communal species, it would take tens and tens of thousands of years, or perhaps even centuries, before even the possibility. It's like that thing when you have a bunch of chips on a keyboard, how they write Hamlet. It's like astronomical odds to get to, oh wait, this and this dosed together. And so what the local people believe is that the gods revealed this secret through the jungle to us as a link to the spirit world, and that's how we know this, because if they didn't remember it from their ancestors, we would have no idea how to get this information from the wild.
So I would likely do ayahuasca. What do you think exists in the spirit world that could be found by taking that journey?
I think that ayahuasca is, I can only speak from personal experience. And for me, it was as if your brain is a house you've lived in your entire life. It's a big house, it's a mansion. And there's many, many rooms that you didn't even know exist, hidden rooms behind the bookshelves, under the floorboards, rooms that you had no idea were there. And some of them are fantastic, and some of them are terrifying basements. And ayahuasca takes you on a journey through that. At its most effective, you sit in front of the shaman with the candlelight, with the sounds of the jungle. You drink the substance, and after that, what happens is the journey is all inside, and the shaman's supposed to be able to guide you through that. But in my experience here, you're so deep inside, like falling through nebulas, out in space, no physical form, or falling through the jungle. Like it's really, really powerful. Like it's not like the recreational drugs that everyone does. Like where you go, I did mushrooms and I could see music. Like, and I was talking to my friends, but no, like you're face down on the floor, usually vomiting, sometimes shitting. Having dialogues with the creator, and that can be traumatizing as well as amazing.
It's a really good way of looking at it. It's a big house, and you get to open doors so you've never had before, and discover what rooms are there inside. You ever think about that? Like, if there's parts of yourself you haven't discovered yet, or maybe you've been suppressing. How much are you exploring the shadow? Say you, me, Carl Jung, and Jordan Peterson are on a deserted island together. Fuck, I didn't even make my bed today. There's no bed on an island.
Great. I want to see you and Jordan Peterson do ayahuasca together. I think that's the thing. Ayahuasca to me, I've kind of told you that like I've experienced some things that really made me believe that there's a benevolent force around us. But to me, ayahuasca was a ride through the scariest parts of the universe to sort of be like, here's what it could be like. That's where I came up with my idea that, like deep space or just space, outer space is just the outside of the video game, and this is it. Because when I was on ayahuasca, I was one of the jungle creatures, and I wasn't Paul, and I didn't have a name. And for a long time, I saw many things, and I arrived at this spot in the jungle where there was a big tree, and all the animals were there, and they were all not in words, not in any language that we can understand, but they were all discussing what to do about the threat, and it was all leaving, it was all flying up, and it was fire, and the jungle was being destroyed, and it was like, and then after that, it was just space and stars and silence, like crushing vacuum silence for years. And that was terrifying. That was fucking terrifying. When I came back and I had hands, man, I can remember my own name.
You're grounded. Things are simpler. You're back inside the video game. What are the chances you think we're actually living in a video game?
When you say a video game, it implies that there's a player. Who's the player? It's God.
No, there's a main player usually. That's not going to be God. God is the thing that creates the video game.
Oh, so then they're just...
And there's somebody's there NPCs. Like, I'm an NPC.
You're an NPC.
Yeah. You created me.
See, is this like Halo where you can kind of kill the NPCs?
I see how you can try to get on you.
Okay, I think I'm just going to take a stand here. I think that because people, I'm just sick of fucking playing it that way. I think that because people live indoors in climate-controlled boxes in cities far away from nature, they completely lost track of everything that's real, and they started to think of the living side of a simulation. Notice that nobody carrying an alpaca up a mountain thinks that we're living inside of a video game. They all know that it's real because they've had babies on the floor of a cold hut. They understand the consequences of life. They understand the fish and how hard it is to get them and the basic rules of the wind and the rain and the river, and that we all have to play by those. And that it's and you talk to a grieving mother and ask her if she's living inside a video game. It's like the people. To me, this whole thing of, are we living in a simulation? To me, that's the infirmary of society starting to parody itself. It's people going, I have no meaning in my life anymore. So is this even real? And again, go ask the Sherpa, go ask the Eskimo. They're not.
You forget what fundamentally matters in life. What is the source of meaning in human life? If you talk about such subjects, nevertheless, you could, for a time, stroll in the big philosophical questions. And if you do it for short enough of time, you won't forget about the things that matter. That there is human suffering, that there is real human joy. That is real. Our time in the jungle was very hard.
Did you suffer enough to know that it's real?
Yeah, I was hoping we were in a video game that whole time.
So that's actually a really good way to. There was this moment that I watched where you were washing a shirt in this pathetic puddle because we had no water, because we had walked all day and tripped all day and gotten thorns in our hands and our feet and our legs, and we were lost in the jungle, and it was nighttime and we didn't know if a big tree was going to just fall on us and mousetrap kill us, and there's a lot of uncertainty. But I watched something very special happen to you, and that was I saw you crouching by the side of this puddle. It wasn't even a flowing stream, so we couldn't drink it. And you were just trying to wash the sweat off of your shirt. And you looked at me and you just said, the only thing that I care about right now is water. And I feel like in that moment we were united in the simple reality of the fact that we were so thirsty that it hurt. And that it was a little scary.
Yeah. It was scary. But also there was like a joy in the interaction with the water because it cools your body temperature down. And there's like a faith in that interaction that eventually we'll find clean water. because water is plentiful on Earth. It's kind of like a delusional faith. Eventually, we'll find. It was just like a little celebration. I think the cooling aspect of the water is the body temperature is really high. Traversing the really dense jungle, it's just the cooling is somehow grounding in a way that nothing else really is. Yeah, it was a little celebration of life on Earth, of the jungle, of everything. It was nice. It was a nice moment. I think about that. I had a couple of those. There's one in the puddle and one in the river. One was full of delusion and fear, and the other one was full of relief and celebration.
Yeah, there's this thing that they say where the all the pleasure in life is derived from the transitions. When you're cold, warm feels good. When you're hot, cold feels good. When you're hungry, food feels good. And when you're that thirsty, water becomes God. That's all you want. And also the other thing is that when we're out there, it felt so good to be so lost and so tired and so like we were doing levels. Like how would you describe the physicality of what we were doing? The level of physical exertion.
Well, it's something that I haven't trained. I don't even know how you would train for that kind of thing. But it's extremely dense jungle, so every single step is like completely unpredictable in terms of the terrain your foot interacts with. So the different variety of slippery that is mentioned before is fascinating. There's some things, the slope matters. Some roots of trees are slippery, some are not. Some trees in the ground are already rotted through, so if you step through, you're going to potentially fall through. So it could be a shallow hole, or it could be a very deep hole with some leaves and vegetation covering up the hole, where if you fall through, you could break a leg and you lose your footing or fall rolling downhill. And if you roll downhill, I'm pretty sure there's a 99% probability that you'll hit a thing with spikes on it. So there's so many layers of avoiding dangers, of small dangers and big dangers all around you with every single step. So there's like a mental exhaustion that sets in. Like it's just a perception, and you're just observing you're extremely good at perceiving, having situational awareness of taking the information in that's really important and filtering out the stuff that's not important. But even for you, that's exhausting. And for me, it was completely exhausting. Just paying attention to everything around you. And that exhaustion was surprising. It's like there's moments when you're like, I don't give a damn anymore. I'm just gonna stop.
And so that's it. You go, I don't care anymore. You reach out and you're just going to lean against this tree, and then what happens? Every time.
And then you have to get it. And then there's just bad luck because there is wasp nests. There's just like a million things, and that is physically, mentally, psychologically exhausting. Because when is this going to end? It's up. In our particular situation, up and down hills, very steep downward, very steep upward, no water, all this kind of stuff. It's the most difficult thing I've ever done. It's very difficult to describe what are the parameters that make it difficult. Because I run long distances very regularly. I do extremely difficult physical things regularly that on some surface level could seem much more challenging than what we did. But no, this was another beat. This is something else. But it was also raw and real and beautiful because it's what those explorers did.
Yeah.
It's what Earth is without humans. And also just like the massive scale of the trees around us was the humbling size difference between human and tree. It's both humbling in that like that tree is really old. It's the time difference, lifetime difference, and just the scale. It's like holy shit. We live on an earth that can create those things. It makes me feel small in every way. That life is short. That my physical presence on this earth is tiny. How vulnerable I am. All of those feelings are there. And in that, the physical endurance of traversing the jungle, was the hardest journey that I remember ever taking. every step. And then that made making it out of the jungle, and then made it the swim in the water that we could drink. That was just pure joy. That was probably one of the happiest moments in my life. Just sitting there with you, Paul, and with JJ in the water, full darkness, the rain coming down, and us all just laughing, having made it through that, having eaten a bit of food before, and the absurdity of the timing of all of it somehow worked out. And how we're just three little humans sitting in the river. Just our heads emerged barely above water. The jungle all around us. What a life.
That was a real adventure.
That was a real one. I'll never forget that. So it's a real honor to have shared that. Of course, we had very different experiences. When you saw a caiman in that situation, you're like, I have to go meet that guy. It's a friend of
Well,
mine.
I mean, we were in the river, in the thunderstorm, just next to above. We're all laughing our asses off, and we're in the river with the stingrays and the black caiman and the piranha and all the electric eels and everything, and it's pitch black out. And then what were we doing? We were holding our headlamps up, and there's those swirling moths, the infinity moths, all making those geometric patterns. And it's like we're just three ridiculous primates. Three friends in a river just laughing. Yeah. Because we were safer in that river than we had been in there, and we were rejoicing that the thunderstorm was compared to the war zone that we've been living in, thunderstorm was safe, and it really was a beautiful moment.
And also that like very different life trajectories have taken these three humans into this one place.
Yeah.
It's like what?
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, this universe that would like because we're kind of like those moths. You know what I mean? Like we come from some weird place on this earth, and we have all kinds of shit happen to us, and we're all pursuing some shit, some light, and we ended up here together, enjoying this moment.
Yeah.
That's something else. It just felt absurd, and in that absurdity was this like real human joy. And damn, water tasted good.
Man, water and those little oranges.
Yeah.
Those things, and then I would just say, like, do you feel like I feel like running, like no matter how much I run, I feel like you run, you do a workout and then you stop. Like maybe people who do ultras feel this, but like I felt like we woke up. It was like, wake up at dawn, 6 a.m. Let's start walking. Break camp, go, and it's like pretty much you just don't stop all day, and it's level 10 cardio all day long. And you're sweating buckets, and there's no water. It's like you would never put yourself through that voluntarily. You couldn't. You would never have the resolve to continue torturing yourself. Except for that we were trying to make it to freedom. Just get out. And it's like the obsession of that with the compass and the machete and navigating. Fuck.
I think there's something to be said about like the fact that we didn't think through much of that, and we just dived into it. I think we're like laughing and enjoying ourselves moments before, and once you go in, you're like, oh shit, and you just come face to face with it.
Yeah.
I think that's what whatever that is in humans that goes to that. That's what the explorers do. And the best of them do it to extreme levels.
Well, I think that what we did was to a pretty extreme level because we left the safety of a river, of knowing where we were, and voluntarily got lost in the Amazon with very little provisions. On a very, now that we're back, now that we experienced what we experienced, I really can't stop thinking about how fucking stupid it was that we did that. Because if we had gotten lost, Pico was saying, even if one of you had broken your leg, it's days and weeks away. Even if they had sent help for us, help would take how long to scour all that jungle? Sound doesn't travel. Even a helicopter, even if they looked for us, they wouldn't be able to see us. How would we signal for help? really build a fire. And so it's like, if anything had gone wrong, if we'd gone a few degrees difference to the west, it would have taken us 2 more days. If we'd gotten injured, if we carried through that, yeah. And so it's somehow only afterwards am I really going, oh, thank God, we didn't have this. Thank God. After I see so many people going, make sure nothing happens to Lex Friedman. Yeah. I'd be the deadest motherfucker on earth. It somehow works out. It does seem to somehow work out.
I asked you about Jane Goodall, another explorer of a different kind. What do you think about her? About her role in understanding this natural world of ours?
I think that Jane is like a living historical treasure. Like, I think somehow she's alive, but she's already reached that level where it's like Einstein, Jane Goodall. Like, there's these incredible minds. And you know, growing up as a child, my parents would read to me because I was so dyslexic. I didn't learn to read until I was quite old. And my mom was a big Jane Goodall fan, and all I wanted to hear about was animals. And so I would get read to about this lady named Jane Goodall, this girl who went to Africa and studied chimps and who broke all the rules and named her study subjects, even though that wasn't what you were supposed to do. And she became this incredible advocate for Earth and for ecosystems, and she seemed to realize as her career went on that teaching children to appreciate nature was the key. Because they're going, you know, that thing where she says we don't so much inherit the earth from our ancestors to borrow it from our children. We're just here, we're just passing through. And so if we destroy it, we're dimming the lights on the lives of future generations. And so she's been really, really cognizant of that. And she's been a light in the darkness. She's sort of, in terms of saying that animals have personalities and culture and their own inalienable rights and reasons for existing, and that human life is valuable. She's very big on that. Every day we influence the people around us and the events of the earth, even if you feel like your life is small and insignificant, that you do have an impact. And I think that's a really powerful little candle out there in the darkness that Jane carries.
What do you think about her field work with the chimps?
The fact that she did what she did at the age that she did, at the time that she did, is incredible. It's actually incredible. She has that explorer, and she also has that relentlessness. Is like this incredible quality. She just, you know, she travels 300 days a year, educating people, talking around the world, trying to help bolster conservation now, before it's too late. And traveling 300 days a year is not fun. Traveling at all is not fun.
So I started reading The River of Doubt that you recommended to me on weeks ago. So that guy's badass on many levels. But I didn't realize how much of a naturalist he was, how much of a scholar of the natural world he was. So that book details his journey into the Amazon jungle. What do you find inspiring about Teddy Roosevelt and that whole journey of just saying fuck it, of going to the Amazon jungle, taking on that expedition?
Well, I mean, Teddy Roosevelt, you could write volumes on what's inspiring about him. I think that, you know, he was a weak, asthmatic little rich kid that wasn't physically able, that had no self-confidence, and he was very, and he had pretty severe depression. He had tragedy in his life, and he was very, at least for me, he's been one of the people, like one of the first historical figures where he wrote about the struggle to overcome those things. And to make himself from being a weak, asthmatic little teenager to sort of strengthening himself and building muscle and becoming this barrel-chested lion of a guy who could be the president, who could be an explorer and one of the Rough Riders. And he's just, everything he does is so hyperbolically, you know, incredible. To come out of war and have the other people you fought with go, this guy has no fear. I mean, he must have just been a psychopath and had no fear. And then proving it further was that thing where he was going to give a speech to a bunch of people and he got shot in the chest. Yeah, and it went through his spectacle case and through his speech. And even though the bullet was lodged in his chest, this man said, "Don't hurt the guy that shot me." I believe he asked him, "Why'd you do it?" And then as he's bleeding and in the rain, said, no, I'm not going to the hospital. I'm going to keep going with this. What a badass. That's incredible.
But going to the jungle on many levels is really difficult for him at that time. There's so many things, so many more things even than now that can kill you. All the different infections, everything. And the lack of knowledge, the sheer lack of knowledge. So that truly is an expedition. A really, really challenging expedition. So there's lessons about what it takes to be a great explorer from that. The perseverance. How important do you think is perseverance in exploration? Especially through the jungle. That's all there is.
If you hear about the people, and I think that is a tremendous metaphor for life, because whether you hear about that plane that crashed in the Andes and the people were alone and freezing and they had to eat each other, and some of them made it out. Some of them kept the fire burning. And Teddy Roosevelt voluntarily, after being president, threw himself into the Amazon rainforest and survived. Came so close to dying, but survived. And so perseverance is all of it. I mean, that's I think that's our quality as a human.
So they also mapped. So on the biology side is interesting.
Yeah.
But they mapped and documented a lot of the unknown geography and biodiversity. What does it take to do that? So when I see more about the jungle, you always like, you capture a creature, take a picture, write down, like, so you can find new creatures, find new things about the jungle, document them, sort of a scientific perspective on the jungle. But back then, there's even less known, much less known about the jungle. So what do you think it takes to document, to map that world, that new unexplored wilderness?
I mean, they're clearly pressing botanical specimens. They're probably shooting birds, and Roosevelt knew how to preserve those specimens. I mean, he really was a naturalist, so he knew exactly what he's seeing these animals. To them, whereas we'll take a picture and identify it, they were harvesting specimens, taking them with them, drying them out. For them, it was totally different, and it could be the first. You know, there's I forget what JJ said. There's something like 70 species of ant birds here. It's like, so how likely are you to be the first person to ever see this one species of bird? And so for them, it's, you know, this bird, and so perfectly preserving that specimen. And I think a lot of non-scientific people don't realize that every species, from blue whale to elephant to blue jay to sparrow, whatever it is, whatever species we have on record, they're scientific specimens. And the first people to see them shot them. Mm-hmm. And that's the museums are filled with these catalogs, preserved birds that these explorers brought back from New Guinea and South America and Africa, and they put into these drawers, and now we labeled them, and we go, this is, you know, this is red and green macaw, this is scarlet macaw, this is the brown crested ant bird, and this is, and it's just
that book of birds you have, like encyclopedia of birds.
What the human achievement in these pages.
So people listening, while just flipping through a huge number of pages, these are just, is this in the Amazon or is this in Peru?
This is just here. Yeah, birds of Peru. Dude, pages on pages of toucans and arasaris and hummingbirds and antbirds and smoky brown woodpecker and tropical screech owl, which we just heard, by the way. It's just endless. Who knew there were so many birds? I had no idea there were so many.
Documenting all of that. And a lot, I mean, there's also, which you got to experience, and you're pretty good at also, is actually understanding and making the sounds of the different birds. What's your favorite bird sound to make?
Underrated to me, because in the crepuscular hours of dawn and dusk, they're usually the ones that make up what is considered by many to be the anthem of the Amazon.
Can you do a little bird for us?
That's what an underrated tinner sounds like. And it's usually like, oh, it is getting to be afternoon. It's almost like hearing the church bells on Sunday. It's like there's something about it. You go, oh, there he is.
And like you were saying, it's a reminder, oh, it's a friend of mine. Yeah. Surrounded by friends.
I have so many friends.
What does it take to survive out here? What are some basic principles of survival in the jungle?
Cleanliness. I mean, really, we talked about this, but like, I have so many holes in my skin right now. Look, I have mosquito. There we go. I have so many spots that I've scratched off of my skin. The mosquito bites me and then I scratch it. Or the other big one is that I worry that I have a tick. Not deliberately, not with my thinking brain, but my simian brain just wants to find and remove ticks. And so I scratch, and then if my fingernails get too long, I remove my skin, and then those get infected. And so staying hyper clean, using soap, like basic stuff, keeping order to your bags, order to your gear, things in dry bags. Make sure, we explained that we got in the river during a thunderstorm. We didn't explain why we did that, because the thunderstorm came when we had eaten dinner, but we hadn't set up our tents. And so we decided to cover our bags with our boats that we had been carrying, our pack rafts that we've been carrying in our backpacks. So all of our gear would stay dry. So the only thing we could do was either sit in the rain and be cold, or sit in the river and be warm. And so keeping our gear dry, momentary discomfort for future, that to me was an incredibly smart calculation to make. Is you got to be smart. You can't, not running out of a headlamp while you're out on the trail and being stuck in that darkness. It really takes just being a little bit on your toes. And I find that necessity of being on your toes is a place that I like to live in. It's just the right amount of challenge here.
So keeping the gear organized and all that, but also being willing to sort of improvise. I've seen you improvise very well because there's so much unknowns. There's so much chaos and dynamic aspects that, like, planning is not going to prevent you from having to face that at the end of the day.
No, it's been really funny watching you sort of shed your planning brain. Like day one, it was very much like, so are we gonna? And then I could see your brow sort of furrow when I would go, I don't know what time we're gonna get there. And you'd go, well, just tell me. I don't know what the jungle's gonna let us do. Let's record the podcast tomorrow. Okay, but if it rains, if it gets windy, if a Yahoo comes, a jaguar with rabies, like anything could happen. Landslide, anything, literally.
Tree. I mean, the thing you mentioned, trees falling, that's a thing in the jungle.
That's a major thing in the jungle.
Holy shit. First of all, a lot of trees fall.
Yeah.
And they fall quickly, and they can just kill you.
They fall quickly. They're huge. We're talking about trees that are like the size of school buses stacked and connected to other trees with vines, so that when they fall, this millennium tree, this 1,000-year-old tree, boom, it shakes the ground, pulls down other trees with it. So if you're anywhere near that for a few acres, you're getting smashed. That's the end of you. And so the jungle at any moment that you're out there could just decide to delete you. And then the leafcutter ants and the army ants and the flies and everything, you'll be digested in 3 days. You'll be gone. Gone. No bones. Nothing.
What do you think would eat most of you?
I would hope that like a king vulture with a colorful face would just get in there, like right in the ass, just like Nature's Metal, just like when they like walk in through the elephant's ass. I'd want that on camera trap. I think that would be a great way to go.
And you slowly look up and just kind of smile.
Yeah, just rip out your intestines, just shake, victorious over your dead body.
Well, but also honor a friend.
Yeah, sure, but you look just your white naked ass laying there in the jungle. You'd be like face down, shit.
That's why you always have to look good. Any moment tree falling you, and a vulture just swoops in and eats your heart.
That's right.
We talked about Alone the show a bit.
Rock House.
Yeah, what do you think about that guy? Rock House, Rowan Welker from season 7. He built the Rock House. He killed the muskox with bow and arrow, and he finished it with a knife.
And he had the GoPro mount to document it. That's really mind-blowing.
I mean, so for people who don't know, that shows you're supposed to survive as long as possible. On season 7 of the show, they literally said you can only win it if you survive 100 days. And there's a lot of aspects of that show that's difficult, one of which is it's in the cold. The others, they get just a handful of supplies, no food, nothing, none of that. So they have to figure all of that out. And this is probably one of the greatest performers on the show. growing up. Like we built a rock house shelter. So what is survival entails? Building a shelter, fire, catching food, so staying warm, getting enough energy to sort of keep doing the work. It takes a lot of work. Like building the rock house, I read that it took 500 calories an hour. So he had to feed himself quite a lot. You're lifting 200-pound boulders. And still the guy lost, I read 44 pounds, which is 20% of his body weight. So that's survival. What lessons, what inspiration do you draw from him?
I think he was fun to watch because he had this indomitable spirit. He wasn't there to commune with nature. He was there to win. And he was like, to me, that's the pioneer mentality. He goes, I'm a hunting guide. I'm out here. I'm going to win that money. I'm going to survive through the winter. He wasn't worried. I feel like so many people, like, they worry, second guessing themselves. Am I in a video game? I don't know. What's my, just questioning their entire existential identity. And this guy was like, you know what? There's a muskox over there. I'm going to shoot it. I'm going to stab it. And then I'm going to make a pouch out of its ball sack. And I'm going to live off that for the next few months and win $500,000. And that's an amazing amount of pragmatic optimism that I just enjoyed. And every time he would go, we got to get back to a rock house. And it became, even though he was all alone, he had a big smile on his face. And what made that season so great was it was him, and then it was Callie. And Roland had, the muscle and could make Rock's house. And then Callie was the opposite. She was this girl who, she could hunt with her bow and she knew how to fish. And she wasn't using raw power. But what was so endearing about her was how much she loved being out there. As hard as it was and as isolationist as it was, she was smiling every time the show cut to her. She was like, everybody, it's morning. Can you believe the frost? Like, you've been out there for 100 days. Amazing option. I think it was really an amazing show of that the game is all here. The game of life. The game of alone and the game of life. It's the same thing.
Yeah, she maintained that sort of silliness, the goofiness all through it when the condition got really tough. And she had a very different perspective as, Roland didn't want any of the spirituality. It's very pragmatic.
Yeah.
And for Callie is a very spiritual connection to the land. She said something like she wanted not only to take from the land, but to give back. I mean, there's this kind of poetic, spiritual connection to the land. It's such a dire contrast to Roland. But she's still a badass. I mean, to survive no matter what kind of personality you have to be a badass. I think she took a porcupine quill from her shoulder.
That was crazy because I think it went in somewhere completely different and it migrated to her shoulder. And the way that I understood that is because I said that's impossible. Because I remember that. She's like, pull out the shoulder. So there's something and then she pushed it out. And I remember I was like, hold up. How? And it was because the barbs, once it goes in, as you move and flex your body, it moves a little bit each time it migrates. Didn't even think of that shit.
Plus, if I remember correctly, I think she caught 2 porcupines. The second one was like rotting or something, or infected. It had an infected body, whatever.
It had the spots on it.
Yeah.
She chose not to eat it.
No, and then she chose not to eat it first, and then she decided to eat it eventually. Yeah, it's just that was an insane, sort of really thoughtful, focused, collective decision. Waiting a day and then saying, "Fuck it, I need this fat." And that was the other thing. Is like fat is important. It's like meat is not enough. You learn about what are the different food sources there. Apparently, there's rabbit starvation is a thing because when you have too much lean meat, it doesn't nourish the body. Fat is the thing that nourishes the body, especially in cold conditions. So that's the thing.
She was incredible, and I thought as brash and sort of fun as Roland was, she represented a much more beautiful take on it, and it was really heartbreaking when she lost. Because I mean, and like you said, still a badass. It was kind of like Forrest Griffin versus Stefan Bonner. Like it was like it doesn't matter who won. You guys beat the shit out of each other. Like,
and she didn't really lose, right?
No,
So she got evac because her toe was going
frostbite.
100 days. You think you can do 100 days?
Honestly, I don't know. I'm 18 years in the Amazon, man. I just at this point, it's I wouldn't sign up for another 100 days. You know, at this point, I don't have that to prove. I've survived in the wild, and I wouldn't want to voluntarily take 100 days away from everyone I know.
Yeah, the loneliness aspect is tough.
We're not meant for that. I really love the people I have in my life, and I wouldn't and you see it on the show. A lot of the people, big tough ex-Navy SEALs who are survival experts who know what they're doing, they get out there and they go, you know what? I miss my family. And they go, it's not worth it. They have this existential realization. I only got so many years here. Like, let's. This is crazy. Just some money. Fuck it. And go home.
You know, it's funny because you sometimes feeling yourself in the jungle when you're alone. And there's another guy, Jordan Jonas, Hobo Jodo. He's the season 6 winner, and he said that the camera made him feel less lonely. Yeah, I've heard of him from multiple channels. One of the things is he spent all of his 20s in living in Siberia with the tribes out there. Herzog, happy people. So he actually talked about that it's one of the loneliest times of his life because when he went up there, he didn't speak Russian, and he needed to learn the language. And even though you have people around you when you don't speak their language, it feels really, really lonely. And he felt less lonely on the show because he had the camera, and he felt like he could talk to the camera. There is an element when you have in these harsh conditions, if you like record something, you feel like you're talking to another human through it, even if it's just a recording. I sometimes feel that, like, maybe because I imagine a specific person who will watch it, and I feel like I'm talking to that person.
I noticed that when things got especially hard, and they did get especially hard when we were out in the wilderness, that you would begin filming to share that struggle. But I also think that I've used that at times where, yeah, you go, maybe because if you can tell someone else about it, then you're on the hero's journey. And then it sort of has to make you braver. And it changes how you go, I'm cold and I'm tired and I'm hungry and this hurts and that hurts and I don't know when we're going to make it and how is this going to go. And so, well, guys, we're here, we're going that way. And then you're like, well, I got to keep going. They're still out there if you forget.
You have to step up. That's one of the reasons I want a family. I think when you have kids, you have to do the best version of yourself, like for them.
All my friends with kids that I've seen them go through, where until you have a family, you're just playing around, man. I mean, you can do important work, you can have skin in other games, but it's once you have a little tribe of humans that depends on you, if you take that seriously, if you want to do that right, it's one of the hardest things you can do. And it just changes everything.
How has your life changed since we last met?
Speak about changing everything.
You've been, for people who don't know, pushing jungle peoples forward into uncharted territories, saving more and more and more and more rainforests. There's a lot, I could ask you about that. There's a lot of stories to be told there. It's a fight. It's a battle. It's a battle to protect this beautiful area of rainforest, of nature. But since we last met, you've continued to make a lot of progress. So what's the story of Jungle Keepers leading up to the moment we met and after and everything you're doing right now?
18 years ago when I first came to the jungle, I was a kid from New York who always dreamed since I was 6 years old, maybe even younger, of going to a place where animals are everywhere and there's big trees and skyscrapers of life. And so being dyslexic and not fitting in school and reading about Jane Goodall and having Lord of the Rings be one of the things I grew up on, I just chose to come to the Amazon, and the first person I met was this local indigenous conservationist named Juan Julio Duran, who was trying to protect this remote river, the Las Piedras River, which in history, apparently Fawcett referenced either the Las Piedras, and he called it Tawamanu, and said, don't go there. You'll surely die from tribes. And so there's very few references to this river in history. It's stayed very wild because it's been a place that the law hasn't made it, that the government hasn't really extended to, like, you know, sort of past the police limit. And so JJ was out here ages ago trying to protect this river before it was too late. And when I met him, I was just a barely out of high school kid with a dream of just seeing the rainforest, let alone seeing a giant anaconda or having any sort of meaningful experience or contribution to the narrative. And somehow, over all the years that we began working together and sparked a friendship and began exploring and going on expeditions and bringing people to the rainforest and asking them for help and manifesting the hell out of this insane dream that we had. I mean, we didn't even have a boat. We would take logs down the river. We would have to cut a tree down every time we wanted to return to civilization. We'd have to cut down a balsa tree and float down the river on it. Yeah. It's madness. Like, it's madness. It's pure madness. And I don't know what made us keep going, but along the way, people showed up who cared and who wanted to help. And if it was a movie, it wouldn't even necessarily be a good movie because you'd go, oh, please. You're just telling me that you just kept doing the thing and just magically people showed up. But yeah, that's what happened. That's exactly the way it went. We kept doing the thing that we loved. We said, it doesn't matter if we don't have funding or a boat or gasoline or friends or anything. We just kept going. And along the way, we found someone who could help us start a ranger program. And then we found Dax Da Silva, who helped us fund the beginning of Jungle Keepers. And then people like Mosin and Stefan, who were there making sure that this thing actually took flight off the ground. And then right around the time that we were wondering what was going to happen and if we're all going to have to quit and get real jobs and if we could actually save the rainforest from the destruction that was coming, Lex Friedman sent me a DM and honestly changed the entire narrative. Because up until then, we've been playing in the minor leagues, pretending, trying real hard, and the listeners of your show, in the moments after you published your episode with our conversation, began showing up in droves and supporting Jungle Keepers, putting in 5, 10, 100, 1,000. We started getting these donations. And the incredible team that I work with, we all went into hyperdrive. Everybody started going nuts. We all started spending 16-hour days working to try and deal with the tidal wave that Lex sent towards us. Just because so many people knew that we were doing this, that it was an indigenous-led fight to protect this incredibly ancient virgin rainforest before it was cut, and people resonated with that. And so we got this huge swell of support. And this year we've protected thousands and thousands of more acres of rainforest because of that swell of support. So current 50,000 acres. What's the goal? What's the approach to saving this rainforest? Since we printed this, it's gone up to 66,000 acres. And as you know, in each of those little acres are millions and millions of animal heartbeats and societies of animals. And the goal here is that we're between Mano National Park, Alto Cruz National Park, the Tambopata Reserve. We're in a region that's known as the biodiversity capital of Peru, one of the most biodiverse parts of the Western Amazon. And we're fighting along the edge of the Trans-Amazon Highway. And so it's just a small group of local people and some international experts who have come together and used these incredibly out-of-side-of-the-box strategies to sort of crowdfund conservation. So look, we know that this incredible life is here. We have the scientific evidence. We have the national park system. If we can protect this before they cut it down, we could do something of global significance. All these jaguars, all these monkeys, all these undescribed medicines, the uncontacted tribes that we share this forest with, could all be protected. And people have stepped up and begun to make that happen. And there's people from all over the world. It's incredible. Well, what's the approach? So trying to, with donations, to buy out more and more of the land and then protect it. So the approach is that currently the government favors extraction. So if you're a gold miner or an illegal logger, or you just want to cut down and burn a bunch of rainforests and set up a cacao farm, the government's fine with that. Doesn't matter. You're not really breaking the law if you destroy nature. Because as long as you're producing something from the land, they don't see it as a loss that nature is destroyed permanently. Yeah, it's just wilderness. It's sort of just beyond the scope of it. Or the local people that technically own the land out here, the local indigenous people. For instance, we fought this year to help the community of Puerto Nuevo, who's been fighting for 20 years to have government-recognized land. These are indigenous people in the Amazon fighting to protect their own land. And you know what it was that was holding them back? They didn't understand how the system of legal documents worked to certify that title of land. They didn't really have the funding to go from their very, very remote community into the offices. And so Jungle Keepers helped them with that. And so really all we're doing is helping local people protect the forest that is their world. If people donate, how will that help? If people donate to Jungle Keepers, what you're doing is you're helping someone like JJ, who's an indigenous naturalist, who has the vision, who has seen forests be destroyed. He's trying to protect it before it's too late. You're saving mahogany trees, ironwood trees, kapok trees, skyscrapers of life. Just monkeys, birds, reptiles, amphibians, birds, mammals, this entire avatar on Earth world of rainforest that produces a fifth of the oxygen we breathe and the water we drink. This incredible thing. As far as I know, it's the most direct way to protect that. So the fact that we've, we have large funders who give us, $100,000 to protect this huge swath of land, and that goes through things like this and through Instagram. It goes directly to the local conservationists who work with the loggers to protect that land before it's cut. But one of the most impactful things that has happened this year in the wake of our last conversation was that email from a mother, and she said, I'm a single mom and I work a few jobs and I can't afford to give you a ton of money, but me and my kids look at your Instagram often after dinner, and they really want to protect the heartbeats. They really want to protect the animals in the rainforest, and so we give $5 a month to Jungle Keepers, and it was, to me, that was so impactful because I used to be that little kid worried about the animals, and I saw how a few million raindrops can create a flood. Yeah, I ask that people donate to Jungle Keepers. You guys are legit. That money is going to go a long way. JungleKeepers.org. If you somehow were able to raise very large, so the raindrops would make a waterfall, a very large amount of money. I don't know what that number is. Maybe $10 million, $20 million, $30 million. What are the different milestones along the way that could really help you on the journey of saving the rainforest? If let's just say some company, organization, or if enough people donated, let's just say we got that $30 million. That money would go directly into stopping logging roads, into creating a corridor, a biological corridor that connects the uncontacted indigenous reserves with other tribal lands, with Manu National Park, with the Tambopata, which establishes essentially the largest protected area in the Amazon rainforest. And what makes this groundbreaking is that we're not doing this in the traditional way. We're doing this, take it to the people. And that's what's been so exciting is that, when he started this, when JJ started this 30 years ago, he had no idea. His father wanted him to be a logger. He didn't have shoes until he was 13 years old. He grew up bathing in the river. He had no idea that a bunch of crazy foreigner scientists were going to show up and some guy in a James Bond suit was going to come down here with microphones and that all of a sudden the world would know that he was on this quest to protect this incredible ecosystem and all those little aliens.
Well, that's all the important thing to remember, that the people that are cutting down the forest, the loggers, are also human beings. Their families, they're basically trying to survive, and they're desperate, and they're doing the thing that will bring them money. And so they're just human beings. At the core of it, if they have other options, if they have other options, they will probably choose to give their life to saving the community, to first and foremost providing for their family, and after that, saving the community, helping the community flourish. And I think probably a lot of them love the rainforest. They grew up in the rainforest.
Yeah, I mean, look at Pico. Pico used to be a logger, full-time logger, long-time logger. Now he loves conservation. Yo soy muy conservacionista.
Yeah.
You know,
it's all about just providing people options. There's some dark stuff on the gold mine stuff you talked about. You showed me parts of the rainforest where the gold mines are, and they're just kind of erasing the rainforest.
Yeah.
So at the edges, that's when the mining happens. It's this ugly process of them just destroying the jungle just for the surface layer of the sand or whatever that they process to collect just little bits of gold. And there's also very dark things that happen along the way as the communities around the gold mines are created. So that the entirety of the moral system that emerges from that has things like prostitution, where 1/3 of the women that are drawn into that sex trafficking and prostitution are minors under 17 years old, 13 to 17 year old. There's just a lot of really, really dark stuff. I think that we have a rare chance to do something against that darkness. I think that this is an example of local people who have taken action, done good work, been good to the people that have visited, harnessed a certain amount of international momentum, and now we're on the cusp of doing something historic. And so for the children in the communities along this river, it won't be being a prostitute in a gold mine. It'll be becoming a trained ranger. Like last month, our ranger coordinator and one of our female rangers went to Africa for a ranger conference. And it's like we're beginning to, this is someone from a little tiny village with thatched huts upriver. She went to Africa to talk about being a professional conservation ranger. And it's like, that's changing lives. And her daughters then, she's married to Ignacio today. Their kids are going to grow up seeing their parents walking around with the emblem on and go, oh, I want to. And then people like Pico and Pedro and all these guys that work here are going to go, well, we have to protect this forest. And then they start getting fascinated about the snakes. And then they start caring about the turtle eggs. And then all of a sudden they have a way of life, and nobody needs to go nobody needs to go steal anybody's kids to be a prostitute in a gold mine. That's horrible. And so it's really it's a win-win for the animals, for the river, for the rainforest, for people. We're improving. It's biocentric conservation. It's just making everything better. Yeah, I've read in an article, it said an estimated 1,200 girls between ages of 12 and 17 are forcibly drafted into child prostitution around the communities in the gold mines. At least 1/3 of the prostitutes in the camp are underage. The girls had ended up in the camp after receiving a tip that there were restaurants looking for waitresses and willing to pay top dollar. They jumped on a bus together and came down to the rainforest. What they found was not what they were expecting. The mining camp restaurants served food for only a few hours a day. The rest of the time, it was the girls themselves who were on the menu. Literally, at the end of the road, without the money to return home, the girls would soon become trapped in prostitution.
It's interesting to me that the most devastating destruction of nature, the complete erasure of the rainforest, burned to the ground, sucked through a hose, spit out, into a disgusting mercury puddle, like the complete annihilation of life on Earth goes hand in hand with the complete annihilation of a young life. It's like it's all based around the same thing. It's the light versus the dark. It's the destruction and the chaos versus a move towards order and hope. And it is incredibly dark. And this region is heavy with it.
Well, I'm glad you're fighting for the light. Is there like a milestone in your future that you're working towards, like financially in terms of donations?
There is. In the next year and a half, as you saw in your time here, there's roads working around the Jungle Keepers concessions. All the work that the local people are doing to protect this land is trying to be dismantled by international corporations that are subcontracting logging companies here. And really what we need is $30 million in the next 2 years to protect the whole thing. You've seen the ancient mahogany trees, you've seen the families of monkeys, you've seen the caiman in the river. All of this is standing in the pathway of destruction. That road, they're going to come down that road, and men with chainsaws are going to dismantle a forest that has been growing since the beginning. This is so magical. Do you see the snake over there? Yeah. Do you? Okay, I'm just going to, don't move. I don't want you to move. I'm going to just, this is what we're going to Snakes, I've been hoping that you would get to see this snake. I have been praying.
Oh boy.
Okay. Let's just go right down to this little beauty creation. Just keep you away from the fire. Look at this little grandmother tree snake. Such an incredible.
Tell me about the snake.
Harmless little snake. If you put your hand out, he'll probably just crawl onto you. And just be real careful with the fire. So look, I'm just going to put him like this. Yeah, it's just snake safety. So he's a tree snake. Yep, nice and slow, nice and slow, nice and slow. So be nice and slow. Just really slow. Just be the tree. Be the tree that he climbs on. And this is like, again, this is a snake that's so thin and so small. Just be the tree. Let him crawl around. So he's going to try and do all this stuff. Let me see if I can just calm him down. Yeah. Just see like the snake feeling out. Look at this. I can see the light through his body. To me, this is an alien. This is this strange little life form. His eyes are 2/3 of his head. I'm not joking. Look at their skull.
He's so tiny.
He's so tiny.
People listening, there's a snake in Paul's hands right now. It's very, it's long, of course, but very skinny, very light.
And also for everyone listening, the odds of that as we're sitting here doing this podcast, that a snake would just be crawling by in the jungle might sound like something that would happen, but the density of snakes in the Amazon rainforest makes this a very unique experience.
Can you tell me a little bit about the coloration?
Yeah,
So with the brown.
yeah, just to describe this as we were talking here, it's just a sort of banded white and brown snake with this tiny little head about the size of my pinky nail. 2/3 of this snake's head is made up of its gigantic eyes. It's got a small mouth, and it's about a third as thick as a pencil. It's basically a moving shoestring. It's incredibly thin. The one thing I am thinking, Lexo, is that if we have Dan come and just do some shots of. Dan! So what are we looking at? The snake that was crawling behind us in the jungle, that as we were talking about jungle keepers and what we could do, and the snake just showed up at that moment. And this is a very active little snake. hut tonight and wants to find something to eat. So this is a blunt-headed tree snake, totally harmless, literally a moving shoestring. Super beautiful little animal. When you talk about aliens, to me, this is like, what are you thinking? What are you doing right now? What do you think about the fact that you are being handled by these giant humans?
And as you were saying, it reaches up to the leaves.
Yeah, the snake just naturally knows to go, look, put him anywhere near leaves, and he's like, I got this. He just wants to go right up into that tree. I just want you to try holding him. And real gentle, just be the tree. Yeah. And just kind of do the same thing you learned last night. Just nice and gentle. Yep. And see, he's holding on to my finger right now. He's just going up. There you go. Perfect. Nice and easy. He's a little erratic. He's a little goofy.
Maybe he's camera shy. Maybe he's a fan of the podcast. And gigantic eyes relative to his body size.
Oh, jeez.
Hello, Moth.
Traffic in the jungle. I meant for everyone listening, as we're handling the snake that we found that was crawling by us, like literally by our shoulders as we're talking, a bat flies through, no joke, 8 inches from Lex's ear. Like just zips past his head as he's holding a snake while we're sitting here in the jungle. It's just, we're just in it now. Now he's gonna try and back up.
How do you?
Yeah, why don't you?
He's weaved this way.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say, thank you, Mr. Snake.
Thank you, Mr. Snake.
Thank you, Mr. Snake. And then we can resume normal podcasting now. Because
We really are in the jungle.
we
right
really
now.
are in the jungle. That's one of my favorite snakes. That's one of my favorite little aliens on this planet.
It's going on some long journey. It's gonna carry the rest of the night. So that little snake is one of the millions of life forms, heartbeats that you're trying to protect.
Exactly. To me, after almost 20 years down here, the people here have become my friends. The caiman on the river, the monkeys. When I fall asleep at night, I think about all the different heartbeats, all the different little creatures here that when they bulldoze this forest, when they chop down these trees, that they vanish. We take away their world. And in that very evolutionary, historical sense of remembering the primordial soup, it's like this little creature is surviving out here somehow, and we have the chance to save it. And even if you don't care about the little creature on the pale blue dot, each of these little creatures contributes to this massive orchestral whole that creates climactic stability on this planet. And the Amazon is one of the most important parts of that, and each of these little guys is playing a role in it.
So one of the other fascinating life forms is other humans, but living a very different kind of life. So uncontacted tribes. What do you find most fascinating about them?
What I find most fascinating about the uncontacted tribes is that while me and you are sitting here with microphones and a light, somewhere out there in that darkness, in that direction, not so far away as the crow flies, there are people sitting around a fire in the dark, probably with little more than a few leaves over their heads, who don't even have the use of stone tools, who only have metal objects that they've stolen from nearby communities. They're living such primitive, isolated, nomadic lives in the modern world, and they're still living naked out in the jungle. It's truly incredible. It's truly remarkable, and I think that it's because they can't advocate for themselves, they can't protect themselves. It's sort of like, well, we can let them get shot up by loggers and let their land get bulldozed while they hide. They have no idea that their world is being destroyed. But they're sort of the scariest and most fascinating thing out there right now in the jungle.
What do you think because you've spoken about them being dangerous, what do you think their relationship with violence is? Why is violence part of their approach to the external world?
So from the best I understand it, that at the turn of the century, Industrial Revolution, we had sudden immense need for rubber, for hoses and gaskets, and wires and tires and the war machine. And the only way to get rubber was to come down to the Amazon rainforest and get the local people who knew the jungle to go out into the jungle and cut rubber trees and collect the latex. And Henry Ford tried doing Fordlandia, tried having rubber plantations, but leaf blight killed it. And so we had this period of horrendous extraction in the Amazon where the rubber barons were coming down and just raping and pillaging the tribes and making them go out to tap these trees. And the uncontacted tribes said no. They had their 6-foot-long longbows, 7-foot-long arrows with giant bamboo tips, and they moved further back into the forest. And they said, we will not be conquered. And since that time, they've been out there, and it's confusing because in a way they're still running scared a century later, and their grandparents would have told them, the outside world, everyone you see in the outside world is trying to kill you, so kill them first. So can you blame them for being violent? No. Is this river still wild because loggers were scared to go here for a long time, for almost a century late? That's why this forest is still here? Yes. And so is it a human rights issue that we protect the last people on Earth that have no government, no affiliation, no language that we can explain? We don't know what their medicinal plant knowledge is. We don't know the creation myths. We know nothing about them. And they're just out there right now with bows and arrows, living in the dark, surviving in the jungle, naked, without even spoons. Forget about the wheel. Forget about iPhones. They got nothing. And they're making it work.
We don't know their creation myths. So they have a very primitive existence. But do you think their values... First of all, do you think their nature is similar to ours? And how do their values differ?
This is complicated because the anthropologist in me wants to say that they have a historical reason for the violent life that they have. They experienced incredible generational trauma some time ago, and because they've been living isolated in the jungle, that has permeated to become their culture. They've become a culture of violence. But yet, the contacted modern indigenous communities that we work with, that are my friends that work here, just the other day, we were speaking to one of them who was pulling spikes out of your hand while he was explaining that he tried to help them, the brothers, the hermanos. He tried to help them. He tried to give them a gift. And what did they do? They shot him in the head.
Yeah, he said there are brothers. And he tried to give them bananas, plantains, boat full of plantains, and they shot him.
They shot 3 arrows at him, and one of them actually hit him in the skull and put him in the hospital. He got helicopter evacuated from his community. And so he's brave for surviving, but he's a lucky survivor. They are incredibly accurate with those bamboo-tipped arrows, and those arrows are 7 feet long. So when you get hit by one, they come at a velocity that can rip through you. And the range on a shotgun is way shorter than the range on a longbow. You're talking about a couple 100 meters on a longbow. And they're deadly accurate. They can take spider monkeys out of a tree. And so there's stories of loggers, and I've seen the photos of the bodies of loggers who attacked one of the tribes. And the tribe hadn't done anything. These loggers came around the bend. They started shooting shotguns at the tribe. And the tribe scattered into the forest. And as the loggers' boat went around the bend, they just started flying arrows. Took out the boat driver, boat skidded to the side. And then everybody was standing in the river. You can't run. And the tribe just descended on them and just porcupine full of arrows.
Shotgun versus bow. There's a shotgun shell here, by the way.
Yeah.
From the loggers.
Yeah, we picked that up yesterday. Was that yesterday?
I don't know.
I don't know.
One of the things
I
that
think
happens here
that's
is time loses meaning in some kind of deep way that it does when you're in a big city in the United States, for example, and there's schedules and meetings and all this kind of stuff. It transforms the meaning, your experience of time, your interaction with time, the role of time, all of this. I've forgotten time, and I've forgotten the existence of the outside world.
And how does that feel?
It feels more honest. It also puts in perspective, like all the busyness, all the. It kind of takes the ant out of the ant colony and says, "Hey, you're just an ant. And this is just an ant colony, and there's a big world out there." But it's a chance to be grateful, to celebrate this earth of ours and the things that make it worth living on, including the simple things that make the individual life worth living, which is water and food. And there's also details. Of course, the friendships and social interaction, that's really good one, actually. That one I'm taking for granted because I didn't get a chance to really spend time alone. And when I came here, I got a chance to hang out with you. And there's a kind of camaraderie, there's a friendship there. If that's broken, that's a tough one too. You spent quite a lot of time alone in the jungle. You ever get alone out here?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the first 15 years we were doing this, there would be times that JJ would be busy in town with his family, and I would, with sheer love of the rainforest, I would have to come alone out here. And we didn't have running water. I didn't have running water. I didn't have lights. All I had was a couple of candles in the darkness and a tent, and I was 20-something years old living in the Amazon by myself. The boat sunk. And yeah, it's incredibly low. I had to learn through experience because I thought there's a period, I think when you're young, as a young man, I had this thing, like I wanted to prove that I could be like the explorers. I wanted to prove that I could handle the elements, that I could go out alone, that I could have these deep connective moments with the jungle, and it's like I did that, and it's great. And you know what the kid from Into the Wild learned right before he died in that bus? That if you don't have somebody to share it with, but I don't know, some kind of like even just deep human level. Like even if you have somebody to share it with, you ever just get alone out here? Just like this sense of like existential dread of like what, the jungle has a way of not caring about any individual organism. It's just kind of journeys. It's like it makes you realize that life is finite quite intensely. Yeah, for me, it's comforting being here because I find the rat race, the national narrative, the need to make money, to worry about war, to be outraged about the newest thing that politician said and what that actor did, and it just there's always just this unending sort of media storm, and everyone's worried and everyone's trying to optimize their sunlight exposure and find the solution and buy the right new thing. To me, coming out here, first of all, I mean something here because I can help someone. I can help people. I can help these animals. And so I find my meaning out here. But also, there's the losing the madness over the mountains. It's nature has always, and for many people, been where things make sense. And to me, I think I'm a simple analog type of person that it makes sense that when it rains, you get in the river, stay warm. And You know, you wait for the dawn and you see a little tree snake, and you say it makes more sense. And I think that the overwhelming teeming complexity that is inside the ant mound of society can be dizzying for some people. And I think that maybe it's the dyslexia, maybe it's just that I love nature. But now when I land in JFK, I feel like a frightened animal. It's as if you release like a some animal that had never seen it onto into Times Square, and you can just imagine this dog with its ears back running away from taxis and just cowering from the noise, and it's just hustle and bustle, and people are brutal, and how much you want it for? Get in the car, and screaming over the intercom, and just everything sensory changes, and let's get home. Okay, let's go. You got a meeting. You got to get to the next place. You got to give a talk. You got to say, here, when we finish up here, what are we going to do? We're going to eat some food. Maybe go catch a crocodile. Go walk around the jungle at night. It's slower. It makes sense. And there's that deep meaning of that here, where we can be the guardians for good. We can hold that candle up and know for sure that we're protecting the trees from being destroyed. And it's that simple thing of just, this is good. There you go. It's simple. In society, I feel like everyone is always losing their minds and forgetting the most basic of fundamental truths. And out here, you can't really argue with them. You know, when we needed water, it was like, shit, if we don't get water, we're fucked. And that's, to me, that's where the camaraderie comes from, because no matter what, we go to the most fancy ass restaurant, the biggest, most famous people in the world, doesn't matter. We still remember what it was like standing around in the jungle going, we're scared. We don't have water. We got reduced to the simplest form of humans, and that's something. And we survived, and that's cool.
And you take all those people in their nice dresses and those fancy restaurants and put in those conditions, they're all gonna want the same thing. It's water, and
Yes,
it's all the same thing.
all the people.
How has your view of your own mortality evolved over your interaction with the jungle? How often do you think about your death?
Oh, that's really great. Thanks for playing.
Well, I
that
don't
absolute
anymore,
dog
'cause
shit music after it.
I've come to believe that there is a benevolent God, spirit, creator, taking care of us, and I don't think about my own death. We have a little bit of time here, and we clearly know nothing about what we're doing here. And it seems like we just have to do the best we can. And so it doesn't scare me. I've come close to dying a lot of times, and I just don't think that you don't want to have a bad day. First of all, you don't want to be a statistic. You don't want to find out. You don't want to be the first to try out a new product and oops, it crushed you. You know, that's a terrible way to go. Or the people that used to, the gold rush, they were using mercury and they all getting, or lead, it was lead poisoning. And it's like, a few million people died that way. And it's like, you want a good death. Staring down the eyes of a tiger. And cliffs something warrior. Mm-hmm. But
Riding a 16-foot black king, just
boots on, screaming. Yeah. That'd be fun. That'd be a good one.
a lot of people say that you carry the spirit of Steve. In your heart, the way you carry yourself in this world, I mean, that guy is full of joy.
If I have a percentage of Steve Irwin, I would be on it. But that guy, I think there's only one Steve. I think that he occupied his own strata of just shining light. Everything was positive, enthusiasm, love, and happiness, and save the animals and do better and let's make it fun. And that was so infectious that it sort of transcended his TV show, it transcended his conservation work, it transcended business and entrepreneurship. It was just through sheer magnetism and enthusiasm. Everyone knew who Steve was. Everyone loved Steve. We still all love Steve. And so it's just amazing what one spirit can do. So if anybody, makes that comparison, I get really uncomfortable, because to me, Steve Irwin is like just the GOAT, and so I'm okay with that.
Well, I at least agree with that comparison. Having spent time with you, there's just an eternal flame of joy and adventure too, just pulling you. A dark question, but do you think you might meet the same end, giving your life in some way to something you love?
That is a dark question, but I think most likely I'll get whacked by loggers. I think that loggers or gold miners will take me out. I don't picture myself going from animals, but
That would be heartbreaking too.
yeah, it would. Yeah, at the same time though, like the Kurt Cobain value of that, if I died doing what I love to protect the river, I'd be so worth so much more. A lot. Like we'd get to 30 million if I died tomorrow for sure. So we've already talked about this with my friends. I'm like, if I get whacked, do the foundation, make the documentary, protect the river, protect the heartbeats, call it the heartbeats, jungle people. You know, be ready for it, because these things do happen. People get pissed if you get in their way, and as many happy people whose lives were changing, there's also going to be some jealous, shitty, upset people who are mad that they can't make prostitutes out of young girls and keep destroying the planet, and so they might just erase you.
Well, I hope you like a Clint Eastwood character. It's impossible to kill. I like how you squinted your eyes. On cue. Who do you think will play you in a movie?
God, somebody with the right nose.
Yeah.
Somebody who can live up to this schnozzle.
Yeah.
All right.
Italian. It's funny. Do you think of yourself as Italian or human, American?
That's the thing. I don't, my life has been the United Nations of whatever. Like I don't, that's the other thing. Go back to society. Everyone's obsessed with race. To me, I'm like, look, leopards have black babies and yellow babies. One mother. Like they're all leopards. And I'm so colorblind and race blind and everything else. I've lived in India. My friends are Peruvian. My family, we got Italian, Filipino, just everything. And so I'm so immersed in it that when I find it very jarring and disconcerting how much time we spend talking about different religions and just the differences in humans. And dude, we're talking about whether or not our ecosystems are going to be able to provide for us. We're talking about nuclear. We're talking about some pretty serious shit on the table. And we're over here arguing over like shades of gray. It's so trivial. And that shit drives me crazy. And as does the outrage where it's like, you have to care more. I've been criticized for not caring enough about that. And I'm like, I'm gonna who cares what the hell I am? Who gives a shit what the hell? I'm a human. We're all human. Yeah, it's not that easy, but it's kind of fun sometimes. And we're at a better time. And like when you think about like the Middle Ages, like even if you were a king, you still didn't have that good. You didn't have pineapples in the winter. You didn't even know what the fuck a pineapple was. We have pineapples whenever we want. We can fly on planes to other countries.
Let's clarify. We, you mean a large fraction of the world. I mentioned to you one of the biggest things I've noticed when I immigrated from the Soviet Union to the United States is how plentiful bananas and pineapples were, the fruit section, the produce section of the. They didn't have to wait in line at the grocery store to just eat as many bananas and pineapples and cherries and watermelon as you want. Not everybody has that.
That's true. Not everybody has that,
but everybody could be that king.
But a growing number of people today
can feast on pineapple.
And have toasters and new distracting apps all the way until the grave.
That's the thing that I also noticed is I don't think so much about politics when I'm here. Or
we haven't even talked about it.
Don't talk about the stupid differences between humans. Except to just kind of laugh at the absurdity of it on occasion.
Busy trying to survive glaciers and jungles and avalanches and all kinds of shit.
Do you think nature is brutal, as one of Herzog showed it, or is it beautiful?
with consent, without
I
consent,
think
those people are not, in my opinion,
the brutality of nature is the chaos, and I think that
how bored were you?
we are the only ones in it that are capable of organizing in the direction of order and
And for
life.
anybody out there, it's like,
So yes, there are going to be hyenas tearing each other apart. Yes, there's going to be war-torn nations and poor, starving children, but we as humans have the power to work towards something more organized than that. So there is a force within nature that's always searching for order. So it's kind of a unifying theory if you think about it. I mean, all of the chaos of history and the wars and the chaos of nature, we through technology and organization, there's so many people, more people today than ever before, I think, who are so concerned, who realize that the incredible power, like what Jane Goodall says about, how you can affect the people around you, how you can do good in the world, how you can change the narrative of conservation from one of loss and darkness to one of innovation and light. Like we can do incredible things. We are the masters as humans. And I think that we're on the cusp of sort of understanding the true potential of that. Like I just think that more than other people have harnessed this ability to do good in the world and be proud of it and just change the darkness into something else. When you have lived here and taken in the ways in the Amazon jungle, how have your views of God, you mentioned, how have your views of God changed? Who is God? I've come to believe that, again, back to that Christ wasn't a Christian, Muhammad wasn't a Muslim, and Buddha wasn't a Buddhist. That, like, the game is love and compassion. And the universe is chaotic and dangerous, and nature is chaotic and dangerous. But if this is some sort of a biological video game, our reality, that the test is, can we be good? And we go through it every day. Can you be good to your parent? Can you be good to your partner? Can you be good to your coworkers? It's so difficult. And we see how people can cheat and steal and hurt and destroy and the incredible impact that it has on the world. The returning exponential impact that one act of kindness, one act of good can do. And so I see nature as God. I see the religions as different cultural manifestations of the same truth, the same creative force. Maybe me and you have the same beliefs. Your aliens are my angels. Well, thank you for being one of the humans trying to do good in this world. And thank you for bringing me along for some adventure. And I believe more adventure awaits. Thank you for being enough of a psychopath to actually just sign on to come into the Amazon rainforest in a suit. And a year ago, when you told me that you were going to do this, I truly didn't believe you. So for being a man of your word and for the incredible work you do to connect humans and to create dialogue and to do good in the world. For all the adventures that we've had, thank you so much. Thank you, brother. Les. Thanks, man. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Paul Blakely. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words with Joseph. The big question is whether you are going to be able to say a hearty yes to your adventure. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
Reach into your room. Oh, just feel that gentle touch.
The whole point of relativity is to say there's no such thing as right now when you're far away. And that is doubly true for what's inside a black hole. You might think, well, the galaxy is very big. It's really not. It's some tens of thousands of light years across. and billions of years old. So you don't need to move at a high fraction of the speed of light to fill the galaxy.
The number of worlds is
Very good.
very, very, very big. Where do those worlds fit? Where do they go?
The short answer is the worlds don't exist in space. Space exists separately in each world.
The following is conversation with Sean Carroll, his third time in this podcast. He is a theoretical physicist at Johns Hopkins, host of the Mindscape podcast that I personally love and highly recommend, and author of many books, including the most recent book series called The Biggest Ideas in the Universe. The first book of which is titled Space, Time, and Motion, and it's on the topic of general relativity. And the second, coming out on May 14th, so you should definitely pre-order it, is titled Quanta and Field, and that one is on the topic of quantum mechanics. Sean is a legit active theoretical physicist, and at the same time, one of the greatest communicators of physics ever. I highly encourage you to listen to his podcast, read his books, and pre-order the new book to support his work. This was, as always, a big honor and a pleasure for me. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. Supported, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Sean Carroll. In book one of this series, The Biggest Ideas in the Universe, called Space, Time, Motion, you take on classical mechanics, general relativity, by taking on the main equation of general relativity and making it accessible, easy to understand. So maybe at the high level, what is general relativity? What's a good way to start to try to explain it?
Probably the best way to start to try to explain it is special relativity, which came first, 1905. It was the culmination, right, of many decades of people putting things together, but it was Einstein in 1905. In fact, it wasn't even Einstein. I give more credit to Minkowski in 1907. So Einstein in 1905 figured out that you could get rid of ether, the idea of a rest frame for the universe, and all the equations of physics would make sense, with the speed of light being a maximum. But then it was Minkowski, who used to be Einstein's professor in 1907, who realized the most elegant way of thinking about this idea of Einstein was to blend space and time together into space-time. He really imagined that there is no hard and fast division of the four-dimensional world in which we live into space and time separately. Einstein was at first dismissive of this. He thought it was just like, oh, the mathematicians are over-formalizing again. But then he later realized that if space-time is a thing, it can have properties. And in particular, it can have a geometry. It can be curved from place to place. And that was what let him solve the problem of gravity. He had previously been trying to fit in what we knew about gravity from Newtonian mechanics, the inverse square law of gravity, to his new relativistic theory. It didn't work. So the final leap was to say gravity is the curvature of space-time. And that statement is basically general relativity.
And the tension with Minkowski was, he was a mathematician.
Yes.
So it's the tension between physics and mathematics. In fact, in your lecture about this equation, one of them, you say that Einstein is a better physicist than he gets credit for.
I know that's hard. It's a little bit of a joke there, right?
Yeah.
Because we all give Einstein a lot of credit, but then we also, partly based on fact, but partly to make ourselves feel better, tell ourselves a story about how later in life Einstein couldn't keep up. There were younger people doing quantum mechanics and quantum field theory and particle physics, and he was just sort of unable to really philosophically get over his objections to that. And I think that story about the latter part is completely wrong, like almost 180 degrees wrong. I think that Einstein understood quantum mechanics as well as anyone, at least up to the 1930s. I think that his philosophical objections to it are correct. So he should actually have been taken much more seriously about that. And what he did, what he achieved in trying to think these problems through, is to really basically understand the idea of quantum entanglement, which is kind of important these days when it comes to understanding quantum mechanics. Now, it's true that in the 40s and 50s, he placed his efforts in close to unifying electricity and magnetism with gravity that didn't really work out very well. All of us, try things that don't work out. I don't hold that against him. But in terms of IQ points, in terms of trying to be a clear-thinking physicist, he was really good.
What does greatness look like for a physicist? So how difficult is it to take the leap from special relativity to general relativity? How difficult is it to imagine that, to consider space-time together, and to imagine that there's a curvature to this whole thing?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that if you want to make the case for Einstein's greatness, which is not hard to do, there's two things you point at. One is in 1905, his famous miracle year, he writes 3 different papers on 3 wildly different subjects, all of them would make you famous just for writing that one paper. Special relativity is one of them. Brownian motion is another one, which is just little vibrations of tiny little dust specks in the air. But who cares about that? What matters is he proves the existence of atoms. He explains Brownian motion by imagining their molecules in the air and deriving their properties. Brilliant. And then he basically starts the world on the road to quantum mechanics with his paper on, which again is given a boring label of the photoelectric effect. What it really was is he invented photons. He showed that light should be thought of as particles as well as waves. And he did all 3 of those very different things in 1 year. Okay. But the other thing that gets him genius status is, like you say, general relativity. So this takes 10 years, from 1905 to 1950. He wasn't only doing general relativity. He was working on other things. He invented the refrigerator. He did various interesting things. And he wasn't even the only one working on the problem. There were other people who suggested relativistic theories of gravity. But he really applied himself to it, and I think, as your question suggests, the solution was not a matter of turning a crank. It was something fundamentally creative. In his own telling of his greatest moment, his happiest moment, was when he realized that the way that we would say in modern terms, if you were in a rocket ship, accelerating at 1g, that's one acceleration due to gravity. If the rocket ship were very quiet, you wouldn't be able to know the difference between being in a rocket ship and being on the surface of the Earth. Gravity is sort of not detectable, or at least not distinguishable from acceleration. So number one, that's a pretty clever thing to do. But number two, if you or I had that thought, we would have gone, we're pretty clever. He reasons from there to say, okay, if gravity is not detectable, then it can't be like an ordinary force, right? The electromagnetic force is detectable. We can put charged particles around, positively charged particles and negatively charged particles respond differently to an electric field or to a magnetic field. He realizes that what his thought experiment showed, or he suggested, is that gravity isn't like that. Everything responds in the same way to gravity. How could that be the case? And then this other leap he makes is, which is the curvature of space-time, right? It's a feature of space-time. It's not a force on top of it. And the feature that it is curvature. And then finally, he says, okay, clearly I'm going to need the mathematical tools necessary to describe curvature. I don't know them, so I will learn them. And they didn't have MOOCs or AI helpers back in those days. He had to sit down and read the math papers and taught himself differential geometry and invented general relativity.
What about the step of including time as just another dimension? So combining space and time. Is that a simple mathematical leap, as Minkowski suggested?
It's certainly not simple, actually. It's a profound insight. That's why I said I think we should give Minkowski more credit. He's the one who really put the finishing touches on special relativity. Again, many people had talked about how things change when you move close to the speed of light, what Maxwell's equations of electromagnetism predict and so forth, what their symmetries are. So people like Lorentz and Fitzgerald and Poincaré, who's a theory that was there. And in the usual telling, Einstein sort of puts the capstone on it. He's the one who says, all this makes much more sense if there just is no ether. It is undetectable. We don't know how fast. Everything is relative. That's the name relativity. But he didn't take the actual final step, which was to realize that the underlying structure that he had invented is best thought of as unifying space and time together. I honestly don't know what was going through Minkowski's mind when he thought that. I'm not sure if he was, so mathematically adept that it was just clear to him, or he was really struggling it and he did trial and error for it. I'm not sure.
If you, for him or for Einstein, visualize the four-dimensional space, try to play with the idea of time is just another dimension.
Oh yeah, all the time. I mean, we of course make our lives easy by ignoring two of the dimensions of space. So instead of four-dimensional space-time, we just draw pictures of one dimension of space, one dimension of time, the so-called space-time diagram. But, maybe this is lurking underneath your question, but even the best physicists will draw, a vertical axis and a horizontal axis. So space, time. But deep down, that's wrong, because you're sort of preferring one direction of space and one direction of time. And it's really the whole two-dimensional thing that is space-time. The more legitimate things you draw on that picture are rays of light, are light cones. From every point, there is a fixed direction at which the speed of light would represent. And that is actually inherent in the structure. The division into space and time is something that's easy for us to do.
What is the difference between space and time from the perspective of the
It's the difference between X and Y when you draw axes on a piece of paper.
So there's really no difference.
There's almost no difference. There's one difference that is kind of important, which is the following. If you have a curve in space, I'm going to draw it horizontally because that's usually what we do in space-time drawing. You have a curve in space. You've heard the motto before that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. If you have a curve in time, which is, by the way, literally all of our lives, right? We all evolve in time. So you can start with one event in space-time and there's another event in space-time. What Minkowski points out is that the time you measure along your trajectory in the universe is precisely analogous to the distance you travel on a curve through space. And by precisely, I mean it is also true that the actual distance you travel through depends on your path, right? So the straight line shortest distance and the curvy line would be longer. The time you measure in space-time, the literal time it takes off on your clock, also depends on your path. But it depends on it the other way. So that the longest time between 2 points is a straight line. And if you zig back and forth in space-time, you take less and less time to go from point to point.
I don't make sense of that. The difference between the observed reality and the objective reality underneath it, or is objective reality a silly notion, given general relativity?
I'm a huge believer in objective reality. I think that objective reality is real.
Yeah.
But I do think that people kind of are a little overly casual about the relationship between what we observe and objective reality in the following sense. Of course, in order to explain the world, our starting point and our ending point is our observations, our experimental input, the phenomena we experience and see around us in the world. But in between, there's a theory. There's a mathematical formalization of our ideas about what is going on. And if a theory fits the data and is very simple and makes sense in its own terms, then you say that the theory is right. And that means that we should attribute some reality to the entities that play an important role in that theory, at least provisionally until we come up with better theory down the road.
I think a nice way to test the difference between objective reality and the observed reality is what happens at the edge of the horizon of a black hole. So technically, as you get closer to that horizon, time stands still.
Yes and no. It depends on exactly how careful you're being. So here is a bunch of things I think are correct. If you imagine there is a black hole space-time, so like the whole solution of Einstein's equation, and you treat you and me as what we call test particles. So we don't have any gravitational field. We move around in the gravitational field. That's obviously an approximation. Okay? So let's imagine. And you stand outside the black hole, and I fall in. And as I'm falling in and waving to you, from going into a black hole, you will see me move more and more slowly And also the light from me is redshifted, so I'm kind of embarrassed because I'm falling into a black hole. And there is a limit. There's a last moment that light will be emitted from me, from your perspective, forever. Okay? Now you don't literally see it because I'm emitting photons more and more slowly, right? Because from your point of view. So it's not like I'm equally bright. I basically fade from you in that picture. Okay, so that's one approximation. The other approximation is I do have a gravitational field of my own, and therefore, as I approach the black hole doesn't just sit there and let me pass through. It kind of moves out to eat me up because its net energy mass is going to be mine plus its. But roughly speaking, yes. I think so. I don't like to go to the dramatic extremes because that's where the approximations break down. But if you see something falling into a black hole, you see its clock ticking more and more slowly. How do we know it's going on? You don't. I mean, how would we? Because it's always possible that right at the last minute it had a change of heart and starts accelerating away, right? If you don't see it passing, you don't know. And let's point out that as smart as Einstein was, he never figured out black holes. And he could have. It's kind of embarrassing. It took decades for people thinking about general relativity to understand that there are such things as black holes. Because basically, Einstein comes up with general relativity in 1915. 2 years later, Carl Schwarzschild derives the solution to Einstein's equation that represents a black hole, the Schwarzschild solution. No one recognized it for what it was until the 50s. David Finkelstein, another people. And that's just one of these examples of physicists not being as clever as they could be.
So that's the singularity. That's the kind of the edge of the theory, the limit. So it's understandable that it's difficult to imagine the limit.
It is absolutely hard to imagine, and the black hole is very different in many ways from what we're used to. On the other hand, the real reason, of course, is that between 1915 and 1955, there's a bunch of other things that are really interesting going on in physics, all particle physics and quantum field theory. So many of the greatest minds were focused on that. But still, if the universe hands you a solution to general relativity in terms of curved space-time and it's kind of mysterious, certain features of it, I would put some effort in trying to figure it out.
So how does a black hole work? Let's just open the shoes of Einstein and take general relativity to its natural conclusion about this massive things.
It's best to think of a black hole as not an object so much as a region of space-time. Okay? It's a region with the property, at least in classical general relativity. Quantum mechanics makes everything harder, but let's imagine we're being classical for a moment. It's a region of space-time with the property that if you enter, you can't leave. Literally, the equivalent of escaping a black hole would be moving faster than the speed of light. They're both precisely equally difficult. You have to move faster than the speed of light to escape from a black hole. So once you're in, that's fine. In principle, you don't even notice when you cross the event horizon, as we call it. The event horizon is that point of no return, where once you're inside, you can't leave. But meanwhile, the space-time is sort of collapsing around you to ultimately a singularity in your future, which means that the gravitational forces are so strong they tear your body apart, and you will die in a finite amount of time. The time it takes, if the black hole is about the mass of the sun, to go from the event horizon to the singularity takes about 1/1,000,000th of a second.
This is a recent, more recent song.
What happens to you if you fall into a black hole? When you think of an object as information, that information is destroyed.
Well, you've raised a crucially difficult point. So that's why I keep distinguish between black holes according to Einstein's theory of general relativity, the book one of space-time and geometry, which is perfectly classical. And then come the 1970s, we start asking about quantum and what happens. According to classical general relativity, the information that makes up you when you fall into the black hole is lost to the outside world. It's there, it's inside the black hole, but we can't get it anymore. In the 1970s, Stephen Hawking comes along and points out that black holes radiate. They give off photons and other particles, the universe around them, and as they radiate, they lose mass, and eventually they evaporate, they disappear. So once that happens, I can no longer say the information about you or a book that I threw in a black hole or whatever is still there, is hidden behind the black hole. The black hole's gone away. So either that information is destroyed, like you said, or it is somehow transferred to the radiation that is coming out, to the Hawking radiation. The large majority of people who think about this believe that the information is somehow transferred to the radiation and information is conserved. That is a feature both of general relativity by itself and the quantum mechanics by itself. When you put them together, that should still be. We don't know that for sure. There are people who have doubted it, including Stephen Hawking for a long time. But that's what most people think. And so what we're trying to do now in a topic which has generated many, many hundreds of papers called the Black Hole Information Loss Puzzle is figure out how to get the information from you or the book into the radiation that is escaping the black hole.
Is there any way to observe Hawking radiation to a degree where you can start getting insight? Or is this all just in the space theory?
Right now, we are nowhere to observing Hawking radiation. Here's the sad fact. The larger the black hole is, the lower its temperature is. So, a small black hole, like a microscopically small black hole, might be very visible, giving off light. But something like the black hole at the center of our galaxy, 3 million times the mass of the sun or something like that, Sagittarius 87, that is so cold and low temperature that its radiation will never be exposed. Black holes are hard to make. We don't have any nearby. The ones we had out there in the universe are very, very fast. So there's no immediate hope for detecting them.
Allegedly, we don't have any nearby.
As far as we know.
Tiny ones be hard to detect from at the edges of the solar system. Maybe.
So you don't want them to be too tiny or they're exploding, right? Or they're very bright and they may be visible. But there's absolutely a regime where black holes are large enough not to be visible, because the larger ones are fainter, right? Not giving off radiation, but small enough to not be detected through their gravitation. Yeah.
Psychologically, just emotionally, how do you feel about black holes? They scare you?
I love them. I love black holes. But the universe, weirdly, makes it hard to make a black hole, right? Because you really need to squeeze an enormous amount of matter and energy into a very, very small region of space. So we know how to make stellar black holes. A supermassive star can collapse and make a black hole. We know we also have these supermassive black holes, the center of galaxies. We're a little unclear where they came from. I mean, maybe stellar black holes that got together and combined, but that's one of the exciting things about new data from the James Webb Space Telescope is that quite large black holes seem to exist relatively early in the history of the universe. So it was already difficult to figure out where they came from. Now it's a new difficult.
So these supermassive black holes are formed somewhere early on in the universe. I mean, that's a feature, not a bug, right? That we don't have too many of them. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the time or the space to form the little pockets of complexity that we call humans.
I think that's fair, yeah. It's always interesting when something is difficult but happens anyway, right? I mean, the probability of making a black hole could have been 0. It could have been 1. But it's this interesting number, which is kind of fun.
Are there more intelligent alien civilization than there are supermassive black holes?
Yeah. I have no idea, but I think your intuition is right that it would have been easy for there to be lots of civilizations, and then we would have noticed them already. And we haven't. So absolutely the simplest explanation for why we haven't is that they're not there.
Yeah, I just think it's so easy to make them. So there must be, I understand that's the simplest explanation. But also,
how easy is it to make life? Well, eukaryotic life or multicellular.
It seems like life finds a way. Intelligent alien civilization, sure, maybe there is somewhere along that chain that really, really hard to eat. But once you start life, once you get to ordinary life, it seems like life just finds a way everywhere, in every condition. It just figures it out.
I mean, I get it. I get exactly what you're thinking. I think it's a perfectly reasonable attitude to have before you confront the data. I would not have expected it to be special anyway. I would have expected there to be plenty of very noticeable extraterrestrial civilizations out there. But even if life finds a way, even if we apply everything you say, how long does it take for life to find a way? What if it typically takes 100 billion years? then we'd be alone.
It's a time thing. But to you, really, most likely there's no alien civilization out there. I can't see it. I believe there's a ton of them, and there's another explanation why we can't see them.
I don't believe that very strongly, but I'm not going to place a lot of bets here. I would not. I'm both pretty up in the air about whether or not life itself is all over the place. It's possible we, when we visit other worlds, other solar systems, there's very tiny microscopic life ubiquitous, but none of it has reached some complex. It's also possible there isn't any. It's also possible that our intelligent civilization could have better things to do than knock on our doors. So I think we should be very humble about these things.
And it's also possible there's a great filter where there's something fundamental about once the civilization develops complex enough technology, that technology is more statistically likely to destroy everybody versus to continue being creative.
That is absolutely possible. I'm actually putting less credence on that one just because you need it happen every single time, right? If even one, this goes back to Von Neumann, when Von Neumann pointed out that you don't need to send the aliens around the galaxy. You can build self-reproducing probes and send them around the galaxy. And you might think, well, the galaxy is very big. It's really not. It's some tens of thousands of light years across and billions of years old. So you don't need to move at a high fraction of the speed of light to fill the galaxy.
So if you were an intelligent alien civilization, the dictator of one, you would just send out a lot of probes, self-replicating probes.
100%. And
to spread out.
Yes. And what you should do, so if you want the optimistic spin, here's the optimistic spin. People looking for intelligent life elsewhere often tune in with their radio telescopes, right? At least we did before Arecibo was decommissioned. That's not a very promising way to find intelligent life elsewhere, because why in the world would a super intelligent alien civilization waste all this energy by beaming it in random directions into the sky? For one thing, it just passes you by, right? So if we're here on Earth, we've only been listening to radio waves for a couple hundred years. Okay. So if an intelligent alien civilization exists for a billion years, they have pinpointed exactly the right time to send us this signal. It is much, much more efficient to send probes and to park, to go to the other solar systems, just sit there and wait for intelligent civilization to arise in that solar system. It's kind of the 2001 monolith hypothesis, right? I would be less surprised to find sort of quiescent alien artifact in our solar system than I would to catch a radio signal from an intelligent civilization.
So you're a sucker for in-person conversations versus remote.
I just want to integrate over time. A probe can just sit there and wait, whereas a radio wave goes right by.
How hard is it for an alien civilization, again, you're the dictator of one, to figure out a probe that is most likely to find a common language with whatever it finds?
Shouldn't that be like the elected leader of
democratic leader of a democratic alien civilization?
I think we would figure out that language pretty quickly. I mean, maybe not as quickly as we do when different human tribes find each other, because obviously there's a lot of commonalities in humanity, but there is logic in math, and there is the physical world. You can point to a rock, right? I don't think it would take that long. I know that Arrival, the movie, based on a Ted Chiang story, suggested that the way that aliens communicate is going to be fundamentally different. But also, they had recognition and other things I don't believe in. So I think that if we actually find aliens, that will not be our goal.
So there's one of the places affiliated with is Santa Fe, and they approach the question of complexity in many different ways, and ask the question in many different ways of what is life. Thinking broadly, but you will be able to find it. You'll say you show up, probe shows up to the planet, we'll see a thing and be like, yeah, that's a living thing.
Well, again, if it's intelligent and technologically advanced, the more short-term question of if we get some spectroscopic data from an exoplanet, so we know a little bit about what is in its atmosphere. How can we judge whether or not that atmosphere is giving us a signature of life existing? That's a very hard question that people are debating about. I mean, one very simple-minded, but perhaps interesting approach is to say small molecules don't tell you anything, because even if life could make them, something else could also make them. But long molecules, that's the kind of thing that life is.
Size and complexity. I don't know. I just have this nervous feeling that we won't be able to detect. We'll show up to a planet with a bunch of liquid on it. We take a swim in the liquid, and we won't be able to see the intelligence in it. Whether that intelligence looks like something like ants, or we'll see movement, perhaps strange movement, but we won't be able to see the intelligence in it or communicate with it. I guess if we have nearly infinite amount of time to play with different ideas, we might be able to.
I'm in favor of this kind of humility, this intellectual humility that we won't know, because we should be prepared for surprises. But I do always keep coming back to the idea that we all live in the same physical universe. And let's put it this way. The development of our intelligence has certainly been connected to our ability to manipulate the physical world around us. And so I would guess, without 100% credence by any means, but my guess would be that any advanced kind of life would also have that capability. Both dolphins and octopuses are potential counterexamples to that, but I think in the details there would be enough similarities that we would.
I don't know how we got on this topic, but I think it was from supermassive black holes. So if we return to black holes and talk about the holographic principle more broadly, we have a recent paper on the topic. We're thinking about the topic in terms of rigorous research perspective and just as a popular book writer. So what is the holographic principle?
Well, it goes back to this question that we were talking about with the information and how it gets out. In quantum mechanics, certainly, arguably even before quantum mechanics comes along in classical statistical mechanics, there's a relationship between information and entropy. Entropy is my favorite thing to talk about. I've written books about, and continue to write books about. So Hawking tells us that black holes have entropy. And it's a finite amount of entropy. It's not an infinite amount. But the belief is, and now we're already getting quite speculative, the belief is that the entropy of a black hole is the largest amount of entropy that you can have in a region of space-time. It's sort of the most densely packed that entropy can be. And what that means is there's sort of a maximum amount of information that can fit into that region of space, and you call it the black hole. And interestingly, you might expect, if I have a box, and I'm going to put information in it, and I don't tell you how I'm going to put the information in, but I ask, how does the information I can put in scale with the size of the box? You might think, well, it goes as the volume of the box, because the information takes up some volume, and I can only fit in a certain amount. And that is what you might guess for the black hole, but it's not what the answer is. The answer is that the maximum information, as reflected in the black hole entropy, scales as the area of the black hole's eventually, not the volume inside. So people thought about that in both deep and superficial ways for a long time, and they proposed what we now call the holographic principle. That the way that space-time and quantum gravity convey information or hold information is not different bits or qubits for quantum information at every point in space-time. It is something holographic, which means it's sort of embedded in or located in or can be thought of as pertaining to one dimension less of the three dimensions of space that we live in. So in the case of the black hole, the event horizon is two-dimensional, in a three-dimensional universe. And the holographic principle would say all of the information contained in the black hole can be thought of as living on the event horizon rather than in the interior of the black hole. I need to say one more thing about that, which is that this was an idea. What I just told you was the original holographic principle. put forward by people like Gerard Cook and Leonard Susskind, super famous physicist. Leonard Susskind was on my podcast, and he's a great talk. He's very, very good at explaining these things.
Landscape
Landscape
podcast.
podcast. That's right. Yes.
And you don't just have physicists on.
I don't.
I love landscape.
Oh, thank you very much.
Curiosity driven.
Yeah, ideas.
Inspirational ideas.
Yeah, people, yeah. But anyway, what I was trying to get at was Susskind and also with Cook were a little vague. They were a little hand-wavy about holography and what it meant. Where holography, the idea that information is sort of encoded on a boundary, really came into its own with Juan Maldacena in the 1990s and the ADS CFD correspondence, which we don't have to get into that in any detail, but it's a whole full-blown theory. It's two different theories. One theory in n dimensions of space-time without gravity, and another theory in n+1 dimensions of space-time with gravity. And the idea is that this n-dimensional theory is, casting a hologram into the n+1 dimensional universe to make it look like it has gravity. And that's holography with a vengeance. And that's an enormous source of interest for theoretical physicists.
How should we picture what impact that has? The fact that you could store all the information you could think of as all the information that goes into a black hole can be stored at the event horizon.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. One of the things that quantum field theory indirectly suggests is that there's not that much information in you and me compared to the volume of space-time we take up. As far as quantum field theory is concerned, you and I are mostly empty space. And so we are not information dense, right? The density of information in us, or in a book, or a CD, or whatever, either RAM, is indeed encoded by volume. Like there's different bits located at different points in space, but that density of information is super duper low. So we're just like the speed of light, or just like the Big Bang. For the information in the black hole, we are far away in our everyday experience from the regime where these questions become relevant. So it's very far away from our intuition. We don't really know how to think about these things. We can do the math, we don't do it.
You can just write off that weird stuff happens.
Well,
In a black
we'd like
hole.
to do better, but we're trying. I mean, that's why we have an information loss puzzle, because we haven't completely solved it. So here's just one thing to keep in mind. Space-time becomes flexible, which it does according to general relativity. And you have quantum mechanics, which has fluctuations and virtual particles and things like that. The very idea of a location in space-time becomes a little bit fuzzy, right? Because it's flexible and quantum mechanics says you can't even pin it down. So information can propagate in ways that you might not have expected. And that's easy to say, and it's true, but we haven't yet come up with the right way to talk about it that is perfectly right.
It's crazy how dense with information a black hole is, and then plus like quantum mechanics starts to come into play. So you almost want to romanticize the kind of interesting computation type things that are going on inside the black hole.
You do, but I'll point out one other thing. It's information dense, but it's also very, very high entropy. So a black hole is kind of like a very, very, very specific random number, right? It takes a lot of digits to specify it, but the digits don't tell you anything. They don't give you anything useful to work on. So it takes a lot of information, but it's not of a form that we can learn a lot from.
But hypothetically, I guess as you mentioned, the information might be preserved. The information that goes into a black hole doesn't get destroyed. So what does that mean when the entropy is really high?
Well, the black hole, I said that the black hole is the highest density of information, but it's not the highest amount of information, because the black hole can evaporate. And when it evaporates, and people have done the equations for this, when it evaporates, the entropy that it turns into is actually higher than the entropy of the black hole, which is good, because entropy is supposed to go up. But it's much more dilute, right? It's spread across a huge volume of space-time. So, in principle, all that you made the black hole out of, the information that you took, is still there, we think, in that information, but it's scattered to the whole.
We just talked about the event horizon of black hole. What's on the inside? What's with the sun of it?
No one's been there, so
Came back to
again,
tell.
this is a theoretical prediction. But I'll say one super crucial feature of the black holes that we know and love, that the time the Schwarzschild first invented. There's a singularity, but it's not at the middle of the black hole. The space and time are parts of two different parts of one unified space-time. The location of the singularity in the black hole is not the middle of space, but our future. It is a moment of time. It is like a big crunch. The Big Bang was an expansion from singularity in the past. Big crunch probably doesn't exist, but if it did, it would be a collapse to a singularity in the future. That's what the interiors of black holes are like. You can be fine in the interior, but things are becoming more and more crowded. Space-time is becoming more and more warped, and eventually you hit a limit, and that's the singularity.
I wonder what time is like inside the black hole.
Time always ticks by 1 second per second. That's all it can ever do. Time can tick by differently for different people, and so you have things like the twin paradox, where two people initially are the same age, one goes off and his life comes back, now they're not. You work out that the one who goes out and comes back will be younger because they did not take the furthest distance back. But locally, as far as you and your wristwatch are concerned, time is not funny. Time, your neurological signals in your brain and your heartbeat and your wristwatch, whatever's happening to them, is happening to all of them at the same time. So time always seems to be ticking along at the same time.
Well, if you fall into a black hole and I'm an observer just watching it, and then you come out once it evaporates a million years later, I guess you'd be exactly the same age. Have you aged at all?
You would be converted into photons. It would not be you anymore.
Right. So it's not at all possible that the information is preserved exactly as it was.
It depends on what you like to do. It's there in the microscopic configuration of the universe. It's exactly as if I took a regular book, made of paper, and I burned it. The laws of physics say that all the information in the book is still there in the heat and light and ashes. You're never going to get it. It's a matter of practice, but in principle, it's still there.
But what about the age of things from the observer perspective, from outside the black hole?
Outside the black hole, doesn't matter because they're inside the black hole.
No, so but is there okay? There's no way to escape the black hole except
to let it evaporate. But also, by the way, just in relativity, special relativity, forget about general relativity. It's enormously tempting to say, okay, here's what's happening to me right now. I want to know what's happening far away right now. The whole point of relativity is to say there's no such thing as right now when you're far away. And that is doubly true for what's inside a black hole. So you're tempted to say, well, how fast is their clock ticking? Or how old are they now? Not allowed to say that.
Because space and time are treated the same, so it doesn't. What happens with time in the holographic principle?
As far as we know, nothing dramatic happens. We're not anywhere close to being confident that we know what's going on here yet. So there are good unanswered questions about whether time is fundamental, whether time is emergent, whether it has something to do with quantum entanglement, whether time really exists at all, different theories, different proponents of different things. But there's nothing specifically about holography that would make us change our opinion, whatever they have to be.
But holography is fundamentally about just the question of space.
It really is, yeah.
Okay, so time is just like a... So all the questions about time is just almost like separate questions, whether it's emergent and all that.
Yeah, I mean, that might be a reflection of our ignorance right now. But yes.
If we figure out a lot, millions of years from now about black holes, how surprised would you be? They travel back in time and told you everything you want to know about black holes. How much do you think there is still to know? And how mind-blowing would it be?
It does depend on what they say. I think that there are colleagues of mine who think that we're pretty close to figuring out how information gets out of black holes, how to quantize gravity, things like that. I'm more skeptical that we are pretty close. I think that there's room for a bunch of surprises to come. So in that sense, I suspect I would be surprised. The biggest and most interesting surprise would be if quantum mechanics itself or somehow superseded by something better. As far as I know, there's no empirical evidence-based reason for quantum mechanics is not 100%. But it might not be. That's always possible. So, and there are, again, respectable friends of mine who speculate about it. So that's something that's the first thing I would want to know.
Oh, so like the black hole would be the most clear illustration.
Yeah, that's where we
if
go.
there's something new like that.
I mean, maybe. The point is that black holes are mysterious for various reasons. So, yeah, if our best theory of the universe is wrong, that might help explain more.
You think it's possible we'll find something interesting like black holes sometimes create new universes, or black holes are a kind of portal through space-time to another place, something like this. And then our whole conception of what is the fabric of space-time changes completely because black holes is like Swiss cheese type of situation.
Yeah, that would be less surprising to me because I've already written papers on that. We don't have, again, strong reason to think that the interior of a black hole leads to another universe. But it is possible, and it's also very possible that that's true for some black holes and not others. This is stuff we don't know. It's easy to ask questions we don't know the answer to. The problem is the questions that are easy to ask that we don't know the answer to are super hard to answer.
Because these objects are very difficult to test and to explore.
The regime is very far. So either literally far away in space, but also in energy or mass.
You've published a paper on the holographic principle, or that involves the holographic principle. Can you explain the details of that?
Yeah, I'm always interested in, since my first published paper, taking these wild speculative ideas and finding them against it. And the problem is, when you're dealing with wild speculative ideas, they're usually not well defined enough to make a prediction, right? Like, it's kind of, I know what's going to happen in some cases, I don't know what's going to happen in other cases. So we did the following thing. As I've already mentioned, the holographic principle, which is meant to reflect the information contained in black holes, seems to be telling us that information is less information, less stuff that can go on than you might naively expect. So let's upgrade naively expect to predict using quantum field theory. Quantum field theory is our best theory of fundamental physics right now. Unlike this holographic black hole stuff, quantum field theory is entirely local. In every point of space, something can go on, and then you add up all the different points in space. Okay, not holographic at all. There's a mismatch between the expectation for what is happening, even in empty space, in quantum field theory, versus what the holographic principle would predict. How do you reconcile these two things? So there's one way of doing it that had been suggested previously, which is to say that in the quantum field theory way of talking, it implies there's a whole bunch more states, a whole bunch more ways the system could be than there really are. And the answer, and just I'll do a little bit of math, just because there might be some people in the audience who like the math. If I draw two axes on a two-dimensional geometry, like the surface of the table, right? You know that the whole point of it being two-dimensional is I can draw two vectors that are perpendicular to each other. I can't draw three vectors that are all perpendicular to each other, right? They need to overlap a little bit. That's true for any numbers of dimensions. But I can ask, okay, how much do they have to overlap? If I try to put more vectors into a vector space than the dimensionality of the vector space, then I make them almost perpendicular. And the mathematical answer is, as the number of dimensions gets very, very large, you get a huge extra number of vectors that is almost perpendicular. So, in this case, what we're suggesting is the number of things that can happen in a region of space is correctly described by holography. It is somewhat overcounted by quantum field theory, but that's because the quantum field theory states are not exactly perpendicular to each other. I should have mentioned that in quantum mechanics, space is given by vectors in some huge dimensional vectors. Very, 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 very large dimensional vectors. So maybe the quantum field theory states are not quite perpendicular to each other. If that is true, that's a speculation already, but if that's true, how would you know? What is the experimental deviation. And it would have been completely respectable if we'd gone through, made some guesses, and found that there is no noticeable experimental difference because, again, these things are in regimes very, very far. We stuck our necks out. We made some very, very specific guesses as to how this weird overlap of states would show up in the equations of motion for particles like neutrinos. And then we made predictions on how the neutrinos would behave on the basis of those wild guesses. And we compared them with data. And what we found is we're pretty close, but haven't yet reached the detectability of the effect that we are predicting. In other words, well, basically one way of saying what we predicted is that the neutrino, there's reasons why it's neutrinos, you can look into if you want, but it's not that interesting. The neutrino comes to us from across the universe, from some galaxy very, very far away. There is a probability as it's traveling that it will dissolve into other neutrinos because they're not really perpendicular to each other as vectors as they would ordinarily be in front. And that means that if you look at neutrinos coming from far enough away, with high enough energy, they should disappear. Like if you see a whole bunch of nearby neutrinos, but then further away, you should see fewer. And there's an experiment called IceCube, which is this amazing testament to the ingenuity of human beings, where they go to Antarctica and they drill holes and they put photodetectors on a string a mile deep in these holes. And they basically use all of the ice in a cube, I don't know whether it's a mile or not, it's like a kilometer or something like that, some big region. That much ice is their detector. And they're looking for flashes when a cosmic ray or a neutrino or whatever hits ice molecule, water molecule in the ice.
Like flashes in the ice.
Yeah,
they're looking for flashes, but isn't there some crazy? I mean, what the texture of that look like?
It's a bunch of strings, many strings with 360-degree photodetectors.
Yeah.
And you will.
That's really cool.
It's extremely cool. They've done amazing work, and they find neutrinos.
So they're looking for neutrinos.
Yeah. So the whole point is most cosmic rays are protons. Because why? Because protons exist, and they're massive enough that you can accelerate them to very high energy. So high energy cosmic rays tend to be protons. They also tend to hit the Earth's atmosphere and decay into other particles. So neutrinos, on the other hand, punch right through, at least usually, right, to a great extent. So not just Antarctica, but the whole Earth. Occasionally, a neutrino will interact with a particle here on Earth. There's neutrinos going through your body all the time, from the sun, from the universe, etc. And so if you're patient enough and you have a big enough part of the Antarctic ice sheet to look at, the nice thing about ice is it's transparent. So you built yourself, nature has built you a neutrino detector.
So why ice? So is it just because of low noise and you get to watch this thing and
it's much more dense than air, but it's transparent.
So you have much more dense, so higher probability, and then it's transparency, and then it's also in the middle of nowhere. So
well, that's all you need. It's not that much ice, right? Yeah. So there's more ice in Antarctica than anywhere else, right? So anyway, you can go and you can get a plot from the IceCube experiment. How many neutrinos there are that they detected with very high energy. And we predict in our weird little holographic guessing game that there should be a cutoff. You should see neutrinos as you get to higher and higher energies, and then they should disappear. If you look at the data, their data gives out exactly where our cutoff is. That doesn't mean that our cutoff is right. It means they lose the ability to do the experiment exactly where we predict the cutoff.
Okay. So why is there a limit?
Oh, just because there are fewer high energy neutrinos. So there's a spectrum, and it goes down. But what we're plotting here is the number of neutrinos versus energy is fading away. They just get very, very few.
And you need the high energy neutrinos for your
Our
prediction.
effect is a little bit bigger for high energy.
And that effect has to do this almost perpendicular thing.
And let me just mention the name of Oliver Friedrich, who's a postdoc who led this. He deserves the credit for doing this. I was a co-author and a collaborator. I did some work, but he really gets it.
Thank you, Oliver. Thank you for pushing this wild science forward. Just to speak to that, the meta process of it. How do you approach asking these big questions and trying to formulate as a paper, as an experiment that can make a prediction, all that kind of stuff? What's your process?
There's a very interesting things that happens once you're a theoretical physicist, once you become trained. You're a graduate student, written some papers and whatever. Suddenly you are the world's expert in a really infinitesimally tiny area of knowledge, right? And you know not that much about other areas. There's an overwhelming temptation to just drill deep, right? Just keep doing basically the thing you started doing. But maybe that thing you started doing is not the most interesting thing to the world or to you or whatever. So you need to separately develop the capability of stepping back and going, okay, now that I can write papers in that area, now that I'm sort of trained enough in the general procedure, what is the best match between my interests, my abilities, and what is actually interesting? And honestly, I've not been very good at that over my career. I have my process traditionally was I was working in this general area of particle physics, field theory, general relativity, cosmology, and I would sort of try to take things other people were talking about and ask myself whether or not it really fit together. Like my two, so I guess I have 3 papers I've ever written that have done super well in terms of getting cited and things like that. One was my first ever paper I get very little credit for. That was my advisor and his collaborator, set that up. The other 2 were basically my idea. One was right after we discovered that the universe was accelerating. So in 1998, observations showed that not only is the universe expanding, but it's expanding faster and faster. So that's attributed to either Einstein's cosmological constant or some more complicated form of dark energy, some mysterious thing fills the universe. And people were throwing around ideas about this dark energy stuff. What could it be? Most of the people throwing around these ideas were cosmologists who worked on cosmology. It's about the universe all at once. Since I like to talk to people in different areas, I was sort of more familiar than average with what a respectable working particle physicist would think about these things. And what I immediately thought was, you guys are throwing around these theories. These theories are wildly unnatural. They're super finely tuned. Like any particle physicist would just be embarrassed to be talking about them. But rather than just stopping at them, I sat down and asked myself, okay, is there a respectable version? Is there a way to keep the particle physicist happy, but also make the universe exist? And I realized that there is some very specific set of models that is relatively natural. And guess what? You can make a new experimental prediction on the basis of that. So I did that. People were very happy about it.
What was the thing that would make physicists happy, that would make sense of this fragile thing that people call dark energy?
So the fact that dark energy pervades the whole universe and is slowly changing, that should immediately set off alarm bells. Because particle physics is a story of length scales and time scales that are generally, guess what? Small, right? Particles are small, they vibrate quickly, and you're telling me now I have a new field and its typical rate of change is once every billion years, right? Like that's just not natural. And indeed, you can formalize that and say, look, even if you wrote down a particle that evolved slowly over billions of years, if you let it interact with other particles at all, that would make it move faster. Its dynamics would be faster. Its mass would be higher, et cetera. So there's a whole story. Things need to be robust, and they all talk to each other in quantum field. So how do you stop that from happening? And the answer is symmetry. You can impose a symmetry that protects your new field from talking to any other fields. Okay? And this is good for 2 reasons. Number one, it can keep the dynamics slow. So if you can't tell me why it's slow, you just made that up, but at least it can protect it from speeding up because it's not talking to any other particles. And the other is it makes it harder to detect. Naively, experiments looking for fixed forces or time changes of fundamental constants of nature like the charge of the electron, these experiments should have been able to detect these dark energy fields, and I was able to propose a way to stop that from happening. The detection, yeah. Because a symmetry could stop it from interacting with all these other fields, and therefore makes it hard. And just by luck, I realized, this was actually based on my first ever paper, there's one loophole. If you impose these symmetries, you protect the dark energy field from interacting with any other fields, there's one interaction that is still allowed that you can't rule out. And it is a very specific interaction between your dark energy field and photons. And it has the following effect. As a photon travels through the dark energy, the photon has a polarization, up, down, left, right, whatever it happens to be, and as it travels through the dark energy, that photon will rotate its polarization. It's called birefringence. And you can kind of run the numbers and say, you can't make a very precise prediction, so it's making up this model, but if you want to roughly fit the data, you can predict how much polarization rotation there should be. A couple of degrees, okay? Not that much. So that's very hard to detect. People have been trying to do it. Right now, literally, we're on the edge of either being able to detect it or rule it out using the cosmic microwave factor. And there is just truth in advertising. There is a claim on the market that it could detect it, that it's there. It's not very statistically significant. If I were to bet, I think it would probably go away. It's a very hard thing to observe. But maybe as you get better and better data, doing cleaner analysis, it will persist and you will have directly detected the dark energy.
So if we just take this tangent of dark energy, people will sometimes bring up dark energy and dark matter as an example why physicists have lost their mind. They're just going to say that there is this field that permeates everything, it's unlike any other field, and it's invisible. And it helps us work out something. How do you respond to that? Those kinds of suggestions?
Well, two ways. One way is those people would have to say the same thing when we discovered the planet Neptune. Because it's exactly where we have a very good theory, in that case Newtonian gravity in the solar system. We made predictions. The predictions were slightly off for the motion of the outer planets. We found that you could explain that motion by positing something very simple. One more planet in a very, very particular place. And you went look for it, there it was. Right? That was the first successful example of finding that.
Matter that we can't see.
It was done. There's a difference between dark matter and dark energy. Right? Dark matter, as far as we are hypothesizing it, is a particle of some sort. It's just a particle that interacts with us very weakly. So we know how much of it there is. We know more or less where it is. We know some of its properties. We don't know specifically what it is. But it's not anything fundamentally mysterious. It's a particle. Dark energy is a different story. So dark energy is indeed uniformly spread through space and has this very weird property that it doesn't seem to evolve as far as we can know. It's the same amount of energy in every cubic centimeter of space from moment to moment. That's why far and away the leading candidate for dark energy is Einstein's cosmological constant. The cosmological constant is strictly constant, 100% constant. The data say it better be 98% constant or better, so 100% constant works, right? And it's also very robust. It's just there. It's not doing anything. It doesn't interact with any other particles. It makes perfect sense. Probably the dark energy is the dark matter. Super important to emphasize here. It was hypothesized at first in the 70s and 80s, mostly to explain rotation of galaxies. Today, the evidence for dark matter is both much better than it was in the 1980s and from different sources. It is mostly from observations of the cosmic background radiation or of large-scale structures. So we have multiple independent lines of evidence, also gravitational lensing and things like that, many, many pieces of evidence that say that dark matter is there. And also that say that the effects of dark matter are different than if we modify gravity. So that was my first answer to your question is, dark matter, we have a lot of evidence for it. But the other one is, of course, we would love it if it weren't dark matter. Our vested interest is 100% aligned with it being something more cool and interesting than dark matter, because dark matter is just a particle. That's the most boring thing in the world.
And it's non-uniformly distributed through space, dark matter.
Absolutely, yeah.
So this
You can even see maps of it that we constructed from gravitational lenses.
so verifiable sort of clumps of dark matter in the galaxy that explain stuff.
Bigger than the galaxy, sadly. Like, we think that in the galaxy, dark matter is lumpy, but it's weaker. Its effects are weaker. But on the scale of large-scale structure and clusters of galaxies and things like that, yes, we can show you where the dark matter is.
Could there be a super cool explanation for dark matter that would be interesting as opposed to just another particle that sits there and clumps?
The super cool explanation would be modifying gravity rather than sadly, that doesn't really work. You've tried. I've tried. That's my third paper that was very successful. I tried to unify dark matter and dark energy together. That was my idea. That was my aspiration, not even idea. I tried to do it. It failed even before we wrote the paper. I realized that my idea did not help. It helped. It could possibly explain away the dark energy, but it would not explain away the dark matter. And so I thought it was not that interesting, actually. And then two different collaborators of mine said, has anyone thought of this idea? Like, they thought of exactly the same idea, completely independently. I said, well, if three different people found the same idea, maybe it is interesting. And so we wrote the paper. And yeah, it was very interesting.
Can you describe this paper a little bit? Like, it's fascinating how much of a thing there is dark energy and dark matter, and we don't try to understand it. So what was your dive into your experience?
So here is what we know about dark matter and dark energy. They become important in regimes where gravity is very, very, very weak. That's kind of the opposite from what you would expect if you actually were modifying gravity. Like, there's a rule of thumb in quantum field theory, etc., that new effects show up when the effects are strong, right? We understand weak fields, we don't understand strong fields. But okay, maybe this is different, right? So what I mean by when gravity is weak, the dark energy shows up late in the history of the universe. Early in the history of the universe, the dark energy is irrelevant. But remember, the density of dark energy stays constant. The density of matter and radiation go down. So at early times, dark energy is completely irrelevant compared to matter and radiation. At late times, it becomes important. That's also when the universe is dilute and gravity is relatively weak. Now think about galaxies, okay? The galaxy is more dense in the middle, less dense on the outside. And there's a phenomenological fact about galaxies that in the interior of galaxies, you don't need dark matter. That's not so surprising because the density of stars and gas is very high there, and the dark matter is very subtle. But then there's generally a radius inside of which you don't need dark matter to fit the data, outside you need dark matter to fit the data. So that's again when gravity is weak, right? So I asked myself, of course we know in field theory, new effects show up when fields are strong, not weak, but let's throw that out of the window, and I write down a theory where gravity alters when it is weak. And we've already said what gravity is. What is gravity? It's the curvature of space. So there are mathematical quantities that measure the curvature of space. And generally, you would say, like, I have an understanding Einstein's equation, which I explained to the readers in the book, relates the curvature of space-time to matter and energy. The more matter and energy, the more curvature. So I'm saying, what if you add a new term in there that says the less matter and energy, the more curvature? No reason to do that, except to fit the data, right? So I try to unify the need for dark matter and the need for dark matter.
That would be really cool if that was the case.
It's super cool, right? It would be the best. It would be great. But it didn't work.
It would be really interesting if gravity did something funky when there's not much of it. Like, they almost like at the edges of it, there's noise.
That was exactly the hope. But the great thing about physics is there are, right? I mean, you can come up with the words and you can wave your hands, but then you got to write down the equations, and I did. And I figured out that it could help with the dark energy, the acceleration of the universe. It doesn't help with dark matter.
It just sucks at the scale of galaxies, the scale of solar systems. The physics is kind of boring.
It does. I agree. Again, that's why it is a little bit. I tear my hair out when people who are not physicists think, accuse physicists, like you say, of sort of losing the plot because they need dark matter and dark energy. I don't want dark matter and dark energy. I want something much cooler than that. I've tried, but you got to listen to the equations and to the data.
You mentioned 3 papers. Your first awesome paper ever, and your second awesome paper ever. Of course, you wrote many papers, so you're being very harsh on the others.
Well, by the way, this is not awesome news. This is impact, right? There's no correlation between awesomeness and impact.
Right.
Some of my best papers fell without a scratch. 3, 5, 4. Right? Yeah. The first paper was called Limits on the Lorentz and Parity Violating Modification of Electromagnetism, or electrodynamics. So we figured out how to violate Lorentz invariance, which is the symmetry underlying relativity. And the important thing is we figured out a way to do it that didn't violate anything else and was experimentally testable. So people love that. The second paper was called Quintessence and the Rest of the World. So quintessence is this dynamical dark energy field. The rest of the world is because I was talking about how the quintessence field would interact with other particles and fields and how to avoid the interactions you don't want. And the third paper was called Is Cosmic Speed Up Due to Gravitational Physics? Something. So you see the common theme. I'm taking, what we know, the standard model of particle physics, general relativity, tweaking that in some way, and then trying to fit it in,
And try to make it so it's experimental.
Ideally, yes, that's right. That's the goal.
You wrote the book Something Deeply Hidden on the Mysteries of Quantum Mechanics, and a new book coming out soon, part of that Biggest Ideas in the Universe series we mentioned, called Quanta and Fields. So that's focusing on quantum mechanics. Big question first. Biggest ideas in the universe. What to you is most beautiful, or perhaps most mysterious about quantum mechanics?
Quantum mechanics is a harder one. I wrote a textbook on general relativity, and I started it by saying general relativity is the most beautiful physical theory ever invented, right? And we'll stand by that. It is less fundamental than quantum mechanics, but quantum mechanics is a little more mysterious. So it's a little bit kludgy right now. If you think about how we teach quantum mechanics for students, the Copenhagen interpretation, it's a god-awful mess. So no one's going to accuse that of being very beautiful. I'm a fan of the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, and that is very beautiful in the sense that fewer ingredients, just one equation, and it could cover everything in the world. It depends what you mean by beauty, but I think what the answer to your question is, quantum mechanics can start with extraordinarily austere, tiny ingredients, and in principle lead to the world. Right? That boggles my mind. It's like much more comprehensive. General relativity is about gravity, that's great. Quantum mechanics is about everything, and seems to be up to the task. And so I don't know whether is that beauty or not, but it's certainly impressive.
So both for the theory, the predictive power of the theory, and the fact that the theory describes tiny things creating everything you see around us.
It's a monist theory. In classical mechanics, I have a particle here, particle there. I describe them separately. I can tell you what this particle is doing, what that particle is doing. In quantum mechanics, we have entanglement, right? As Einstein pointed out to us in 1935. And what that means is there is a single state for these two particles. There's not one state for this particle, one state for the other particle. And indeed, there's a single state for the whole universe, called the wave function of the universe, if you want to call it that. And it obeys one equation, and it is our job then to sort of chop it up, to carve it up, to figure out how to get tables and chairs and things like that.
You mentioned the many worlds interpretation, and it is in fact beautiful. But one of your more controversial things you stand behind, you've probably gotten a bunch of flack for it.
I'm a big boy, I can take it.
Well, can you first explain it, and then maybe speak to the fact that you've got
Sure. The classic experiment to explain quantum mechanics to people is called the Stern-Gerlach experiment. You're measuring the spin of a particle, okay? And in quantum mechanics, the spin is, it's just a spin. It's the rate at which something is rotating around in a very down-to-earth sense. The difference being is that it's quantum. So for something like a single electron or a single neutron, it's either spinning clockwise or counterclockwise. Those are the only two, let's put it this way, those are the only two measurement outcomes you will ever get. There's no it's spinning faster or slower. It's either spinning one direction or the other. That's it. Two choices. Okay? According to the rules of quantum mechanics, I can set up an electron, let's say, in a state where it is neither purely clockwise or counterclockwise, but a superposition of both. And that's not just because we don't know the answer. It's because it truly is both until we measure it. And then when we measure it, we see one or the other. So this is the fundamental mystery of quantum mechanics, that how we describe the system and not looking at it is different from what we see when we look at it. So we teach our students in the Copenhagen way of thinking is that the act of measuring the spin of the electron causes a radical change in the physical state. It spontaneously collapses from being a superposition of clockwise and counterclockwise, being one or the other, and you can tell me the probability that happens, but that's all you can tell me. And I can't be very specific about when it happens, what caused it to happen, why it's happening, none of that. That's all called the measurement of quantum. So many world just says, look, I just told you a minute ago that there's only one wave function for the whole universe. And that means that you can't take too seriously just describing the electron. You have to include everything else in the universe. In particular, you clearly have to interact with the electron in order to measure it. So whatever is interacting with the electron should be included in the wave function that you're describing. And look, maybe it's just you. Maybe your eyeballs are able to perceive it, but okay, I'm going to include you in the wave function. And if you do that, let's be, since you have a very sophisticated listenership, I'll be a little bit more careful than ever. What does it mean to measure the spin of the electron? We don't need to go into details, but we want the following thing to be true. If the electron were in a state that was 100% spinning clockwise, then we want the measurement to tell us it was spinning clockwise. We want your brain to go, yes, the electron is spinning clockwise, right? And likewise, if it was 100% counterclockwise, we want to see that, to measure that. The rules of quantum mechanics, the Schrödinger equation, is 100% true. But if you want to measure it clockwise when it's clockwise, and measure it counterclockwise when it's counterclockwise, then when it starts out in a superposition, what will happen is that you and the electron will entangle with each other. And by that I mean that the state of the universe evolves into part saying the electron was spinning clockwise and I saw it clockwise. And part of the state is the superposition with the part that says the electron is spinning counterclockwise and I saw it clockwise. Everyone agrees with it. It's entirely uncontroversial, straightforward consequence of the Schrödinger. And then Niels Bohr would say, and then part of that wave function disappears. And we're in the other part. And you can't predict which part it will be, only part. Hugh Everett, who was a graduate student in the 1950s, who was thinking about this, says, I have a better idea. Part of the wave function does not magically disappear. It stays there. The reason why that idea, Everett's idea, that the whole wave function always stays there, was not thought of years before, is because naively, you look at it, you go, okay, this is predicting that I will be in a superposition. That I will be in a superposition of having seen the electron be clockwise and having seen it. No experimenter has ever felt like it. You always see an outcome. Okay. Everett's move, which is kind of was to say, the problem is not the Schrödinger equation. The problem is you have misidentified yourself in the Schrödinger equation. You said, oh, look, there's a person who saw counterclockwise. There's a person who saw clockwise. I should be that superposition of both. And Everett says, no, you're not. Because the part of the wave function in which the spin was clockwise, once that exists, it is completely unaffected by the part of the wave function that says the spin was counterclockwise. They are apart from each other. They are uninteracting. They have no influence. What happens in one part has no influence in the other part. So Everett says the simple resolution is to identify yourself as either the one who saw spin clockwise or the one who saw spin counterclockwise. There are now two people. Once you've done that experiment, the Schrodinger equation doesn't have to be messed with. All you have to do is locate yourself correctly in the weight. That's what it is.
The number of worlds is
Very good.
very, very, very big. Where do those worlds fit? Where do they go?
The short answer is the worlds don't exist in space. Space exists separately in each world. So, I mean, there's a technical answer to your question, which is Hilbert space, the space of all possible quantum mechanical states. But physically, we want to put these worlds somewhere. That's just a wrong intuition that we have. There is no such thing as the physical spatial location of the world. The space is inside the world.
One of the properties of this suspicion is that you can't travel from one world to the other, right? Which kind of makes you feel that they're existing separately.
They are existing separately and simultaneously.
And simultaneously,
Without locations in space.
without locations in space. How is it possible to visualize them existing without locations?
The real answer to that, the honest answer, is the equations predict it. If you can't visualize it, so much more for you. The equations are crystal clear.
Is there a way to get this closer to understanding and visualizing the weirdness of the implications of this?
I don't think that wasn't that hard for me. I don't mind the idea that when I make a quantum mechanical measurement, there is later on in the universe multiple descendants of my present self who got different answers to that measurement. I can't interact with them. Hilbert space, the space of all quantum wave functions is always big enough to include all of them. I'm going to worry about the parts of the universe I can observe. So let's put it this way. Many worlds come to that by taking the Schrodinger equation. The Schrodinger equation was invented to fit the data, to fit the spectrum of different atoms and different emission and explosion. And it's perfectly legitimate to say, well, okay, you're taking the Schrodinger equation, you're extrapolating it, you're trusting it, believing it, beyond what we can observe. I don't want to do that, right? That's perfectly legit, except, okay, then what do you do? Come up with a better theory. You're saying you don't believe a Schrodinger equation. Tell me the equation that you believe in. Turns out, you can confirm that. Turns out it's super hard to do that in a legitimate way.
And many worlds is a really clean,
Absolutely most austere, clean, no extra baggage.
So if it in fact is correct, isn't it the weirdest thing of anything we know?
Yes. In fact, let me put it this way. The single best reason in my mind to be skeptical about this is not because it doesn't make sense or it doesn't fit the data or I don't know where the worlds are going or whatever. It's because to make that extrapolation, to take seriously the equation that we know from another requires new philosophy, requires a new way of thinking about identity, about probability, about prediction, a whole bunch of things. It's work to do that philosophy, and I've been doing it, and others have done it, and I think it's very, very doable. But it's not straightforward. It's not a simple extrapolation from what we already know. It's a grand extrapolation very far away. And if you just wanted to be sort of methodologically conservative and say, that's a step too far, I don't want to buy it, I'm sympathetic to that. I think that you're just wimping out. I think that you should have more courage. But I get the impulse.
And there is, under many worlds, an era of time where if you rewind it back there's going to be one initial state.
That's right. All quantum mechanics, all different versions require a kind of arrow of time. It might be different in every time. But the quantum measurement process is irreversible. You can measure something, it collapses, you can't go back. So if someone tells you the outcome, if I say, I've measured an electron as thin as clockwork, and they say, what was it before I measured it? You know there was some part of it that was clockwise, but you don't know how much, right? In many worlds, it's no different. But the nice thing is that the kind of arrow of time you need in many worlds is exactly the kind of arrow of time you need anyway for entropy and thermodynamics and so forth. You need a simple, low entropy initial state. That's what you need.
So if you actually look at under many worlds to the entire history of the universe, correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks very deterministic.
Yes.
In each moment, does the moment contain the memory of the entire history of the universe? To you, does the moment contain the memory of everything that preceded it?
As far as we know, so according to many worlds, the wave function of the universe, all the branches of the universe at once, all the worlds, does contain all the information. Calling it a memory is a little bit dangerous, because it's not the same kind of memory you and I have in our brains, because our memories rely on the arrow of time. And the whole point of the Schrodinger equation or Newton's laws is they don't have an arrow of time built in. They're reversible. The state of the universe not only remembers where it came from, but also determines where it's going to go. In a way that our memories don't do that.
But our memories, we can do replay. Can we do this?
We can, but the act of forming a memory increases the entropy of the universe. It is an irreversible process also, right? You can walk on a beach and leave your footprints there. That's a record of your past. It will eventually be erased by the ever-increasing entropy of the universe.
Well, but you can imperfectly replay it. I guess, can we travel back in time imperfectly?
It depends on the level of precision you're trying to affect. You know, the universe contains the information about where the universe was, but you and I don't, so we know it does.
Is what computationally very costly to try to consult the universe.
Well, it depends on, again, exactly what you're asking. Like, there are some simple questions. Like, what was the temperature of the universe 30 seconds after the Big Bang? You can answer that, right? That's kind of amazing. We can answer that to pretty high precision. But if you want to know where every atom was, then no.
What to you is the Big Bang? Why did it happen?
I think that's a super important question that I can imagine making progress on. Right now, I'm more or less maximally uncertain about what the answer is.
Do you think black holes will help?
Not potentially. Not that much. Quantum gravity will help, and maybe black holes will help us figure out quantum gravity, so indirectly, yes. But we have a situation where general relativity, Einstein's theory, unambiguously predicts there was a singularity in the past. A moment of time, the universe had infinite curvature, infinite energy, infinite expansion rate, the whole thing. That's just a fancy way of saying the theory has broken down. And classical general relativity is not up to the task of what saying would really happen at that moment. So it is completely possible there was, in some sense, a moment of time before which there were no other moments. And that would be the Big Bang. Even if it's not a classical general relativity kind of thing, quantum mechanics is involved, maybe that's what happened. It's also completely possible there was time before that, space and time, and they evolved into our hot Big Bang by some percentage.
And if time and space are merged before it even starts getting real weird.
Well, I think that if there is a first moment of time, that would be very good evidence, or that would fit hand in glove with the idea of time. If time is fundamental, then it tends to go forever. It's fundamental.
Well, yeah, I mean, the general formulation of this question is what's outside of it. Well, what's outside of our universe? So in time and in space. I know it's a popular question. I understand. I apologize.
That's my life. My life is asking about questions. Okay. Some of them, the answer is that's not the right answer.
Okay. But is it possible to think at all about what's outside our universe?
it's absolutely legit to ask questions, but you have to be comfortable with the possibility that the answer is there's no such thing as outside. Absolutely on the table. In fact, that is the simplest, most likely to be correct. We know.
So it's the only thing in the universe that wouldn't have an outside.
If the universe is the totality of everything, it would not have an outside.
It's so weird to think there's not an outside. We want there to be. We want there to be sort of a creator, a creative force that led to this. Or an outside, like this is our town, and there's a bigger world, and there's always a bigger world.
Because that is our experience. That's the world we grew up in, right? The universe doesn't need to obey them.
Such a weird thing.
When I was a kid, that used to keep me up at night. Like, what if the universe had not existed?
Right. And it feels like a lot of pressure. But if this is the only universe, and we're here, one of the few intelligent civilizations, maybe the only one, the old theory that we're in the center of everything, just feels suspicious. That's why many worlds is kind of exciting to me, because it it's humbling in all the right kinds of ways. It feels like infinity is the way it's going to be. Yeah.
There's one pitfall that I'll just mention, because there's a move that is made in these theoretical edges of cosmology that I think is a little bit mistaken, which is to say, I'm going to think about the universe on the basis of imagining that I am a typical observer. This is called the principle of typicality, or the principle of mediocrity, or even the Copernican principle. Nothing special about me. I'm just typical in the universe. But then you draw some conclusions from this. And what you end up realizing is you've been hilariously presumptuous, because by saying I'm a typical observer in the universe, you're saying typical observers in the universe are like me. And that is completely unjustified by anything. So I'm not telling you what the right way to do it is, but these kinds of questions that are not quite grounded in experimental verification or falsification are ones you have to be very careful about.
That to me is one of the most interesting questions. There's different ways to approach it, but like, what's outside of this? Well, how did the BS start? How do we get something from nothing? That's always the thing you're sneaking up to. When you're studying all of these questions, you're always thinking that's where the black hole and the unifying and getting quantum gravity, all this kind of stuff. You're always sneaking up to that question, where did all of this come from? So, and I think that's probably an answer to that question. Right? No, it doesn't have to. Do you think there could be a turtle that refuses to reveal its identity?
I think that specifically the question, why is there something rather than nothing, does not have the kind of answer that we would ordinarily attribute to why. Because typical why questions are embedded in the universe. When we answer them, we take advantage of the features of the universe that we know. But the universe itself, as far as we know, is not embedded in anything. Bigger or stronger, and therefore it can just be.
Do you think it's possible this whole place is serious? It's a really interesting dark twist of the video game while existing.
You know, my own podcast listeners, Mindscape listeners, tease me because they know from my AMA episodes, if we ever start a question by asking, do you think it's possible that? The answer would be yes. That might not be the answer you care about, but it's possible, sure, as long as you're not, adding two even numbers together and getting an odd number.
When you say it's possible, there's a mathematical yes, and then there's more of like intuitive.
Yeah, you want to know what is plausible. You want to know if there's a reasonable non-zero credence attached to this. I don't think that there's any philosophical knockout objection to the simulation hypothesis. I also think there's absolutely no reason to take it seriously.
Do you think humans will try to create one? I guess that's how I always think about it. I see what I've spent quite a bit of time over the past few years, and a lot more recently in virtual worlds, and just am always captivated by the possibility of creating higher and higher resolution worlds. And as we'll talk a little bit about artificial intelligence, so the advancement on the Sora front, you can automatically generate those worlds, and the possibility of existing those automatically generated worlds is pretty exciting. There's always this physics quantum mechanics or relativity that governs the generation of those worlds. Yep. So it just seems like doable. Sure.
Yeah, I think they will create better and better simulations. I think the philosopher David Chalmers is likely to be a good job of arguing that you should treat things that happen in virtual reality and simulated realities as just as real as the reality of the experience. I also think as a practical matter, people realize how much harder it is to simulate a realistic world than we naively believe. So this is not a my lifetime kind of work.
Yeah, the practical matter of going from sort of a prototype that's impressive to a thing that governs everything. Similar question on this front is AGI. Yeah, you said that we're very far away from AGI.
I want to eliminate the phrase AGI.
So, basically, when you're analyzing large language models and seeing how far they from whatever AGI is, and we can talk about different notions of intelligence, that we're not as close as kind of some people in public view are talking about. So what's your intuition?
My intuition is basically that artificial intelligence is different. And so the mistake that is being made by focusing on AGI, among those who do, is an artificial agent that, as we can make them now or in the near future, might be way better than human beings in some things, way worse than human beings at other things. And rather than trying to ask how close is it to being a human-like intelligence, we should appreciate it for what its capabilities are. And that will both be more accurate and help us put it to work and protect us from dangers, rather than always anthropomorphizing.
I think the underlying idea there, under the definition of AGI, is that the capabilities are extremely impressive. It's not a precise statement, but
I get that. Completely agree.
and then the underlying question, where a lot of debate is how impressive is it? What are the limits of large language models? Can they really do things like common sense reasoning? How much do they really understand about the world? Are they just fancy mimicry machines? And where do you fall on that as to the limits of large language models?
I don't think that there are many limits in. I'm a physicalist about consciousness and awareness. I see no obstacle to, in principle, building an artificial machine that is indistinguishable in thought and cognition. But we're not trying to do that, right? What a large language model is trying to do is to predict text. That's what it does. And it is leveraging the fact that we human beings, for very good evolutionary biology, attribute intentionality and intelligence and agency to things that act like human beings. As I was driving here to get to this podcast, I was using Google Maps. Google Maps was talking. I wanted to stop to get a cup of coffee, so I didn't do what Google Maps told me to do. I went around a block that it didn't apply, and so it gets annoying, right? It says like, why are you doing it? It doesn't say exactly this, but you know what I mean. It's like, no, turn left, turn left. It is impossible as a human being not to feel a little bit sad that Google Maps is getting mad at me. It's not even trying to. It's not a large language model. It's not. There's no aspiration for intentionality, but we attribute that all the time. Dan Dennett, the philosopher, wrote a very influential paper on the intentional stance. The fact that it's the most natural thing in the world for we human beings to attribute more intentionality to artificial, which is not to say it can't be real. But if you're trying to be rational, if you're thinking about it, the first step is to recognize I was huge bias towards attributing things below the surface to systems that are able to, at the surface level, actually.
So it's that huge rise of intentionality there in the data, the human data, the vast landscape of human data that AI models, large language models, and video models in the future are trained on. Don't you think that intentionality will emerge as fundamental to the behavior of these systems naturally?
I don't think it will happen naturally. I think it could happen. Again, not against the principle. But again, the way that large language models came to be and what they're optimized for is wildly different than the way that human beings need to be and what they're optimized. So I think we're missing a chance to be much more clear-headed about what large language models are, like judging them against human beings, again, both in positive ways and negative.
Well, I think to push back on what they're optimized for, it's different to describe how they're trained versus what they're optimized for. They're trained with very trivial way of predicting text content. But you can describe what they're optimized for, and what the actual task of it is to construct the world model, meaning an understanding of the world. And that's where it starts getting closer to what humans are trying to do. We just, in the case of large language models, know how the process is made, but we don't know how it's made.
Let's be honest, most
But they're not
odds are serving you moldy, pesticide-laden rubbish.
But the actual training is
stinking the place out with
optimized
stale
for
coffee,
understanding,
expecting you to say cheers. 1775
creating
coffee,
a
make sure you
compressed
don't have to drink a
representation,
chemical
right,
soup
of all
when
the
you
stuff
want a
that humans
caffeine lift.
are putting in the
1775 coffee
And the hope
steps
is
in to slap the
that
mediocrity
gives
right
you
out of the
an
competition.
understanding.
Their K-cup pods
Yeah,
are filled
so
with
that's why I
single
think that
origin,
there's a set of
high
hugely interesting
altitude
questions
beans, handpicked by people who know
about
what
the ways in
flavour
which large language
actually
models
is. It's coffee
actually
which
do
slap your
represent the
brain
world.
faster
Because
week.
it's clear
Faster in
that they're
fact than a
very
government
good
scandal.
at
Who doesn't need an injection of this new
open
caffeine inflection? Come on,
is
Biden. Get
the
this stuff
easiest,
down here.
most efficient,
You've got
best way
choice
to
of
act
medium
human
roast,
to
dark
do the
roast,
same
and
thing
mushroom blend.
being.
Yeah, actual
Or are there
mushrooms like
other ways?
lion's mane
And I
or
think
reishi
open.
to boost your
I just heard
brain
a talk by
power as
Melanie
well as giving you an immediate lift. Because let's be honest, if your coffee isn't
and
strong
well,
enough
two
to
stories,
overthrow small
about two different
government,
papers. One
what's
that
the
someone
point?
else wrote,
This coffee is for
and
people who
following up
don't
on.
want a
And they were
participation
modeling
trophy.
Othello.
This is
Othello
coffee for winners.
being
Go
a
to
little rectangular board, white by
1775coffee.com,
squares.
grab
So
your
the
24 pack
experiment
and
was the
tell
following.
corporate
They
coffee
fed
to take a hike.
neural
Let's go
networks
to
the
1775coffee.com,
moves that were
grab
being
your
made
24 pack and
in
tell
the most
corporate
symbolic
coffee
form.
to take a hike. Caffeine that will help you overthrow the powerful.
So it's a long string, does this for millions of games, right? Real legitimate games. And then it asks the question, the paper asks the question, okay, you trained it to tell what would be a legitimate next move and not a legitimate. Did it in its brain, in this little large language model brain, I mean, it's not technically large language model, but a deep learning network, did it come up with a representation of the Othello? Well, how do you know? So they construct a little code that you insert. And you ask it, what is it doing later? And the answer is that the little probe network can ask, would this be legitimate, or is this token white or black or whatever? Things that in practice would amount to its invention of the Othello board. And it found that the probe got the right answer, not 100% of the time, but more than by chance, substantially more than by chance. So they said, there's some tentative evidence that this neural network has discovered the Othello board, just evidence. Right? But then Melanie's asked the question, okay, you sure that understanding of the Othello board wasn't built into your probe? What they found was like, at least half of it. No. And look, a Othello board is way simpler than the world. So that's why I just think it's an open question whether or not it would be remarkable either way to learn that large language models that are good at being what we train them to do are good because they built the same same kind of model of the world that we have in our minds, or that they're good despite not having that model. Either one of these is an amazing thing. I just don't think the data are clear on which one is true.
I think I have some intellectual humility about the whole thing because I was humbled by several stages in the machine learning development the past 20 years. And I would never have predicted that LLMs, the way they're trained, the scale of data they're trained, would be as complex. And there, that's where intellectual humility steps in. Where my intuition would say something like with Melanie, where you need to be able to have very sort of concrete, common sense reasoning, symbolic reasoning type things in a system in order for it to be very intelligent. But here, I'm so impressed by what it's capable to do, train on the next hook prediction, essentially. I just, my conception of the nature of intelligence is just completely, not completely, humble.
Look, and I think that's totally fair. I also was pleasantly, I don't know if it's pleasantly or unpleasantly, but factually surprised. A decent rate of progress. Clearly, some kind of phase transition percolation has happened, right? And the improvement has been remarkable, absolutely amazing. That I have no arguments with. That doesn't yet tell me the mechanism by which that improvement happened. Constructing a model much like a human being would have is clearly one possible mechanism, but part of intellectual humility is to say maybe there are others.
I was chatting with the CEO of Anthropic, behind Claude, and that company, a lot of the AI companies are really focused on expanding the scale of compute. So if we assume that AI is not data limited, but is compute limited, you can make the system much more intelligent by using more compute. So let me ask you, almost on the physics level, do you think physics can help expand the scale of compute and maybe the scale of energy required to make that compute happen?
Yeah, 100%. I think this is like one of the biggest things that physics can help with, and it's an obvious kind of low-hanging fruit situation where the heat generation, the inefficiency, the waste of existing high-level computers is nowhere near the efficiency of our brain. It's hilarious. And we kind of haven't tried to optimize that part on that frontier. Your laptop boots up, you're sitting on your lap, right? It doesn't need to, your brain doesn't need so clearly, there exists in the world of physics the capability of doing these computations with much less waste heat being generated, and I look forward to people doing that. Yeah.
Are you excited for the possibility of nuclear fusion?
I'm cautiously optimistic. Excited to be too strong. I mean, it'd be great. But if we really tried solar power, it would also be great.
I think Elias Discovery said this, that the future of humanity on Earth would be just the entire surface of Earth is covered in solar panels and data centers.
Why would you waste the surface of the Earth with solar panels? Put them in space.
Sure, we can go in space. Yeah,
space is bigger than Earth.
Yeah, just solar panels everywhere.
Yeah,
I like it.
We already have fusion. It's called the sun.
Yeah, that's true. And there's probably more and more efficient ways of catching that energy.
Sending it down is the hard part, absolutely. But that's an engineering problem. Yeah.
So I just wonder where data centers, the compute centers, can expand to, if that's the future. If AI is as effective as it possibly could be, then it's the scale of computation keep increasing. And perhaps it's a rate between efficiency and scale.
There are constraints, right? You know, there's a certain amount of energy, a certain amount of damage you can do to the environment before it's just not worth it anymore. So, yeah, I think that's a new question. In fact, it's kind of frustrating because we get better and better at doing things efficiently. But we invent more things we want to do faster than we could at doing them efficiently. So we're continuing to make things worse in various ways.
I mean, that's the dance of humanity, where we're constantly creating better technologies that are potentially causing a lot more harm. And then it's used for weapons, it's used AI used as weapons, or it's used nuclear weapons, of course, which is surprising to me that we haven't destroyed human civilization yet, given how many nuclear wars.
Look, I'm with you. Between nuclear and bioweapons, it is a little bit surprising that we haven't caused enormous devastation. Of course, we did drop two atomic bombs on Japan, but compared to what could have happened, this could happen tomorrow.
It does seem like there's an underlying, speaking of quantum fields, there's like a field of goodness within the human heart that, like, in some kind of game theoretic way, we create really powerful things that can destroy each other, and there's greed and ego and all this kind of power-hungry dictators that are at play here in all this geopolitical landscape. But we somehow don't go too far.
Yeah, but that's exactly what you would say right before the
Try before we went too far. And that's why you don't see evidence. So you're, like I mentioned, associated with Center Institute. I just would love to take a stroll down the landscape of ideas explored there. So they look at complexity in all kinds of ways. What do you think about the emergence of complexity from simple things to practice simply?
I think it's a fascinating topic, and that's why I'm thinking about these things these days rather than papers that I described to you before. All of those papers I described to you before are guesses. What if the laws of physics are different in the following way? Then you can work out the consequences. At some point in my life, I said, like, what is the chance I'm going to guess right? Einstein guessed right, Steven Weinberg guessed right, but it's a very small number of times that people guess right. Whereas, with this emergence of complexity from simplicity, I really do think that we haven't understood the basics. Yes, I think we're still kind of pre-paradigmatic. There's been some spectacular discoveries, people like Jeffrey West, this kind of thing, and others really giving us true insight into important systems, but still there's a lot of the basics I think are not understood. And so searching for the general principles is what I like to do. And I think it's absolutely possible that to be a little bit more substantive than that. I think this is kind of cliche. I think the key is information. And I think that what we see through the history of the universe as being simple and more and more complex is really subsystems of the universe figuring out how to use information to do whatever, to survive or to thrive or to reproduce. I mean, that's the sort of fuel, the leverage, the resource that we have. For a while anyway, until the heat death, but that's where the complexity is really good.
Yeah, the mechanism of it. What, I mean, you mentioned Jeffrey West. What are interesting things of progress in this realm? And what are systems that interest you in terms of information? So, I mean, for me, just as a fan of complexity, just even looking at simple cellular automata is always just a fascinating way to illustrate the emergence.
So for those of the listeners who don't know, viewers, cellular automata comes from imagining a very simple configuration. For example, a set of ones and zeros along a block. And then you enter a rule that says, okay, I'm going to evolve this in time. And generally, the simplest ones start with just each block of 3 ones and zeros have a rule that they will deterministically go to either one or the other. You can actually classify all the different possibilities, a small number of possible cellular automata. And what was discovered by various people, including Peter Wolfram, is some of these cellular automata have the feature that you start from almost nothing. 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. You let it go, and it becomes one. So this is very provocative, very interesting. It's also not how physics works at all. Because as we said, physics conserves information. You can go forward or backward. These cellular automata do not. They're not reversible in any sense. You built in an arrow of time. You have a starting point, and then you evolve. So what I'm interested in is seeing how in the real world, with the real laws of physics and underlying reversibility, but macroscopic irreversibility from entropy in the arrow of time itself. How does that I think that's an answerable question. I don't think the cellular automata are really helping.
So what is
do you
in that?
envisage evolving from this situation?
What is the
Well,
landscape
there's a
of
groundswell of
entropy?
support across social media for
Well, entropy is
independent
hard
journalists and for
to
citizen
localize. It's a
journalism,
property of
right?
systems,
And if
not
you
of
look at that,
parts
Russell,
of
I always try to
systems,
understand
right?
what is really behind this.
Having
What
said
is
that,
really
you can do
about?
approximate
So if you
answers
look
to
at
the
it, we
question. The
are
answer
now,
is black
we have
holes
been for
are
some
huge
time
in
in the
entropy.
stage of
Most,
fifth generation
let's put it this way:
warfare. You know, the generations
the
of warfare
whole
obviously
observable
started out with
universe
swords
that we're in
and clubs and all
had a
that,
certain
and then
amount of
you
entropy
introduce mechanized warfare
before
and planes and
stars and
obviously then
planets
you have
and black holes
machine
started.
guns and all the rest that come in.
10 to
Then
the
finally,
88.
fourth generation warfare was where you
The
introduce
single
terrorist
black hole
groups,
center of our
non-state
galaxy has
actors
entropy.
in this
10 to the 9.
covert warfare, and then
Single
now
black
you're
hole center of our
in
galaxy has more entropy than the whole
which is the
universe used to
information
have
battle space,
not too long ago.
where
So
everything
most
is
of the
no
entropy
longer
in the
information
universe
is no
today
longer
is
a weapon of war. It
Okay,
is
that's
the entire
fascinating.
battlefield.
Cool.
So what you're
With
talking about
second
happened
law,
in
if we
2016
take black
that
holes
took
away,
them by
what are the
surprise.
different
That they
interesting
then worked
perturbations
very
in
hard to make sure
entropy
didn't happen in
across
2020.
space?
And then
What is
just happened again
where
in
do we
24
Earthlings
is that
think?
their whole
The interesting
they
thing to
had
me
what is known
is
as
that
information dominance.
if you start with a
And you
system
could see that
that
because
is
every tactic that they
isolated from
used
justice,
was successful.
and you
So
start
when
it
they said Trump was a
low,
white supremacist, which wasn't
there's
any
almost
more
a
true
theorem
in
that says if
2016
you're very,
or
very, very
20
low,
or 24,
then
right?
the
Why did it
system looks
work
pretty simple.
in
Because there's
2017,
low
18,
entropy
19,
means
20,
there's only a
and it
small
didn't
number
work
of
in
ways that you
2024
can rearrange
because
the
they no
parts to
longer
look like
had
that. So
information
if there's not that many
dominance.
ways, the
And
answer's
what
simple.
was the spear? Well,
But it's
Elon
also
Musk
almost a
taking
theorem.
over
It says when
Twitter
you're at maximum
then gave
entropy,
up one of the most
the
important
system is
weapons in the
stable.
information
It's all
battle
smeared
space
out. If it had like
because it's so
interesting structure,
fast and it
then
reaches
it would be
people that
fun.
it gave such a voice.
So
But that wasn't
entropy
all.
in this isolated
As you
system
pointed out,
only
it
goes
was
up.
yourself,
That's
quite
the second law
frankly.
of thermodynamics.
Yourself, Joe
The
Rogan, all
complexity
these other podcasters
starts
who
low,
are able to
goes up,
amass
and
huge
then goes down
audiences,
again.
but not just audiences, right? Because
Sometimes
it's one
people
thing if you're in
mistakenly
the
think
echo chamber,
that
when you're on social media,
complexity or
the
light
reason
or
you keep
whatever
getting the
is
same
fighting
information
against
or similar
the second
stories
law
or
of
things that
thermodynamics,
appeal to
fighting
you and
against
your
the increase of
ideology
entropy.
is
That
because
is
the
precisely
algorithms
the
are
wrong
written
way
to
to think
create
about
what's
it.
called
We are
feedback loops.
surfers
So I
riding
think if
the
I'm in
wave
Trump's corner, oh, Trump's doing
of
great because it's
increasing
my
entropy.
feedback
We
loop.
rely on
Everything
increasing entropy
positive about Trump.
to
Or if
survive.
I'm a
That
Harris
is
supporter,
part of what
I'm
makes us
hearing the
special.
same
This
thing in my
table
feedback loop. But
maintains
somewhere
its
between that
stability
is the truth. Well, how do
mechanically.
you break that
Which I
information
mean, there's
dominance? You do it with
molecules,
people like
there
Russell Brand.
have
You do
forces
it with
on each
people like
other,
Joe
and it
Rogan.
holds up.
You do it with people
You
like
and I
Mark
are.
Jr.
We
Because
maintain
their
our
audience
stability
is not
dynamically
based. Their
by
audience goes beyond. So
injecting
what do they
food,
want?
fuel,
They want
right?
Donald
Food,
Trump
water, and air, and so
never to
forth.
be heard by
Burning
anyone who's
it, increasing
libertarian
its
or
entropy.
independent
We are
or open-minded.
non-equilibrium,
If you
quasi-steady state
be
system.
open-minded, you want to know the
We're
truth
using
about
the fuel the
child
universe gives
trafficking, which is
us in the
something
form
I
of low
cover.
entropy
Well,
energy
how do we
to
keep you
maintain our
isolated from Lara
I just
Logan?
wonder what
So
that
you never
mechanism of
hear the truth.
surfing looks
So
like.
this is the most simple
I mean,
example
that's
I can give
where.
you. If you
First of all, I mean,
were
one question
a
to
Trump
ask:
supporter in
do you think
2020,
it's possible to have
you
kind of
saw
size of
the
complexity
visible,
where
physical
you have very
image
precise
that was a
ways
manifestation of his
or
support base.
clearly
So
defined
you
ways of
knew when
measuring
the 2020
complexity?
election results happened, you knew it was a
I
lie.
think it is, and I
You
think we
knew
don't.
before it went to court. You knew
Possible to
before
have
the
that, I don't
experts
think
got
we
on
have.
TV and yelled at you.
Because,
before
you know,
the
in
Justice
part
Department started
because
criminalizing it.
complexity is not
You
even
knew it
available.
was a lie
There's
because you
different
knew that a guy
ideas that
doesn't
go
get elected
under
from
the
his
rubric
basement
of
when he's
complexity.
drawing circles
One
around
version
the
is
people at his
just
rally. And
tomorrow
someone else is
complexity,
turning out
right? If you
crowds
have
of
a
30, 40,
configuration
50,
or
60,000
string of numbers or
during
whatever,
COVID
and you
is
compress
the
it
more popular candidate.
so
But
that
if you were
you have a
living in
small
that
program that will
Biden
help them.
world,
That's
it made
tomorrow.
perfect sense to you. You know why?
But
You
that's
never saw
the
a Trump
complexity
rally.
of a string
You
of
never
numbers.
saw a Trump rally
Okay?
because
It's
they
not
stopped
like the
covering
complexity
it.
of a problem,
And not only did they do
right?
that, look at a person
Computational
like Candace
complexity,
Owens.
traveling
Candace was
salesman problem,
phenomenally
factoring
successful,
large
and in
numbers. It's a whole
2020,
different kind
she
of
got taken
question
off Facebook.
that is also
And not
about
only did she
complexity.
get
So we
taken
don't
off
have a
Facebook,
sort of
but her
unified
emails
view.
were blocked,
Do
her
you think it's
text messages were
possible
blocked.
to
Why?
have a complexity
Because
of a physical
the
system?
email
Yeah,
companies
in the same way
and
we
the
do
big
entropy?
companies,
Yeah. that?
The phone companies, they all
You
got
think that's a
together.
sound carol
And then
paper or
what
what?
is basically a seditious
We're working on
conspiracy,
various
they
things.
agreed
The glib thing that I'm trying to work on right now with the students is complexogenesis.
information
How does
dominance.
complexity come to be if all the universe is doing is moving from low entropy to high
It's a
entropy?
sexy name.
That's a good name. Yeah, I like the name.
But
I just got to write the paper.
sometimes a name
Yeah.
rose by any other name. In which context, the birth of complexity are you most interested in?
Well, I think it comes in stages, right? So I think that if you go from I'm a physicist, so biologists studying evolution will talk about how complexity evolves all the time. Complexity of the genome, complexity of artificial. but they take for granted that life already existed, and entropy is increasing and so forth. I want to go back to the beginning and say the early universe was simple and low. Entropy increases with time, and the universe sort of differentiates and becomes more complex. But that statement, which is indisputably true, has different meaning. The complexity of it. So sort of the most basic primal version of complexity is what you might think of as configurational complexity. That's what Muldrow gets at. How much information do you need to specify the configuration? Then there's a whole other step where subsystems of the universe start burning fuel, right? So in many ways, a planet and a star are not that different in configurational complexity. They're both spheres, with density high in the middle and becoming less as you go out. But there's something fundamentally different, because the star only survives as long as it has fuel, right? I mean, then it turns into a brown dwarf or white dwarf, for example. But as a star, as a main sequence star, it is an out-out equilibrium system. But it's more or less static, right? Like, if I spill the coffee mug and it falls, in the process of falling, it's out of equilibrium, but it's also changing. A specific kind of system is where it looks sort of macroscopically stationary, but underneath the hood, it's burning fuel to keep it banned in order to maintain it. That's the bit. So as stars form, that's a different kind of complexity that comes to be. Then there's another kind of complexity that comes to be, roughly speaking, at the origin of life. Because that's where you have information really being gathered and utilized by subsystems of the universe. And then arguably there's any number of stages past that. I mean, one of the most obvious ones to me is about simulation theory. Because you and I run simulations in our head. It's not that good, but we imagine different hypothetical futures, right? Like theory does. So that's the kind of information processing that is a form of. So I would like to understand all these stages. Yeah, imagination. Yeah, mental time. Yeah, the things going on in my head that I'm imagining worlds are super compressed representations of those worlds, but we get to the essence of them. And maybe it's possible with non-human computing type devices to do those kinds of simulations in more and more compressed ways. There's an argument to be made that literally what separates human beings from other species on Earth is our ability to imagine counterfactual hypotheticals. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big features. I don't know if everyone has their own favorite little feature, but that's why I said there's an argument to be made. I did a podcast episode on it with Adam Bully. It developed slowly. I did different podcasts. Sorry to keep mentioning podcast episodes I did, but Malcolm McIver, who is an engineer at Northwestern, has a theory about one of the major stages in evolution is when fish first time on the land. And I mean, of course, that is a major stage of evolution, but in particular, there's a cognitive stage. Because when you're a fish swimming under the water, the attenuation length of light in water is not that long. You can't see kilometers away. You see meters away. And you're moving at meters per second. So all of the evolutionary optimizations make all of your decisions on time scale less than a second. When you see something new, you have to make a rapid fire decision what to do with it. As soon as you climb on the land, you essentially see forever. Right? You can see stars in the sky. So now a whole new mode of reasoning opens up, where you see something far away. Rather than saying, look up table, I see this, I react. You can say, okay, I see that thing. What if I did this? What if I did that? What if I did something different? And that's the birth of imagination. You've been critical on panpsychism. Yes, you noticed that, right? Can you make the case for panpsychism? Panpsychism was the idea that consciousness permeates all matter. Maybe it's a fundamental force or physics of the way of the fabric of the universe. Panpsychism. Not everything. Right? It's one to a point of entertainment. It's the idea of frustrates. So as a fan, is wonderful to watch. We've had great episodes with panpsychists. And a podcast where you go at had David Chalmers, who's one of the world's great philosophers, and he is panpsychism curious. You know, he doesn't commit to anything, but he's certainly going to entertain it. Philip Goff, who I've had, is a great guy, but he is devoted. In fact, he is almost single-handedly responsible for the upsurge of interest in panpsychism in the popular imagination. And the argument for it is supposed to be that there is something fundamentally uncapturable about conscious awareness by physical behavior of attitudes. The panpsychist will say, look, you can tell me maybe someday through advances of neuroscience and what have you, exactly what happens in your brain and how that translates into thought and speech and action. What you can't tell me is what it is like to be me. You can't tell me what I am experiencing when I see something that is red or that I taste something that is sweet. You can tell me what neurons firing, but you can't tell me what I'm experiencing. That first-person inner subjective experience is simply not capturable by physics. And therefore, this is an old argument, of course, but then therefore is supposed to be, I need something that is not contained within physics to account for it. And I'm just going to call it mind. We don't know what it is yet. I'm going to call it mind. And it has to be separate from physics. And then there's two ways to go. If you buy that much, you can either say, okay, I'm going to be a dualist. I'm going to believe that there's matter and mind and they are separate from each other. They are interacting sometimes. Or that's a little bit complicated and sketchy as far as physics is going to go. So I'm going to believe in mind. I'm going to put it prior to matter. I'm going to believe that mind comes first. And the consciousness is the fundamental of reality, and everything else, including matter and physics, comes from it. That would be at least as simple as physics. Right? Now, the physicalists, such as myself, will say, I don't have any problem explaining what it's like to be you or what you experience when you see red. It's a certain way of talking about the atoms and neurons that are made up of you. Just like the hardness or the brownness of this table, these are words that we attach to certain underlying configurations. So ordinary physical matter, likewise sadness and redness or whatever are words that we attach to you to describe what you're doing. And when it comes to consciousness in general, I'm very quick to say I do not claim to have any special insight on how consciousness works other than if you know reason to change the laws of physics.
If you don't have to change the laws of physics, where do you think it emerges? Is consciousness an illusion? Or is there like a short term that we humans use to describe a certain kind of feeling we have when interacting with the world? Or is there some big leap that happens at some state?
I almost never use the word illusion. Illusion means that there's something that you think you're perceiving that is actually not there. Like an oasis in the desert. It has no causal efficacy. You walk up to where the oasis is supposed to be, you say you were wrong about it being there. That's different than something being emergent or non-fundamental, but also real. The table is real, even though I know it's made of atoms. That doesn't remove the realness from the table. I think that consciousness and free will and things like that are just as real.
Oasis in the desert does have causal efficacy in that.
You're thirsty. Well, these are all incorrect conclusions about the world.
Sure, but imagining a thing, yes, can sometimes bring it to reality. We've seen, and that has a kind of a causal efficacy.
Sure, but your understanding of the world in a way that gives you power over it is decreased rather than increased by believing that oasis. That is not true about consciousness or state.
You don't think you can increase the chance of a thing existing by imagining its existence?
Unless you build it or make it.
No, that's what I mean. Like imagining humans can fly.
Humans are flying. Right. In terms of counterfactual in the future, absolutely. But that's not an illusion.
Oh, okay. So it's the possibility of the future versus what reality is. I mean, the future is a concept.
Just have Conway call the school and push up to the 8th grade.
Time uncertainty component of that. But yes, reality. So to you, so for example, I love asking this. So Donald Hoffman thinks that the entirety of the conversation we've been having about space-time is an illusion. Is it possible for you to still make a case for that? You make the case for and against reality, as I think he writes, that the laws of physics as we know them in space-time is a kind of interface to a much deeper thing that we don't at all understand. And then we're fooling ourselves.
Well, I think there's like part of that idea that is perfectly respectable and part of it that is perfectly nonsensical. And I'm not even going to try to steel man the nonsensical part. The real part to me is what is called structural realism. So we don't know what the world is at a fundamental level, right? But let's put ourselves in the minds of people that we 200 years ago. Like they didn't know about quantum mechanics, they didn't know about relativity. That doesn't mean they were wrong about the universe, that they understood. They had Newton's laws, right? They could predict what time the sun was going to rise perfectly well. In the progress of science, the words that would be used to give the most fundamental description of how you were predicting the sun would rise changed. Because now you have curved space-time and things like that, right? And you didn't have any of those words 200 years ago. But the prediction is the same. Why? Because that prediction, independent of what we thought the fundamental ontology was, the prediction pointed to something true about our understanding of reality. To call it an illusion is just wrong, I think. You might not know what the best, most comprehensive way of stating it is, but it's still true. Is it true in the way, for example, belief in God is true? Because for most of human history, people have believed in a God or multiple gods, and that seemed very true to them as an explanation for the way the world is. Some of the deeper questions about life itself and the human condition, why certain things happen. That was a good explainer. So to you, that's not an illusion. No, I think it was completely an illusion. I think it's a very, very reasonable illusion to be under. There are illusions. There are, substantive claims about the world that go beyond predictions that we can make in bed, which later turned out to be wrong. The existence of God was one of them. If those people at that time had abandoned their belief in God and replaced it with a mechanistic universe, they would have done just as well at understanding it, right? Again, because there's so many things they didn't understand, it was very reasonable for them to have that belief. It wasn't that they were dumb. But that is, as we understand the universe better and better, some things stick with us, some things get replaced.
So, like you said, you're a believer of the mechanistic universe. You're a naturalist, and as you describe a poetic naturalist, what's the word poetic? What is naturalism and what is poetic?
Naturalism is just the idea that all that exists is the natural. There's no supernatural. You can have arguments about what that means, but I would claim that the argument should be about what the word supernatural means, not the word natural. The natural world is the world that we learn about by doing so. The poetic part means that you shouldn't be too, I want to say, fundamentalist about what the natural world is. As we went from Newtonian space-time to Einsteinian space-time, something is maintained there. There's a different story that we can tell about the world. And that story in the Newtonian regime, if you want to fly a rocket to the moon, you don't use general relativity. You use Newtonian mechanics. That story works perfectly well. The poetic aspect of the story is that there are many ways of talking about the natural world. And as long as those ways latch on to something real and causally efficacious about the functioning of the world, then we attribute some reality to it.
So the poetic really looks at the let's say the pothead questions at the edge of science. It's more open
It's doing double duty a little bit, so that's why it's confusing. The more obvious respectable duty it's doing is that tables are real. Even though you know that it's really a quantum field theory wave function, right? Tables are still real. They're a different way of talking about the underlying deeper reality. The other duty it's doing is that we move beyond purely descriptive vocabularies for discussing the universe onto normative and prescriptive and judgmental ways. This painting is beautiful, that one is ugly. This action is morally right, that one is morally wrong. These are also ways of talking about the universe. They are not fixed by the phenomenon. They are not determined by our observations. They cannot be ruled out by a crucial experiment. But they're still valid. They might not be universal, they might be subjective, but they're not arbitrary. And they do have a role in deciding how the world works.
So you don't think it's possible to construct experiments that explore the realms of morality and even meaning? Those are subjective.
Yeah. They're human, they're personal.
But do you think that's just because we don't have the tools of science have not expanded enough to incorporate the human experience?
No, I don't think that's what it is. I think that what we mean by aesthetics or morality are we're attaching categories, properties, to things that happen in the physical world. And there is always going to be some subjectivity to our attachment and how we do that, and that's okay. And the fact that we recognize that and deal with it, the better off we'll be.
But if we deeply and fully understand the functioning of the human mind, we'll be able to incorporate that.
No. That will absolutely be helpful in explaining why certain people have certain morals. We won't justify them. That's right. No.
Do you think it's possible to have a kind of general relativity, but that includes the observer effect where the human mind is the observer? So it's sort of like how we morph. We say where gravity morphs space-time, how does the human mind morph reality and have a very thorough theory of how that morphing actually happens?
That's a very fun-head question.
We don't think it's possible.
The answer is yes. I think that I think that we're part of the physical world and the natural world. Physicalism would have been just as good a word to use as naturalism, maybe even a more accurate word. It's a little bit more off-putting. So I do want to snappier, more attractive ways than physicalism.
Are there limits to science?
Sure, we just talked about one, right? Science can't tell you right from wrong. You need to implement your idea about right. If you are functioning on the basis of an incorrect view of how the world works, you might very well think you're doing right, but actually be doing wrong. But all the science in the world won't tell you which action is right.
You know, dictators and people in power sometimes use science as an authority to convince you what's right and wrong. Studying Nazi science is fascinating.
Yeah. But there's an instrumentalist view here. You have to first decide what your goals are, and then science can help you achieve those goals. If your goals are horrible, science has no problem helping you achieve them. Science is happy to help you.
Let me ask you about the method behind the madness of several aspects of your life. So you mentioned your approach to writing for research and writing popular books. How do you find the time of the day? Like, what's a day in the life of Sean? So you don't have a thing where in the morning you're like, you try to fight for 2 hours somewhere.
I don't. I'm really terrible at that. Yeah, my strategy for finding time is just to ignore interruptions and emails. But it's a different time every day. Some days it never happens. Some weeks it never happens.
Pull it up because you're extremely prolific. So like you're able to have days when you don't write and still write the next day. Oh wow, that's a rare thing. Right? A lot of prolific writers will carve out 2 hours because otherwise it just disappears.
Right. No, I get that. Yeah, I do. And yeah, it's just like everyone has their foibles or whatever. So I'm not able to do that. Therefore, I have to just figure it out on the fly.
And what's the actual process look like when you're writing popular stuff? You get behind a computer?
Yeah, get behind a computer. And my way of doing it, so my wife, Jennifer, is a science writer. But it's interesting because our techniques are entirely she will think about something, but then she will rewrite. She'll just sit at a computer and like, oh, I think this, and then that will be vastly compressed, edited, and rewritten or whatever until the final thing happens. I will just like sit there silently thinking for a very long time, and then I'll write what it's almost. So a lot of it happens. There might be some scribbles for an outline or something like that, but a lot of it is in my brain before it comes out.
So that's the case for the biggest ideas in the universe, the quantum book and the space-time motion book.
Yeah, quantum and fields, which is actually mostly about quantum field theory and particle physics. That's coming out in May, and that is I'm letting people in on things that no other book lets them know. So I hope it's worth it. It's a challenge because love it.
I mean, you did the same thing with space-time motion. You did something quite interesting, which is like you made the equation the centerpiece of the book.
Right, there's a lot of equations. Book 2 is goes further in those directions than book 1 did. So it's more cool stuff. It's also more mind-bending. It's more of a challenge. Book 3 that I'm writing right now is called Complexity Emergence.
Oh, wow.
And that'll be the final part of the series.
Oh, that's fascinating. So there's a lot of probably ideas there. I mean, that's a real cutting edge.
Well, but I'm not trying to be cutting edge. In other words, I'm not trying to speculate in these books. Obviously, in other books, I've been very free about speculating, but the point of these books is to say things that 500 years from now will still be true. And so there are some things we know about complexity emergence, and I want to focus on that. I will mention, I'm happy to say, this is something that needs to be speculated about, but I won't pretend to be telling you.
You somehow found the balance between the rigor of mathematics and still accessible.
I try. I mean, look, these 3 books, the biggest ideas books, are absolutely an experiment. They're going to appeal to a smaller audience than other books. But that audience would love it. Like my 16-year-old self would have been so happy to get these books. I can't tell you.
Yeah, in terms of looking back in history, those are books, the trilogy would be truly special.
Look through the ring.
Different styles, different topics, same ultimate reality. Like you mentioned, my State podcast. I love it. You interview a huge variety of experts from all kinds of fields. So, just several questions I want to ask you. How do you prepare? How do you prepare to have a good conversation? How do you prepare in a way that satisfies, makes your own curious mind happy? All that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, these are great questions. And I've sort of struggled and changed my techniques over the years. Over a 5-year-old podcast, approaching 6 years old now. I started out over-preparing my first semester. I had a journey that I was going to go down. Many of the people I talked to are academics or thinkers who write books, so they have a story to tell. I could just say, okay, give me your lecture, and then an hour later, stop, right? So the mistake is sort of anticipate what the lecture would be and to ask the leading questions that would pull it out. What I do now is much more, here are the points. Here are like the big questions that I'm interested in. And so I have a much sketchier outline to start, and then try to make it more of a real conversation. I'm helped by the fact that it is not my day job, so I strictly limit myself to 1 day of my life for podcast episode. On average. Some days take more. And that includes not just doing the research, but inviting a guest, recording it, editing it, publishing it. So I need to be very, very efficient.
You enforce constraints for yourself and your creativity can emerge.
And look, sometimes if I'm interviewing a theoretical physicist, I just go in. And where I'm interviewing an economist or a historian, I just do
you ever find yourself getting lost in rabbit holes that serve no purpose except satisfying your own curiosity and then potentially expanding the range of things you know that can help your actual work and research and writing?
Yes, on both counts. I do. Some people have so many things to talk about that you don't know where to start or finish, right? Others have a message. One thing I discovered over the course of these years is the correlation between Like, there are brilliant people, and I try very hard on the podcast to sort of get all sorts of people, right? Different pages and things like that. And bless their hearts, the most brilliant young people are not as practiced at wandering past their literal research, right? They have less mastery over the field as a whole, much less how to talk about it. Whereas certain older people just like have their pat answers, and that's kind of cool. Right? So you want somewhere in between. You know, the ideal person has a broad enough scope that they can wander outside the specific papers they've written, but they're not overly practiced, so they're sticking to their canon.
I feel like there's like a connection to the metaphor of entropy and complexity, as you said there.
Type of chaos.
You also do incredibly amazing people who sign up to Patreon, and you get to ask questions, Shankar. For several hours, you just answer in fascinating ways. Some really interesting questions. Is there something you could say about the process of finding the answers to those?
That's a great one. Again, it's evolved over time. So the Ask Me Anything episodes were first, when I started doing them, they were only for Patreon subscribers, both listen to and to ask the questions. But then I actually asked my Patreon subscribers, would you like me to release them publicly? And they overwhelmingly voted yes. So I do that. So the Patreon supporters ask the questions. Everyone can listen. And also at some point, I really used to try to answer everyone. But now there's just too many, so I had to pick. And that's fraught with peril. And my personal standard for picking questions to answer is, what are the ones I think have interesting answers to give for, right? So that both means if it's kind of the same old question about special relativity I've gotten 100 times before, I'm not going to answer it. So you can just Google it. It's easier. There are some, very clear attempts to ask an interesting question that honestly just I don't have an answer to. Like, I read this science fiction novel. What do you think about it? I'm like, well, I haven't read it, so I can't help you there. What's your favorite color? I can tell you what it is, but it's not that interesting. And so I try to make it a mix. I try to it's not all physics questions, not all philosophy questions. I will talk about food or movies or politics or religion if that's what people want. I keep suggesting that people ask me for relationship advice, but they never do.
Yeah, I think I've heard. I don't think I've heard one.
Yeah, I'm willing to do it, but I'm a little reluctant because I don't actually like giving advice. But I do. But I'm happy to talk about those topics. I want to give several hours of talking, and I want to try to say things that I haven't said before and keep it interesting, keep it moving. If you don't like this question, wait for the next one.
What are some of the harder questions you got? What kinds of questions?
Rarely, but occasionally, people will ask me a super insightful philosophy. Like, I hadn't thought of it in exactly that way. And I try to be, try to recognize that. A lot of times, it's the opposite, where it's like, okay, you're clearly confused, and I'm going to try to explain how the question you should have asked.
Oh, I love those. Yeah, why that's the wrong question or that kind of stuff. That's great.
Right. But the hard questions, I don't know. Like, I don't actually answer personal questions very much. Like, the most personal I will get are questions like, what do you think of Baltimore? Right? That much I can talk about. Or how are your cats doing? Happy to talk about the cats in infinite detail. But, very personal questions I don't get into.
But you even touch politics and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, very happy to talk about politics. I try to be clear on, what is professional expertise, what is just me babbling, what is my level of credence in different things, where you're allowed to disagree, whether if you disagree, you're just wrong. And people can disagree with that also, but I do think, and I'm happy to go out on a limb a little bit. I'm happy to say, look, I don't know, but here's my thing. Right? I just did a whole solo podcast, which is exactly that. And it's interesting. Like, some people are like, oh, this was great, and there's a whole bunch of people like, why are you talking about this thing that you are not the world's expert? So,
well, I love the actual dance between humility and having a strong opinion of stuff. It's a fascinating dance to pull off. And I guess the way to do that is to just expand into all kinds of topics and play with ideas and change your mind and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting because when people react against you by saying, you are being arrogant about this.
We had a table and we played
99.999% of the time, all they mean is I disagree.
played every
Yeah, that's all they really mean, right? Like at a very basic level, like, people will accuse atheists of being arrogant. And I'm like, you think God exists and loves you? You're telling me that I'm arrogant. I think that all of this is to say, just advice. When you disagree with something, try to specify the substantive disagreement. Try not to psychologize, right? You're trying to say, oh, you're saying this because of this. Maybe it's true. Maybe you're right. But if you had an actual response to what they were saying, that'd be much more interesting.
Yeah, I wonder why it's difficult for people to say or to imply, I respect you, I like you, but I disagree on this. And here's why I disagree. Like, I wonder why they go to this place of like, well, you're an idiot, or you're egotistical, or you're confused, or you're naive, or you're all the kinds of words. As opposed to like, I respect you as a fellow human being exploring the world and the streets all around us, and I disagree.
I will complicate the question even more, because there's some people I don't respect. And I once read a blog post, I think it was called The Grid of Disputation. And I had a 2x2 grid, and it's, are you someone I agree with or disagree with? Are you someone who I respect or don't? Right? And all four quadrants are very popular. And that, so what that means is, there are people who I like and I disagree with. And there are people who agree with me and I have no respect for at all. The embarrassing ally. That was everyone too. So, and I just think being honest, right? Like trying to be honest about where people are, but if you actually want to move the conversation forward, forget about whether you like or don't. Explain the disagreement, explain the agreement. But you're absolutely right. I completely agree. Like, as a society, you're not very good at disagreeing. You instantly go to the inside.
Yeah, and I mean, even on a deeper level, I think at some deep level, I respect and love the humanity in the other person. Yep. You said that general relativity is the most beautiful theory so far. What do you find beautiful about it?
Let's put it this way: when I teach courses, there's no more satisfying subject to teach than general relativity. And the reason why is because it starts from very clear, precisely articulated assumptions, and it goes so far. Right, and when I give my talk, you can find it online. I'm probably not going to give it again. But one of the biggest ideas taught, right, building up from you don't know any math or physics. An hour later, you know Einstein's equation for general relativity. And the punchline is the equation is much smarter than Albert Einstein. Because Albert Einstein did not know about the Big Bang. He didn't know about gravitational waves. He didn't know about black holes. But his equation did. And that's a miraculous aspect of science more generally, but general relativity is where it
A human question. What do you think of the fact that Einstein didn't get the Nobel Prize for general relativity?
He should have gotten maybe 4 Nobel Prizes. That certainly should have gotten. The photoelectric effect is 100% worth the Nobel Prize, because and people don't quite get this. Who cares about the photoelectric effect? That's like this very minor effect. The point is his explanation for the photoelectric effect invented something called the photon. That's worth the Nobel Prize. Max Planck gets credit for this in 1900, explaining black body radiation by saying that when a little electron is jiggling in an object at some temperature, it gives off radiation in discrete chunks rather than continuously. He didn't quite say that's because radiation is. Right? It's like having a coffee maker that makes 1 cup of coffee at a time. It doesn't mean that liquid comes in 1 cup quantum, right? Just or dispensing it like that. It was Einstein in 1905 who said light is quantum, and that was radical thinking. So that clearly, that is not a mistake. But also special relativity clearly deserves a Nobel Prize, and general relativity clearly deserves a Nobel Prize. Not only were they brilliant, but they were experimentally verified. Everything we thought. So separately, yeah, absolutely. Oh, humans, yes, whatever the explanation there. And Hubble never won the Nobel Prize for finding these universities. Yeah, and even the fact that we give prizes is almost kind of silly, and we limit the number of people that get the prize and all that. I think that the Nobel Prize has enormous problems. I think it's probably a net good for the world because it brings attention to good science. I think it's probably a net negative for science because it makes people want to. Yeah, there's a lot of fascinating human stories underneath it all. Science is its own thing, but it's also a collection of humans, and it's a beautiful collection. There's tension, there's competition, there's jealousy, but there's also great collaborations and all that kind of stuff. Daniel Kahneman, who recently passed, is one of the great stories of collaboration in science. So all of it, that's what humans do. And Sean, thank you for being the person that makes us celebrate science and fall in love with all of these beautiful ideas in science, for writing amazing books, for being legit and still pushing forward the research science side of it, and for allowing me and these pothead questions, and also for educating everybody through your own podcast. Everybody should stop everything and subscribe and listen to every single episode of Mindscape. So thank you. I've been a huge fan forever. I'm really honored to you speak with me in the early days when I just started this podcast. I appreciate it. Thanks very much for having me on. Now that you're a big deal, still having me on.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Sean Carroll. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, I'm going to leave you with some words from Richard Feynman. Study hard what interests you the most in the most undisciplined, irreverent, and original manner possible. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
He says, where you from? He goes, Weehawken and Rap. I looks at his, he looks at the thing and he says, I got no Weehawken and Rap on here. So I went to him, did you get the tickets from the city?
When we go to the dojos there, we all get thrown by people that never come out to be world champions. You know, they're just in the mix, or they're going through 3 years of university, and then they go. We had a guy. We had a guy that came in. He was a business guy. He came in with his suitcase and his tire, and he's in his lunch hour. He's in his lunch hour. So go be quick.
Yeah.
So he comes in and he goes through. He's working his way through the whole of the Bulls team. We're all lined up, right? 10 minutes later, trying his tie up like that, you know, and back to work, maybe sitting behind his desk in his computer.
Yeah,
I'm glad he didn't get it.
Who you didn't win? The master.
I think he mastered that. But, you know,
Wait.
Yeah.
You think you mastered the beast stay right now?
I think so.
You know who the driver is?
Strong word.
In the back seat.
The following is a conversation with Neil Adams, a legend in the sport of judo. He is a world champion, 2-time Olympic silver medalist, 5-time European champion, and often referred to as the voice of judo, commentating all of the major events, world championships and Olympic games, highlighting the drama, the triumph, the artistry of the sport of judo, making fans like me feel the biggest wins, the biggest losses, the surprise turns of fortune, the dominance of champions coming to an end, and new champions made. Always speaking from the heart. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, there's Neil Adams. You are a 5-time European champion, world champion, 2-time Olympic silver medalist. Let's first go to the 1980 Olympics. Where was your mind? What was your preparation like? What was your strategy leading into that Olympics?
That was my first Olympic Games. So my preparation was a little bit different to how it was the 84 and the 88 Olympic Games. And I've kind of done part of the preparation as well for 76 Olympic Games. I wasn't quite old enough for those, but I was first reserve. So in 1980, I'd had 4 years build up, and I was hungry, and I was one of these young athletes, and I see them so often now that was developing and, full of, I won't say I was full of myself, but I was certainly confident of my ability, and I wanted to conquer the world. And I'd had a couple of really tight matches with the current Olympic world champion, so I knew that there was a possibility that I could get there for the 80 Olympics. So building up to the 80 Olympics was quite interesting, because I was kind of coming through the weights, and I was halfway in between the 71 kilos weight category and the higher weight category of 78 kilograms. And I got third place at the 79 World Championships, weight below. For the whole year at the higher weight category, didn't really lose a contest. So I beat everybody in the world. And then I had to make a decision as to whether to drop to the weight below, because I was seeded in the weight below. It was a different seeding. And so I decided to drop into the weight below because I was seeded in the top 4. And as it happens, I think it was probably the worst decision I made. Well, simply because it was the only contest that I lost was the final of the Olympic Games in that year.
So you're a young kid, like 19, 20 at that time, full of confidence, vigor. So the decision to cut weight, how hard was it for you to cut weight to the 71?
I've got to say that it was the hardest, because as I was going up, I was, it was 73, then it was 74 kilos, 75, so I was moving through the weight category. It wasn't like I was stuck in the middle and then I dropped the odd time. It was literally going up in weight by a kilo every month. And then by the time I came to a month or two before the Olympics, it was really hard. Fought the European Championships at the higher weight category and won that. And so everybody that was in on the Olympic roster at the European at the Olympic Games was on my roster at the European Championships. So was it a mistake? Yeah, because I didn't have my diet sorted out. My nutrition was appalling. And when it wasn't as kind of readily available as it is now for the nutrition. And I would say that if anything lost me that final, other than the fact that I was fighting somebody who was terrific, he was an excellent, brilliant athlete. But definitely didn't help that my nutrition was not very good.
Okay, so you lost to Ezio Gama. There's probably a lot of that we could say about that particular match. Maybe let's zoom in. What were your strengths and weaknesses, judo-wise, in that Olympics? You said you haven't really lost the match. You won the European Championship leading into it. But if you had weak spots, okay, you already said diet, but specifically on the mat, in terms of judo?
I think that none of the fights lasted time going into the final. So I won fairly quickly, and every match by Ippon, way before time.
Do you remember how? Do you know how you won the match?
I won them by a couple of throws for Ippon, and then arm lock for Ippon. Semi-final was an arm lock against the East German, Kruger, and I was flying through.
What were the throws? Do you remember?
Tayatoshi, Uchimata, my favorite kind of tokugawa, and then a Jujikatami as well, which was a Jujikatami roll against an East German who I'd beaten before, but always had a really tough match, but managed to beat him there.
So you had a beautiful exhibition of Japanese type judo in the first 2 matches. You threw people, and then you also did the newaza, on guard the person. Great. So you're going into the final. What are the weaknesses going into the final against the Italian?
Like I say, taking nothing away from him as a great athlete and a brilliant judo man, and left, which wasn't good for me. That was definitely no, because I hated fighting lefties, still do. But I'll tell you why in a minute. It's
Great.
It's one of those. But I think as I went through the contest, we had an 8-hour break from the semi-final to the final. They took us back to the Olympic Village. Then we had to come back in, and then we had to start a warm-up again. You know, so I kind of lost my momentum. I had to start again, and I didn't. I just didn't. I had a job to get going. I got halfway through, started to rescue a dying match, and you know, I was kind of half a step behind all the way through. So I never really got into it.
So why do you hate fighting lefties? And lefties are, we should say, overrepresented in terms of the higher ranks of judo. I don't know why that is.
Well, you know, the thing is about a lefty is a lefty will have more opportunity to fight righties, you know, right-handers. Because I mean, 70% of the population are right-handers, 30% left. So they get to fight more right-handers, and it's just a fact, you know, that happens. So the thing that they hate is fighting left against left. They don't like they don't like it left against left. Whereas a right-hander will go right against right, you know. But the opposite is awkward for me, because just simply I like to go onto the sleeve, and then I like to dominate the grips. But the actual angle of the opponent wasn't what I wanted, you know. So I had to work really hard against it.
What happened in that match?
It was a split decision in the end, and so to lose an Olympic final on a split decision is pretty, you know, it's something that's still on my mind. And, you know, I think that it's a strange one, because I could still wait that one and 4 years later at the Olympics, because I was silver medalist at the Olympics. 4 years later as well. And yeah, it still haunts me.
Do you sometimes wake up and think like, or maybe like a specific grip that you're like, I shouldn't take that grip?
I do, you know, I mean, the diet side of it, it's difficult to, you know, to really admit that. You went to an Olympic Games, and the one thing that you sucked at, right, was one of the most important things now at world level sport, you know, where you've got the nutrition, you know, we've got it. You would think that most people have got it sorted, but there's still people making mistakes. There's still people that haven't got it totally sorted.
And then there's people like Travis Stevens, who I think doesn't care. He will just have atrocious nutrition, and he just makes it work. I think the way he spoke about it is, you can't always control nutrition, so it's best to get good at having crappy nutrition.
Yeah, maybe that's what I did.
Exactly. Do you remember what you were eating? Are you talking about candy or?
Yeah, well, I got a sweet tooth in, but it wasn't really. I mean, I didn't have a lot of money at that particular time either, you know. So the diet wasn't steak and you know, good nutritional salads and things like that. You know, I did what I thought was best without, you know, proper advice. And the crazy thing is that I had such good advice as well, you know, when it came to kind of fitness training and things like that. We're quite ahead of our time. You know, we really had it nailed as far as the conditioning was concerned. The judo training as well was way in advance, because I was a good trainer, and I trained more than most. I can honestly say that. It probably got me away with you know, a lot.
Where was your mind and mental preparation going into that Olympics? You said you were confident, but is there some preparation aspect behind that confidence?
I think in the early days, I didn't think I was going to lose. I never thought it was possible to lose. And I think that I went into every contest expecting to win. So when it didn't quite go my way, I didn't lose that many contests. You know, so the only ones I lost were in the final of the World Championships or in the final of the Olympic Games. So I didn't lose that many. I never lost the European title. I had 7 goals at European Championships. 5 at seniors, 2 at juniors, and 20s. And I never lost the final. So it was, and then I only lost 2 on a split season. So it was, I didn't lose that many. And my attitude was that I wasn't going to lose, and I couldn't lose. So I was always surprised when something happened.
And Neil Adams, A Life in Judo, written in 1986, you wrote, "Ever since I can remember, I wanted to win. It wasn't the ordinary feeling that children have when they take part in their first time in school, sack race on a grass track, or even the keen determination of a young swimmer prepared to train early in the cold winter mornings in order to make it into the county side. With me, the desire to win was, and still is, as much a part of me as my arms, legs. In other words, it wasn't something I learned as I grew older, but rather it was deeply rooted in me. Perhaps this competitive instinct is the greatest difference between my public image and the view from the inside. The people see the kindness, the warmth you have, the charisma, the excitement, but there's this big drive to win inside you. So what's behind that? Can you just speak to that drive to win and how that contributed to your...
When I look back now,
it was a lot of years ago.
It is a lot of years ago.
Is that true, or are we just being poetic?
No, when I think about it now, because I like to think that I'm a different person now, and since I've kind of calmed down, I see athletes now, and I see them. They and they're kind of arrogant. Their walk and it's straight. And it's kind of a confidence, isn't it? And as we're older, and as I've become older, I've calmed down. But it doesn't matter what I'm doing; it's still that will to win. And I'm much better at masking it now if I don't. But it still bothers me as much.
You're talking about I don't know, even just stupid silly things, I don't know, a game of pool or something like this, or just any of that.
I'm still trying to win. My son loves to play me at bowls because I'm useless, and I just can't throw a straight ball. So he loves playing me at that, it bugs me that I'm not better. There are certain things that I do, it really bugs me when I'm not good at it. And I guess it's one of the reasons that, long after I finished competitions, people still want to train me, and even at an older age, even now, if I do in a seminar or, they still, do you still do, do you want to still go, and can I feel it? And one of the things that's in me is that I just all the way up to 40 years of age, so from 30 when I finished competition up to 40, I could still train with the best, and I could still go with anybody. And then when 40 hit, kind of things started to fall off a little bit. I used to get even my hips or the legs and knees. And I realised that I had to pick my practices, and that went as well. And I had to then just calm it down a little bit. Otherwise, I was going to be injured. And I was going to be, it's not a good thing when you're getting older and you've still got the same competitive mind.
So still there. You get on the mat. Probably even now, right? You get on the mat with the world champion, you still, the current world champion, there's still a little part of you, but I still talk to the guy.
And
kids these days are soft.
Well, some of these athletes, I'll give you a prime example. All right, he's a monster, right? And you just, of course you couldn't, because you just at 60 something, you couldn't. But you like to think they could, you know.
You gotta find out.
You know what you would do? What you can do is you can cause them problems, and they feel it immediately. But
Do you train with Lily? Stay honest. I got a chance to train with him as well. He's a really nice guy. Really great.
he trained with me. We were training together. Every hotel that we used to go into, we'd end up in the gym together and we'd train. And this one time he was in there and he just wanted somebody to grab and grip hold of him. So we ended up doing this kind of grappling in the middle of, like, people doing weight training and that, different things. Watching these two madmen doing that. I'm glad we weren't on the map that particular time.
Yeah. What do you know about that guy? He, like you, achieved a lot of success when he was young.
16, you imagine that, 17, 18 years of age, and he's able to compete with men. There's not many men can do that, and it doesn't happen very often. It happens later with the men. And often they're not physically as developed as they, so for me, for example, I fought Nevzorov, who was world Olympic champion. He was the current world Olympic champion. They sent me to the European Championship senior at 17. And I pulled Nevzorov. So I fought Nevzorov, and I had him really worried, because he expected, without a doubt, to come out pro this kid, in junior.
And he was like thick and shredded.
He was shredded. He's like, there's a picture of him in his judo and his judo, and he looks the business. And there's me in this baggy, like, skinny kid inside this baggy thing, but and the thing was is that the more he tried and the harder he tried and the more he panicked, the further it went away from him. And so of course he got the decision at the end and deserved it. But I worried him, and so for me that was a massive step forward, because a year later, I was, starting to fill out, and 2 years later, I was competing for the Olympic title.
I don't know if I remember, but it was, that is interesting, because even at 17, I feel like he was doing big throws, like literally lifting them with
it ripped them out the ground, and I was saying to Nikki, my wife, and she said, what would you do now that was different than the way you did then, And I said, but I never had any pickup. I didn't. That's not what we did. But you have a look at the young Ukrainians or the young Russians or the young Eastern Bloc Mongolians, and they're ripping people out the ground. I mean, it's just different style of judo, and it just looks different. But now they're starting to do traditional style judo as well.
So can you speak to that? What are the different styles of judo? So for you mentioned Uchimata, Taitoshi, these how would you describe them? They're like these effortless, less lifting off the ground and power and like strength and more timing and position, movement, momentum, all this kind of stuff. That's more traditionally associated with Japanese judo. So like for Japanese judo, the traditional judo, like you're supposed to throw people in a big way without much effort.
And of course, 1990, we saw the introduction of all these Eastern Bloc countries. There were so many more. I mean, it was Soviet Union when I was competing, and then of course in 1990 everything changed, and then there were so many more of them out there, different countries where their wrestling styles were introduced into judo. Put a jacket on them and let's get into judo. So judo kind of changed shape. It changed shape from this upright, standing, and having to know the technicalities of how to get a body that's weighing 14 stone, whatever it is, into the air. And using the momentum and the balance and the direction and the skill to do that, and knowing how to do it, and how to use movement. And then you get, the wrestlers and there's the leg picks and the double legs, single leg, double legs, and it kind of, by 1995, judo was bent over. And so it was the IOC that went to IJF, the International Judo Federation, and they said, you've got to change this, or we're just going to have one wrestling site. It looks like wrestling with judo jackets. Right? So you either change it, or we're going to take one of you out.
By the way, just to sort of clarify, when we say people are bent over, that's usually how you see freestyle wrestling. Wrestlers are more bent over to defend the legs and so on. And traditional judo, people are more standing up because that's the position for which you can do the big throws and all that kind of stuff. But I think the other case to make for banning leg grabs is, a lot of people use it for stalling and not for beautiful big throws and all that kind of stuff. So it's not just not to make it different from wrestling. It's also like you want to maximize the amount of epic throws and dynamic judo and exciting stuff to watch, right?
We're by judo, not by wrestling. And I think that, the ones that were shouting about it were the wrestlers, right? Because they like to compete with both. They want to do both. They want to do, their wrestling matches and then come into judo. So basically, what he said is they learn to do judo, and there's nothing stopping you then from doing both, right? But not the other way around. All right, so rules always dictate development. They'll always dictate which direction it goes. So if you introduce a rule that states that you cannot dive at the legs and just pick up, then you'll have to stand up. And also, it increases the possibility of defense with the hips. Because actually, good defense, judo-wise, standing up, is with the hips, as opposed to sticking your arms out and then sticking your backsides out there just to defend. All right, so if you attack me and I move my body in the wrong place, so I'm in the wrong place at the right time, so you don't hit the right target, and then also I use my hips. So again, it's a form of judo that was being lost. So
let's go there. Let's speak about judo as if we're talking to a group of 5-year-olds. So what is judo? What are some defining characteristics of judo as a sport, as a martial art, as a way of life, all that kind of stuff?
I think, when you say it is a way of life, I mean, I think the great advantage that we have in judo, my young grandson, so I've got two little boys that are 3.5 years of age, love going to our dojo. They love it, So dojo was the first word that they used. It was one of the first words, so to see my wife and I, it's like, dojo. It's not grandma's fantastic, it's a dojo. So dojo, they take their shoes off going into the dojo. So they have respect for where they're at. And I think it has that kind of feeling that, like I try to build my dojo with a feeling of reverence. It's kind of almost peaceful, So I'm not religious. I'm not a religious person, but I like going to old churches because when I go into an old church, it doesn't matter, what the religion within the church, but there's a reverence in there.
Reverence is a good word. It feels like a really special place, no matter which dojo you go to. It's just you bow and there's a calmness before the storm of battle or whatever it is.
And respect,
Yeah, respect.
And look at the respect. We were just talking about it just before we came on air. We were just saying that we very, very seldom do we have a situation where there is animosity other than fighting. So I'm not saying that they don't fight each other, because sometimes it does turn into a brawl. And at the end, two people bow off and show their respect, and one of the things that, so a champion, I see people winning events, and they're good judoka, they're excellent, they win world championships, might even win the Olympic Games, but a great champion for me is somebody who treats, who does the right thing when they lose. So when you see them lose, that's when you see the true them. And actually, that was one of the biggest things that I had to really cope with. So when I lost that Olympic Games in Moscow, and also the one in Los Angeles, the hardest thing is when the microphone's in there and you've got to be respectful and nice, and the hardest thing is to smile. But actually, some of the great champions, they'll go one match. I remember we've got one great champion, Agbegnenu, the 5-time world champion, Olympic champion. She's favourite as well to get this Olympic gold medal, French. What a great champion she is, because she lost one of the matches. I mean, she'd come back and she'd given birth, come back after giving birth. And everybody was going, well, was she, but then, and then she lost one of the matches on the way through. And she said, don't be upset, it's just one match, it's just one contest. Next time I'm going to put it right, and she did put it right, and now she's back up there, and she won the world title back. So these are great champions for me.
Yeah, I mean that's the right way to see it, but it's also tragic to lose the Olympic Games.
Twice. Yes. It is tragic, and I do have sleepless nights.
I mean that's the magic of the Olympic Games. Anything can happen, and your 1980 Olympics were very different from 1984. But we just went on the 80, and just we're talking about how much you wanted to win. Do you love winning or hate losing?
I hate losing more, but I love winning. When I won the world title a year later, and I had no doubt when I went into that day that I was going to be world champion. No doubt.
So you won the 81 World Championship?
At the higher weight.
At the 78.
Yes.
Actually, can we go there? What was going through your mind? You ended up unbarring a Japanese fighter. I talked to Jimmy Pedro, a friend of yours, somebody who said you were a mentor to him for many years. And he told me a bunch of different questions to ask you. So he said that was a really special time. That was a really special, dominant run you had. And especially finishing with an arm by the Japanese player. So take me through that. What do you remember from that?
I think that it was so my weight was I didn't have to lose weight. That was the thing. So that it just looks like wasn't as important, but probably it still wasn't as good as it could be. My nutrition, although it was getting better, and I was trying to eat the right things at the right time. But I still trained really well, and I was so confident that going into the World Championships that I could win it. I had no doubt in my mind that I was going to win. But obviously, corner of your mind, you're thinking, just don't make a mistake. But, this is the incredible thing, is that once you start to ask me, once I see contests change direction when I'm commentating, so I can see somebody who's in there just going forward, just trying to win. Right? So and that's different to somebody who's trying not to lose. And it's two different ways there, so sometimes when I was world champion, then I had a period of time where every time I stepped out there, I was really afraid of losing. And I think that's what happens later on in your competitive career. The great champions manage to come through that. Teddy Riner is one of those. He puts it out there and he keeps beating them. So they can't take it away from him. It's fantastic.
Just stepping on the mat, every single encounter, you're trying to win. You're looking for the grips and with the intention to throw big, even when you're ahead on board. All that kind of stuff.
That's a really good point. Is that if you go ahead in a match, and you look at the clock, it depends when you go ahead. Sometimes you can go ahead in the first minute, and you've still got 3 minutes to go. So I see the ones then that go into, I don't want to lose, because they go into defensive mode, and then sometimes they can lose it on penalties, or something can go wrong, and the other one comes on strong, and then they can sneak it up. And so it's really difficult, but when I was coaching, I was trying to always encourage that positive attitude for the full 4 minutes, 5 minutes left.
I competed a lot in GM. I've always hated that part of myself. When I'm up on points by a lot, you look at the clock, and it's what you do. When you look at the clock, a minute and a half, you're really tired, and you kind of quit.
Just the first. Yeah.
And I hated that part about myself. Like that.
Saying don't do it.
Yeah. Why, as opposed to just go out and do that for big throws, keep going for it, bro. And just go for the submission. Like feel confident, like win in the real way versus on point. I hated that part. I mean, mostly underneath that is cowardice induced by exhaustion.
Exhaustion's the one, isn't it? Yeah, but it is, isn't it? It's a mindset. Yeah. So actually trying to get your mind positive all the way through. So I mean, if you listen, when I commentate now, I say I hope that they don't change the mindset and that they keep on, and they are going forward all the time, and actually they're more difficult to find. We had one just a couple of weeks ago, and he lost in the final session of the contest. Lost the final, he was the only one to score. He got penalised all the way up. 2 seconds to go, and stepped out of the area, and but he went like that, thinking the bell was just going, and the bell went 1 second after he actually stepped out. So he got penalised, lost the match, and lost all of the points of qualification. It was, that's paying high price. That's paying high price.
Yeah, I mean, there's a thin line between triumph and tragedy in those competitions, but especially the Olympic Games. So let's just stick on 81 World Championship. What did it feel like to win that World Championship? Like, and also getting on bar with a Japanese player. Jimmy told me your arms are exhausted.
Yeah, I mean, you just, the thing is sometimes, when you're going, when it's competitive as well, ours is different intensity. Like you can take time a little bit. It's bang. It's transitioning from standing down. You've got 10, 15 seconds to go in there. You go in 100%. It's a bit like running, full out for 10 seconds. Right? And then you've got to decide then, especially if they're defending it, whether you let it go. Because when you get up, your forearms, and you've got lactic acid in there, and you've still got to grip up because. Remember, ours is about gripping as well on the jacket. So if you can't grip up, then you can't gain the advantage. Then they can throw you, So you have to decide. So I had a massive attack on Ian, and we changed directions 4 or 5 times, and then I wasn't going to let him go. But I still, when I was turning him there, I had to decide, am I going to go all out for this and just, like there has been occasions when I've kind of released it to just, if I've got a minute to go and just block out. Yeah.
So what you're saying on the feet, there was a change of direction on all different kinds of attempts, and then you went to the ground.
Yeah.
So what was that? Do you remember that decision of like, okay, I'm going to finish this?
Yeah, I knew it. I just, as soon as I climbed his back, and then I thought he's not going. I'm not going to let him up. So I was just changing.
Voice in your head.
Little something in my head was going, don't, just stick on him, and then it's always about pressure on the arm, and I just, it was that, we're defending, it was almost total bridge trying to get out.
Did it start in turtle?
Started in turtle because I did an attack, came back out of the attack, and then he went on to his front, and then I was on his back, and then I started the whole
thing. Opening and going for it.
Yeah, it was an automatic transition. So I mean, the transitions are what we teach, because the ones that are quicker down with the transitions are the ones that that's our nail. Our groundwork is the transition from standing down to ground. It's very, we don't have a situation where you can kind of work your way in. You are in or you're not in, you're standing, So you've got to make sure that you're in. And so I was just on his back like a leech, and I never let him go.
So that's where the arm bars, that's where the attack from the ground, which is called the was, that happens in the transition. At that level, at that high world-class level.
Yeah, I mean, he was not mug either. I think he just got third place in the All Japan Championship, which is all weight categories. So he wasn't a mug, he was strong, and I'd fought him once before, and I knew he was a lefty as well. which was really awful for me.
Did it feel good?
Better for me than him. It did. It felt amazing, you know, because it was almost like all these things, disappointments and everything had kind of come to this one point where I was at last. Well, it's everything I said as a kid. That I had no idea how difficult it was going to be. You know, so as a kid, as a 14-year-old kid, I remember saying, I'm going to be world champion, I'm going to be the best in the world. I had no idea how difficult it was going to be.
Well, there's wisdom to that, right? Like, there's power and stupidity of youth.
I like that.
Right? Like, just like I'm going to be a world champion, I'm going to win this without knowing how hard it is. And then once you go after it, it's you're trapped. You're going to have to do the work.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you see a lot with parents as well. You know, parents, you know, our little Johnny is, you know, he's amazing and he's this, that, and the other. And they have no idea what, you know, out there. I remember the very first time I stepped out in 1974. Into the European cadets, and I remember that we were fighting. I only ever fought in Great Britain. I was the top, you know, I was unbeaten in the junior kids, and went out there, and there were these different fighters out there that were treating me with total disdain. And I remember thinking, really, you know, that is just, you know, and I realized when I came back from that event, there's other people out there, there's just a whole, you know, and there are different levels of, you know, the majority of people are just not informed as to what's out there and the different levels that there are out there.
Do you remember like a certain opponent that for the first time you felt like, holy shit?
Yeah.
There's like somebody just gripped you up and you're like, there's another level to this game.
Ezio was one of them, and I fought him, you know, and I beat him in the European Championships. I beat him in, you know, 2 times, and then lost him in the Olympic Games 2 months after I beat him. Championship.
Wow.
Yeah. So it wasn't that made it even more difficult, right?
Nemesis there.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that made it more difficult. And so Ezio was one, and getting hold of, I remember getting hold of Nishida of Japan, and he had me going up and down, and I thought, wow, this guy is amazing, you know, and I'd never fought, first time I ever fought Japanese in a major tournament, you know, and I felt the danger. I always talk about the danger when we go out to Japan to train. I could go probably months without getting thrown. Just training here in Europe and I go to Japan, and, you know, everybody's thrown, you know, and that's difficult to accept. And the reason that kind of danger and that kind of feeling of danger is something that puts a real edge on, you know. And so that was the first time when I got hold of Nishida. I thought, oh my God, you know, this guy, you know, it didn't matter which way he was turning, like that, he was stretched out, and I thought that I want to do this. You know. And then I ended up fighting him again in Japan.
So that feeling of danger is really interesting. Like I've you know, did Randoris with a lot of world-class people from different parts of the world, including Illustrated. And like there's certain part, like Eastern European judo, you feel like you're screwed the whole way through. Like the gripping, you really feel like the gripping.
It's the gripping.
But with the Japanese, like really good Japanese style judoka, you don't. It's a terrifying calmness, or at least the experiences that I've had. You don't really feel it in the gripping. You just feel like anywhere you step, you're getting thrown. It's a different thing.
So I mean, mine was kind of a mixture. I like it to be a mixture because there was the gripping is definitely the key point. So if you get high level guys that are gripping up, and I always used to put this to the referees when we were doing referee seminars when we first started them. And I'd say, how many, because like they would referee to their understanding of the match. So they were penalising for certain grips, they were, you know, and actually, so as an ex-athlete, high level, I would say, have you ever gripped up with high level? Right? Because if you haven't, you need to do it. because then you'll understand why they do certain things with the grips. Because these guys are like, when somebody grips you and you think, you're going to go. When you had it, it's on like that. All right, and you know you're going to go off. You know you're going to go over.
It's a cool feeling. Like
Not
whatever.
for me.
I understand, but it's like, I mean, because it's not. It feels way more powerful than it should.
Yeah,
it's weird. I don't know. You want to attribute it to strength and all that kind of stuff. Like people say you have like immense upper body strength. It's probably something else. It's like technique. It's some kind of weird, just like something hardened through lots of battles and not doing any of that kind of stuff.
yeah.
But it's cool that humans are able to generate that kind of power. It's cool.
When I was 84, so I'm just going to go there now quickly. But there was, we had a freestyle wrestler, American actually, but he had the English nationality. So he competed for Noel Logan, his name, and he competed for Great Britain, got third place at the Olympics in 84. But he was training, we were training at Budokai, and he was training, he came to do some judo and put a jacket on, and of course he was training with some of the lower levels, and he was really handling himself well. And then he said, I need to feel, when we did randos, so he did some randos, and I immediately thought, I got to catch him. I got to stop single leg and double leg, because he was really like, so strong as well, 90-something kilos. He was like, he's a big guy. So I caught his sleeve, immediately caught, and controlled him, and then he couldn't stop. So he said, I needed to feel the difference. So then I thought, I better reciprocate this. So I said, well, so we did the randori, and I threw him a couple of times. He said, I'm really glad we did that. So I said, I need to feel the difference as well. So we take the jacket. So we took the jacket off, and he was a nightmare. This guy was a nightmare, like a monster, single leg, and it was just totally different. So it was like the jacket makes a massive, huge difference to something, and people think it's just a jacket that we're wearing, but it's our only tool.
Yeah, and it's control. I mean, it's a way of establishing control over another body, and it's a whole art form and science. And I don't even know if you understand it really. You understand it sort of subconsciously through time, because there's so much involved. The pulling on one part of the jacket pulls other parts of the jacket, and like the physics of that is probably insane to understand.
It's absolutely insane. And then they changed the rules for a little while, and they changed the rules so that you couldn't hold certain grips were not allowed. You only allowed a certain amount of time, and there were a lot of penalties from that. And then they had some of the ex-fighters into the referee commission. And so we were pushing for, just let them grip, because that's our game, that's what makes it different. Again, if grip up with somebody like, so they were on about Teddy Renier. Teddy Renier comes out, takes the sleeve, big arm over the top, and then, he throws people, right? So they were saying, yeah, but stop, you can't stop him doing it. This guy is 6'9". He is built like God. He's like, and not only that, he's skillful as well. And he's got that mentality of a winner. He has got that mentality of a winner. There, he just wins important matches.
And he goes over the top of the group. Where's that land now in terms of rules over the top? Those are some of the most epic, awesome types of grips.
Yeah.
Just like over the top, big grab.
Yeah. Well, as long as they're frozen from it, so they can take any grip, as long as you move them and then catch them, kind of action reaction, really. As long as you catch them on the move.
So as long as you're not using it to stall or that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, like for example, if I've got dominant grip on you, and I just block out, and I just stop you attacking me. So then what? I get you 3 penalties, get you off, and you haven't done an attack. So you've got to stop that. You can't have that.
Yeah, definitely. You were the favorite to win the 1984 Olympics. You got silver. I watched that match. several times. You probably have it playing in your head. So there was a nice change of direction by your opponent, German Frank Winecki. It was a fake right Uchimata, and then to a left drop Serenani. How did that loss feel?
Devastating is not, because the strange thing was coming into that Olympics, I was tired, really tired. So my mental state wasn't the best, wasn't certainly the same as it was coming into the previous. And I remember thinking I just need to get this over with, and then I'm going to have a break and just have a rest, and that's totally the wrong attitude. It's just not good for going into an Olympic Games. And so I was coming in there with a different mindset. And I remember every match that I had, I was winning well, but I was winning with a struggle. It was really not. I fought Novak, and I was pretty of France, who was one of the strongest physically. That was in the quarterfinals. I beat Brett Barron by an ippon. I arm locked him. I won my first match by ippon as well. And then Michel Novak, I was fighting of France. And I was lucky to win it. I was up, I had scored on him, but I was starting to defend and just everything that I talked to you about, and then just about held on and then I won. And, so him and I were talking afterwards, some years afterwards. I was close, wasn't I? I didn't mean it, but I had to say it. Right?
Of course.
So he was right, and it was one of those. So it's through to the semi-final. I fought Lesak in the semi-final, and I fought him in the semi-final of the world as well. I'd never gone time with him, I'd always beaten him fairly easily and with by it. And that went time. So I was, just glad to get it done. And I was in the final then against Frank Winecki of Germany. And I've been with Winecki before. He was just a young German coming through. And when I started the final, I thought, right, I started all my techniques just that little bit off. Nothing was coordinated. It was just, I can't really explain why it was just a little bit off. I see it so often now with a lot of the guys that are going to second, third Olympic Games, and I see their technique just not quite there, and they're struggling, and I know when they're, I know what they're going through, and I kind of
Well, it felt like you were dominating that.
I dominated it, I was winning. And actually, with another minute and a half, it would have been all over, and I would have been Olympic champion, and it would have been done. But he wouldn't have batted an eyelid, right? Because he would have fought me really, really well. And he would have, we talked about it afterwards, and he said, it's just my good day for me, and he knows he was very respectful. This guy's very respectful.
He was surprised almost. I mean, you're not almost. He was very surprised and celebrating like a surprise after.
Up and down, he just, and look at that, can't you? Go, well, it wasn't a time, but I got it back. I think that, actually taking the pressure, but that was another thing as well. Pressure of being favourite, and I see that for a lot of them. And the great champions, the ones that keep coming through, Pellick. There's a guy, he can look very ordinary, and then it comes the big tournament, and he'll win it.
The tragedy of the Olympic Games. I mean, you were the favorite. Just like that, split moment, you lost it.
Split moment, devastated. And lived it probably, not every day, but, Nikki, my wife, will tell you that woken up in sweats. And I think they contributed as well, because I had a period of my life after where I was drinking too much, and I think kind of when I look back, kind of led into that kind of dark period in my life, and I never ever did it go through my mind anything else? But it definitely affected me, and I was on a downward kind of spiral in a lot of different ways. And we're still, even we have an amazing marriage and we have an amazing family, and everything's great. But I still wake up sometimes and I'll say, "I've just dreamt," that. And it's the same reoccurring dream where I'm trying to get somewhere and I'm trying to put it right, and I've got this chance of putting this Olympic final right, in this dream. I've got a chance of doing it, but I can't get there, and the traffic's stopping me, or something stops me, and and then I wake up and I'm sweating, and you think, well, after all this time, that's not possible, but it is, and it happens.
Yeah, I mean, in the match itself, there's that, for me, just watching it, like you're going for throws, you're almost getting there with the throws, and it's almost like you're going for a kind of crappy Uchimata, and then you're just like you're stopping, blocking it, and all of a sudden, I mean, that's the beauty of the Olympics. He finds it in himself to switch.
Yeah.
In that, like, against favorite, against sort of the great British judoka, just finds the perfect drop in on.
Well, his team doctor and coach who came up to me after and said, "I'm just really sorry," and that's all they said is, "I'm just really sorry." They were sorry because obviously the obvious sadness about that, and of course everybody takes their. I went actually 3 weeks late the German Open, so he had to compete in the German Open 3 weeks later. So I went over to fight him and beat him in the final of the German Open. And it didn't do anything for me because it was a much tighter match. He was a lot closer. He had a lot more confidence coming in. So he fought me a lot differently. And then it was me pulling it back and just managing to win. And I thought, well, that might appease me. Didn't do it.
When you give your whole life to judo and your love of winning, it's crazy how much the Olympic Games mean.
It means so much, and I think but I've got to say this, and this is honestly, if it meant that if I'd have won that Olympic Games and it had to change my life into a different direction, which I probably would have not competed in the '88 Olympic Games then. All right, so if it had changed my life, and then I didn't meet my wife, and didn't have my family that I've got now, there's no, I wouldn't swap that what I've got now for anything.
Well, part of the demons that you've gotten to know because of those losses is part of probably the central reason that you are the man you are. A legend of the sport. You could have been not that. Because an Olympic gold is just an Olympic gold.
Yeah. And it is, isn't it? And I think that there's a lot of Olympic champions, world champions, that win and then are forgotten. And I said to Nikki, I said, my wife, I don't want to be forgotten and I want to be remembered. So I'm going to do anything I do, if I'm going to do commentary or whatever it is, or coaching, I want to do coaching to a high level. And I want to commentate at a high level. I remember the first commentary I ever did, it was terrible. And I just thought, I've got to do better than this. And I thought, I need to do it well, and I've got to do it.
So in the book Game of Thrones, you have a chapter titled Lessons in Losing. So what are some of the lessons here? What are some of the deeper lessons you've pulled out of losing?
I think great champions are made up of the people that handle it in the right way. And you could say, well, I don't like losing, and and you could throw your dummy up, bam, and you can be a bad loser in front of everybody. And actually, people pick up on that over quickly. You know what it's like in broadcasting, right? Somebody has a bad word to say about somebody, and but actually, the ones that endear themselves to you are the ones that handle it in the right way. Okay. Doesn't mean that you've got to like it. I didn't like it. And I thought that I handled it certainly in later years in the right way. And I like to see athletes do it in the right way. you know, and I think it's a make or break situation. It's not all the contests they win, it's the one that they lose, and then how they pick themselves up and handle themselves after. So I think that is a big one for me. And also, I mean, I went through, you know, obviously a later divorce, and that was difficult on my son, really difficult on Ashley. And then I think that some of that was the fact that I was, you know, kind of, I wasn't drinking all the time, but I was drinking in excess at the wrong times. You know, and I think that that's what a lot of people do sometimes, is that they use it for the wrong reasons, you know, and I used to hear it, I hear it now all the time, you know, and is that, you know, I need to knock the edge off, and I need to just forget, and I need to, you know, and you need to be in a fuzzy place for a while. And I had a lot of time in a fuzzy place. And I needed to get rid of that, you know, and I needed to clear my head.
Where was that place? What some of the lower points in your life that you reached naturally?
I think, you know, definitely, you know, the fact that my marriage, first marriage, didn't work, you know, and that was, you know, it's a mix of things that, you know, between us. And then, you know, so that's not where I wanted to be at the time. And the effects that it had on my son, and it took a long time for him then to come around and to trust me again, you know, and to have belief. He always had belief in me, but to trust me again. And then I think that, yeah, that was low. And I think that, you know, when I look back, is that a lot of my bad decisions were when I was in that fuzzy kind of haze, and then it got progressively worse. That got progressively worse to the degree where it was, you know, trying to hide it and trying to hide how much, and I was kind of a functioning kind of, you know, I think you could probably say that. And I, you know, I was functioning. I was still able to. I was still training most days. Crazily enough, you know, I was training to kind of mask it, cover it, and that was probably my saving. That I was still, you know, because I remember I said to my wife, I said to Nikki, I'm probably the fittest. If I'm, you know, a drunk, then I'm the fittest drunk in the world. She said, yeah, you probably are actually. You know, I was in great condition for a drink.
So the fuzzy haze, where was your mind? Did you have periods of depression?
I had periods of depression. I can honestly say that the depression wasn't that bad, although I did, you know, when it's like anything that gives you an up, you know, it gives you an even bigger down, doesn't it? You know, and so I hated that feeling, and also hated myself for letting it happen, because I've got a really, it's a bizarre, I don't know whether you can call it a power, but I have the ability to be able to say, stop. And I can just, and that's what I did in the end. In the end, there was an incident when I was working for Belgian Judo, and there was an incident. It was Christmas. It was, I tell you exactly the day. It was 20th of December, and me and a Belgian coach, we got absolutely hammered. But we were at the wrong place, and he got noticed, and so I remember they pulled me up in front of this board, and I looked down at these guys, and half of them were people I didn't want to be in that situation with. You know, they're not people that I respected, and they're not people that I trusted. So I said, if you're going to sack me, but I'll promise you now that this is it, I'll stop. I'm just going to stop. I decided. On the way back in the car, I rang Nikki up, my wife, and I said, whatever you hear now, whatever, I'm just going to stop. So,
if you've been wondering if Blue Chew is all it's cracked up to be,
saw the moment.
Yes. Blue Chew is an online service that delivers
So that fuzzy place, what advice could you give to people about how to overcome that dark place, the depression, whether it has to do with drinking or not?
I think
Every once
if
in a
it's
while,
to do
you're a
with
little
drinking,
loving to me. And Boots, you never
all
let
I
me
can
down.
say is
Don't
that
miss out on the
the
best sex ever.
2 days or a week
You
into
understand?
not
When they're
drinking,
laying there looking at
you'll
you like,
feel
what the
different.
fuck just
You know,
happened?
it'll make
That's
physical
you, Captain
difference.
Boots.
And
Now, Boots,
you'll like
want you
that
to have
physical
the
difference.
confidence to perform at your
And
best.
then
So
from a
discover
mental
your
perspective as
options at
well, because I think that you know, you have a massive downer, you know, and I think that that must be because of drugs as well, because I had a situation with my brother, you know, he was like, you know, he was professional wrestling, and the drugs was an element there, and you know, so I'd never touched a drug or even seen one in my life, but you know, I'd let the alcohol side go too far, and then decided never to do that. So then I guess I had people ringing me up, you know, saying, you know, how can we stop, you know? So when they say, can I have a word, can I discuss something with you, and I know then what they want to discuss with you, know? And the thing is that I would say, you know, if you stop, then feel the effects of it, and it will make a difference to your everyday life. And that will make a difference. And I think that anybody who kind of, you know, is down all the time is to find the cause of what's pushing you down. You know what I mean? And try and attack that. I mean, because it's never. Someone said to me, they said, whatever you got, you know, we've got something special. I mean, we have a great life and have had a great competition record. You know, it could have been better, but it was great. But I've had success with my business, and we're still out there, and we have a great life. We travel all the world, and you know, there's people out there that would live in your house at the doctor, wherever you are. They drive your car, you know, no matter what car it is. Some people haven't got a car, you know, and whatever food you're having, and you're moaning about food, right? There's somebody out there that would take that and gladly eat that, right? So there's always somebody worse off than you, and I think that we tend to sometimes, you know, look at the things that we haven't got rather than things we have.
Yeah, it's a skill probably just to be grateful for the things you have, exactly as you said. And it's sometimes the little things, like
What he said was, it wasn't the CIA. What it was is some people in the CIA. He said it's some cowboys in the CIA.
Family,
That's
all this
what
kind of
makes
stuff.
the most sense to me. Like this
But
idea
it's still,
that
you know, having talked to a bunch of Olympic athletes,
drug smuggling seems like so crazy.
there's you know, when you give so much in your life to women, when you lose, sometimes you don't really win,
There's an example right now of this thing called the Silk
but
Road.
when
You
you
know about the
lose
Silk
at the
Road.
very top,
The Silk Road
it's
was
a
this
tough
underground drug dealing
tough thing to go through.
network that this guy
The most
created.
difficult thing,
And they
I
were
think, for
selling
anybody
mad money,
is when they have to
drugs,
decide
like
what's,
underground.
Yeah,
They created
you know,
this
and
thing. Like
that all of a sudden, and
it's a total.
I see the ones that are going second
What it
Olympic
is, is
Games and then
it
third
operates
Olympic,
like completely
and
under the
and the
wire.
ones that are there and they're holding on and they're in their 30s now,
And they got
different to when they were 19 years of age, you know, 30 something is different to 19, and then what are you going to do afterwards, you know, and then how do you become just a normal person? You're never going to be a normal person as such, but I think you've got to do normal things, you know, and then you've got to remember the first time when I finished the competition, I had good sponsors. This was, you know, 40 years ago, but I had two really good sponsors, vitamin company and also judo company, and I had a car, and you know, I had money, and I was going all over the world. I was successful, and then I stopped. And they took everything back. They took my car, and they did it within 2 weeks as well. They stopped my funding, they, you know, and the vitamin company said, thank you very much. It's been a great, you know, we've done well. Bye-bye.
this was after your last Olympics.
88 Olympics.
Yeah.
You know, when that finished, and then that was it. You know, and then it's right, okay. First time I had to go in there and buy a tracksuit, a pair of training shoes.
Yeah, those are different. Sitting there in the evening by yourself.
So you go from 7 days a week or 6 days a week going into the gym, and you know, you're working out the dojo, and then you don't have to do it. You know, and that's why you get a lot of, when they finish competition, they finish that 30 to 40 is still, I mean, Gilliard's still doing it now. He's still in there and he's still, you know, and because he can, right? Okay, and it's natural. I did exactly the same. And then, like I say, you just get to an age and you just
the Marines would go in
take a step
and they
back.
shoot everybody and throw
Which is
cards
why,
at them.
like, there's certain athletes like Rio Batani never stops. Just dominates for 14 years. Probably one of the winningest athletes in judo. 7-time world champ, 2-time Olympic champ, medaled at 5 Olympics. It's always impressive.
Never stop.
Never stop. So that's an option. If you're like the greatest ever.
It'd be interesting, wouldn't it, just to see what they're doing now, you know, because at some stage you're at a normal
You do have to stop.
You do have to stop, you know, at some stage you have to decide what you're going to do. You know, it's either into coaching, the judo is either coaching, or if you're not in coaching, then it's into something to do with the media. And, you know, I was lucky that I was by accident really with the commentary. Somebody said, would you do a voiceover? So I did this voiceover. That was back in 1982.
So you've been commentating since 1982.
I did some voiceovers. I wouldn't call it commentating. But I did some voiceovers, and then I did some, we did some different European Championships, World Championship kind of events, and I did the voiceovers as well. And the way that it was done, that it was more narration. And so it kind of turned into then somebody asked me to do an event, and when you listen to the intonation of the voice and stuff like that, it wasn't like it is now, but I guess that's just something that developed. As you know, because then it was coming from the heart, and I, you know, started to get excited and just do my thing, and it was just me, it was just my style.
Well, I listened to your commentary from a while back. I don't know if it's the 80s. It's still there.
I think it's timing as well, isn't it? It's like, you know, you get the timing a bit better, and know when to go in, when to come out, when to say something, when not. You know, and I think that in the early days, I tended to want to talk all the time, and you don't have to do that.
That's the way you want to set up.
That's the key, isn't it?
Yeah, part of the dramas and the silence building up to the set up and the flow and all that kind of stuff. But also, you're very good at, while radiating passion, being very precise and specific about the details of the throw and the setup and why something worked and didn't.
Yeah, I think there's two kinds of commentating. You can commentate what you see, and then you commentate what people can't see, you know. And so if you've got somebody that is not really understanding of what's happening in the inner part of the game, so it might be a technical thing, or it might be the tactical part of the play here that's going on, and if you can introduce that as well, then you've got an advantage.
Oh yeah.
Good call. I heard that.
Okay, it's done.
So we just took a little break and went to judotv.com, which is, I guess, from IGF website. IGF.
Skid Row, Los Angeles. It actually says Skid Row.
That was the organization behind a lot of the big judo events in the world. And I just signed up. You should sign up too. It's great.
Cheaper the price. Cheaper the price.
Yeah.
We used to work in these buildings. These buildings were a lot
And
of
you can watch
abandoned
this
textile
game back
buildings
from
where they were renting them out. That's where American Apparel actually is made.
Yeah, I've got to say that. I mean, everybody, still people are saying to me, "Oh, you know, we need more judo on television." They got judo on television every other week that they can access all the top people in all the top events, and it costs $100 to access everything, and they can play all the videos. I mean, we've just accessed this here, the Paris tournament, and we're going to have a look at Teddy Renier, but you know, it's so cheap.
So we're now at Paris Grand Slam 2024, Teddy Renier final. That was super cool. Like, you click on the draw, and you just look at any of the matches. You go at the bottom of the finals and go,
yeah, it's
any one of them. It's so cool. It's really well done. Really well done. Anyway, let me first ask a ridiculous big question. Who do you think is the greatest of all time? Teddy Renier in the right?
He's the greatest judo winner of all time. Of that, there's no doubt. You know, I mean, and I think if you ask him whether he was the greatest judo man in the world of all time, he would say, no, I'm not. You know, and he's not the greatest judo man. There are people with, you know, more beautiful judo in some ways, although he's got great technique. But he is the ultimate winner.
World champs, two-time gold medalist in the Olympics. I guess two-time bronze medalist. Probably going. He's going to Paris.
Yeah, you know,
after the end. So he's right here. I mean,
he's right there. You know, this was just a couple of months ago, and then last week he was out again, and he won again.
You think he gets gold medal?
There's people getting close, right? Because he's obviously, you know, age-wise and the amount of time that he's been there, he's obviously somebody that he's starting not quite at his best as he was when he was younger, but he, like I said, he still puts it on the line, he lays it on the line every single time, and then not only does he lay it on the line, but he beats him. You know, and, last week he just beat Saito, who's a young up-and-coming Japanese fighter, and he beat him in the final. It was close, and he did well. There are certain people, the smaller ones actually, not the taller ones, because like you were saying about the big arm over the top that he likes, and the dominant grip that he likes. There are people that can give him a hard time. Now, if at the Olympic Games he has 2 or 3 of those on the trot, it might work against him, you know, and it's by no means an absolute certainty that he's going to win the Olympic gold medal. But he's got to be one of the favorites. Top favorite. You know, no matter what happens now, Teddy Riner is the greatest winner that, you know, and if you ask the great master, he would say the same. You know, there's nobody that, you know, and master is unbeaten in international competition, and I trained with him a lot over a 2-year period and got to know him quite well, and he was one of the greatest of all time. You know, for me, he was one of the greatest judo men, and I'm talking about from a technical point of view, from a spectacular judo point of view, understanding the fundamental principles of how techniques work. Sometimes having, you know, different techniques that work for you. So if one doesn't work and one particular direction doesn't work, you can change the direction completely.
If people don't know, Yamashita is this legendary judoka heavyweight. Heavy Riner, heavyweight, plus 100 kg. So
he would have caused him all sorts of
like lawn area.
Yeah, that's cool. Who do you think wins?
Yeah, I think you might.
But you know, wait. You think Yamashita beats Teddy Riner?
I think so.
But then in the back there was no seats.
Strong word. You think so? You think so? Yamashita is shorter.
Yeah, and he finds it more difficult with shorter people, you know, and so it would have been a very interesting confrontation. And I think if you asked
because people started lighting fires up in the hood.
he would probably say, you know, that Teddy Riner is very great.
There was not enough of us to sort of like.
It would be really good. It would have been an unbelievable match.
Put my security jacket.
And I've got to say this, that, you know, Teddy Riner is the greatest winner of all time.
Competition-wise. But it's interesting, both of them, maybe incorrectly, but have this Osotogari kind of trick that I never understood.
Yeah.
Like, it's a very tricky thing to do, right? It's very easy to do maybe as a white guy, you know, and you can understand. But like to do it at the high level.
You see any of the top guys, especially if they're second time out, you know, so like they might catch somebody by surprise, they come out, they go bang, and you go, that was amazing, right? But if they fought again, 10 minutes later, you go, you're not going to catch me with that. Right? You've got a different situation there, and so it's slightly different. But the best fights are guys like that, and they're able to see a situation, feel the situation, and they attack once, and then go again and attack second, third time, and then the third time they make it work.
Yeah, both Yamashita and Teddy Riner were just like dying. They'll just like hit it over and over in the match.
Yeah, sometimes they'll hit first time and it won't go, and then you make a readjustment. It's a little bit like, I mean, if you take a really easy way of understanding it is that if we're shooting at a target and all of a sudden you start moving that target, you know, it's different hitting a moving target, but it's also different hitting a moving target that's trying to hit you as well, and that's our game, right? So we're not only trying to throw a moving target, we're trying to throw a moving target that's trying to throw away. That makes it even more difficult.
There's a few folks who you know what's coming. It's like over and over and over, it's the same attack. Anyway, with this Mata, it's like, it's different. It's different. There's not many people like that where it's like the same attack. I mean, there's other attacks also, but they'll just go after the same thing over and over and over.
When I watch great athletes, most of them can throw over both. Always going left and right. You know, they are sport. Always, I mean, the catches are always demonstrated left and right. So, like, if you demonstrate, if you do something on one side, you know, then can you demonstrate it on the other side, right? Okay, so can you do it equally? No. Well, you do it differently, right, on the other side. So, you know, when I'm teaching, I don't teach that. I teach, so if I was teaching you to do a technique, first thing I'd do is say, I need you to take the sleeve and look out. Right? So I'd let you decide what was left and right. Okay? Because often what happens is we impart on people whether they're going to be left or right. When you start teaching, you know, you get a lot of teachers do that. Right? And they'll say immediately, what do you write with, left or right? And it's no indicator actually as to how we do that, because I'm left-handed, and I do more predominantly right-handed because I lead off my strongest hand. And actually, most people do, you know. So actually, left and right is a bit of a trap sometimes, you know, when they're teaching. Better to get, you know, because we can go. So my point was is that a lot of people can go both flanks, so they'll do something over this side.
But anyway, it was one-sided.
It was one-sided, but he could switch it. So he had a CNA as well on the other side. So he could switch it. Yeah.
And by the way, your opponent in 84, was he righty or lefty?
He was a righty.
So that drop left.
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
Well, I mean, again, it was, you know, he could have probably, in other contexts, he hit me with it several times, and I just, you know, just at the wrong place at the right time for him. Right place at the wrong time for me.
Times have changed. People give a fuck.
All right, let's watch the
It was his hurting soul. 20 years ago, you killed yourself. Fuck that motherfucker.
This is final of Paris tournament.
Like back then, my God. Fuck.
And this is against the Korean. The Korean had a great day.
Like you said, you forgot. You have no mask for you. Right? When you ice yourself, you can't get masked.
Again, it's shorter, so you just find that. How about Teddy Renier? Teddy Renier will try and catch the sleeve. He's after the sleeve and then the right arm over the top. That's the key point for Teddy Renier.
Completely crazy people that were locked in an asylum. But the
and of course, what he has done, if he can't always catch the big Osotogari over his right hand side, he's been doing something to the opposite side.
And the Korean just went for a drop sale.
Way more crazy in the 60s and 70s.
And Teddy Renier blocked it again.
Like I say, it's always against somebody smaller, dropping with the CNAs.
Has Teddy Renier ever been thrown?
This is a fun, but he was thrown last week for a nice technique. He's been caught more and more. Yeah, and to say in the final of the World Championships, they had a strange situation there where to say was a technique down and then pulled off a counter. And they didn't count it, but then they overruled it. Unfortunately, I was commentating at the time, and I went for score for Kaseyev. And anyway, they overruled it, and then they awarded a second gold medal.
What do you say about Kamala Masad, who also did it?
Yeah, Kaseyev and Kaseyev are the two that could possibly go to the Olympics. So That was a close one there from Renee. That was closest that he got from
Oh, wow.
Didn't have the sleeve, and he relied on the sleeve greatly. Support there from the French in the crowd.
And also, maybe can you explain the penalties for stalling?
Yeah, so if they don't attack, if they've got a grip, and they've got a sleeve lapel, or they've got two hands on, if they're too passive and they don't attack, they've got dominant sleeve grip, they don't attack. It was quite close as well from the Korean. So the Korean here, you can see is having a real go. You know, the penalties will come if they don't attack at the right time. Step outside the yellow area, they've got 2 lines as well.
That's dedication for
Absolutely. I mean, it was really close, wasn't it? A nice little toe to Gary there from the Korean. And if they touch below the belt line with the arms, so if they're not allowed to grab the legs. They've stopped grabbing the legs.
wow, the thing is really cool.
Korean's having a real good go at it.
I guess every single person in that division is probably training for
Teddy Renee's been there now. You know, he's got another guy here in the final of the Paris tournament. He's got 18,000 people watching it. They're all on Teddy Renee's side. They want him to win. And the Korean's out there on his own with his coach.
But also the pressure.
Amazing pressure. You know, we interviewed him after this. And he said, I've got pressure. You know, people go, well, what is he going to do it at the Olympic Games? Can I do it in Paris? He wanted to go to Paris. I mean, really, the last Olympic Games should have been it. Should have been the final one. But he's gone, no, I've got to do another 4 years. 2 penalties are on the board already for the Korean. That Korean is really having a great go.
A bit of a lift on him. He's going after it.
He's really going after it. You know, it's an amazing effort there from the Korean. And he's getting some last minute information. I don't know if you've ever seen his coach stood next to him like that, but it's amazing. He's 6'6", and he's about 4 foot. He's a real kid.
Full of passion. I love it.
Yeah.
It's like screaming.
So golden score.
How does golden score work, please?
So the golden score. So if it goes without any point on the board from the throw or hold down or arm angle, then it goes into golden score. So 2 Shidos on the board apiece. One more mistake now, and it's going to be all over.
Oh, wow.
Teddy Renee just managed to on the Korean, and that went really against the right. The Korean did better, you know. But Teddy Renee is a winner. Yeah, he says, right, okay, let's have more cheering.
Find a way to score.
I have to say, he doesn't like it, but it's great.
Yeah, there was so much late night. It's great to see. It's great that he's doing it again, going after it.
Well, he's chasing the gold medal. It's going to be in Paris, which is going to be even more fantastic. You know, he's already the greatest. You said, you know, what is he going to do to be the greatest? He's already the greatest competitor judo's ever known, and that was even, you know, with the great Tani. You know, Tani was amazing as well.
Are you part of the commentating team?
I'm part of the commentating team, but it won't be for IJF because it's independent broadcast.
Have you ever had an athlete sort of come up to you and ask, like, why did you say that? Or, like, disagree with your commentary?
You know, I've got to say that 99%, 99.9% of everybody is so grateful that I've commentated their fights all the way through. They know if they've messed up. So if I say something, and I'm never disparaging, really disparaging, you know, but what I will say is, you know, it was a great fight by the other guy, or it was a great match. And if they made a mistake, so if they walk out, they know that I will say something that will, you know, mean something. So nobody really knows about it. I try and talk the truth if I can.
So who else do you consider as some of the greats? So I personally, just because I love the standing so loud, Toga. So there's, like, you know, the number of times you won the World Championship and the Olympic Games. But there's also like how you want it, how you want to fight it, what you did. You know, it's not necessarily about getting gold medals. It's about how you fought, and how you represent the sport. There are certain athletes like Inoue and Iliadas that are going after the big medals.
Oh, yeah, they want to win by it. And I think that's the difference. Is they're the ones that come out there, and it's a bit like, you know, when Tyson stepped out there, they knew what you were going to get. You know, and if they went toe to toe, if Tyson had somebody going toe to toe, somebody was going to get knocked out. And you know, we were the same in judo when people go head to head, and it's an open match. And I often talk about an open match. I say it's an open match. They're both trying to score. Somebody is going to get scored on. Somebody's going to go. You know, and that makes it exciting. And it's when they come out and they close up, you know.
Is there a case for Ono? Sorry, Ono? Three-time world champ, two-time gold medalist.
I think that, you know, judo-wise, he's got to be one of the greatest because he had such versatility. He had. He could go right and he could go left. He could pick up. He could go to the ground as well. He won a lot of his earlier matches on the ground. I think his empathy, you know, and how he presents himself, sometimes he falls down. And I think that hopefully that should come with tutoring and, you know, how to be a great champion after, you know, it's not just about what you do on the mat, but what you do off the mat as well.
This is for you a great champion is the whole package.
Yeah.
How you present yourself, how you represent yourself.
Yeah, I think it's how you present yourself afterwards, how you are with people, how much you can help people. I mean, people, kids, and you know, they look up to these great champions because they want to be like. So the worst thing is when you get somebody that's a bit of an arse and they're not presenting themselves in the right way. So I like to see somebody presenting themselves in the right way, and I think that it's something that can be taught. It's something that normally comes with a little bit of experience and a little bit of age, you know. And I like to think that I'm a little bit different now than I was when I was 19. Not that it was bad, you know. I don't think I was just, you know, I see it often now, you know, just for the beans.
You're a beautiful work in progress. What about Nomura? Gotta hear Nomura. Three-time gold medalist.
Never lost an Olympic fight. So there's nobody, nobody ever done that. You know what I mean? So that's got to be. It has to, and he took 2 years off in between every Olympic Games and came back, did the right amount of events, qualified for. Not only did he have to qualify, he had to qualify for Japan. Now, Japan, you remember, has got the greatest depth. So they got people coming through all the time, you know, and then he had to win the Japanese trials. And then we had a 4-time world champion from Japan. This is when World Championships was every other year. And this is Shozo Fuji. And he was the greatest middleweight of all time. And never got to participate in the Olympics because he lost the Japanese title twice in 2 Olympic, possibilities. So, you know, he had to qualify for Japan and then go to the Olympic Games and then do it there. You know. So sometimes some of the best people in Japan can't get outside of Japan. Look at the situation they had with Abe, and then they had Mariyama. Mariyama was, you know, and Abe were both the best by far in the under 66 kilos category. This is for the last Olympic Games. And they sent one to the World Championships, one to the Olympic Games, and they both won gold medal.
Yeah, I mean, that's why the all the legendary. There's these battles in the market and the whole.
Abe and Mariano, they had a trial in the Kodokan. It was 26 minutes. I think it was 26 minutes. They were battling it out 26 minutes.
If we could just go to youth training Japan, what are those outdoors like? What is that?
I touched on the danger. You get that danger of being thrown when you get hold of somebody or somebody gets hold of you. And I often reflect and I often talk about it when I'm commentating, because I can see it immediately. It's easy, isn't it? We're in the commentary chair or if you're in the coach's chair and you don't really understand totally, absolutely what's going on when somebody's being outstripped. And when they're in danger of being thrown, if you're in danger of being thrown, the first thing you do is stick your back somewhere there and defend, by not being in the position they want you to be in. All right, and so that's danger. You feel the danger. And so in Japan, that was the place I used to go to train because I felt the danger, and so my defenses would be heightened. And so somebody that was, I went two years, one Olympic cycle, I went 2 years, 2 months without having a score on me in any competition. And then I went to one competition in European Championships, which I won, and I was struggling all the way through and got scored on 3 times in my quarter of my first quarter. And I was devastated. And actually nearly lost the whole competition because I was more mortified about being scored on 3 times when I hadn't been scored on for 2.5 years. I had this thing in my head about 2.5 years. And then all of a sudden, right, I'm not unbeatable. And then you go. And I was almost lost, completely lost. Just so fortunate. A couple of things went my way and just came out, and I scraped and scratched my way to the final and won the final well. All right, but that was my best match. But I almost lost it.
Well, what do you do with the fact that you go to Japan and you're getting in danger? You probably
getting thrown.
Get thrown in
Yeah.
Japan. What's that do to you?
Well, again, it's my, that was a winning ego that had to adapt. I remember we went to the case show with Police Dojo one time, and they wanted to see they created this the groundwork competition because they wanted to see me do the Gigi, like how I went in and how the Giamba, right? They wanted to see how I did it from underneath or over the top, and they created this event. So, they started it. So, and then winner stays on competition was happening at the case show. So I did about 7 in, and then my coach came in and said, "No, I didn't even realize what was going on." And I was going, no, don't stop me like that, And it was one of those moments where, the beat was on my foot, you could say, rather than on the other way. Because I had been in situations. I remember as a 16-year-old, I got such a drumming from one of the Japanese guys, older students, and he had a gold tooth. And so he was gold tooth to me, and he was a nightmare. And I remember he kept coming out fighting because he kept throwing me, and I was crying and I was upset, and I was like, and then that was another occasion where I got dragged away, and so I wanted to go back and fight. And I went back to the same dojo every year to fight him. He was on my mind. Morning, noon, night, he was on my mind. Gold tooth was on my mind, And 2 years later, I was 2 years to me, from 16 to 18. 18 years of age, I was pretty competitive with him, and it was like, I was standing up with him. 19, he was in the groundwork competition.
I knew the dude in high school that was 6'2" and steroids. Yeah, he was enormous. He was so much bigger than everybody else. It was crazy. He came from high school.
Well, because I remember getting the arm lock, and
I guess I was like a freshman.
He didn't put it on immediately. I needed it to last. It had to last.
And he was
I spread the whole thing lasted as long as I could possibly get it. And it was a long memory as I was looking down.
And now here's that knows about you. I wonder what nicknames he has for you.
I'm hoping that he remembers me as much. You know, he probably doesn't say, he doesn't cast an eyelid, doesn't say a thing about it.
Well, I mean, can you just speak to that training with those folks?
There was these college kids.
You know, you said crying, the frustration, being thrown. I mean, how do you? It's such a beautiful part of the process of becoming great.
Yeah, I think it is just something that that doesn't happen at this level. You know, we were talking about levels, and then at this level, it never happened. And then I went out in my first European cadet, and all of a sudden I wasn't this top guy. I was in the mix, and then I had to work myself to the top of that mix, and then to the top of the next one. You know, because I went to the European Senior Championship, and again, you're not the top. And, you work your way from the top of that. And I think it is a frustration, but I think it's that kind of hatred of losing and also being out of control. I think the first 3 European Championships I fought Neville, but he was only one of my contests, and I had to fight a Frenchman for third place. Actually outgripped me. And I remember I was more upset, though I won the contest, I was more upset that he totally did outgrip me, and I was more upset, and I fought him a year later and outgripped him. Right, so it was one of those, it was a learning process all the way through.
Yeah, that frustration.
Back then, no one
it's
knew
like,
what the fuck it was.
Whatever that does to your soul,
when I was 21,
the building up afterwards is what actually makes you better.
It didn't make any sense to me.
It's fascinating. And you think there's in Japan just killers there that are like just the world doesn't know about it.
Yeah, it's world champions. There's people that never make it out.
Yeah.
I remember we were training like so, and everybody that goes to Japan, all my friends like that have been world Olympic champions, they all know what I'm talking about. They know exactly what I'm saying. Is that when we go to the dojos there, we all get thrown by people that never come out to be world champions. They're just in the mix, or they go through 3 years of university, and then they go. We had a guy. We had a guy that came in. He was business guy. He came in with his suitcase and his briefcase like that. So he decides he's going to come in, and he gets changed, and he's in his lunch hour. He's in his lunch hour.
Yeah.
So he comes in and he goes through. He's working his way through the whole of the British team. We're all lined up, right?
Yeah.
He's working his way through the whole of the British team. I knew it's my turn. So I get hold of him and I throw him immediately. And then it was what we were talking about when it happens in the first few seconds of the practice. So I had 4 minutes of him coming at me, and I'm going up into the air and I'm twisting off and I'm going like that. And then everybody's laughing at the side of the mat. Or the whole British team has gone through the whole British team, and then 10 minutes later, he was tied up like that, and back to work. Imagine sitting behind his desk.
Yeah.
I'm glad he didn't get Hopefully.
Anybody else I didn't mention as part of the greats that just kind of jumped
Kakizaki Sensei is my favorite of all favorites. He is what I would call I don't know if you can get him up here. Can we get him up here? So going to 1981 World Championships.
That's a year's supply.
And I'll talk you through the great Kakizaki. He was 1 year in Great Britain. And he was a guy that was so much junior. Right, so you want the final of the under 65 kilograms, the one at the top. This is him. He is 2 weight categories below my weight category that I won the world championship. Same year, I won it.
And you're not competing
So this is, it's not, I'm not sure if this is going to show his, watch this. This he did in the final of the world.
If he was just listening, he did an incredible sacrifice.
Yep. And then he was on top for the knee. Renowned for his groundwork. And he was on top against a really strong Romanian guy. All right. So his transition was just phenomenal.
Yeah, let me go back and look at that. What was happening?
So he's just showing you. So he has this coachy thing just creates space, and it's his follow through into groundwork that is best of all. And then the Romanian really strong, like I say, he got all the way through to the final of the World Championship, winning most by Ippon, I think, the Romanian. And he's defending really, really well here, and you can see that how he knows exactly what he wants. He's just got to get his leg out. Now watch him tie the arm up, and then he'll pull the top leg towards him, and then he'll push the bottom one off.
Always working.
Always working. Readjust the balance. Still one leg trapped. Final of the World Championship. Good referee, because he's refereeing something here that's happening, that's going to decide as to whether. So he doesn't call it to stand it up at all. Watch him pull the top one now, and he'll push the bottom one.
There's a calmness on his face.
Calm.
Great to see.
Calm. Pushes the bottom leg out. Drop down.
Or you could be that motherfucker that
This
just
is him again. Watch this. This is another technique that he does. And then just again sacrifice directly in. Directly into the knee.
Day drinkers.
Transition is everything.
In judo.
Especially in the entertainment.
Well, anything really, but judo especially pays off.
Nobody can tell you what to do. Nobody tells you what to do. That's why you're on.
Yeah, I mean, because we haven't got that long. I mean, we had more time here. They've just brought more time back, so we've got more time to transition in. And to get the situation that we want, and to get the attacking situation that we want. Because, I remember I was teaching in America to some jiu-jitsu guys, and they were saying, "Oh, we'd never give you our back." And I said, with judo rules, certain situations, it happens that, when we try and do throws where we're facing away from our opponent, so like, for example, Cianagis, if they fail, then the back is there, and that's how we get the back. And it's a different situation, than going on your back in the guard situation.
Well, there's Travis Stevens. I don't know if I'm familiar with his judo, but he's a really interesting example because he competed at the highest level of jiu-jitsu as well. And his idea, he's a big Sanagi guy, and he basically threw all of that away.
In the jiu-jitsu.
Like, he took the sport from scratch for what it is. So he almost never did a Sanagis at all. Jiu-jitsu.
No, because it would leave his back all the time, if it failed.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't have the same kind of grip on the judogi or the karate, the jiu-jitsu. A little bit different.
And you have to kind of consider the sport, the art of it, but also the competitors, the styles, and the culture of the sport. If you want to win, if winning is the most important thing, then like, all right, well,
but you learn the game, don't you? And that's what he did. He learned the game. And I think there's credit to him, and that's why I was saying about wrestling. The wrestlers, I mean, good to learn the judo and for what it is and the mechanics and how it works, and then learn the wrestling. I mean, I do the commentary as well for the freestyle, and I will be at the Olympics for the freestyle and the Greco-Roman. So, and I love the freestyle, absolutely love it. Freestyle is freestyle, judo is judo. I like to see people do it.
Yeah, but there's a rhyme to the whole combat thing. They're all, the body mechanics, it's all fascinating echoes of each other in interesting ways. The details are different. There's still two humans clashing.
Yeah, we've got some amazing crossovers with people like the Mongolians who have come in with Georgians, and the Georgians do massive pickups and different techniques. And if you ask the fighters whether, grabbing the legs, a lot of them would say, some of the wrestling styles, the Georgians and the Mongolians might say, I'd like to be able to take the legs. But, a lot of them just adapted. You get Iliadis, for example. He just adapted. So he thought, I'll take my arm off the top and I'll just rip them up the floor that way. You know what I mean?
They're still doing the big lifts, they're still doing the big ripping, but they still grab those legs.
Yeah.
Really, they figured it out.
And they figured it out like that.
Yeah, you would think it'd take a long time. No, it was like a month.
No, exactly.
The highest level, which is crazy. So you mentioned jiu-jitsu a little bit. What's the interesting difference between jiu-jitsu and judo that you've observed? Because you're one of the greatest ever on the ground in judo. And so, jiu-jitsu is primarily focused on similar type of stuff on the ground. What do you think is the difference there?
They're a different approach, different time scale to them, and they have a different way in. So, ours comes from a standing position directly in. We've got a time scale on it, so we have to, like the catch. What I always talk about the catch, because in judo terms, if you don't get the catch immediately, then the referee won't see the transition in, and also the continuation from plan A, B, C, D. If something builds, so we have to build it, and we have to build it quickly. And I think in jiu-jitsu terms, you have more time to build.
Yeah, there's a kind of patience, like, this doesn't work out, it's the same thing. With judo, there's like an urgency. Like,
There's an urgency.
And there's a ref watching skeptically, so you better show that you're making progress.
You've got to show the progression, and that's why, I always had a plan A, B, C. You see there with, that was 1981 there, when the drug test was actually had a progression. Everything was moved that way, that wasn't by accident, it was trained. And I think that transition there, taking control of somebody's mistakes. If somebody might have made a mistake or not hit properly, or your defense caused them to make a mistake, and then you take advantage of it, and that is the difference.
So one of the side effects of that, I don't know the chicken or the egg, but judo is on the ground and looks more aggressive. So probably because of the urgency, it's just like there's an intention behind the progress you're making. I think jiu-jitsu is more relaxed. There's more a culture of just finding places to relax and think of different control positions, take your time. And as a result, it's much less exhausting. You can go for much longer. It feels like judo is exhausting.
It's like doing sprints all the time. And that is really hard. And that's a special kind of condition you need. And you need to be able to catch it and know when to go and when not to go. And I think also, I also ask you think it'd make a difference? I mean, certainly jiu-jitsu, you can't just throw stuff in the back, into the guard. You have to throw into the situation, So you have got, I know Roger Gracie, he decided that he was going to learn judo. He saw the importance of being able to approach for the transition in. And so he came to Budokai, he was learning yesterday Stevens, and they were doing really a lot.
Yeah, well, he was fascinating study because he's just the most basic stuff. And he does it like we did another level of it's like Tamasha. Everyone knows it's coming. It just does it anyway. Against the best people in the world. It's crazy. It's like everybody in jiu-jitsu, a white belt learns the techniques he's using. And he just does it.
But he has about 1,000 ways in.
Yeah, and it does 1,000 ways in jiu-jitsu. So it kind of might even look the same to people. And he finds a way to choke people, but he's on top of them mounted. Some judo pin position, and everyone knows what's coming next against the best people in the world, and you should be able to defend it. But nobody cares. It's crazy.
I think there's the power element as well. You know, that you don't realise how, you know, when somebody's directed in a particular way, then you have that kind of element of absolute power. You can only feel like when Roger's doing a technique, I think that you would only feel it if he did it on you. You know, then you could feel it. It's not something that happens, you know, like, so tricks is one thing, but actually being able to do something really well from a power point of view, you know, it's like you say, he only does those few things, but he does them really well.
Yeah, I don't know what that is about. Actually, judo clinch is a very interesting case study as well, because people are able to do so heavy. One of the things judokas are able to do is hit extremely well. And it makes you realize that it's not about the weight, it's about some kind of technique that makes people feel like they weigh 1,000 pounds.
It's about weight distribution and changing balance. You know, what a lot of people don't realise that there's huge changes of balance in the ground. You know what it's like. You know, you're a jiu-jitsu man, and you know, the detail of the technique is what really interests me. You know, I mean, I'm always looking for more ideas. You know, I'm always looking at jiu-jitsu, and it fascinates me. You know, I would have done jiu-jitsu for sure, but I wouldn't have forgotten the judo way in to the techniques. You know, I mean, you've got to differentiate the two. But I would have loved it. I would have absolutely loved it. You know, but it wasn't as prominent then. You know, wherever there was, it came from. It came from a mistake, me getting beaten in a particular contest, and I went, I'm not going to beat me again. That's how it happened.
Yeah, well, the story of your life is like a loss creates the Phoenix rises.
Well, it was 1978, and it was you know, it wasn't a mistake. It was a particular movement, and I was fighting weight up from my normal weight. But I stayed in the same position for 1 second too long, got caught, and sank up again. And I said, literally, it's the same as I said to you when I said, I'm not going to drink anymore. I came up and I said, I'm never going to get caught on the ground again. And I never lost in my whole competitive career.
Wow, but yeah, I should mention that there's nothing like a pin from a judo person. I don't actually know if people in jiu-jitsu made sense of that, like loaded that in.
But it's not part of the game, is it? You know, the pin is submission.
Yeah, but you know, control is part of the game, right. And nobody controls the human body the way judo on the ground. Like they have understood the science of control, and I think that's control is extremely useful in jiu-jitsu as well. Just that people don't, because there's so many other domains of exploration. I mean, just and especially when you apply jiu-jitsu to the fighting side, so just martial arts, that control, that side control, that pin control is really important. So, but then you add punching to the thing, and it becomes
that's a whole different thing on it, doesn't it?
I mean, there's an alternate history where you would have been part of the early UFC. If time was a little different,
those moments after that are shaky. Like, you know, it's a shaky 1 or 2 days, you know, sometimes.
It's your style of judo and jiu-jitsu and the transitions and the aggression and all of that would work really well in the early UFC.
I'm sure I was being set up at one stage by one of the greatest, and that was when he was winning all the matches. He came in with a couple of the cousins to one of my seminars. And he was one of the first ones, wasn't he? That's how I love to see the kind of UFC, because it was different martial arts, different skills, and you know, I mean, he'd get close and he'd choke him out or unlock them or, you know, armbar them. And that was brilliant. You know, that was, for me, that was a revelation. That was how I saw it.
Yeah.
And
It's a fascinating science experiment, which aspects of different martial arts work well and not when they clash together. It did turn out that Maywaza worked
was the
well.
key, yeah. It was the key, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a big missing link in our conception of fighting. It's the neutralizer of size and a lot of other components. And it just blew people's mind. Like, okay, it's not just about size. It's not just about big guys swinging hands. It's a lot of other components, and the ground work is really, really important. And of course, there's a few judoka that succeeded in the UFC since then, which is always interesting how they adapt. That, you know, when you take off the gi, how can you still throw people? How can you still do control? How can you still take advantage of the transition on the ground? Ronda Rousey is a good example of somebody that took advantage of that.
I think one of the biggest things for the judoka is we've never, you know, there's no strikes. And I think that's the biggest shock, if you wish. You know, when you get one, you get punched in the face and you're not used to that. You know, that's not what you're used to.
Some people are able to get punched in the face better than others. Yeah, for sure. Then again, there's Ronda Rousey who doesn't need to get punched in the face. Gets in close, throws a person arm bar right there.
Okay. You know, Taylor
Harrison, that's another incredible person. She could have probably been winning Olympic gold medal after Olympic gold medal, but
whatever, you know, she decides. I mean, Ronda as well, you know, whatever they decided to do, they're great athletes. They hate losing. I don't know anybody that hates losing more than those two. Yeah.
And Taylor Harrison, I don't know anybody that wants to train. That's a crazy way to go. Well, let me ask you about training. Again, Jimmy Pedro said he learned a lot from him. He learned how to do Taitoshi and the armbar Jiu-Jitsu, but he also learned from new training methodology. So, what's he talking about? He told me about this. What's your approach to training? Throughout your career and as it developed?
I always wanted to train harder than anybody else. I still train now every day. If I don't train, do something. I do an hour of my physical work, and I still go on the mat a little bit. You know, I'm 65 now, so I'm not doing really heavy stuff on the mat. But I still like to train. And when I was 21, 20, up to 30, I was one of the best trainers. But, you know, Jimmy Pedro was one of the best trainers as well. He was one of the, he's one of your dream athletes. You know, when Jimmy Pedro stepped through the door, and he was just a kid, you know, he was just young when he stepped through my door. And I had a lot of full-time trainers. So I had 20 really good athletes that were training hard, and I only wanted hard trainers. Give me 10 that train hard, rather than your one prima donna that, you know, you're skillful, the one that you know, could do it. I wanted 10, you know, or 20 really hard trainers, because you can do so much with them. You can make champions. You can make them world champions. You know, if you've got somebody that was special talent and they wanted to work hard, then you had a special athlete.
Well, when you say hard trainers, what do you mean? Are these people that just, like, every single day are able to just grind it out, do that ability, do training, do the boring things?
Yeah, and they're going to get tough, you know, and I think that was him. He had a special mentality, and you know, and the thing is, when you got him in your dojo, right? Even when you're tired, when somebody's tired, and when, you know, what an example to the other. So you tell the other ones in as well. You know, so I had somebody that when everybody was tired and everybody was sick of it, and everybody just wanted to, you know, and he'd still be there, you know, so that was for me a win-win, you know. So I had all the Americans actually. I had Bobby Burland, and I had Michael Swain, and I had Ed Liddy, and I had them all coming to visit me at different times. Jimmy was there. You know, they wanted to do the best. In the end, we had such a great club atmosphere. They wanted to come for the hard work. And they knew that if they came, they were going to be dragged out, and we were going to do physical training, and it was physical training like they hadn't done before. But it wasn't just physical training, the judo and the skill side of it as well. And so I always had a great empathy with the US team, Olympic team. So a lot of your Olympic medalists have been through with me, you know, and so I'm proud of that, because we had, you know, some great times, and they're still great mates now. And so in New York, in a couple of weeks' time, I'm going to have everybody. They're all coming in.
All old friends and new friends. So, what's the tough week look like at your peak? Physical training, randori. Is there days off? Are you training like twice a day?
Twice a day. So we do the preparation training, we do the running, we do the weight training, we do the skills in the morning as well. The skills is, for me, one of the biggest advantages that any full-time trainers can have. Because what happens is that with most clubs, you're trying to fit everything into that hour and a half to 2 hours. You know, you fit your skills, you fit your physical training, and your sparring, and you know, everything's in there, all grouped in. So the biggest advantages of having a full-time group is that you can split your skills, and your skills lay your foundation. So the biggest advantage is being able to work specifically on things without having to worry about getting to do your randori or your sparring, or then you've got to go out for a run. Just do the skills.
Well, when we talk about skills, like what is, say your specialty is Thai coaching, what are we talking about? You told me doing a bunch of physics, are you working with bands, are you doing throws, are you actually just having conversations about like specific like tiny details of throws, or what is skills?
All those things about doing your repetition practice, making sure the repetition is correct. You know, there's good repetition.
So when we say good repetition, does it, would you call me when you just sit in the throw, just doing the throw, or do you land on the value?
And getting it moving, you know, so one of the biggest, most important things is getting it moving. If you do something static, again, it's that static target, you need to get it moving. So you need to do a repetition, and also you need to do a correct repetition, because if you're doing 100 repetitions that are not correct, and repetitions under pressure, too much pressure, without somebody overseeing those skills to make sure that you correct the skill. Because if you're doing a skill, if you're doing it 99 times incorrectly, right, then repetition doesn't make perfect. Repetition makes permanent. So you've got to make it perfect as you can. So actually, that skills group there is the most important. And what I used to do is oversee it. So I'd oversee it to make sure that it was done properly.
So you're watching the footwork, you're watching the gripping, and just constantly jumping.
I'll give you an example. Jimmy Pedro. Jimmy was one of the hardest. When he was 19 years old, right? So I was always asking his friends, always on me. So I did groundwork with him. Could I put him on his back? No. It was all on him, and he was telling me, you know, that he was just he was going to be great. And he was talking about like what it must be like. So I wanted everybody on. This guy who's really rich, but so everybody went on with him, you know, and only improved their game, and it improved him. And then with, you know, small technical things that have stayed within that we were doing with the Juji Gatami that was passed on to Kayla, and then gone on, you know, to Ronda, and all small things that I can see sometimes that, you know, passed on.
What about the Thai coaching? He said he learned a lot from that.
And he's just different.
And so I should mention this, one of the trickier, I still don't understand.
It is a tricky part.
I don't understand. So if people don't know, boy, how would you even explain it? It doesn't make any sense. It's when you just look solo, the movement you make is quite simple. But how you get a person to be off balance, how you actually get them to be thrown, and when you do throw it successfully, it looks like a whipping motion. motion that's effortless. It makes no sense.
It makes no sense. Other than it's every technique starts with the hand. So it's what we call positioning. You know, you're pulling somebody off balance, getting them moving, pulling them off balance. Paratoshi means body drop. So it's basically 2 legs across your partner's body. I've got my back to you, right, and I've already pulled you off balance with my hands, and then I'm going to just flex my legs up just as you're coming onto my back, and then you're going to go over. You know, if I coordinate it all right, if it doesn't get coordinated right, then you're going to come right on my back and try to rip my arm. You know, so yeah.
What was the, if you can convert it to words, some secret ingredients that allows you to pull it off at the highest level?
The hands start every technique. So getting the repetition right, first of all. So you need, to get the repetition right, you need a good trainer. So actually training your partner to react in the right way is just as important as learning. So actually what happens is, you know, we could get a lesson of beginners, we teach the throw, and then go, right, off you go. And 90% of them will get it wrong because their partner's not reacting in the right way. So half of it is to get the person to react as they should. So if I was doing it with you and I, first thing I teach you to do is to react the way I want you to, and then I react the way that you want me to react. All right, so then we have success with it, rather than you leaning back in the wrong way or resisting or frightened you going over. So, you know, so actually that's why 9 times out of 10 people get wrong.
It's actually fascinating to me because in the United States, when I came up, judo, I mean, the level of judo is not comparable to the level of judo in the rest of the world. Of course, the Danger Center is an exception to that. It's just certain athletes, like, I trained recently with Jimmy Page, it's like even like 16-year-old kids are just all deadly, so it's terrifying. But you know, I remember the Russian national team came to Philadelphia. And one thing that really impressed me is just how much easier judo was, training judo with them. They moved correctly, as like EJ said, as the people getting thrown. Every aspect of their body movement was correct. In terms of it felt right to be throwing them, to be training with them, everything about the gripping, about the position of their heads, about the shoulder, everything. It was fun. It was easy, and I always felt like I was learning. I think all of that is loaded in, I guess, into proper training to developing through the things you're developing.
Yeah, you have to develop between, you know, I always had training partners that I trained with up to each Olympic Games, and we worked together, so we did the skills together, and then we worked together in order to make techniques work, and we got it moving as quickly as we could. And one of the worst things that I see is that I see a lot of YouTube stuff with coaches.
Here we go.
Don't even start me on that. Don't even start me on that. But, you know, you're laughing because you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I'm actually laughing because I'm enjoying you talking trash. But you're talking about technique.
There'll be coaches and they're football guys, you know, with the coaches, and you know they got these kids running up and down the mat and then doing uchikomi of something that's technically incorrect, 10 times, and then running up and doing another 10 at the other side, you know, and actually mixing everything together, and it's just a mess. Yeah, just a technical mess.
That said, some of it is conditioning type stuff that we're doing. So what is like the hardest type of physical conditioning?
When I was a kid, if I could go back now, I wouldn't run as much. I ran hard and I ran strong, and I remember doing London Marathon one time, and I said I'm never going to do it again. I said never. But I ran, you know, and I was trying to, the problem was when I did the London Marathon is I was trying to beat 3 hours. It's totally insane, you know, it was insane. I went out through half marathon in what I thought was a good time. Anyway, I got to 16, 17 miles and totally blew. And
I'll say you went up not too fast.
yeah, I went up too fast.
And then you just
I died. Absolutely.
yes.
I died. I got in. I crossed the line. I've never seen this bridge over there, right? And the bridge, the finishing line over the bridge. And I had to get over the longest bridge I've ever walked over. And I walked, run. So I got over the bridge. And I took one step over the line like that, and there was a guy over there, and he was trying to rush everybody through, you know, and he was going, come on, there's people behind you. Get your hands off me. I said,
Yeah.
Get your hands off me now. Oh yeah, because we're going to fall out, you know, and I couldn't move. I couldn't move.
It's amazing you made it.
I did. I got over there, and you know, Donald Duck passing me was a text.
Oh, there's a person who addresses
Donald Duck, yeah. But the thing was, I still crossed up with that 338. I crossed over 338, but I lost 38 minutes in the last 4 miles.
Longest bridge ever. So you regret the run?
So anyway, I would do the running a little bit differently, but we ran hard. We did the weight training. We did good weight training. It was all conditioned. So I mean, it was never the same training all the time. So it was always we had certain phases building up, and scientifically done. It wasn't just out there run weight training, judo, same judo all the time. It was always pretty scientific.
Good variety.
There was a good variety, and it had build up, and it had a speed phase, and it had a power phase, and it had a pace phase.
What about the variability? Was there a method to the madness there? All variability was good.
A lot. So the most important thing to me, I mean, I see now that there's a lot of people out there that are not getting enough. They're not running enough. And there's a lot of sports science people, and they're running, and they're weight training, and they're doing it all together. And there's not enough to do that. The only ones, you know, like you have a look at some of the Eastern Bloc countries that are getting together, they're having these mass camps, and the Japanese, they have, you know, just massive people that they can do. They're doing probably 50, 60 randers a week. The average person getting together. I mean, when I was doing randoms, when I went to Japan, it was just purely for 60 randoms.
How much are you doing? How long?
So they were 5 minutes there, they're 4 minutes now.
That's a lot, especially given the level of
yeah. Well, you can get it because it's fairly light. They throw you, you throw them.
There's like a level of, like you're moving at like a close to 100%, but the actual power and the force is not.
Different in Korea. Korea was hard. It was more physical. So you couldn't do 50 randers in Korea. You die. Yeah. So you do 30. So you need to run there, and so I chased the runners. So I chased them into training camps. I chased them all over the country. So I was getting 40 to 50 a week in my club, and then I would go to training camps.
Because he's obviously doing some of it. He can drive his ass off. Yeah, he can drive his ass off.
And I honestly don't think that they're doing that now. A lot of
somebody who doesn't know regular live training. So
yes, probably.
Was there a few people you remember that were just like really tough to go against? You mentioned Gold Tooth.
That's the thing
like
about
it's pretty horrific.
One of the crazy
Yeah.
things about it
Oh, you got him.
It's pretty horrible. I got it in the end. And yeah.
Is there, like, I think I suppose I should say not just tough, but just big training partners for you.
Great training partners. I remember the initiative, and initiative was, I mentioned him earlier. Said he was one of the best. Tell me he was just such a great technician. So I would go there to his dojo, and he'd ask me to music videos. And he'd always, as he finished the practice, you know that he would always say, another one, we're doing another one. So yeah, because you had to make out that you weren't that bothered that you had to do another one. So you do another one back to back, and then you go sometimes, let's do another one. So we'd end up doing 15 minutes with the same guy. who could possibly throw you at any time, and that was hard, So, but I remember those particular guys, and there were plenty of those.
What do you do with the exhaustion you're feeling from those? Like, how deep did you go in terms
You
of
have to dig deep, and I think that was the great thing about having certain European training camps were more physical. I remember, that we would have European training camps where you fight Germans and then the Dutch and then the French and then the Russian or you'd have all sorts of different styles and people to fight. And that was something then you'd have to dig in at a different place.
Well, where do you go mentally when how many times have you gone there where you really deep water exhaustion in competition?
Competition is happening. So sometimes you go past where your forearms are absolutely blown. I remember the final of Czech tournament that we had, and fought a Frenchman in the final. And my forearms were so blown, I couldn't shake it out, And then I remember they were solid, absolutely solid, and they had lactic acid in them. And I remember I stood on the rostrum and they were giving me things, and I couldn't grip them properly. So I was saying, put it under my armpit, trying to hold it out. So there were times when I really had to go really deep. I remember fighting two Germans the same day, one of the competitions. And the number one and the number two was Germans. And that was another day where I had to really deep.
That's the fascinating thing about some of these tournaments is that if you go full distance and several matches in a row, but when you're seeing the finals, two people that have fought a lot a day.
Yeah. And we have golden score now. So we see a lot of guys, that go into golden score and they've done one contest in 4 minutes. And then they go another 4 minutes, and then we've had some go into a third 4 minutes. This is all back to back. It might be in the first one, it might be in the final. And we've got some now that are coming out, and you can see the stats and the ones that win in golden score. So we got Japanese Hashimoto. He's the Japanese representative now, instead of Ono, because Ono's finished. So Hashimoto's coming out. He was in the tournament last week, and he went, yeah, just have a look at it. So Hashimoto's in white here, all right, and there's a great example there. Well, I'm glad we got onto that, so I mean, he has got great technique, Hashimoto. There's the Kayakashi, right? So you can see exactly what we're talking about. That great timing. And again, sometimes he backs them up to the edge, and then he'll wait for them to come back in towards. They don't want to step out to get a penalty. Yeah, that's great. Different grips. Oh, great example there. Just what we were talking about. So he's going to be their representative at 73 kilograms. Look at him, back him up again. And again, just catching him as he pushes back. Yeah, action reaction at his best there. And slight change of direction. He sometimes goes down onto his knee there, which is Seotoshi. It turns from Tayatoshi, which is springing up, to Seotoshi that's going down.
Oh, the title of the video is Tayatoshi is a work of art.
Yeah, this is him at his best, showing him doing what he does best. But he had to go 3 times into golden score last week. And lost one of them, I think.
But you're still going at it. You talk about all the training sessions, right? Making a wonderful work told me that you were going all over like from target to target looking for workout clothes because your running got worse. Because you had to get work on it.
Yeah, I realized that if I'm a miserable kid, right, then she'll get me into the gym, So and the thing is that I'm better if I get in there for an hour. At least 30 35 to 40 minutes cardio, and then I do some weights and more high repetitions. It's not so much heavy weights now, but more functional.
So you travel all over the world for the commentary competitions. So is it sometimes a challenge to figure out how?
Well, during COVID, then they closed all the gyms, but we were still going out. We were one of the first ones out there. The judo was some of the first out. The competitions were behind closed doors. So we were in the hotel. The gym was closed, so we couldn't use the gym. So we had to look for other ways that we could work out. So most of the hotels that we were in were high-rise hotels. So we were in the steps, we were doing the steps right the way up, So I started it, and so I started off with me going up, and then one or two of the others, and the referees started to go up with me. So in the end, we had this trail of people going up the steps and down, and every place we went to, we had the steps. So, that was an interesting situation. So we were sick of steps.
What advice would you give to
worse and worse. It's just
beginners, people starting out in judo, how to develop their game,
it's a real bad drug.
how to find the beauty in
scary drug,
the
and
sport
they
and
do
art.
it when they can't get heroin. That's
If you
how a
put
lot
10
of it got
people
started.
in a room and said, right, get on
The images, if they're correct, if those are real
you'd
images
have
of people
mayhem.
with bones poked out of their skin,
And I
that
think
really
that
is true. That's
whatever sport you're doing, you need good instruction, good teaching, and a good club atmosphere, somewhere that's not so intense that winning is the only thing. I think that if you look at 90% of the people that practice martial arts are doing it for pleasure, so they want to get pleasure. So you need a club that's got a bit of a mixture. They've got a direction to go into competition if they want. And then the rest is for fun and to enjoy it, but with really good instruction. Because with really good instruction and a good foundation and a good base, you get more enjoyment because you have more success. And let's be honest, the more success we have with something, the more we like it.
Yeah, and great technique is a way to really discover the beauty of the art. Also, great teaching is really important.
Great teaching is so important.
What about what does it take to get from the early days when you started judo to
I think that with most, you do hear, don't you? Somebody's been doing judo for 8 years, and then they're in. And I think it happened. One of the French, Mayo, she went to the Olympic Games in 2012, and she'd been doing judo for 8 years. So then she started to win, so she had a relative success early on. The Olympics was one of them. She got a silver medal. So then she went off the boil, and then she came back, and now she's been there she's still competing, and she's been there for well over 13 years at the very top. So I think that, any foundation, it's like anything. If you lay a really solid foundation, generally,
yeah, but that foundation again, is that technique, or is there what does it take to build that foundation?
I think technique, you get away with murder. With technique, you can get away with, having bad condition, but, you get found out in the end. But you can go out and you can win certain things by doing really nice technique. But I think if you've got the mixture, if you've got the whole package, then you can, go the whole way.
So for people who somehow don't know, you've commentated some of the greatest judo matches ever.
And there's all sorts of reasons why they have excuses.
Grand Prix, you've done all these events.
Why it's happening.
Just looking at the history of judo, what stands out to you? What events stand out to you? What are some good memories that pop in your head?
I think, some of the practice tournaments are amazing because the crowd, they're there, they're on the mat, they're all judoka, they're well educated to the sport. Every time somebody twitches, they're very biased towards their own, which is kind of you expect. But, sometimes I haven't been able to hear myself speak.
Now you have to,
And that's very unusual. You know, you've got the headphones on and you're
a
blocked
lot of
out. You know,
pharmaceuticals, we think of them as pharmaceuticals,
sometimes
but a lot
Teddy
of them
Renee's
are
been
actually
walking
getting
out
some
there
of
and
the chemicals
the
from
crowd
plants.
are going
You
crazy,
know,
and
that's
they're on
one
the
of the reasons
feet,
why
you
they
know, when
mine the
somebody
rainforest.
twitches,
They're
and,
always
you
looking
know,
for
and,
different
and then you get
plants that
the
they can
crowd
exploit,
silences.
and they
We
can
had
make
one of those
pharmaceutical
last week.
drugs out of.
You know,
It's kind of
everybody's
like,
cheering their man, and then bang, their man goes over. You know, silence, nothing like that. And of course, we were commentating, we were going, that was a bit of a crowd silence. You know? But, yeah, that happens.
Yeah, that is a surprising thing that
Isn't
at least was to me that
Well, there was a
Paris
story that I
and
read about
France is
Coca-Cola.
really big on
Because Coca-Cola uses real cocoa
You know,
leaves.
and
Real
And there's
cocoa.
always
Still today.
you know,
Still
they
today. They use
it's
real cocoa leaves. And they
like
don't have
Paris is
cocaine
great.
in it.
In
What
Japan
they do
for
is
the
they
Olympic
get these
Games,
coca leaves
the
and they
biggest
bring them
surprise
to this
was
medical cocaine
Ono getting
supplying
beaten in the
company.
team event. Now Ono's the greatest shooter, pound for pound, probably one of the best, and he won the Olympic title. And then they went into the team event against France,
So that's all
and
coming
Ono
from
lost to
coca
a.
leaves, which is really
No,
crazy.
he's not
Like,
run of the mill German, but
you would
the
have thought
German,
that, like,
you know, he
synthetic
wasn't
cocaine
certainly
or
Olympic
lidocaine or whatever the
title.
fuck it is they're using,
Is
whatever versions
And,
of medical grade cocaine that they
beat
use,
Ono.
you would have thought
yeah,
some
well,
of them
Managed
is
to
gonna
throw
be
the team stuff is fascinating,
Yeah,
right?
it's fascinating.
It changes the
We always like to
dynamics
say
of the
shit
whole
like
thing.
that.
Yeah.
And
What does
it's,
that
I
mean?
mean,
Like,
it's
there's
funny
gonna
to
be
say
like
Paris,
raw
it
compounds
really
that
makes it
are used to
really
make this stuff.
big
Where are
deal
those coming
that
from?
this Olympics
It's
is
coming
being
from
held
the
back.
origin.
And
It's
they'll
fascinating.
be the
They take
team
some
to
of the
beat
origin
French team.
and they put other shit
Because they have the best balance of the weight categories. They have the best balance with their people that are world and Olympic champions and qualified men and women. There's three men, 3 women. They have the best balance out of any.
And educated audience.
Educated audience, home ground.
It's going to be
It's
awesome.
gonna be,
It's gonna be super fun.
Well,
You nervous?
yeah.
All right.
You get nervous?
I get nervous. I get
do.
nervous.
Well, I
Where
get
does
nervous
synthetic opiates
right
come
now.
from?
But you're
Derived from
given, especially because it's the
There's a
Olympics,
bunch that
and you don't
derived
want
from opiate.
to
Wow, that's a
go
fucking
to celebrate people properly, right?
morphine, codeine,
And
heroin,
it's like it's everything.
caffeine,
And
and
a lot of people, especially like the finals matches, you know, it would be watched, you know, millions of times,
and morphine.
the highest of
How similar
stakes,
are they?
all of this.
played over and over.
Yeah.
And I find that, you know, with mine, I'm now a little bit more careful, you know, with, like, so I celebrate a massive throw and then have empathy for the one that's been thrown, you know, because it's the best feeling in the world.
Yeah.
In Olympic finals,
Yeah.
can you imagine that?
Yeah.
You hit the button whenever you
Must
want.
be
It was like 1993. They didn't regulate you.
Yeah.
Just reflecting.
So I was lying in this bed. My
So
name
I,
was
no, I
Kevin.
have a bit of empathy there, and I try and say the right things because they always do come up to me and say, "You can't predict my fight."
Let's do it.
Yeah,
So I've
you're
done
the
it.
voice
So
of the
there you go.
biggest
I've done it.
triumphs and the biggest
I didn't even
tragedies
think I did, but then I
for
remembered
these
that,
athletes, for the world
that
that
one night
watches
I
and
had to be in
admires
the
these
hospital,
athletes.
and
No
I
pressure.
had
You're the
my
voice.
ACL
Don't screw it up,
reconstructed.
yeah.
That's what they had me there, and it was done.
Your
with
voice is in my head when I
That's what
watch
they did
these.
back then. That was a good way
You
to do
know,
it. Sometimes they still do it.
it's fascinating. It's
They're taking a
fascinating.
chunk of
But
bone
you're a
off my
master
knee
of it.
and a chunk of
It's
bone off my shin and
it's
a
a huge
sliver
honor
of my patella
that you
tendon.
would talk with
And then
me.
they open you up like a
Thank
fish.
you for
Screw
everything you've
this
done
piece
for
of
the
meat
judo,
and use the
for the
bone
Olympics,
piece that
for
they
the
cut out of the
sports
shin,
in general,
and the bone
just
piece that they cut out
celebrating
of the
greatness in
kneecap,
all of its
and then
forms.
they
Thank you for
reconstruct the
talking to me.
knee.
Keep going.
It
I
hurts
can't
like a
wait to
motherfucker,
listen
dude.
to you in
Whoa,
Paris.
it's like
Thank you for having me, and it's just been an honor to be here with you.
drills. Like it's the other
Thanks for
one I had
listening
done,
to
I
this
had done was like
conversation
a
with Neil
dabber.
Adams.
Like
Support this
way
podcast.
easier.
Please check out our sponsors
like
in the
almost
description.
nothing. Like I went to
And now,
Matt
let me leave you with
Zuckerberg.
some words
I
from
went to his birthday
Miyamoto
party
Musashi.
5 days after the operation.
There's nothing outside of
It was
yourself
fine.
that can
Like,
ever enable you to
I
get
had a
better,
brace on. I
stronger,
didn't want
richer,
to hurt
quicker,
myself,
smarter.
but I didn't need
Everything
crutches. I could
is
get
within.
around. Like it's totally
Everything
different
exists.
than the patella tendon
Seek
gripping. Like,
nothing
pulls
outside
on
of
the
yourself.
fucking- But I'm lying in bed and they have me on this
Thank you for
continuous
listening,
motion
and hope
machine from
to
the
see you
moment you
next
come in the
time.
operating room. They put you on they don't want your leg to stiffen up because then it's really hard to get moving again. You know, once you get really rigid, you know, the trauma sets in and it's really difficult to straighten your leg out. So right away they have you on this thing. It's like
Naively, I certainly thought that
so not only are you
all
in agony,
humans
but
would
your
have
leg
words
is on this
for
continual
exact
machine.
and the piano don't. Okay, so they don't have any words for even one. There's not a word for one in there. So there's certainly not a word for 2, 3, or 4. So that kind of blows people's minds off.
Yeah, that's blowing my mind.
That's pretty weird.
How are you going to ask, I want 2 of those?
You just don't. And so that's just not a thing you can possibly chaos. It's not possible. There's no word for that.
faster. Yeah, in terms of the effects, they're exactly the same.
The following
And
is
medically
conversation
interchangeable
with
except for the
Edward
dosage.
Gibson,
In fact, they're
or
both
Ted, as
converted
everybody
to
calls
the
him.
same form
He is
of
a
morphine when they get into
psycholinguistics
the body.
professor at MIT. He heads the
That's all
MIT
the
language
same.
lab
But
that investigates why fewer languages look the way they do, the relationship between culture and language, and how people represent, process, and learn language. Also, you should have a book titled Syntax, A Cognitive Approach, published by MIT Press, coming out this fall. So look out for that. This is the Let's Favorite podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Edward.
They were giving her some for pain. I guess, she had
When did
enough
you
to
first become
stop the ticker.
fascinated with human
She
language?
says, "It's enough."
As a kid in school, when we had to structure sentences in English grammar, I found that process interesting. I found it confusing as to what it was I was told to do. I didn't understand what the theory was behind it, but I found it very interesting.
When you look at grammar, you're almost thinking about it like a puzzle, like almost like a mathematical puzzle.
Yeah, I think that's right. I didn't know I was going to work on this at all at that point. I was really I was kind of a math person, computer scientist. I really liked computer science, and then I found language is a neat puzzle to work on from an engineering perspective, actually. And so I sort of accidentally, I decided after I finished my undergraduate degree, which is computer science and math, in Canada and Queen's University, I decided to go to grad school as I thought I would do, and I went to Cambridge, where they had a master's program in computational linguistics, and I hadn't taken a single language class before. All I'd taken was CS, computer science, math classes, pretty much, mostly, as an undergrad, and I just felt this was an interesting thing to do for a year. This was a single-year program, and then I ended up spending my whole life doing it.
So fundamentally, your journey through life was one of a mathematician and computer scientist, and then you kind of discovered the puzzle, the problem of language, and approached it from that angle, to try to understand it from that angle, almost like a mathematician or maybe even an engineer.
As an engineer, I'd say, I mean, to be frank, I had taken an AI class, I guess it was 83 or 845, some 84 in there a long time ago, and there was a natural language section in there, and it didn't impress me. I thought there must be more interesting things we can do. It didn't seem very, it seemed just a bunch of hacks to me. It didn't seem like a real theory of things in any way, and so this seemed like an interesting area where there wasn't enough good work.
Did you ever come across the philosophy angle of logic? So if you think about the 80s with AI, the expert systems where you try to maybe sidestep the poetry of language and the syntax and the grammar and all that kind of stuff, and go to the underlying meaning that the language is trying to communicate and try to somehow compress that in a computer representable way. Did you ever come across that in your studies?
I mean, I probably did, but I wasn't as interested in it. I was trying to do the easier problems first, the ones I could thought maybe were handleable, which seems like the syntax is easier, which is just the forms as opposed to the meaning. Like you're talking about the meaning, that's a very hard problem. And it still is a really hard problem. But the forms is easier. So I thought at least figuring out the forms of human language, which sounds really hard, but is actually maybe more tractable.
So it's interesting. You think there is a big divide, there's a gap, there's a distance between forms.
Like, this movie's dumb.
Because that's a question
Come on.
discussed a
Something
lot
that
with
cures
LLMs.
epilepsy in kids. Little kids that have epilepsy. Have you seen any different fucking kids have benefited?
That's why they're good.
Yeah, our buddy Johnny. This kid was having all sorts of seizures. He moves up to Seattle, gets him on the medical marijuana
how
program.
close we'll discuss it.
Goes away,
But
gets
for
100 times
me,
better, and the kid starts
studying form,
communicating.
maybe
Jesus,
some
like,
magic
Jesus,
nothing.
it's like, fuck, man.
It gives you
It's just
form
weird.
is like
It's one
the
of the
shadow
weirdest parts about being
of
alive in
the
2015.
the
So
bigger
there's so
meaning
many
thing
improvements
underlying
going on.
language.
There's so
It's
much
like
fascinating shit happening in our
form is
culture, and yet this one
language
thing
is how
is
we
like this
communicate.
holdout,
We
this
communicate with each other.
clawing thing that
So
clings
in
to
understanding the
the
structure of that
It's not
communication,
that.
I think
It's the
you start to
people's
understand
reaction that
the
gets
structure
me
of
still.
thought and the structure of meaning behind
That
those
big guy, like, you know what,
thoughts
man? I didn't even
and
finish it till
communication. To me,
1995.
big gap.
You know, when I was in New York, fuck.
What do you find most beautiful about human language? Maybe the form
But then one day I came around and I never said I hated sushi. I just
What I find
wasn't for me at the
beautiful
time.
about
Then you
human
know,
language is
stuff
the
people around like
some of the generalizations
which just
that
aggravates me.
happen
Aggravates
across
me that this guy is
languages, within and
president.
across the language.
This fucking
So
year's president.
let me give you an example of something which I find
Thank God, I'm happy
kind of
I got
remarkable.
fellows.
That is that like a language, if it has a word order such that the verbs tend to come before their object. So that's like English does that. So we have the subject comes first in a simple sentence. So I say the dog chased the cat, or Mary kicked the ball. The subject's first, and then after the subject, there's the verb, and then we have objects. All these things come after in English. So it's generally a verb, and most of the stuff that we want to say comes after the subject. It's the objects. There's a lot of things we want to say come after. And there's a lot of languages like that. About 40% of the languages in the world look like that. They're subject, verb, object languages. And then these languages tend to have prepositions. These are markers on the nouns that connect nouns to other nouns or nouns to verbs. So I so verb like preposition like in or on or out or about. I talk about something. If something is the object of that preposition, that we have these little markers come also just like verbs. They come before their nouns. Okay, and then we look at other languages, the Japanese or Hindi or these are so-called verb final languages. Those is about maybe a little more than 40%, maybe 45% of the world's languages, or more than 50% of the world's languages are verb final. Those tend to be post positions. Those markers, we have the same kinds of markers as we do in English, but they put them after. So, they put them first. The markers come first. So you say, instead of talk about a book, you say a book about, the opposite order there in Japanese or in Hindi. You do the opposite, and the talk comes at the end. So the verb will come at the end as well. So instead of Mary kicks the ball, it's Mary ball kicked. And then Mary kicked the ball to John. John to the marker there, the preposition is the postposition in these languages. And so the interesting thing, the fascinating thing to me, is that within a language, this order aligns, it's harmonic. And so if one or the other is either verb initial or verb final, but then you'll have preposition, prepositions, or postpositions. So that's across the languages that we can look at. We've got around 1,000 languages. There's around 7,000 languages around on the earth right now. But we have information about the word order on around 1,000 of those information. And for those 1,000 that we know about 95% fit that pattern. So they will have either verb about half of verb initial, like English, and half of verb final, like Japanese.
So just to clarify, verb initial is subject, verb, object.
That's correct.
Verb final is still subject, object, verb.
That's correct. So the subject is generally first.
That's what's fascinating. I ate an apple, or I apple ate. Okay, and it's fascinating that there's a pretty even division in the world amongst those, 45%.
Yeah, and those two are the most common by far. Those two words, the subject. There's so many interesting things, but these things are the thing I find so fascinating is there's these generalizations within and across the language, and not only those are those, and there's actually some explanation, I think, for a lot of that, and that is you're trying to minimize dependency. Like basically the story behind a lot of why word order looks the way it is we're always connecting. What is the thing I'm telling you? I'm talking in sentences. You're talking to me in sentences. These are sequences of words which are connected, and the connections are dependencies between the words. And it turns out that what we're trying to do in a language is I can minimize those dependencies. It's easier for me to say things if the words that are connecting for the meaning are close together. It's easier for you in understanding if that's also true. If they're far away, it's hard to produce that. It's hard for you to understand. And the languages of the world within a language and across languages fit that generalization. So it turns out that having verbs initial and then having prepositions ends up making dependencies shorter, and having verbs final and having postpositions ends up making dependencies shorter than if you cross them. If you cross them, it ends up it's possible. You can do it
Even within the language.
within a language. You can do it. It just ends up with longer dependencies than if you didn't. And so languages tend to go that way. They tend to manipulate, they call it harmonic. So it was observed a long time ago by, without the explanation, by a guy called Joseph Greenberg, who's a famous typologist from Stanford. He observed a lot of generalizations about how word order works, and these are some of the harmonic generalizations that he observed.
Harmonic generalizations about word order. There's so many things I want to ask you. Okay, let me just kind of basic. You mentioned dependencies.
Yeah.
What do you mean by dependencies?
Well, what I mean is, in language, there's kind of three structures to three components to structured language. One is the sound. So cat is cook, cat, and fish in English. I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking. Then there's two meaning parts, and those are the words. And you're talking about meaning earlier. So words have a form, and they have a meaning associated with them. And so cat is a full form in English, and it has a meaning associated with it, whatever it's cat. And then the combinations of words, that's what I'll call grammar or syntax. And that's like when I have a combination like the cat or okay, so where I take two different words there, put it together, and I get a compositional meaning from putting those two different words together. And so that's the syntax. And in any sentence or utterance, whatever I'm talking to you, you're talking to me, we have a bunch of words, and we're putting together in a sequence. It turns out they are connected so that every word is connected to just one other word in that sentence. And so you end up with what's called a tree. It's a tree structure. So there's a root of that utterance of that sentence, and then there's a bunch of dependents, like branches from that root that go down to the words. The words are the leaves.
So a tree is also sort of a mathematical concept.
Yeah, it's graph theory. I go think
graph theory.
Yeah.
So it's fascinating that you can break down a sentence into a tree, and then every word is hanging on to another. It's depending on the word.
Right. And everyone agrees on that. So all linguists will agree with that.
It's not controversial.
That is not
There's nobody sitting here listening mad at you.
I think
linguist sitting there mad at you.
I think in every language, I think everyone agrees that all sentences are trees at some level.
Okay, pause on that because it to me just is layman and surprising that you can break down sentences in most of all languages.
I've never heard anyone disagree with that. The details of the trees are what people disagree with.
Well, okay, so what's the root of it? How do you construct? How hard is it for the process to construct a tree?
Well, this is where, depending on what your theoretical notions, I'm going to say the simplest thing. Dependency grammar. It's like a bunch of people invented this. Pinier was the first French guy back in, the paper was published in 1959, but he was working on the 30s and stuff. So, and it goes back to, philologists who was doing this in ancient India, okay? And so, doing something like this. The simplest thing you can think of is that there's just connections between the words to make the utterance. And so let's just say I have like two dogs entered a room. Okay, here's a sentence. And so we're connecting two and dogs together. That's like there's some dependency between those words to make some bigger meaning. And then we're connecting dogs now to enter, right? And we connect a room somehow to enter. And so I'm going to connect to room and then room back to enter. That's the tree. The root is entered. That's the thing is like an entering event. That's what we're saying here. And the subject, which is whatever that dog is two dogs it was, and the connection goes back to dogs, which goes back to number, that goes back to two. That's my tree. It starts at enter, goes to dogs, down to two, and on the other side, after the verb, the object, it goes to room, and then that goes back to the determiner or article, whatever you call that word. There's a bunch of categories of words here we're noticing. So there are verbs. Those are these things that typically mark. They refer to events, states in the world. they're nouns, which typically refer to people, places, and things, is what people say, but they can refer to other more, they can refer to events themselves as well. They're marked by, you know, how they use the category, the part of speech of a word is how it gets used in language. It's like that's how you decide what the category of the word is, not by the meaning, but how it's used.
What's usually the root? Is it going to be the verb that defines the event?
She's like, it's really nice to see the United States doing
I mean, if I don't say a verb, then there won't be a verb. So
What if you're messing? Are we talking about language that's like correct language? What if you're doing poetry and messing with stuff?
You were talking to me
Is it then the rules go out the window? Right?
No. You're constrained by whatever language you're dealing with. Probably you have other constraints in poetry, such that you're like usually in poetry there's multiple constraints that you want to usually convey multiple meanings is the idea, and maybe you have like a rhythm or a rhyming structure as well. And depending on but you usually are constrained by the rules of your language for the most part, and so you don't violate those too much. You can violate them somewhat, but not too much. So it has to be recognizable as your language. Like in English, I can't say dogs two entered room up. I mean, I meant that, two dogs entered a room, and I can't mess with the order of the article. The articles and the nouns, you can't do that. In some languages, you can mess around with the order of words much more. I mean, if you speak Russian, Russian has a much freer word order than English. So in fact, you can move around words in. I told you that English has the subject, verb, object, word order. So does Russian, but Russian is much freer than English, and so you can actually mess around with the word order. So probably Russian poetry is going to be quite different from English poetry because the word order is much less constrained.
Yeah, there's a much more extensive culture of poetry throughout the history of the last 100 years in Russia. And I always wondered why that is. Like, it seems that there's more flexibility in the way the language is used. You're morphing the language, altering the words, altering the order of the words, messing with it.
Well, you can just mess with different things in each language. And so in Russian, you have case markers, right, on the end, which is the ending on the noun, which tell you how it connects. Each noun connects to the verb, right? We don't have that anymore. And so when I say Mary kissed John, I don't know who the agent or the patient is except by the order of the words, right? In Russian, you actually have a marker on the end. If you're using a Russian name, each of those names, you'll also say, is it, the agent, it'll be the nominative, which is marking the subject, or an accusative will mark the object. And you could put them in reverse order. You could put accusative first, and you could put subject, you could put the patient first, and then the verb, and then the subject, and that would be a perfectly good Russian sentence. It would still mean Mary. I could say John kissed Mary, meaning Mary kissed John, as long as I use the case markers in the right way. You can't do that. And so,
I love the terminology of agent and patient, and the other ones you use. Those are sort of linguistic terms, bro.
Those are for like kind of meaning. Those are meaning. And subject and object are generally used for position. So subject is just like the thing that comes before the verb, and the object is what comes after the verb. The agent is kind of like the thing doing it. That's kind of what that means, right? The subject is often the person doing the action, right?
Okay, this is fascinating. So how hard is it to form a tree in general? Is there a procedure to it? Like if you look at different languages, is it supposed to be a very natural, like is it automatable, or is there some human genius involved in it?
I think it's pretty automatable at this point. People can figure out the words out. They can figure out the morphemes, which are technically morphemes are the minimal meaning units within a language, okay? And so when you say eats or drinks, it actually has three morphemes in English. There's the root, which is the verb, and then there's some ending on it which tells you, that's the third person singular. Morphemes are just the minimal meaning units within the language. So the word is just, I think it's basically English, and there's a little bit more. They have the morphology as well. They have the ending, it's inflectional morphology on the ending on the root.
They modify something about the word that adds additional meaning.
They tell you, and so we have a little bit of that in English. Very little. We put more in words, but we have a little bit in English. So we have a little on the nouns. You can say it's a singular plural, and you can say thinking for for verbs. Like simple past tense, for example. Like notice in English we say drinks. He drinks, but everyone else is I drink, you drink, we drink. It's unmarked in a way. And then, but in the past tense, it's just drank. For everyone, there's no morphology at all for the past tense. If there is morphology, it's marked in past tense, but it's an irregular now. So we don't even, drink to drank, it's not even a regular word. Most verbs, many verbs, there's an ED we kind of add to walk. We add that to say it's the past tense. I just happen to use an irregular because the high frequency words. High frequency words tend to have irregulars in English. Irregular is just there isn't a rule. So drink to drank is an irregular. As opposed to walk.
There's a lot of irregulars.
There's a lot of irregulars. The frequent ones, the common words, tend to be irregular. There's many more low frequency words, and those tend to be those irregular ones.
The evolution of the irregulars is fascinating. It's essentially slang that's sticky because you're breaking the rules, and then everybody uses it and doesn't follow the rules.
Yeah.
And they say screw it to the rules. It's fascinating. So you said that morphine, lots of morphology is what the study of morphine.
Morphology is the connection between the morphemes onto the root. So in English, we mostly have suffixes, we have endings on the words, not very much, but a little bit. And as opposed to prefixes, some words, depending on your language, can have mostly prefixes, mostly suffixes, or both. And then even languages, several languages have things called infixes, where you have some kind of a general form for the root, and you put stuff in the middle. You change vowels.
That's fascinating. Yeah, that's fascinating. So in general, there's two morphemes per word, one or two, or three?
Well, in English, it's one or two. In English, it tends to be one or two. There can be more. In other languages, language like Finnish, which has a very elaborate morphology, there may be 10 morphemes. Okay, and so there may be millions of forms of the different words.
Okay, so I'll ask the same question over and over, but how does sometimes to understand things like morphemes, it's nice to just ask the question, how do these kinds of things evolve? So you have a great book studying how the cognitive processing, how language is for communication, and the mathematical notion of how effective language is for communication, what role that plays in the evolution of language. But just high level, how does a language evolve with where English is two morphemes or one or two morphemes per word, and then Finnish has infinity per word? So how does that happen? Is it just,
that's a really good question.
Yeah.
That's a very good question. It's like, why do languages have more morphology versus less morphology? And I don't think we know the answer. I think there's just like a lot of good solutions to the problem of communication. So I believe, as you hinted, that language is an invented system by humans for communicating their ideas. And I think it comes down to we label things we want to talk about. The morphemes and words, those are the things we want to talk about in the world, and we invent those things. And then we put them together in ways that are easy for us to convey, process. But that's like a naive view, and I think it's probably right? It's naive and probably right.
Well, I don't know if it's naive, I think it's simple.
Simple, yeah.
I think naive is an indication that it's incorrect in how it's a trivial too simple. I think it could very well be correct. But it's interesting how sticky it feels like two people got together. It just feels like once you figure out certain aspects of the language, they just become sticky, and the tribe forms around that language. Maybe the tribe forms first, and then the language evolves, and then you just kind of agree and you stick to whatever that is.
I mean, these are very interesting questions. We don't know really about how words get invented very much. About we don't really. I mean, assuming they get invented, we don't really know how that process works and how these things evolve. What we have is kind of a current picture of a few thousand languages, a few thousand instances. We don't have any pictures of really how these things are evolving, really. And then the evolution is massively confused by contact. right? So as soon as one language group, one group runs into another, we are smart. Humans are smart, and they take on whatever is useful in the other group. And so any kind of contrast which you're talking about, which I find useful, I'm gonna start using as well. So I worked a little bit in specific areas of words, in number words and in color words. And color words, so we have in English, we have around 11 words that everyone knows for color. And many more if you happen to be interested in color for some reason or other. If you're a fashion designer or an artist or something, you may have many more words. But we can see millions. Like if you have normal color vision, normal trichromatic color vision, you can see millions of distinctions in colors. We don't have millions of words. The most efficient, the most detailed color vocabulary would have over 1 million terms to distinguish all the different colors that we can see, but of course we don't have that. So it's kind of useful for English to have evolved in some way. There's 11 terms that people find useful to talk about. Black, white, red, blue, green, yellow, purple, gray, pink. I probably missed something there. Anyway, there's 11 that everyone knows, and depending on but you go to different cultures, especially the non-industrialized cultures, and there'll be many fewer. So some cultures will have only 2. Believe it or not, the Danai in Papua New Guinea have only 2 labels that the group uses for color. Those are roughly black and white. They're very, very dark and very, very light, which are roughly black and white. And you might think, oh, they're dividing the whole color space into light and dark or something. That's not really true. They mostly just only label the black and the white things. They just don't talk about the colors for the other ones. And so, and then there's other groups. I worked with a group called the Chimani down in Bolivia in South America, and they have 3 words that everyone knows, but there's a few others that several people, but many people know. And so they have depending on how you count, between 3 and 7 words that the group knows. Okay, and again, they're black and white. Everyone knows those. And red is like that tends to be the third word that everyone that cultures bring in. If there's a word, it's always red, the third one. And then after that, kind of all bets are off about what they bring in. And so after that, they bring in sort of a big blue-green group. They have one for that. And then they have, different people have different words that can use for other parts of the space. So anyway, it's probably related to what they want to talk, what they see, because they see the same colors as we see. So it's not like they have a weak, a low color palette to the things they're looking at. They're looking at a lot of beautiful scenery, a lot of different colored flowers and berries and things, and and so there's lots of things with very bright colors, but they just don't label a color in those cases. And the reason probably we don't know this, but we think probably what's going on here is that what you do, why you label something, is you need to talk to someone else about it. And why do I need to talk about a color? Well, if I have 2 things which are identical, and I want you to give me the one that's different, and the only way it varies is color, then I invent a word which tells you, this is the one I want. So I want the red sweater off the rack, not the green sweater. Right? There's 2, and so those things will be identical because these are things you made and they're dyed, and there's nothing different about them. And so in industrialized society, we have everything you've got is pretty arbitrarily colored. But if you go to a non-industrialized group, that's not true. And so they don't. It's not only they're not interested in color. You bring bright colored things to them. They like them just like we like them. Bright colors are great. They're beautiful. But they just don't need to talk about them.
So probably color wars is a good example of how language evolves from sort of function. When you need to communicate the use of something, but then you kind of invent different variations. And basically, you can imagine that the evolution of the language has to do with what the early tribes were. Like what they wanted, what kind of problems are facing them, and they're quickly figuring out how to efficiently communicate the solution to those problems, whether it's aesthetic or functional, all that kind of stuff, running away from a mammoth or whatever. But it's I think what you're pointing to is that we don't have data on the evolution of language, because many languages were formed a long time ago, so you don't get the chatter.
It's a little bit of like Old English to modern English because there was a writing system, and we can see how Old English looked. So the word order changed, for instance, in Old English to Middle English to modern English, and so we can see things like that. But most languages don't even have a writing system. So of the 7,000, only a small subset of those have a writing system, and even if they have a writing system, it's not a very modern writing system. So they don't have it. So we just basically have for Mandarin, for Chinese, we have a lot of evidence from for a long time, and for English, not so much else, not for many German, a little bit, but not for a whole lot of like long-term language evolution. We don't have a lot. We get snapshots is what we've got of current languages.
Yeah, you get an inkling of that from the rapid communication on certain platforms like on Reddit with different communities, and they'll come up with different slang. Usually, from my perspective, driven by a little bit of humor, or maybe mockery or whatever it is. Just talking shit in different kinds of ways. And you can see the evolution of language there. Because I think a lot of things on the internet, you don't want to be the boring mainstream. So you want to deviate from the proper way of talking. And so you get a lot of deviation, like rapid deviation, and when communities collide, you get like, just like you said, humans adapt to it. You can see it through one human. It's a very difficult study, but you can imagine like 100 years from now, well, if there's a new language board, for example, we'll get really high resolution data.
I mean, English changes. English changes all the time. All languages change all the time. So, it's a famous result. But the Queen's English. So if you look at the Queen's vowels, the Queen's English is supposed to be, originally the proper way for the talk was sort of defined by whoever the Queen was, or the king, whoever was in charge. And so if you look at how her vowels changed from when she first became queen in 1952, when she was starting the first, that Queen Elizabeth was gone, who died recently, until 50 years later, her vowels changed, her vowels shifted a lot. And so that, even in the sound of British English, in her, the way she was talking was changing. The vowels were changing slightly. So that's just in the sounds there's change. I don't know what's, I'm interested, we're all interested in what's driving any of these changes. The word order of English changed a lot over 1,000 years, right? So it used to look like German. It used to be a verb final language with case marking, and it shifted to a verb medial language, less contact, so a lot of contact is French, and it became a verb medial language with no case marking. So it became this verb initial thing. So that's evolving. It totally evolved. And so it may very well, it doesn't evolve maybe very much in 20 years, is maybe what you're talking about. But over 50 and 100 years, things change a lot.
Well, now I could be. Can you talk to what is syntax and what is grammar?
I did. I think you were asking before about what, how do I figure out what a dependency structure is? I'd say the dependency structures aren't that hard. Generally, I think there's a lot of agreement of what they are for almost any sentence in most languages. I think people will agree on a lot of that. There are other parameters in the mix, such that some people think there's a more complicated grammar than just the dependency structure. So, like Chomsky, he's the most famous linguist ever, and he is famous for proposing a slightly more complicated syntax. So he invented phrase structure grammar. So he's well known for many things, but in the 50s and early 60s, like the late 50s, he was basically figuring out what's called formal language theory. So and he figured out sort of a framework for figuring out how complicated language, a certain type of language might be, so-called phrase structure grammars of language might be. And so his idea was that maybe we can think about the complexity of a language by how complicated the rules are. Okay, and the rules will look like this. They will have a left-hand side and they'll have a right-hand side. Well, something will on the left-hand side will expand, something on the right-hand side. So we'll start with a an S, which is like the root, which is a sentence. Okay, and then we're going to expand the things. Like a noun phrase and a verb phrase is what he would say, for instance. Okay, an S goes to an NP and a VP is a kind of a phrase structure rule. And we figure out what an NP is. An NP is a determiner and a noun, for instance. And a verb phrase is something else, is a verb. And another noun phrase, another NP, for instance. Those are the rules of a very simple phrase structure. Okay, and so he proposed phrase structure grammar as a way to sort of cover human languages. And then he actually figured out that, well, depending on the formalization of those grammars, you might get more complicated or less complicated languages. So he said, well, these are things called, context-free languages. That rule that he thought, human languages tend to be what he calls context-free languages. But they're simpler languages, which are so-called languages. They have a more constrained form to the rules of the phrase structure of these particular rules. So he basically discovered and kind of invented ways to describe the language, and those are phrase structures, a human language. And he was mostly interested in English initially.
So quick questions around all this. So formal language theory is a big field of studying language.
Yes, and it doesn't have to be human language. It have computer languages, any kind of system which is generating some set of expressions, language. Those could be like the statements in a computer language, for example. So it could be that, or it could be human language.
So technically, you can study programming.
Yes, absolutely. And heavily studied using this formalism. There's a big field of programming languages within the formal language.
Okay. And then phrase structure grammar is this idea that you can break down language into this SNP type of thing.
It's a particular formalism for describing language. Okay, so and Chomsky was the first one. He's going to figure that stuff out back in the 50s. And that's equivalent, actually. The context-free grammar is actually is kind of equivalent in the sense that it generates the same sentences as a dependency grammar would. The dependency grammar is a little similar in some way. You just have a root, and it goes like we don't have any of these. The rules are implicit, I guess. We just have connections between words. The phrase structure grammars are kind of a different way to think about the dependency grammar. So it's slightly more complicated, but it's kind of the same.
So to clarify, dependency grammar is the framework under which you see language. In this case, this is a good way to describe
I think it's
language. And Noam watching this is very upset right now. So it's just kidding. But what's the difference between where's the place of disagreement? Between phrase structure, grammar, and dependency.
They're very close. So phrase structure grammar and dependency grammar aren't that far apart. I like dependency grammar because it's more conspicuous, it's more transparent about representing the connection between the words. It's a little harder to see phrase structure grammar. The place where Chomsky sort of evolved or went off from this is he also thought there was something called movement. Okay, and that's where we disagree. Okay, that's the place where I would say we disagree. And I mean, maybe we'll get into that later. But the idea is, if you want me to explain that now,
I would love if you explain movement.
Okay, so
it's saying something interesting.
Okay, so here's the movement is Chomsky basically sees English, and he says, okay, I said, he had that sentence earlier, like two dogs enter the room. Change it a little bit, say, two dogs will enter the room. And he notices that, hey, English, if I want to make a question, a yes-no question from that same sentence, I say, instead of two dogs will enter the room, I say, will two dogs enter the room. Okay, there's a different way to say the same idea, and it's like, well, the auxiliary verb, that will thing, it's at the front as opposed to in the middle, okay? And he looked, if you look at English, you see that that's true for all those modal verbs and for other kinds of auxiliary verbs in English. You always do that. You always put an auxiliary verb at the front. And when he saw that, so if I say, I can win this bet, can I win this bet, right? So I move the can to the front. So actually, that's a theory. I just gave you a theory. He talks about it as movement. That word in the declarative is the root, is the default way to think about the sentence, and you move the auxiliary verb to the front. That's a movement theory. Okay, and he just thought that was just so obvious that it must be that there's nothing more to say about that. That this is how auxiliary verbs work in English. There's a movement rule such that you're moving, like to get from the declarative to the interrogative, you're moving the auxiliary to the front. And it's a little more complicated just since you go to simple present and simple past, because if I say, John slept, you have to say, did John sleep, not slept John, right? And so you have to somehow get an auxiliary verb, and I guess underlyingly, it's like slept is, it's a little more complicated than that, but that's his idea, there's a movement, okay? And so a different way to think about that isn't, then he ended up showing later, so he proposed this theory of grammar, which has movement. There's other places where he got there's movement, not just auxiliary verbs, but things like the passive in English, and things like questions, WH questions. There's a bunch of places where he thought there's also movement going on. And each one of those, he thinks there's words, phrases and words are moving around from one structure to another, what you call deep structure to surface structure. There's like two different structures in his theory. Okay. There's a different way to think about this, which is there's no movement at all. There's a lexical copying rule such that the word will or the word can, these auxiliary verbs, they just have two forms. And one of them is the declarative and one of them is the interrogative. And you basically have the declarative one and, I form the interrogative, or I can form one from the other, doesn't matter which direction you go. And I just have a new entry, which has the same meaning, which has a slightly different argument structure. Argument structure is a fancy word for the ordering of the words. So if I say it was the dogs, two dogs can or will enter the room, so there's two forms of will. One is will declarative, and then I have the subject to the left, it comes before me, and the verb comes after me. And then the will interrogative is like, I go first. Interrogative will is first, and then I have the subject immediately after it, and then the verb after that. And so you can just generate from one of those words another word that is slightly different argument structure, with different ordering.
These are just lexical copies.
And
They're not necessarily moving from one to another. There's a romantic notion where you have like one main way to use a word, and then you can move it around.
Right.
We can essentially what movement is applying.
Yeah, but that's the lexical copying is similar. So then we do lexical copying for that same idea that maybe the declarative is the source, and then we can copy it. And so an advantage. There's multiple advantages of the lexical copying. It's not like this is like Ivan saw bunch of linguists have been proposing these stories as well, in tandem with the movement story. Ivan died a while ago, but he's like one of the proponents of the non-movement of lexical copying. That is that a great advantage is, Chomsky, really famously in 1971, showed that the movement story leads to learnability problems. It leads to problems for how language is learned. It's really, really hard to figure out what the underlying structure of a language is if you have both phrase structure and movement. Really hard to figure out what came from what. There's like a lot of possibilities there. If you don't have that problem, the learning problem gets a lot easier.
Just say there's lexical copies.
Yeah.
When we say the learning problem, do you mean learning language?
Yeah, just learning English. So baby is flying around, listening to me talk, and is how are they learning English? Or maybe it's a 2-year-old who's learning interrogatives and stuff. Or how are they doing it? Are they doing it from are they figuring out, or so Chomsky said it's impossible to figure out that. He said it's actually impossible, not hard, but impossible, and therefore that's where universal grammar comes from. Is that it has to be built in, and so what they're learning is there's some built-in movement is built in the story. It's absolutely part of your language module, and then you're just setting parameters. You're setting English is just sort of a variant of the universal grammar, and you're figuring out which order does English use. The non-movement story doesn't have much more bottom up. You're learning rules. You're learning rules one by one, and this word is connected to that word. Another advantage is learnable. Another advantage of it is that it predicts that not all auxiliaries might move. Like it might depend on the word, depending on whether and that turns out to be true. So there's words that that don't really work as auxiliary. They work in declarative and not in interrogative. So I can say, I'll give you the opposite first. So I can say, aren't I invited to the party? Okay, and that's an interrogative form. But it's not from I aren't invited to the party. There is no I aren't, right? So that's interrogative only. And then we also have forms like ought. I ought to do this. And I guess some old British people can say I. Exactly. It doesn't sound right, does it? For me, it sounds different. I don't even think ought is great, but I mean, I totally recognize I ought to do this. I can say I ought to do this. Yeah. If I'm trying to sound sophisticated, maybe. I don't know. It just sounds completely odd. Anyway, so there are variants here, and a lot of these words just work in one versus the other, and that's like fine under the lexical copying story. It's like, well, you just learn the usage. Whatever the usage is what you do with these words. But it doesn't. It's a little bit harder in the movement story. The movement story, like that's an advantage I think of lexical copying in all these different places. There's all these usage variants which make the movement story a little bit harder to work.
So one of the main divisions here is the movement story, which is the logical story, that I have to do about that theory. One, so I line to the creative graphic grammar, dependency grammar.
There's an equivalent in some sense in that for any dependency grammar, I can generate a dependency free structure grammar which generates exactly the same sentences. I just like the dependency grammar formalism because it makes something really salient, which is the length of dependencies between words, which isn't so obvious in the phrase structure. In the phrase structure, it's just kind of hard. It's in there. It's just very, very. It's opaque.
Technically, I think phrase structure grammar is mappable to dependency. But there's like these like little labels.
Yeah, so a particular dependency grammar, you can make a phrase structure grammar which generates exactly those same sentences and vice versa. But there are many phrase structure grammars which you can't really make a dependency grammar. I mean, you can do a lot more on the phrase structure grammar. You get many more of these extra nodes, basically. You can have more structure in there. And people like that, and maybe there's value to that. I don't like it.
Well, for you, so we can clarify. So dependency grammar is just one word depends on another word, and you form these trees, and that makes it really puts priority on those dependencies. It's a tree that you can then measure the distance of the dependency from one word to the other. It can then map to the cognitive processing of the sentences, how easy it is to understand, and all that kind of stuff. So it just puts the focus on just like the mathematical distance of dependence between words. So it gets you a different focus. Just continue on the thread itself because it's really interesting. Because as you're discussing disagreement, to the degree there's disagreement, you're also telling the history of the study of language. Really awesome. So you mentioned context free versus regular. Does that distinction come into play for dependency grammars?
No, not at all. I mean, regular languages are They are it's a part of the hierarchy. But human languages are in the phrase structure world are definitely they're at least context free, maybe a little bit more, a little bit harder than that. But so there's something called context sensitive as well, where you can have like this is just a formal language description. In a context-free grammar, you have one. This is like a bunch of like formal language here. We're going here.
I love it.
Okay, so you have a left-hand side category, and you're expanding to anything on the right. Is that's context-free. So like the idea is that category on the left expands independent of context of those things, whatever they're on the right. It doesn't matter what. And a context-sensitive says, okay. I actually have more than one thing on the left. I can tell you only in this context. Maybe you have like a left and a right context, or just a left context or a right context. I have two or more stuff on the left that tells you how to expand those things in that way. Okay, so it's context sensitive. A regular language is just more constrained, and so it doesn't allow anything on the right. It allows very basically it's a one very complicated rule is kind of what the regular language is. So it doesn't have any it doesn't allow recursion. There's no recursion. Yeah, recursion is where which is human languages have recursion. They have embedding, and you can it doesn't allow central embedded
Central embedded
We're going to get
within
to
a sentence.
yeah, within a sentence. So here we're going to get to that. But the formal language stuff is a little aside. Chomsky wasn't proposing it for human languages. Even he was just pointing out that human languages are context free, and then he was most interested for human because that was kind of stuff we did for formal languages. And what he was most interested in was human language, and that's like the movement is where we sort of set off. I would say a very interesting but wrong foot. It's kind of interesting. I agree. It's a very interesting history. So this is that he proposes multiple theories, 57 and then 55. They all have this framework though, with phrase structure plus movement. Different versions of the phrase structure and the movement in the 57. These are the most famous original bits of Chomsky's work. And then 71 is when he figured out that those lead to learning problems. That there's cases where a kid could never figure out which rule, which set of rules was intended. And then he said, well, that means it's the name. Kind of interesting. He just really thought the movement was just so obviously true that he couldn't. He didn't even entertain giving it up. It's just obvious. That's obviously right. And it was later where people figured out that there's all these like subtle ways in which things which look like generalizations aren't generalizations, and they across the category they're word specific, and they kind of work, but they don't work across various other words in the category. So it's easier to think of these things as flexible hobbies. And I think he was very obsessed. I don't know. I'm just guessing. He really wanted this story to be simple in some sense, and language is a little more complicated in some sense. He didn't like words. He never talks about words. He likes to hear about combinations of words. And words are, look at the dictionary, there's 50 senses for a common word, right? The word page will have 30 senses. So there's many different senses for common words. And he just doesn't think about that. He doesn't think that's language. I think he doesn't think that's language. He thinks that words are distinct from combinations of words. I think they're the same. If you look at my brain in the scanner while I'm listening to a language I understand, and you compare, I can localize my language network in a few minutes, in like 15 minutes. What you do is I listen to a language I know, I listen to, maybe some language I don't know, or I listen to muffled speech, or I read sentences, or I read non-words, like I do anything like this. Anything that's like really like English, or anything that's not very like English. So I've got something like it and not, and I got control. And the voxels, the 3D pixels in my brain that are responding most is a language area, and that's this left lateralized area in my head. And wherever I look in that network, if you look for the combinations versus the words, it's everything. It's the same. And so it's like hard to find. There are no areas that we know. I mean, this is what we're seeing right now. At this point, the technology isn't good. It's not bad, but we have the best way to figure out what's going on in my brain when I'm listening to reading language is to use fMRI, functional magnetic resonance, and that's a very good localization method. So I can figure out where exactly these signals are coming from. Pretty, down to millimeters, 2 millimeters or smaller. Okay, very small. You can figure those out very well. The problem is the when. Okay, it's measuring oxygen. Okay, and oxygen takes a little while to get to those cells. So it takes on the other seconds. So I talk fast. I probably listen fast, and I can probably understand things really fast. So a lot of stuff happens in 2 seconds. And so to say that we know what's going on, that the words right now in that network, our best guess is that whole network is doing something similar, but maybe different parts of that network are doing different things. And that's probably the case. We just don't have very good methods to figure that out right at this moment.
More screens and filters.
Since we're kind of talking about the history of the study of language, what other interesting disagreements, and you're both at MIT or at work for a long time, what kind of interesting disagreements there, tension of ideas are there between you and Noam Chomsky? And we should say that Noam was in the linguistics department, and you're, I guess for a time we're affiliated there, but primarily brain and cognitive science, which is another way of studying language, and you've been talking about fMRI. So, like, what is there something else interesting to bring to the surface about the disagreement between the two of you, or other people?
Yeah, I mean, I've been at MIT for 31 years, since 1993, and Chomsky's been here much longer. So I met him. I knew him. I met him when I first got there, I guess, and we would interact every now and then. I'd say that. So I'd say our biggest difference is our methods. And so that's the biggest difference between me and Noam, is that I gather data from people. I do experiments with people, and I gather corpus data. Whatever corpus data is available, and we do quantitative methods to evaluate any kind of hypothesis we have. He just doesn't do that. So, he has never once been associated with any experiment or corpus. And so it's all thought. It's his own intuition. So I just don't think that's the way to do things. That's a across the street from us kind of difference between brain and cognitive and linguistics. I mean, not all some of the linguists, depending on what you do, more speech-oriented, they do more quantitative stuff. But in the meaning, words and, combinations of words, syntax, semantics, they tend not to do experiments. And
so on the linguistic side, probably, but the method is a symptom of a bigger approach, which is the psychology philosophy side on Noam, and it's more sort of data-driven.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a psychologist, so I would say we're in psychology. I'm in brain and cognitive science is MIT's old psychology department. It was the psychology department up until 1985, and it became the brain and cognitive science department. And so I mean, my training isn't psychology. I mean, my training is math and science, but I'm a psychologist. I don't know what I am.
The data-driven psychologist.
Yeah.
You are.
I know what I am, but I'm happy to be called a linguist. I'm happy to be called a computer scientist. I'm happy to be called just any of those things.
But in the actual, like how that manifests itself outside the methodology is like these differences, these subtle differences about the movement story versus the lexical copy story.
Yeah, those are theories, right? So the theories are, but I think the reason we differ in part is because of how we evaluate the theories. So I evaluate theories quantitatively, and
got it. Okay, well let's explore the theories that you explore in your book. Let's return to this dependency grammar framework of looking at language. What's a good justification why the dependency grammar framework is a good way to explain language? What's your intuition?
So the reason I like dependency grammar, as I said before, is that it's very transparent about its representation of distance between words. So it's like all it is you've got a bunch of words connecting together to make a sentence. And a really neat insight, which turns out to be true, is that the further apart the pair of words are that you're connecting, the harder it is to do the production, the harder it is to do the comprehension. So it's harder to produce, harder to understand when the words are far apart. When they're close together, it's easy to produce and it's easy to comprehend. Let me give you an example. Okay, so we have, in any language, we have mostly local connections between words, but they're abstract. The connections are abstracted between categories of words. And so you can always make things further apart if you add modification, for example, after a noun. So a noun in English comes before a verb. The subject noun comes before a verb, and then there's an object after, for example. So I can say what I said before, the dog entered the room or something like that. So I can modify dog. If I say something more about dog after it, then what I'm doing is, indirectly, I'm lengthening the dependence between dog and answer by adding more stuff to it. So I just make it explicit here. If I say the boy who the cat scratched cried. We're gonna have a mean jacket. And so what I've done here is the boy cried. This is a very short, simple sentence, and I just told you something about the boy, and I told you it was the boy who the cat scratched. Okay.
So the cry is connected to the boy. The cry at the end, connected to the boy in the beginning.
Right. And so I can do that. I can say that. That's like perfectly fine English sentence. And I can say the cat which the dog chased ran away or something. Okay, I can do that. But it's really, and so it's really hard now. I'm back here. I'm going to have the boy who the cat. Now let's say I try to modify cat. Okay, the boy who the cat, which the dog chased, scratched, ran away. God, that's hard, right? I'm sort of working that through my head, how to produce and how to. It's really very just horrendous to understand. It's not so bad. At least I've got intonation there because there marks the boundaries and stuff, but that's really complicated. That's sort of English in a way. I mean, that follows the rules of English. But so what's interesting about that is that what I'm doing is nesting. I'm putting one. I've got a subject connected to a verb there, and then I'm modifying that with a clause, another clause, which happens to have a subject and a verb relation. I'm trying to do that again on the second one. And what that does is it lengthens out the dependence. Multiple dependents actually get lengthened out there. The dependencies get longer. On the outside ones get long, and even the ones in between get kind of long. And what's fascinating is that that's bad. That's really horrendous in English. But that's horrendous in any language. And so in no matter what language you look at, if you do just figure out some structure where I'm going to have some modification following some head, which is connected to the later head, and I do it again, it will be good. It's guaranteed. Like 100%, that will be uninterpretable in that language in the same way that was uninterpretable in English.
Just to clarify, the distance of dependency is whenever the boy cries, there's a dependence between two words, and then you're counting the number of what morphemes between them.
That's a good question. I just say words. Your words are morphemes between. We don't know that. Actually, that's a very good question. What is the distance measure? But let's just say it's words.
So, and you're saying the longer the distance is that dependence, the more, no matter the language, except legalese, you only get, we'll talk about it. But that the people will be very upset. They speak that language, not upset, but they'll either not understand it, but they'll be like, the brain will be working in overtime.
They will have a hard time either producing or comprehending it. They might tell you that's not their language. It's sort of their language. I mean, it's following it. Like, they'll agree with each of the pieces as part of their language, but somehow that combination will be very, very difficult to produce and understand.
Is that a chicken or the egg here? So, like,
well, I'm giving you an explanation.
Right.
So I mean, I'm giving you two kinds of explanations. I'm telling you that center embedding, that nesting, those are the same. Synonyms for the same concept here. And then the explanation for why, those are always hard. Center embedding and nesting are always hard. And I give you an explanation for why they might be hard. There's just long distance connections. When you do center embedding, when you do nesting, you always have long distance connections between dependents. So that's not necessarily the right explanation. Just I can go through reasons why that's probably a good explanation. And it's not really just about one of them. So probably it's a pair of them or something of these dependents that you get along that drives people like to be really confused in that case. And so with the behavioral consequence there, I mean, this is kind of methods, like how do we get at this? I used to try to do experiments to get people to produce these things. They're going to have a hard time producing them. You can try to do experiments to get them to understand them. And see how well they understand them, can they understand them. Another method you can do is give people partial materials and ask them to complete them, those center embedded materials, and they fail. So I've done that, I've done all these kinds of things.
So central embedding meaning you take a normal subject, boy cried, and you inject the central cap in the middle, and that separates the cry. That's central embedding, and nesting is on top of that.
The nesting is the same thing. Center embedding is totally equivalent terms. I'm sorry, I sometimes use one.
Got it. Totally got it. And then what you're saying is there's a bunch of different kinds of experiments you can do. Yeah, I like the understanding one is like have more embedding, more central embedding. Is it easier, harder to understand, but then you have to measure the level of understanding, I guess.
Yeah, you could. I mean, there's multiple ways to do that. I mean, there's the simplest way is just ask people how natural is the sound. That's a very blunt but very good measure. Very, very reliable. People will do the same thing. And so, like, I don't know what it means exactly, but it's doing something. Because we're measuring something about the confusion, the difficulty associated with it.
And those are giving you a signal. That's why you can say
Yeah.
what about the completion of the sentence?
Oh, so if you give them a perfect sentence, I say, the book which the author who, and I have to put that off on it. I mean, either say it, yeah, but you can see it's written. They will, even though that was not too hard, right? So if I say it's like the book which the author who I met wrote was good. You know, that's a very simple completion for that. You know, if I get that completion online somewhere to a a crowdsourcing platform, ask people to complete that, they will miss off a verb very regularly, like half the time, maybe 2/3 of the time. They'll say, they'll move off even with that simple code, say the book, which the author who, and they'll say, was, they need 3 verbs, right? I need 3 verbs. Like, who I met, wrote, was good, and they'll give me 2. They'll say, who was famous was good, or something like that. They'll just give me 2, and that'll happen about 40%, maybe 30. They'll do it correctly, meaning they'll do it 3 verb phrase. I don't know what's correct or not. You know, it's hard. It's a hard task.
Yeah, I can actually probably more than hard.
Well, it's easier
when you look there at it.
If you look, it's a little easier. Because you have to, there's no trace of it. You have to remember the words that I'm saying. It's a very hard art. You do it written, you look at it, figure it out. It's easier in many dimensions in some ways, depending on the source. It's easier to gather written data. I mean, most I work in psychology, language and stuff, and so a lot of our work is based on written stuff because it's so easy to gather data from people doing written as a task. Spoken tasks are just more complicated to administer and analyze because people do weird things when they speak, and it's harder to analyze what they do. But they generally point to the same thing.
Okay, so the universal theory of language, by Ted is that you can form dependency. You can form trees from each side. You can measure the distance some way of those dependencies, and then you can say that most languages have very short dependencies.
All languages have short dependencies. You guys can measure that. So, a next student of mine, this guy is at University of California, Irvine, Richard Cottrell did a thing a bunch of years ago now, where he looked at all the languages we could look at, which was about 40 initially, and now I think it's about 60, for which there are dependency structures. Like, so they're meaning there's got to be like a big bunch of text, which has been parsed for the dependency structures, and there's about 60 of those which have been parsed that way. And for all of those, you can. What he did was take any sentence in one of those languages, and you can do the dependency structure, and then start at the root. We're talking about dependency structure, you know. And you kind of figure out what a control way you might say that same sentence is in that language. And so we just like, all right, there's a root, and it has, let's say it's a sentence, let's go back to, 2 dogs. Enter is the root. And enter has 2 dependents. It's got dogs, and it has root. Okay? And what he does is like, let's scramble that order. Like 3 things, the root and the head and the 2 dependents, into some random order. And then just do that for all the dependents down the root. So now let's do whatever, 2 and dogs and 2 and root. And that's, that's not a very short sentence. When sentences get longer and you have more dependents, there's more scrambling that's possible. And what he found was so that's one, you can figure out one scrambling for that sentence. It is 100 times for every sentence and every corpus, every one of these, every corpus. And then he just compared the dependency lengths in those random scramblings to what actually happened, what the English or the French or the German was in the original language. Chinese would always like 80 languages, 60 languages, okay? And the dependency lengths are always shorter in the real language compared with this kind of a control. And there's another it's a little more rigid, his control. So the way I described it, you could have cross dependencies, like by scrambling that way, you can scramble any way at all. Languages don't do that. They tend not to cross dependencies very much. Like, so the dependency structure, they tend to keep things non-crossed. And there's a there's a technical term they call that projective, but it's just non-crossed. Is all that is, projective. And so if you just constrain the scrambling so that it only gives you projective, so non-crossed, the same thing holds. So still human languages are much shorter than this kind of a control. So there's like it means that we're in every language we're trying to put things close in relative to this kind of a control. It doesn't matter about the word order. Some of these are verb final, some of these are verb medial like English, and some are even verb initial. There are a few languages in the world which have VSO, word order verb, subject, object length. Oh, we have to talk about those. It's like 10% of the.
Even in those languages, it's still dependencies.
Sure, dependencies is
okay. So what is the populist point for why languages are moved out that way? So that's one of the I suppose disagreements you might have with policy. Do you consider the evolution of language in terms of information theory, and for you, the purpose of language is communication.
So I mean, the story here is just about production. It's about easing production.
When you say production,
I just mean ease of language production. It's easier for me to say things when what I'm doing whenever I'm talking to you is somehow I'm formulating some idea in my head and I'm putting these words together, and it's easier for me to do that to say something where the words are closely connected in dependency, as opposed to separated by putting something in between over and over again. It's just hard for me to keep that in my head. That's the whole story. Like the story, it's basically I think that the dependency grammar sort of gives that to you. It's like long as bad. It's like easier to keep in mind because you have to keep it in mind for production. Probably matters in comprehension as well. It also matters in comprehension.
On both sides.
Yeah. But I would guess it's probably evolved for production. It's about producing. It's like what's easier for me to say that ends up being easier for you also. And that's very hard to handle. This idea of who is it for? Is it for me, the speaker, or is it for you, the listener? I mean, part of my language is for you. Like the way I talk to you is going to be different from how I talk to different people. So I'm definitely angling what I'm saying to who I'm saying. Like, it's not like I'm talking the same way to every single person. So I am sensitive to my audience. But how does that work itself out in the dependency length differences? I don't know. Maybe that's about just the words. That part, words.
My initial intuition is that you optimize language for the audience.
Yeah.
But it's both. It's kind of like messing with my head a little bit to say that some of the optimization might be the primary objective. The optimization might be the production.
So we have different senses, I guess. I'm like very selfish. And you're back. I think it's like it's all about me. I'm like, I'm just doing this. I don't want to. I'm like, but I have to, of course, choose the words that I think you're going to know. I'm not going to choose the words you don't know, but I'm going to fix that. So there's but maybe for the syntax and the combination. So I don't know though. It's very
but the purpose of communication is to be understood. It's to convince others and so on. So like yourself is things to be understood.
Okay, yeah, it's just about the
I mean, like music production.
help me be understood. So I
think the primary objective is to be understood. Otherwise, if you're optimizing for the ease of production, then you're not going to have any risk of complexity in language. You're trying to
let's control for what it is I want to say. Okay. I'm saying let's control for the thing, the message. Control for the message. I want to
message needs to be understood. That's the goal.
But that's the meaning. So I'm talking about form. Just the form of the meaning. How do I frame the form of the meaning? Is all I'm talking about. You're talking about art. It's like how am I can't change it. Let's keep the meaning constant. Like which, yeah, just keep the meaning constant. How can I phrase whatever it is I need to say? Like I can pick the right words and I can pick the order so that it's easy for me. That's what I think.
I think I'm still tying meaning and form together in my head. So you're saying if you keep the meaning and then you're saying constant. Word the optimization, yeah, it could be the primary objective of that optimization is for production. That's what I'm struggling to keep constant with meaning. It's just so, I mean, it's complicated. Right? So to me, the form, without having introspected on this, the form and the meaning are tied together. Like, deeply. Because I'm a student. Like for me, when I'm speaking, I haven't thought about anything, like in a rigorous way, about the form of language.
For any event, there's an unbounded, I don't know if it's sort of unbounded ways that I might communicate that to an event. Two dogs entered the room, I can say in many different ways. I can say, hey, there's two dogs. They entered the room. Hey, the room was entered by something. The thing that was entered was two dogs. I mean, there's also here, but those are all similar messages with different forms, with different ways that might frame. And of course, I use the same words there all the time. I could have referred to the dogs as a Dalmatian and a poodle. I could have been more specific or less specific about what they are. And I could have been more abstract about the numbers. So I'm trying to keep the meaning, which is this event, constant. And then how am I going to describe that to get that kind of sense of what you need to know, right? And what I think you need to know. But I'm like, hey, let's get control for all that stuff and not. And it's like I just like choosing, but I'm doing something simpler than you're doing, which is just forms.
Yes.
Just words.
To use specifying the species of the breed of dog and whether they're cute or not is changing the meaning.
That might be, yeah, that would be changing. That would be changing.
They deleted one of my Periscopes because I have this thing where I eat shitty food in the shower
even if we keep that constant,
and I was doing Taco Bell.
Still talk about
I had like a nacho El Grande and I was just drinking all the water and like a soup.
Which phrase structures I use, with combinations.
What the fuck are you?
This is so fascinating. It's just like
I think they might. I don't know
really
why,
powerful
but it was
window
available for like an
into
hour
language.
and then they
But
just
I
pulled it.
wonder still throughout this how vast the
It's
gap
a
between
6-minute
meaning and
shower
form.
and I'm taking a real shower while I'm
I just
eating.
have this like maybe romanticized notion that they're close together, but they evolve close
Well, I
together.
understand those complaints,
You
but
can't just
when
simply
I do
optimize for
a
one
shower scope, I
without
try not to shower
the other
for 4
being
days
in
straight.
with
So
us.
it's
Like it's well, kind of like an iceberg. Form is the tip of the iceberg, and the rest, the meaning is the iceberg. You can't like shut.
But I think that's why these large language models are so successful, is that they're good at form, and form is that hard. In some sense. And meaning is tough. And that's why they're not, they don't understand what they're doing. We're talking about that later, but like we can distinguish in our, forget about large language models like humans, which maybe we'll talk about that later too, is like the difference between language, which is a communication system, and thinking, which is so language is communication. It's a core meaning, it's not. And so that's why, and there's a lot of interesting evidence we can talk about relevant to that.
Well, I mean, that's really. What is this difference? What is the difference between language written, communicated versus thought? What's the usual difference between that?
Well, you or anyone has to think of a task that they think is a good thinking task. There's lots and lots of tasks that could be the thinking task. And whatever those tasks are, let's say it's playing chess or a thinking task, or we're playing some game, we're doing some complex puzzle. Maybe remembering some digits, that's thinking, remembering a lot of different tasks you might think, maybe just listening to music is thinking, or there's a lot of different tasks you might think of as thinking. There's a woman in my department at Federated, she's done a lot of work on this question about what's the connection between language and thought. And so she uses, I was just saying earlier to MRI, fMRI, that's her primary method. And so she has been really fascinated by this question about whether, what language is. Okay, and so as I mentioned earlier, you can localize my language area, your language area in a few minutes. Okay, like 15 minutes, I can listen to language, listen to non-language, or backward speech or something, and we'll find areas left lateralized network in my head, which is very sensitive to language as opposed to whatever that control is.
Especially when you use that language, like communicated language. Like, what is like,
I'm listening to English, a many times story, or complete sentences, anything at all that I understand, if I understand it, then it'll activate my language. So right now, my language network is going like crazy when I'm talking and when I'm listening to you, because we're both yeah, it's incredibly stable. So I happen to be married to this woman, like Puerto Rico, so I've been scanned by her over and over and over since 2007 or 6 or something. And so my language network is exactly the same, a month ago as it was back in 2007. It's amazingly stable. It's astounding. It's really fundamentally cool thing. So my language network it's like my face. It's not changing much over time inside my head.
that's a cool exercise, a small tangent. At which point, as you grow up from baby to adult, that's when it stabilizes.
That's a very hard question. They're working on that right now because of the problem scanning kids, like trying to do the localization on little children in the scanner. You're lying in the fMRI scan. That's the best way to figure out what's going on inside your brain. And the scanner is loud, and you're in this tiny little area, you're claustrophobic, and it doesn't bother me at all. I can go to sleep in there. But some people are bothered by it, and some kids don't really like it, and they don't like to lie still, and you have to be very still, because if you move around, that messes up the coordinates where it is. And so, trying to get, your question is, how and when are language developing? How does this left lateralized system come to play? And it's really hard to get 2-year-olds. But you can maybe, they're trying to get 3 and 4 and 5-year-olds to do the task for short periods. And it looks like it's there pretty early.
So clearly, when you read up a baby's first words, before that, there's a lot of fucking turmoil going on about figuring out what are these people saying, and you're trying to make sense how to get connect to the world. Yeah, that would be just fascinating without
Anyway, we're back to the scanner, and I can find my network in 15 minutes. And now we can ask find my network, find yours, find 20 other people in this task, and we can do some other tasks. Anything else you think is thinking of some other thing. I can do a spatial memory task. I can do a music perception task. I can do programming tasks. If I program, okay, I can do where I can understand your programming. And none of those tasks tap the language network at all. They're highly activating other parts of the brain. There's a bilateral network, which is called the multiple demands network, which does anything kind of hard, and so anything that's kind of difficult in some way will activate that multiple demands network. Music would be in the music area, specific kinds of areas, and so, but none of them are activating the language area at all, unless there's words. So if you have music and there's a song and you hear the words, then you get the language area.
Are we talking about speaking and listening? Or are we also talking about reading?
This is all comprehension of any kind. So
that is fascinating.
So this network doesn't make any difference if it's written or spoken. So the thing that she calls, Federico calls the language network, is high-level language. So it's not about the spoken language, and it's not about the written language. It's about either one of them. And so when you do speech, you listen to speech and you subtract away some language you don't understand, or you subtract away back to speech, which sounds like speech but isn't. And then you take away the sound part altogether. And then if you written, you get exactly the same network. So for just reading the language versus reading some nonsense words or something like that, you'll find exactly the same network. So it's just about high level comprehension of language. Yeah, and the same thing happens. Production's a little harder to run the scanner, but the same thing happens in production. You get the same network. So production's a little harder. Right? You have to figure out how you run a task, in the network that you're doing some kind of production. And I can't remember what, they've done a bunch of different kinds of tasks there where you get people to, produce things, figure out how to produce, and the same network goes on there, exactly the same place.
So you so if you read random words,
So these things like,
they're gibberish.
Lewis Carroll plus Grilly, Jabberwocky, right? We call that Jabberwocky.
The network doesn't get everything.
Not as much. There are words in there. So there's function words and stuff, so it's lower activation. So there's the more language like it is, the higher it goes in the language network. And that network is there from when you speak, from as soon as you learn language, and it's there. If you speak multiple languages, the same network is going for your multiple languages. So if you speak English, you speak Russian, both of them are hitting that same network. If you're fluent in those languages.
So programming,
not at all. Isn't that amazing? Even if you're a really good programmer, that is not a human language. It's not conveying the same information. And so it is not in the language network. And so
that is mind blowing. Is that's
pretty
weird.
cool.
That's weird.
It's amazing.
That's
And
really
so
weird.
that's one set of data. This hers shows that you might think thinking is not language. Language is just this conventionalized system that we worked out in human languages. Oh, another fascinating little bit is that even if they're these constructed languages like Klingon or I don't know the languages from Game of Thrones. I'm sorry, I don't remember those languages.
A lot of people offended right now.
There's people that speak those languages. They really speak those languages because the people that wrote the languages for the shows they did an amazing job of constructing something like a human language, and that lights up the language. Because they can speak, pretty much every thought in a human language. It's a constructed human language. Probably it's related to human languages because the people that were constructing them were really making them like human languages in various ways. But it also activates the same network, which is pretty cool. Anyway,
Sorry to go into a place where you may be a little bit philosophical, but is it possible that this area of the brain is doing some kind of translation into a deeper set of almost like concepts?
Because it has to be. So it's doing communication, right? It is translating from thought, whatever that is more abstract, and it's doing that. That's what it's doing. That is kind of what it is doing. It's kind of a meaning network, I guess.
Yeah, like a translation network.
Yeah.
But I wonder what is at the core, at the bottom of it, like what are thoughts? Are they thoughts? It'd be like, I don't know, thoughts and words. Are they neighbors, or is there one turtle sitting on top of the other? Meaning, like, is there a deep set of concepts that we...
Well, there's connections right between what these things mean, and then there's probably other parts of the brain that what these things mean. And so, when I'm talking about whatever it is I want to talk about, it'll be represented somewhere else. That knowledge of whatever that is will be represented somewhere else.
Well, I wonder if there's like some stable, nicely compressed encoding of meanings that's separate from language. That we're, I guess the implication here is that we don't think in language.
That's correct. Isn't that cool? And that's so interesting. So people, this is like hard to experiments on, but there is this idea of your inner voice. And a lot of people have an inner voice. So if you do a poll on the internet and ask you hear yourself talking when you're just thinking, about 70 or 80% of people will say yes. Most people have an inner voice. I don't. And so I always find this strange. So when people talk about an inner voice, I always think it's a metaphor. And they hear, I know most of you, whoever listening to this, thinks I'm crazy now because I don't have an inner voice and I just don't know what you're listening to. It sounds so kind of annoying to me, but to have this voice going on while you're thinking, but I guess most people have that. And I don't have that, and we don't really know what that connection to.
I wonder if the inner voice actually is that.
I don't know. But it's pretty speaky, right? So that's like, if you hear, do you have an inner voice? A lot of people have this sense that they hear other people, they hear themselves, and then say they read someone's email, I've heard people tell me that they hear that other person's voice when they read other people's
you still have a lot of
and I'm
talent.
like, wow, that sounds
There's still
so
something about you.
I do think I like vocalize
just-
when I'm reading,
it was
but I
about
don't think I
catching
hear
I remember one
voice.
time we
well, that's
get
you
a
probably don't have
rascal.
to.
Yeah, I don't think I have
People have it in
West
their voice.
Orange.
People have this
Yeah,
strong
West Orange.
perception of hearing
And it was
sound in their
At the
heads
time
when they're
you
distracted.
made the transition.
I refuse to
You know
do
how
that for
Nicole
the majority of
or,
Majority,
Caitlin Jenner
absolutely.
came to
Well,
this
it's
transition.
like
There
2/3 or
was a transition where you
3/4.
went
It
from
was.
Joey
I have never asked
Diaz,
class,
the guy who
and I
wants to
went
be a
in there.
comedian, to Joey Diaz.
So you're
It could
in
be
the
a self-
minority.
I saw
it could
what's
be a
happening. It happened really
self-report.
quickly.
It could be.
That was what was
You know,
weird.
when I'm
It was
reading
like you had this period of time where you were real hit
inside
and
my
miss,
head,
if you
I'm
went down,
kind
you went
of
down hard, and you would go down.
like
Sometimes
saying
you
the
were wrong, like
words.
multiple
It's
sets in a
probably the
row,
wrong way to
and
read.
it just wasn't
But I
clear.
don't hear a voice. There's no perception
hit
of a
on it,
voice.
figured out what
I refuse
what
to
it
believe the
was.
majority of people.
And
But anyway,
almost like
it's
you
a fascinating.
released
It's still
something.
very fascinating, but it still blew my mind that
You pulled it out,
that
and you
language
released it.
does
And also
appear,
you're crushing.
comprehension does
I
appear to
remember, I
be
think it was Tripoli and I
separate
were in the
from
back
thinking.
by the back
So
hallway.
that's one set.
And it was like one of the
One set
times
of
we just
data
really
from
started crushing.
Clarenco's is
Tripoli was
that
like Joey Diaz is on
no
another
matter what
level.
task you do, if it doesn't have words and combinations of words in it, then it won't light up the language. You could still be active somewhere else, but not there. So that's one. And then this other piece of evidence relevant to that question is it turns out there are these group of people who had a massive stroke on the left side and wiped out their language. And as long as they didn't wipe out everything on the right as well, in that case they would be cognitively functional. But if they just wiped out language, which is pretty tough to do because it's very expensive on the left, but if they have, then there are these patients like this, so-called global aphasia, who can do any task just fine, but not like that. You can't talk to them, they don't understand you, they can't speak, you can't write, you can't read, but they can do all they can do tests, they can drive their cars, they can do all kinds of other stuff. Math, they do all the math is not in the it's got symbols, so people sort of confuse kind of symbolic processing with language. Symbolic processing is not the same. So there are symbols and they have meaning, but it's not language. It's not a conventionalized language system. So language is math is in there. So they do math. They do just as well as their control, asymmetric controls, and all these tasks. This is Rosemary Varley over in University College London, who has a bunch of patients so that sort of combination suggests that language is necessary. It doesn't mean you can't think in language. You could think in language. The language allows a lot of expression, but it's just you don't need it. It suggests that language is separate. Is a separate system.
It's kind of blowing on that.
It's cool.
I'm trying to load that in because it has implications for large language models.
It sure does, and they've been working on that.
Well, let's take a stroll there. You wrote that the best current theories of human language are arguably large language models. So this has to do with form.
It's kind of a big theory, and but the reason it's arguably the best is that it does the best at predicting what's English, for instance. It's incredibly good. It's better than any other. It's so but we don't. It's not sort of it's not that detail.
Well, it's opaque. Like there's not you don't know what's going on.
No, what's going on? It's another black box. But I think it is.
What's the definition of a theory? It's just a gigantic black box with a very large number of parameters. Components. To me, theory usually requires simplicity, right?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being loose there. I think it's not a great theory, but it's a theory. It's a good theory in one sense, in that it covers all the data. Like anything you want to say in English, it does. So that's how it's arguably best. Is that no other theory is as good as large language models predicting exactly what's good and what's bad in English. Now you're saying is it a good theory? Well, probably not. Because I want to it's too big. I agree.
You could probably construct mechanism by which it can generate a simple explanation of a particular language, like a set of rules, something like it. And you could generate a dependency grammar for the language, right?
Yeah.
You probably probably just ask it.
Well, that presumes, and there's some evidence for this, that some large language models are implementing something like dependency grammar inside them. And so there's work from a guy called Chris Manning and colleagues over at Stanford in natural language, and they looked at, I don't know how many large language models, but certainly BERT and some others, where you do some kind of fancy math to figure out exactly what kind of abstractions and representations are going on, and they were saying it does look like dependency structure is what they're constructing. It doesn't, like, so it's actually a very, very good map. So kind of they are constructing something like that. Does it mean that that they're using that for meaning? I mean, probably we don't know.
You're right that the kinds of theories of language that LLMs are closest to are called construction-based theories. Can you explain what construction-based theories are?
It's just a general theory of language such that there's a form and a meaning pair for lots of pieces of language. So it's primarily usage-based is the construction. It's trying to deal with the things that people actually say and actually write. So it's a usage-based idea. And what's a construction? Well, a construction is either a simple word, so it's like a morpheme plus its meaning, or a combination of words. It's basically combinations of words like the rules. So, but it's unspecified as to what the form of the grammar is underlyingly. So I would argue that the dependency grammar is maybe the right form to use for the types of construction grammar. So construction grammar typically isn't kind of formalized quite. And so maybe the reformalization of that might be a dependency grammar. I mean, I would think so, but I mean, it's up to people, other researchers in that area, if they agree or not.
Do you think that large language models understand language? Are they mimicking language? I guess the deeper question is, are they just understanding the surface form, or do they understand something deeper about the meaning that then generates it?
I mean, I would argue they're doing the form. They're doing it really, really well. And are they doing the meaning? No, probably not. I mean, there's lots of these examples from various groups showing that they can be tricked in all kinds of ways. They really don't understand the meaning of what's going on. And so there's a lot of examples that he and other groups have given, which show they don't really understand what's going on. So you know the Monty Hall problem is a silly problem, right? Where if you have three doors, it's let's make a deal. It's this whole game show, and there's three doors, and there's a prize behind one, and there's some junk prizes behind the other two, and you're trying to select one. And if he knows, Monty, he knows where the target item is. The good thing is everything is back there. And you're supposed to, he gives you a choice, you choose one of the three, and then he opens one of the doors, and it's some junk prize. And then the question is, should you trade with the other one? And the answer, because he knew which ones he could turn around, and so now the odds are 2/3, okay? And then you just change that a little bit to the large language model. It's the large language model, just seen that explanation so many times. If you change the story a little bit, to make it sound like it's a Monty Hall problem, it's not. Just say, there's three doors, and one behind them is a good prize, and two bad doors. I happen to know it's behind door number one. The good prize, the car, is behind door number one. So I'm going to choose door number one. Monty Hall opens door number three, so there's nothing there. Should I trade for door number two? Even though I know the good prize is door number one. And then the large language model says, yes, we should trade, because it just goes through the forms that it's seen before so many times on these cases, where yes, you should trade because your odds have shifted from 1 to 3 now to 2 out of 3. Being that it doesn't have any way to remember that actually you have 100% probability behind that door number one. You know that. That's not part of the scheme that it's seen hundreds and hundreds of times before. You can't, even if you try to explain to it that it's wrong, that they can't do that. It'll just keep giving you back the problem.
But it's also possible that a large language model is aware of the fact that there is sometimes over-representation of a particular kind of formulation, and it's easy to get tricked by that. So you could see as they get larger and larger, models be a little bit more skeptical. So you see over-representation. So like it just feels like form training on form can go really far in terms of
being able to generate things that look like the thing understands deeply the underlying world model. The kind of mathematical world, physical world, psychological world that we generate. Feels like creeping close to me. Easily fooled, all this kind of stuff. That's humans too. So it just seems really impressive how often it seems like it understands that.
What else? I think something else.
I mean,
this thing
you don't have to do that. I am very, very impressed. But does it do? I mean, you're getting a possible world where maybe someone's going to train some other versions, but they'll be somehow abstracting away from types of forms. I mean, I don't think that's happened. And so,
well, no. I'm not saying that. I think when you just look at anecdotal examples and just showing a large number of them, where it doesn't seem to understand. It's easily fooled. That does not seem like a scientific, data-driven like analysis of like how many places is a damn impressive in terms of meaning and understanding, and how many places is easily fooled. And like
that's not the inference. So I don't want to make that the inference. I wouldn't want to make that. The inference I'm trying to push is just that is it like humans here? It's probably not like humans. So humans don't make that error. If you explain that to them, they're not going to make that error. They don't make that error. So that's something. It's doing something different from humans.
What's the mechanism by which humans figure out that it's an error?
I'm just saying the area there is like if I explain to you there's 100% chance that the car is behind the gate, there's this door, well you want to trade, no. But this thing will say yes, because it's so that trick is so wound up on the form that that's an error that a human doesn't make.
Less likely to make it.
Yeah, less likely.
Because like it's a very you're asking you're asking a system to understand 100%. Like you're asking some mathematical concepts. So like
but places where large language models the form is amazing. So let's go back to nested structure, center embedded structure. Okay, if you ask a human to complete those, they can't do it. Rather than a large language model, they're just like you. If I ask a large language model, that's
central embedding.
Yeah, center embedding
is
exactly the same way. Okay, and that's not changed. So they do exactly so that is a similarity. But that's not meaning. Right? This is form. But when we get into meaning, this is where they get kind of messed up. They start just saying, "Oh, what's behind this door? Oh, it's the thing I want." Humans don't mess that up as much. You know, here the form is just like the form matches amazing, similar, without being trained to do that. I mean, it's trained in the sense that it's getting lots of data, which is just like data, but it's not being trained on.
That's like buying somebody a scarf.
That's actually a big hole with that. It just can't do those. It'll actually say things like those are too hard for me to complete, which is kind of interesting. Actually, kind of how does it know that? I don't know.
But it's really awful.
Nomenclatures and how to get it right, bro. In Africa, they get you
very often says stuff that's true. And sometimes says stuff that's not true. And almost always the form is
treat your snout to some of that
but
fucking free booty
it's
pasta,
still
bro.
very surprising that with really great form is able to generate a lot of things with it.
Oh my god.
Based on the trained on
Yeah,
itself.
so funny, you know,
It's
sometimes
not just
I'm not even
not
joking
just
about
form
when I
that
need
is
to think about
generated.
something good, you don't think about
It's
Lee, man.
mimicking
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
from the internet. I guess the underlying idea there is that on the internet, truth is overrepresented versus falsehood. So it's like the fundamental thing is trained on you're saying is well, that's a sad, because to me that's still a little bit of an open question. I'll probably agree with you, especially now you've blown my mind that there's a separate module in the brain for language versus thinking. Maybe there's a fundamental part missing from the large language model approach that lacks the thinking, the reasoning.
You know what I'm saying? Around the holidays, bro.
Yeah, that's what.
Oh, he's a person ham, this
So
guy, bro.
the same group, Federico's group, has a recent paper arguing exactly that. There's a guy called Kyle Marwell who's here in Vermont, but he's a friendly and linguistic Texas. He was just talking about that.
That's fascinating. Still, to me, an open question.
Yeah.
What do you have age limits on that?
You know, I don't see any limits to reform. Reform is perfect. Yeah. It's pretty much. I mean, it's close to.
Well, you said ability to complete central embedding.
Yeah, it's just the same as it seems the same.
But that's not perfect, right?
That's good. No, but I want to. I'm trying. I want to model it.
But wait. So perfect key is expected to possible.
Yeah.
But you should be able to, if you're not doing it, you should be able to complete central embedding.
I mean, that's the mechanism. Is if it's modeling something, I think it's kind of really interesting.
It's really
interesting. But it's more like I think it's potentially underlying modeling something like what the way the form is processed.
What we're feeling like.
The way that
how humans process things.
Yes. I think that's possible.
And how they generate it. Process how they generate
You learn something about somebody you didn't know,
So in that sense, they're perfect.
Like you see somebody and they're like
We
a
just
lawyer
linger
or
in the
something,
center
and you
embedding
realize they're like a sorcerer or something.
That's hard for
Or they do
us to
say
produce, and that's
shit, you
really
see
impressive,
like
because that's hard for humans to produce.
and you're like,
And how does that connect to the thing we've been talking about before, which is the dependency grammar framework in which you use language, and the finding that short dependencies seem to be a universal part of language. So why is it hard to complete center embedding?
So what I like about dependency grammar is it makes the cognitive cost associated with longer distance connections very transparent. Basically, there's some. It turns out there is a cost associated with producing and comprehending connections between words, which are just not beside each other. The further apart they are, the worse it is. According to, well, you can measure that. And there is a cost associated with
Can you just linger on what you mean by cognitive cost?
Sure.
And how do you measure
Oh, well, you can measure it in a lot of ways. The simplest is just asking people to say whether how good a sentence is. That's one way to measure, and you can try to like triangulate then across sentences, across structures to try to figure out what the source of that is. You can look at reading times in controlled materials, and so in certain kinds of materials, and then we can like measure the dependency distances there. We can. There's a recent study which looked at. We're talking about the brain here. We could look at the language network. Okay, we can look at the language network, and we can look at the activation in the language network, and how big the activation is depending on the length of the dependencies. And it turns out it's random sentences that you listen to. So it turns out there's stories here, and the longer the dependency is, the stronger the activation in the language. So there's some measure. There's a bunch of different measures we could do. That's like kind of a neat measure, actually, of actual activation in the brain.
so that you can somehow in different ways convert it to a number. I wonder if there's a beautiful equation to like the cognitive cost of like the E equals MC squared kind of like.
Yeah, it's complicated, but probably it's doable. I would guess it's doable. I tried to do that a while ago, and I was reasonably successful, but for some reason I stopped looking at that. I agree with you that it would be nice to figure out. So there's like some way to figure out the cost. I mean, it's complicated. Another issue you raised before was like how do you measure distance? Is it words? It probably isn't. Is the part of the problem is that some words matter more than others, and probably meaning like nouns might matter depending, and then maybe depends on which kind of noun. Is it a noun you've already introduced, or a noun that's already been mentioned? Is it a pronoun versus a name? Like all these things probably matter. So probably the simplest thing to do is just like, let's forget about all that and just think about words or morphemes.
For sure, but there might be some insight in a kind of function that fits the data, meaning like what.
I think it's an exponential. So we think it's probably an exponential such that the longer the distance, the less it matters. And so then it's the sum of those. That was our gut guess a while ago. So that you've got a bunch of dependencies, but you've got a bunch of them that are being connected at some point. That's at the ends of those, the cost is some exponential function of those, is my guess. But because the reason it's probably an exponential is like it's not just the distance between two words, because I can make a very, very long subject verb dependency by adding lots and lots of noun phrases and prepositional phrases, and it doesn't matter too much. It's when you do nested, when I have multiple of these, then things go really bad. Go south.
Probably somehow connected to working memory.
Yeah, no, that's probably a function of the memory. Is the access, is trying to find those earlier things. It's kind of hard to figure out what was referred to earlier. Those are those connections. That's the sort of notion of working, as opposed to a storagey thing, but trying to connect, retrieve those earlier words, depending on what was in between. And then we're talking about interference and similar things in between. That's the right theory probably has that kind of notion. So I'm dealing with an abstraction over the right theory, which is just have words, it's not right, but it's close. And then maybe you're right though. There's some sort of an exponential or something on the to figure out the total. You can figure out a function for any given sentence in any given language. But it's funny, people haven't done that too much. I do think I'm interested that you find that interesting. I really find that interesting, and a lot of people haven't found it interesting. I don't know why. I haven't got people to want to work on that. I really like that.
That's a beautiful idea. And the underlying idea is beautiful. That there's a cognitive cost that correlates with the length of dependency. It feels like language is so fundamental to the human experience, and that this is a nice, clean theory of language. Where it's like, wow, okay, so I do like our words close together.
Yeah,
the dependent words close together.
That's why I like it too. It's so simple.
Yeah, the simplicity of the theory.
And yet it explains some very complicated phenomena. If I write these very complicated sentences, it's kind of hard to know why they're so hard. And you can nail it down. I can do give you a math formula for why each one of them is bad and where. And it's kind of cool. I think it's very good.
Have you gone through the process? Is there you take a piece of text and then simplify